Crossing into a different world, I became the leader of a primitive tribe. After spending 2.5 years developing my tribe into a technological nation, the goddess worshipped by the tribe actually manifested. At that moment, I realized I was living in a divine world. In this world, the gods enslave countless races, and I became an apprentice to the miraculous deity. At an altar, I knelt with my hands together before a goddess statue, Great Rain and Clear Sky God, your most devout follower, Duanchen, sincerely praying for your blessings. Then, skillfully wiping the statue with silk, having participated in many ceremonies, I was proficient in all procedures. Back when I first crossed over, I was in a panic, never expected to become the chief of a primitive tribe. The people here claim to be the servants of the gods, although officially major decisions are made by the gods. In reality, I decide everything. After taking control of the entire tribe, I crafted various stone tools, researched and made bows and arrows, trained soldiers, and with a powerful military force, began to conquer neighboring tribes, plundering the food of large neighboring tribes and starting to develop agriculture. In 2.5 years, I integrated the surrounding tribes into a small country called Flame Country, while thinking about my achievements, absent-mindedly wiping the statue. Unexpectedly, the goddess statue suddenly emitted light, and the texture became soft. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, the awakening ceremony of the class has just ended. A girl identical to the rain deity statue is crying while lying on the table. The blow Zhao Yuqing received is heavier than the others, because she awakened as a race considered the most inferior, the ordinary human clan. After crying for a while, her emotions stabilized. She had no choice but to accept her awakened race. At worst, she could surrender directly during the First God War. Just find another profession. But surrendering directly is equivalent to giving up one's divine identity and becoming the lowest level in the divine society. Please calm down, everyone. The god's descent is about to happen. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Zhao Yuqing quickly wiped her face again. If she loses control in front of the clan during the first god's descent, it will greatly affect the authority of the gods. After sitting up straight and adjusting her emotions, Zhao Yuqing initiates the first god's descent. I was still wiping the statue, but the increasingly soft texture surprised me. When I took a closer look, I was stunned. What the heck, this statue is alive. Zhao Yuqing was also shocked. She had thought of countless ways the gods could descend, but she never expected that as soon as one appeared, a man would come with a dirty cloth to wipe her face and speak blasphemous words to her. The deity has manifested. Yubin Mang shouted to ease the awkwardness, and the surrounding crowd participating in the ritual cheered along. The deity has appeared, a divine being has descended upon the sacred land. The goddess Yuqing has finally noticed us. The shouts of the crowd made me realize. I took a few steps back, knelt on the ground, and cried out to the great deity, please forgive us, the most devout believers, for our unintentional disrespect. To ensure your purity, we must regularly clean your statue. Looking at Duan Chen, who knelt devoutly on the ground, Zhao Yuqing didn't believe his words at all. She knew from the system panel attributes that he was a materialistic warrior without reverence for the gods. Name, Duan Chen. Identity, apprentice disciple of the deity Yuqing, king of the Flame Country, first divine envoy of the Yuqing Temple. Age, 21. A fake believer with low faith. Faith level, 0%. Duan Chen's attributes made her feel a hint of fear. Her own disciple leader was a complete fake believer, so she couldn't have absolute control over her sect. If she killed this disciple leader right away, it would definitely lead to various troubles, but she had no other choice at the moment. She could only follow the procedure for now. Everyone, please rise. In order to make these believers happier, Zhao Yuqing emitted a beam of light, helping up those who were kneeling around. After using this miracle, Zhao Yuqing was sweating from her forehead and feeling a bit weak. Following Zhao Yuqing's activation of her second talent, she checked the emotions of her followers. At a glance, most people had green orbs above their heads, indicating they were in good spirits. However, the leaders of the tribe standing in the front mostly had white orbs representing indifference, or orange orbs indicating shock, clearly showing their unfriendliness towards her. Great and noble rain god Yuqing, can you reveal your divine aura? Although I am smiling on the surface, my hand is on the iron sword. I noticed that this deity entered a weakened state after using divine techniques. Currently, the distance between her and me is less than 5 steps. If I can directly kill this so-called deity and then use my army equipped with iron weapons, I can completely control this country. Zhao Yuqing turned her head to see that the dot on the king's head had turned black, a sign of murderous intent. She shivered. Despite being a deity, she was still a high school student. However, she quickly steadied herself. As a deity with divine power, she couldn't show weakness to her kin. Zhao Yuqing directly questioned the follower. Are you asking me for something? How dare I request something from the great deity? It's just that the deity hasn't appeared in a long time, and many important matters of our followers still require the deity's guidance. I am anxious. I immediately kneel down and explain that currently, I am not sure, as gods cannot afford to offend deities. Seeing this fake follower in front of her, with emotions shifting from black to white orbs, Zhao Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was no immediate danger now. I just descended to this world. Of course, blessings are to be bestowed upon my followers. In order to quickly establish authority, after Zhao Yuqing finished speaking, she directly used her first talent to bestow blessings, which can make the bodies of her followers healthier. Lifespans increased, a burst of light spread outward from Zhao Yuqing, and those illuminated by the light underwent miraculous changes. Children became more spirited and energetic, the youth appeared more lively, and the middle-aged and elderly actually became indistinguishable from the youth. I also feel that my body has become even better. But what I sensed was not surprise, but a more serious threat. This deity is too terrifying. This move could completely elevate its authority to a frightening level. Even I, who founded the Yin Kingdom, dare not defy this deity at will now. Furthermore, I also sense that after the deity's blessings, the entire Yin Kingdom's faith in this rain god Yuqing has increased. Consequently, my authority will face a significant impact. Ding, among your followers, there are 5,678 true believers, 132 devout believers, and 3 fanatical believers. Zhao Yuqing was somewhat surprised. She never expected the initial number of followers to be so high, and even more surprising was that so many of them were insincere believers. As Zhao Yuqing was shocked, I drew out my sword and charged towards her, which frightened the currently weakened Zhao Yuqing. She currently has no divine power at all. Faced with the opponent's charge, she panicked, eyes tightly shut, body trembling. However, I didn't attack Zhao Yuqing, but ran outside the temple and stabbed a wild boar with a sword. Then, commanding the surrounding sword and axe wielders to surround Zhao Yuqing. My lord, this wild boar actually tried to attack you, causing a disturbance. I hope my lord can forgive. Watching the trembling body of this deity now, it further confirms that I made the right bet. This deity is just an ordinary high school student, despite having powerful abilities and talents, but still lacks compared to me. At this moment, Zhao Yuqing is surrounded by a group of sword and axe wielders. She tries to keep her expression calm, controlling her trembling body. Don't panic, this false believer won't dare to harm you. Stay calm, maintain your authority as a deity. Step back, there's nothing you can handle. Zhao Yuqing didn't look at me, but directly commanded the sword and axe soldiers. Is she trying to seize power? I thought to myself, then instructed the surrounding soldiers to retreat. After understanding the abilities of this deity, I don't have much desire to kill her. If this deity dies and the effects of blessings are revoked, the people of Yin Kingdom who have benefited will go crazy, and my rule will be greatly impacted. Only by keeping this immature deity and utilizing her abilities can we achieve the best results. I once again turn my gaze to this deity standing on the altar, motionless. Great deity, I have startled you. As your most devout follower, I apologize. I kneel before this small deity, pretending to show great respect. After all, it is the rain and clear goddess who brings life and health to the flame country. Proper respect must be shown. Great deity, would you like to accompany me to the flame country? Zhao Yuqing agreed. Now she also needs to have a preliminary understanding of her own divine country and relatives. After all, the opportunity for early divine descent is rare. The two walked out of the temple and saw the bustling city streets before them. Zhao Yuqing was greatly shocked. For many years, this level of development, when placed among other races, can only be seen in divine countries with at least a second-tier companion deity. First-tier divine countries are basically primitive societies. Great deity, I am an orphan and naturally do not have the conditions to succeed. If I were to rule and establish this country, how many years? My answer would be 3 years. What, you established this kingdom? Zhao Yuqing was shocked. To establish a kingdom in 3 years at the age of 21, in the already abandoned common people race, there is still such a genius. What is this? Zhao Yuqing pointed to a huge house built with wood. At this moment, more wood was continuously being delivered. This is my flame country's largest intensive wood production workshop. Why have I not heard of this in the divine realm? I can't say for sure about this. Don't you have centralized production there? I directly shifted the topic to Zhao Yuqing. After all, I am very curious about the divine realm now. All the products in our divine realm are produced in the divine domain where the relatives are, so many things are unheard of. Is our population very large, Lord Spirit? From the shocked expression of this spirit, it can be seen that the population of the flame country surprises it. Your population is much larger compared to other races. The initial population of the ordinary human race is at most less than 1,000 people. Originally, Zhao Yuqing didn't want to talk much with this fake believer, but now, the dot on the believer's head has turned green. Temporarily friendly to oneself, upon hearing Zhao Yuqing's response, my brain is spinning wildly. The initial population of the ordinary human race, other races, along with the previous divine realm, and the situation of this small spirit in front of me. I probably live in a world called the divine domain, and this small spirit in front of me should live in the divine realm, and there should be many such spirits. Why do you have iron cavalry, iron tools? Usually, it requires a special clan cultivation card to cultivate corresponding talents. But just now, there was actually a military force holding iron tools surrounding me. This is the refining method passed down by our ancestors, and we carry out refining according to this method. So that's how it is. Compared to iron tools, he is actually more curious about this fake believer. As long as this fake believer is dealt with, he can control this country. With such a foundation at the beginning, other divine artifacts can basically be dispensed with. After 5 years of development time, although their initial situation, the race is definitely better than this ordinary human race, but various technologies and agricultural civilization developments still need to be accumulated. It still needs to be accumulated. I am taking this spirit with me. After circling the capital of the flame country, when I came back, the body of this spirit gradually became transparent, and the person also slowly disappeared. This should be the time for divine descent. How does it feel for everyone's first divine descent? Teacher, the time is too short, I haven't enjoyed it enough yet, said a student of the Awakened Angel tribe. This is already the maximum divine descent time the school can offer you all. Please come over to register your initial population and initial faith level. We need to record this information. Other students are registering very proficiently, but Zhao Yuqing was in a dilemma. She has not yet determined her initial population. The registration of faith level will only show true believers, others will not be recorded on the panel. Zhao Yuqing opened her panel in the Divine Realm Network, beginning to check her own divine country situation. Name, Zhao Yuqing. Trainee deity with no divine profession talent, blessed emotion. Investigating her own divine fruit. The Flame Kingdom does not acknowledge believers. Population, 5,420. Faith cultivation, 400 divine power points. Productivity, 8,000 divine power points. Zhao Yuqing was surprised by the productivity that has already reached that of a first-level deity. The annual productivity of the divine country. However, the faith value is actually less than 1/10 of the productivity. This indicates that she is very indifferent to the deity's worship activities and has a very low level of faith in the deity. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yuqing walked towards the teacher's office. The current situation is too special, it's no longer something she can solve on her own. After a discussion with the teacher, Zhao Yuqing decided to use the clan cultivation card to select a believer and cultivate them into a new deity to counterbalance Duanchen. Zhao Yuqing started to check her own divine domain again. At this time, the statues in the temple also emitted light. What is this false believer doing? Zhao Yuqing began searching throughout the city and finally saw Duanchen's figure next to the wall under construction. Placing this statue at the city gate, that's right, I am very satisfied. Looking at the rain-clearing goddess statue in the central square, it has been almost 10 days since she left. During this time, not only were the capital's city walls rebuilt, but the capital's name was also changed to Rain-Clearing City. I specifically had some statues made and erected in the city, not as a compromise to the gods. On the contrary, this strengthens my influence over the flame country and suppresses the gods. When the power of the gods is displayed openly, people's reverence for them changes. It is no longer about fear, but about seeking their effects. Seeing Duanchen building the statue, Zhao Yuqing still couldn't believe it. She quickly used her talent to check, and a green sphere appeared above his head. This fake believer still has some conscience. Zhao Yuqing was a bit excited by being worshipped, but felt something was off. She eagerly opened the panel to investigate. Has the faith level of this fake believer increased? As soon as I opened the panel, Zhao Yuqing was shocked. Name, Duanchen. Faith level, minus 10%. Why is he thinking like this? Zhao Yuqing felt a bit overwhelmed and quickly averted her gaze. If she kept watching, she would eventually be driven mad by this fake believer. Later, Zhao Yuqing searched among the people worshipping the statues nearby. After a thorough search, she felt hopeless. Each one of these fake believers acted more devout than the other. But upon closer inspection, they were all fake believers, each better at pretending than the last. After frantically searching the panel, Zhao Yuqing's divine power was almost depleted. She searched the city thoroughly, but even true believers were scarce. Finally, Zhao Yuqing found a fanatic in a rural farmhouse. Zhao Yuqing used rare gold and family cultivation cards on this hard-to-find fanatic. The cultivation card can transform a fool into a talented individual with deep city roots. Next, Zhao Yuqing used the divine realm to communicate with this fanatic. I am the goddess of life, goddess Yuqing. I will bestow upon you the position of divine messenger. I hope you will be my spokesperson. While Zhao Yuqing was plotting to seize power, I was not idle. In a grand stone building, a group of people gathered around a large wooden tub filled with a lump of white slurry. I asked the person in charge, Wang Er, if the paper was ready this time. Wang assured me it was. Please follow me, we already have the dried finished product. With that, Wang Er led me to the backyard, where several slightly yellowed papers were drying. Excitedly, I picked up one, felt it, and although thick, it could be made into books. Everything was going well. The emergence of paper can rapidly change the cultural landscape of the Yin Kingdom, as long as this cultural tool is firmly grasped. It is definitely a trump card to deal with that little deity. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but chuckle. After using the foot cultivation card, Zhao Yuqing felt a wave of relief, even the listening in class became spirited, and the course was quickly completed. After the awakening of the gods, the courses were greatly reduced. It is to save time for the gods to develop themselves. Other classmates are guiding their families, developing material technology, absorbing inheritance, nurturing their families. But Zhao Yuqing completely lacks this condition. She now has no control over the army, very little influence over the family, basically being sidelined. Assessing the false believers of the godly families, Zhao Yuqing started thinking frantically. Just relying on one fanatic, it is impossible to confront that false believer. To control power, more trump cards are needed. At this point, Zhao Yuqing quickly opened the divine network, found her father's information interface. Dad, I want a family card. But Zhao's father directly refused. The family cultivation card is easy to obtain, but the family card requires a magical surrender in death, condensing one's family into a family card. Your rarity is not at all comparable to the family cultivation tower. I am just a common human, there is already a big difference. Zhao Yuqing's tone gradually became aggrieved, giving people a feeling of being unable to express their grievances. Zhao's father reluctantly agreed, I'll try to help you collect some, but faith needs to be cultivated by yourself. Zhao Yuqing became excited. He planned to use the family card to absorb some fanatics and devout believers in the Yin Kingdom, in addition to one's own talent. Then a new divine kingdom that one can control can be established. Thinking about it at that time, no longer needing to endure the annoyance of that false believer, Zhao Yuqing couldn't help but smile. After the development of paper, following my ideas, the printing technique quickly emerged. The research and mass production of paper once again brought changes to the Yin Kingdom, starting with the establishment of the Yin Kingdom Daily. Centered around newspapers, mass media gradually became the public opinion indicator, the deification of gods, the consolidation of royal power, the promotion of the value concept of labor for wealth, a series of public opinions, impacting the thoughts that the people of Yin Kingdom have just formed. At the same time, I also upgraded the equipment of the army once again. Iron tools began to appear in the research department last year, after a year of intensive research and development. The technology for various iron weapons is basically mature. After a winter passed, a 500-strong heavy armored infantry is basically formed. Actually, enhancing military strength was not in my original plan, but Zhao Yuqing's arrival made me feel a serious sense of crisis. This world is far from as simple as I imagined. Therefore, a powerful army is my greatest confidence. Unknowingly, the new year in the divine realm has arrived, and at this time, the Yin Kingdom has also begun its New Year celebrations. Since Zhao Yuqing cannot control the Yin Kingdom, she basically just comes to check occasionally. Although Zhao Yuqing did not play a significant role in the development of the Yin Kingdom, the productivity and faith values he brought are indeed substantial. By the end of the divine year, the first batch of productivity and faith values were distributed to the intermediate deities of this batch. These productivity and faith values can be converted into divine power points, as well as used for upgrading and unlocking inheritance for the deities. Just as the classmates began to compare productivity, the history teacher walked in. Classmates, your awakened clans have also been in the divine realm for half a year. This time, our school has organized an end-of-year assessment to enhance the survival abilities of your clans. We hope everyone will actively participate. However, Zhao Yuqing was very embarrassed because he had no way to arrange for his clans to prepare for this exam. Father, what should I do? Zhao Yuqing looked at his father with red eyes. Zhao's father solemnly said, do you know why, as a deity, you still can't beat that clan? If it were me, I would have used all my divine power to kill that false believer as soon as I arrived, and then use my talent to subdue some obedient followers. But as soon as you arrived, you increased everyone's lifespan, directly losing your trump card in controlling these followers. That false believer is indeed talented. It's best to subdue him. If you can't, when you have the clan card, you can establish another divine kingdom. With the resources of us deities, we can quickly overpower him. If we can't overpower, we can isolate and block him. By then, it will be easy to reclaim that false believer. You should participate in this assessment. This way, we can also deplete some of the false believer's strength and prepare for our own plans. Wait a moment, we will go directly to the vast divine realm, bypass the false believer and announce this matter. Let's also see how the false believer reacts. Zhao's father is truly a seasoned god of the realm. Every move is extremely cunning. In front of a huge cave in the divine realm, a group of explorers is explaining their findings to me. This cave can directly cross this mountain. The exploration is complete, and beyond the mountain is definitely an ancient battlefield. During winter, iron ore was discovered in this large cave. I have sent experts to explore multiple times, and today we have finally made some progress. Let's go and take a look over there. Walking along the cave, several wooden houses come into view. This is the research base we sent earlier. Upon entering a hall, a professional points at some items and speaks to me. Wow, these weapons from the ancient battlefield are mainly identified as iron and bronze. Apart from the strange patterns, they are no different from our weapons. Additionally, we found a book that remains undamaged. I am increasingly curious about this ancient battlefield. I initially thought that before my arrival, this world was just an ordinary primitive society. I never imagined iron and even paper existed this early. It's truly incredible. The copied book has been brought. I took it and immediately flipped through the pages. I saw the words "The Path to the Heavenly Realm." Just these 4 words made my scalp tingle. They must be related to the gods. As a descendant of the Huaxia people, how can I not understand the meaning of these 4 characters? They are meant to obstruct the communication between the heavens and the mortal realm, to prevent the celestial beings from influencing matters in the mortal realm. From noon until nightfall, I finally flipped through this book once. The entire book roughly tells the story of Emperor Ren leading the human race in a rebellion against the gods. They took up arms and engaged in a war with the gods and their kin in this vast valley, a war that destroyed everything, leaving behind only this book. Let's erect a monument for our ancestors. I am deeply moved. They are a group of admirable ancestors who fought in a war, turning a once brilliant race into the lowest level among the myriad races of the divine realm. Their place of residence also became the sacred ground they desired. It wasn't until many years later that a new civilization emerged, and new deities descended. After concluding the exploration of the valley, I had just returned to Yuqing City when I heard a voice coming from the sky. All believers, listen up. In 10 days, the first attack from extraterritorial demons will occur. Please attack and exterminate them. Zhao Yuqing used her faith points to perform a large-scale divine feat, ensuring that all believers have heard this message. After listening to Zhao's father, Zhao Yuqing finally decided to participate in this test. After all, she wants to become a deity and continue to grow. These things must be done. I am speechless about this. I didn't expect that this little deity would bypass me and even order his own people to kill those extraterritorial demons. Then, a figure appeared in front of me. It said that this little deity is going to take an exam. Those so-called extraterritorial demons are the subjects of their exam. The benevolent emperor smiled and said, as a leader who has rebelled against deities, he naturally has a good understanding of the divine realm. Ever since I erected a stone tablet in the valley, the former benevolent emperor of the Shang kingdom appeared and stayed by my side. In other words, it's a small exam for the deities, right? I am somewhat angry. From this assessment, it can be seen that those deities do not really consider their own people as human beings. It's a meaningless exam. Just let their own people sacrifice their lives. These deities don't care at all. What do you think? The current scale is still relatively small. What about the future? Final exams, entrance exams, national battles, everything will be arranged clearly for you. The benevolent emperor seems to be indifferent. He said it quite casually. What are you going to do? With a teleport, all the extraterritorial demons have come over and started attacking. The benevolent emperor smiled and looked at this young junior. He was curious about what this person would do. What can we do? Bring the people from the surrounding villages to the city, avoid the battle directly, and avoid old issues. After saying that, I began to arrange the relevant defense work. Yuqing, are you really going to participate? Beside her, her friend Xiaoli was a bit worried. It's okay, you go quickly and arrange the defense. It's about to start. After comforting Zhao Yuqing, just take a look at your own ancestors. But the current Zhao Yuqing doesn't have the ability to control the entire divine realm, so she can't personally arrange things like other gods. She can only secretly observe the arrangements made by that fake believer. At this moment in the Flame Country, I am fully arranging for the evacuation of the people, preparing to defend the city walls of the Rain City. Should we go to battle, Your Majesty? The leader of the Flame Country's heavy armored soldiers, Yan Jia, asked. Arrange for archers to defend, prepare the defensive facilities temporarily, there's no need to go out of the city to fight. What does this fake believer want to do? Could it be that he wants to avoid battle? Zhao Yuqing was somewhat surprised. Although he could guess the actions of this fake believer, seeing his arrangements still left him feeling complicated. On one hand, there is the sadness of his divine realm being basically ineffective. On the other hand, there is concern for the lives of his relatives that can be preserved. Regarding the actions of this fake believer this time, he wasn't very angry. If it were up to him to choose, he might also choose to avoid battle. Alright, our assessment has officially begun. After the teacher on the podium finished speaking, the first group of students nervously stepped forward to undergo the assessment. The teacher held a few cards, which turned into streams of light and entered the students' bodies. Immediately, many divine realm maps appeared on the playground, gradually unfolding. The scenes of each student facing the assessment then appeared before their eyes. Xia Liuli cheers on from the sidelines. Zhao Yuqing cheers on her friends. At this moment, Xia Liuli has entered the realm of the gods, transforming into a giant mermaid, hovering above the divine realm, and taking command of the battle. In the depths of the vast ocean, the warriors of the sea-dwelling merfolk are ready for battle, with a group of merfolk warriors riding sharks at the forefront. Behind them, several merfolk are holding staffs, preparing their magic. Suddenly, a small black hole appears, and from its opening emerges a group of massive sharks. Behind the sharks, there is a small whale with red eyes, clearly in a frenzied state. Attacking from above and below, with a command, the sea-dwelling merfolk begin their assault, with merfolk mages casting water spells for cover. The merfolk knights in the front charge with tridents in hand. The beasts are defenseless against the magical bombardment, bubbles exploding and severely injuring the sharks. The charging merfolk knights break their formation, surrounding and dividing them. The small whale behind them is powerful, fiercely attacking several merfolk before charging towards the merfolk mage. This is a merfolk mage who suddenly releases a giant bubble, instantly restraining the whale. Followed by a fierce attack, Xia Liuli easily passes this assessment. The first round of assessments is over, and now it's the turn of the second batch, led by Zhao Yuqing. At this moment, everyone has gathered in the capital city of Yuqing, which is the only city in the sole defense of Yin country. Great deity, should we resist the invasion of the imperial demon now? Is it not ideal for us to stay within the city? A true believer turned to the people around and asked. Don't worry too much. The emperor is only doing this for our safety. Otherwise, we might have to sacrifice for that assessment, a nearby resident of Yin country said. Before the war began, I used newspapers to publicize the reasons for this war. Everyone knows this is a divine game, and I am here to protect their safety. Although this kind of public opinion propaganda is not direct from the divine realm, it is indeed effective. In just a few days, this news has spread everywhere. The winter reserves of supplies in Yin country are still sufficient. If compared, I believe they can hold up. At this moment, Zhao Yuqing has entered the divine realm, transforming into a goddess figure radiating a green vitality. Arriving above the city of Yuqing, Goddess Yuqing has arrived. Only devout and fanatical believers in the city cheered for her assistance. The rest remained silent. Through my propaganda, the current impression of the people of Yin country towards this deity is not favorable overall. The city walls are primarily made of stone, and due to limitations in technology and manpower, the construction of the walls is not very tall. However, the thickness is sufficient, and Yin country soldiers patrol back and forth. In the Flame country, 800 soldiers are stationed on the city walls and at the city gates, rotating to defend in this housing arrangement. The soldiers are all seasoned veterans who have fought on the battlefield for many years. Originally, many soldiers who were discharged due to injuries received blessings, and after recovering, they were called back to the ranks. Placed on this divine continent, this army can truly be considered a force to be reckoned with. A black hole appeared in the front, followed by an enemy army entering the battlefield. They directly froze upon seeing the city walls in front of them, leaving the onlookers stunned. Zhao Yuqing's divine country unexpectedly has city walls, the ability to construct them. Could it be that Zhao Yuqing's divine country has now crossed into a higher level with a production capacity of 10 watts? They seem to be stalling for time. Due to Zhao Yuqing activating information protection, the onlookers can only see the battlefield. Currently, a group of enemy soldiers is standing dumbfounded in front of the city walls. For ordinary humans facing these formidable races, avoiding battle is the best option. Zhao Yuqing feels quite embarrassed. His classmates think he is stalling, unaware that he cannot actually command these soldiers. If the soldiers do not obey him today, his authority will be greatly undermined. Why does he feel a hint of bitterness? As a deity, he needs to grow, to have his followers fight for him in all directions, to have them obey his commands. Kid, your little deity almost cried. The emperor next to me laughed and said this little deity made him feel quite amused. Is that so? From below, I naturally cannot see the deity's expression, only a lively divine image. You're quite interesting. You keep saying you won't inherit our legacy, yet you keep opposing that little deity. The emperor is flying around carefree in the sky, completely devoid of the emperor's demeanor. Why oppose? I have always been the most devout believer, okay? Don't talk nonsense. I hastily replied, other elders all have golden fingers, can you give me something too, like top-notch techniques, various ammunition, all kinds of spiritual energy? I don't have any of those now. All I can offer you is companionship. The emperor seems to feel very humorous, a creepy smile appeared on his face. I don't know what to say. Let's just consider it as having a tour guide in the divine realm. Not a loss. Several days have passed, and the tests on the field have changed several times. By dragging on and not fighting, Zhao Yuqing, as a deity, breathed a sigh of relief. However, those fanatical disciples are not as relaxed as him, instead, they have gathered to resist. They are clearly dissatisfied with themselves for not obeying the divine realm. Why not follow the deity's will? Why did the king conspire? The glory of the divine Lord requires us to protect it with our lives. How can you all be so cowardly? In the central square of the Flame Country, hundreds of believers are making a commotion. Listen to me, everyone. Our faith in the deity is absolute, but that doesn't mean we should sacrifice our warriors' precious lives for the deity's honor, and abandon the precious lives of our warriors. A middle-aged man walked to the center and said, our warriors and our king, they are all ungrateful cowards. When they received the blessing of the gods, they were all eager, but now when it comes to fighting for the glory of the gods, they all stand behind, afraid to attack. A young man cursed loudly, obviously completely tearing his face. How dare you insult our great Duan Chen? Upon hearing this, the audience couldn't help but curse. How dare Duan Chen, a man who forgets kindness and is ungrateful, disrespect the gods? A group of fanatics and devout believers also surrounded. Seeing a fight about to break out, I entered in time and deterred everyone in the field. Stop the noise. I will give you all a chance now. I will open the city gates in a moment. Those willing to die for the honor of the gods can go out, but remember, if you take a step back when you leave the city gates, you will be killed. If the Yin Kingdom's army goes to battle today, the fallen soldiers should not be called sacrifices, they are merely victims of a tragic game. They are pitiful creatures who abandon their own souls for the honor of the gods. As soon as the words were spoken, the field fell silent. Then, a few fanatics took the lead, picking up the weapons I provided and walked to the city gate. Following them were devout believers, playing around. There were approximately 300 people. It's okay, the Rain Qing goddess will bless us, we will definitely win. Charge for the Rain Qing goddess, fight for faith. The passionate followers walked to the city gate, which slowly opened, watching the archers on the city wall draw their bows. The enemy dare not charge recklessly. The commotion in Yin Kingdom has also affected the outside. Look, the city gate of Rain Qing City has opened. Is he trying to take the initiative? The assessment has entered its final round. As long as Zhao Yuqing's troops can hold on for one more day, they can successfully pass. Wait, these troops seem to be using iron weapons. At this moment, a sharp-eyed student noticed the weapons in the hands of the believers. How did they acquire iron weapons so quickly? This is the highest level of basic material technology, another student remarked. Could it be due to a special racial heritage? A student speculated. How is that possible? This is clearly basic technology, not racial technology. Moreover, the style of these iron weapons is uniform, unlike the product of racial technology. Unlike the debates among the students outside, Zhao Yuqing in the field is currently torn. With the strength of these believers, he must confront the cunning enemy. That's obviously a suicide mission. What should I do, save or not save? These damn fake believers have put him in another dilemma. Save faith or save authority. Whether it's the teachings at school or his father's guidance, the divine standpoint determines that he cannot intervene, he can only watch this unfold. Watching the city gates wide open, the enemy launched an assault, and the followers of the Flame Kingdom also began their charge. Under the command of their leader, the enemy, using their respective spiritual powers, formed a very fierce assault formation, immediately breaking apart the formation of the Flame Kingdom's followers. The enemy soldiers were in high spirits, continuously shouting and charging, already anticipating that this would be a wonderful killing experience. Suddenly, a huge green light barrier blocked the path between the two sides. The sphere of life absorbed the vitality of the enemy soldiers, hindering their charge with a single strike, but it was only the power of an apprentice deity. It is impossible to stop the advance of a group of soldiers like them. Quickly retreat, Zhao Yuqing shouted behind, even he cannot resist for long now. Even though his strength is considered high among the apprentice deities. Goddess Yuqing, how can we leave Ninger to escape alone? We fight for the great goddess Yuqing. The followers crossed the charge initiated by Zhao Yuqing. This scene was extremely moving, but it made the spectators outside indifferent. Wait, what is this? Why did the deity directly intervene and fight alongside the clan? The students' CPUs are almost overloaded. Truly my daughter, without letting the clan deplete the opponent's strength, she went straight into battle. Zhao Fu was somewhat speechless as he touched his forehead. Didn't expect this little deity to be quite kind. The emperor of Yuqing City is watching with great interest. He is indeed a kind god, but a bit foolish. I am completely speechless about this god who always acts foolishly. He can't even come down to help others. All troops attack. Faced with this awkward situation, I had to order the army to battle. Even the gods have intervened directly. As a devout believer on the surface, how can I watch the gods fall into danger and not try to save them? With my command, the heavily armored soldiers of Yen charged into the battlefield, followed closely by archers. The original believers voluntarily cleared a path. They also understand that advancing means facing death. Zhao Yuqing's attack has halted the enemy's charge. Now, deprived of their spiritual power, the enemy, faced with Yan's absolute experience and equipment advantage, are just a group of ordinary soldiers. Their inferior iron cavalry has no resistance against Yan's weapons, and the archers behind them are cleaning up. Under the cover of long-range support, the heavy infantry began their charge. The battle-hardened soldiers charged directly into the heart of the enemy, while the perimeter infantry surrounded the enemy. The crushing victory is ours. The crushing has begun. The peripheral infantry is approaching layer by layer, while the internal soldiers are spreading out, and archers are shooting from a distance. Characters, equipment, and the quality of the army being crushed layer by layer. How can this be a loss? Zhao Yuqing this. The students outside are already at a loss. The plot twist is too abrupt. What is this? First avoiding battle, then engaging, then helping, then supporting, this. The students don't know what to say, feeling a lump in their throats. Their army is so fierce. Finally, some students notice their combat power. In this world without an industrial revolution, these heavy armored infantry are the pinnacle of combat power for ordinary people. How did they achieve this in just half a year? Some students' minds are unable to function. This situation is truly inexplicable. It must be the help of their family behind the scenes. I didn't expect their family to allocate so many resources to her. Faced with this unimaginable scene, the students are trying to rationalize it with their own understanding. This fake believer is so powerful. At this age, she has brought the country to this level. Zhao's father is somewhat shocked. His current mood is extremely complex. This must be the initial hero unit of the ordinary people. With this ability, it must be above the level of a gold-tier family card. Teacher Chang also analyzes. It seems we can't just condemn this fake believer. If we can win her over, it will definitely be a great help to Yuqing. Zhao's father starts thinking about his daughter. Indeed, this kind of initial hero unit is unheard of. If trained well, it will definitely be a great assistant to Yuqing. Teacher Chang also adds. Zhao Yuqing is somewhat shocked. She didn't expect this fake believer to help her. She didn't say much. After dealing with the extraterritorial demon, she lifted the divine descent state. The divine descent of just a few tens of minutes consumed a power that she couldn't bear. This fake believer still has a conscience, she whispered. Her mood is also very complex now. Hooray! The people of the Flame Country shout. Not only the fanatical believers, but even the fake believer joins in the cheers. The people of the Flame Country have received blessings from the gods. Directly opposing them is a situation that no one in the Flame Country, including Duan Shen, wants to see. Long live the gods! Long live our king! It's unclear who started it, but the people of the Flame Country begin to shout these two sentences, their voices becoming more and more uniform. The assessment is over. In this assessment, although Zhao Yuqing did not achieve a good ranking, she still gained everyone's recognition. The divine being who was able to develop her ordinary people to this extent in a short period of time is truly admirable. With the family cultivation card as a learning reward, Zhao Yuqing returned home, where her father was already waiting in the living room. I watched all of your assessment today, Zhao's father said calmly. Zhao Yuqing responded and hurried to her room. I know what you're thinking, but as a father, I still need to give you some necessary advice. Zhao's father's words stopped Zhao Yuqing from going to her room. I don't think my actions today were wrong. If left unchecked, my faith would definitely suffer, Zhao Yuqing explained. No, don't explain your so-called compassion to me. You have been taught countless times in the courses of the gods, divine descent must be cautious, and the help of the gods to the family must be cautious. But today, you forcefully performed a divine descent just for a few hundred families of a country that is about to be abandoned. Do you know how much damage this will cause you? Do you know that there is a risk to your life if the divine power cannot support you? Look, which deity forcefully performed a divine descent before becoming a first-tier deity, forcefully intervening with their own families. Zhao's father became more and more agitated as he spoke. As a father, he cared a lot about his daughter's safety. Zhao Yuqing lowered her head and didn't say a word. She had no reason to argue now. Danger is secondary, after all, both I and the teacher are by your side. But can you think carefully? If you perform a divine descent now, the believers may thank you, but their expectations of you will increase. They will demand more from you, and when you can't meet their needs, it will be the time when their faith falters. Their faith in you will become cheap. Seeing her daughter's distressed look, Zhao's father didn't dare to say too many harsh words. Since his wife left, he had gradually grown distant from his children. I just can't bear it. Zhao Yuqing shed tears of distress. She may not understand why kindness and compassion could be wrong. Do you know why I wasn't too disappointed when you awakened ordinary people and I didn't? Because I know that your personality is not suitable for being a deity. It will only make you more unhappy. Your father and your brother have reasons and abilities to protect you. I hope you can think carefully about whether you can be a subordinate deity. I know your divine realm is developing well now, but you should know that the basic material technology in the divine realm has always been poor, at most reaching a second-tier level, which means that ordinary people without racial inheritance have no further development prospects. If you can understand and want to give up becoming an independent deity, I will give you the best subordinate deity race and provide you with the most resources. Many families have done this. I believe with your talent, your development will not be lacking. Zhao's father finally took the opportunity to express his thoughts. He couldn't bear to see his daughter being bullied by those families anymore. I'll think about it again. Zhao Yuqing replied. She didn't want to give up her independent aspirations. Alright, no matter how you develop, father will always be your support. Zhao's father understood his daughter's feelings. He didn't want to force her on this matter. Zhao Yuqing responded unenthusiastically, then returned to her bedroom. Can't I really do it? She asked herself. Wang, our reconnaissance personnel sent to the surrounding areas have returned, and the maps of the surrounding areas have been drawn. In the palace, the guards came to report. It had been a few days since the last invasion of the extraterritorial demons, and everything in the Flame Kingdom had returned to normal. Due to the Flame Kingdom's equipment and numerical advantage, dealing with the group of rebels who had already been severely damaged by Zhao Yuqing did not cause much harm. Only a few people had non-lethal injuries. Bring them over, Duan Chen said to the guards. You've also drawn maps. The emperor suddenly interjected, showing his interest in the matter. Indeed, this is basic training for reconnaissance personnel. Duan Chen said. Our Shine Kingdom does have some understanding of the Divine Land, but it has been tens of thousands of years, and I can't remember many things. The emperor looked at the map brought in and said, Oh, can you mark what you remember for us? I'm quite curious about the terrain of this continent. Duan Chen picked up the map and began to look through it. You see, the place you are in now should be the northwest of the abandoned continent of the gods. There should be an inland sea to the east of the Flame Country that you have not explored yet, still a plain. The mountain range to your north should be the Luolong Mountains, and to the north should be a vast grassland and the Broken Dragon Mountains. The emperor spoke incessantly. You know quite a lot of details. Duan Chen was somewhat surprised, not expecting the emperor, who only knew how to chat, to know so much. Of course, this is where we had our decisive battle. Back then, I split the Luolong Mountains with a single blow. You see this valley here, now a city has risen here. The emperor excitedly pointed to a spot on the map. Oh, you're quite impressive, Duan Chen replied nonchalantly. It's not interesting to talk about it now. The emperor felt bored and retreated. Summon all the ministers, Duan Chen instructed the guards around him. Yes. The guards went out to arrange the meeting. During this interval, Duan Chen carefully examined the map. At this time, the terrain on the map was very simple, with continuous mountains to the north and west, and vast plains to the south and east. The mountain range should be the Luolong Mountains, and the plain should be the central plains where the Flame Country is located. The rivers and cities on this plain were marked, with approximate populations and military numbers of the cities also indicated. The population around here is not small, Duan Chen sighed. At this point, The overall development level of the abandoned continent of the gods was probably in the transition period from primitive society to agricultural society. Various city-states centered around cities emerged, especially on the vast plains suitable for agriculture in the Central Plains. According to intelligence reports, the smaller city-states had populations ranging from 3,000 to 8,000, while the larger ones had populations exceeding tens of thousands, with some even having populations over 100,000. According to the calculations of reconnaissance personnel, including the various city-states in the Central Plains that had been explored so far and the primitive tribes still abundant in the Luolong Mountains to the north, the population had already exceeded 1 million. Among them, at the core of the Central Plains, at the confluence of multiple rivers, there was the largest city-state in the Central Plains, with a population of over 100,000, named Lingyun Country. "Your Majesty, the ministers are ready," a guard reminded Duan Chen. This sudden interruption snapped Duan Chen out of his fascination with the map. Good. With that, Duan Chen headed towards the meeting room. For handling the affairs of the Flame Country, a meeting room had been specially set up in the palace to deal with confidential and important matters. In the meeting room at this time, including Wu and other courtiers, everyone was already seated, focusing intently on the maps in their hands. "I believe everyone now has a basic understanding of the surrounding situation," Duan Chen began the discussion after taking his seat. "Your Majesty, indeed, the Central Plains region is very fertile, and with our military strength, we can make significant progress," Luo Wu exclaimed excitedly. As the chief military general, how could he not be excited when faced with such a map? "Your Majesty, the surrounding city-states are indeed densely distributed. As our Flame Country has just been established, we have not had much interaction with the surrounding areas. Many things still need careful consideration." Wu also stepped forward to express his views. Currently, he was the Minister of Production, naturally focusing on production. "I also believe that we can initiate negotiations first, without overly hasty expansion. The goal can be to first integrate the primitive tribes in the northern mountain range and gradually accumulate population," Wang Shi, the Minister of Construction, also added. "We are currently in winter, and our population is indeed insufficient. The issue of expansion needs to be considered. There is a city-state in the northern valley, facing the Central Plains, which we have completely blocked off. If we can absorb their population, gradually subdue the various tribes of the Luolong Mountains, our Yin Kingdom's strength will definitely surpass that of the Central Plains city-states. The expansion at that time will be very simple," said Minister Zhang Yun of the Propaganda Department. After Zhang Yun finished speaking, there was a brief silence in the meeting room. His strategy was indeed very good, and the Yin Kingdom is now at a stage where expansion is necessary. Absorbing the various tribes of the Luolong Mountains is slow and requires a lot of effort, but absorbing a city-state would achieve the best results. This direction is indeed good, but we must be careful not to alert the enemy. We must prevent news of our absorption of the Northern Valley from spreading to the Central Plains region, causing tension there, added Duan Chen, clearly in favor of the plan. Furthermore, we must also be cautious and not have too much contact with the various countries in the Central Plains region for now. In the core area of the Central Plains, for a city-state like Lingyun Pavilion to be so large, it must have absorbed the blood of the surrounding city-states. If that's the case, the influence of this Lingyun Kingdom is definitely more than just a giant city-state, supplemented Luo Wu, showing his keen sense of warfare as a military general. Indeed, it is difficult for the productivity of a city-state to support a city with a population of over 100,000. To achieve such a scale, the Lingyun Kingdom must have a certain influence over the surrounding countries, and its military strength will naturally not be weak, Duan Chen also added. From this perspective, it will be quite challenging for the Yin Kingdom to rise under the strong influence of the Lingyun Kingdom. Fortunately, the distance between the two countries is quite far, giving the Yin Kingdom some room for development. If we can establish a country right under the nose of the Lingyun Kingdom, that would be a joy. The Yin Kingdom, which decided on its post-war strategy, has now entered a state of preparedness. Under the highly centralized system of the Yin Kingdom, once a policy needs to be implemented, the entire country operates like a machine with a clear goal in mind. The Department of Agriculture quickly arranged for the collection and organization of food. As a newly established country, with the system of state ownership of land and equal field system stimulating development, as well as the recent popularization of the iron plow and oxen farming model, the agricultural productivity of the Yin Kingdom has greatly improved. With the addition of some agricultural knowledge that Duan Chen had previously learned, compared to the collective labor of the other countries under the well-field system, the Yin Kingdom's agricultural output has significantly increased. In conditions of a large population and limited land, food is still relatively abundant. Furthermore, The advantage of being backed by the Luolan Mountains is the abundant breeding resources. The animal husbandry industry of the Yin Kingdom has been developing for over a year, from just a few dozen heads of livestock to several hundred, which can be considered a small-scale operation. Other industries such as fisheries relying on the surrounding rivers, forestry development based on mountain forests, and small-scale subsidiary industries, such as poultry farming, in some collective farms in the rural areas of the Yin Kingdom have gradually developed, improving the lives of the people of the Yin Kingdom. Due to the blessing of the gods, the population structure of the Yin Kingdom is very good. Although there are many newborns, it is still within a manageable range, providing a foundation for reclaiming more land and further developing agriculture. In this era of near-agricultural society, with vast land and sparse population as the main theme, although the population in the Central Plains region is relatively dense, there has not been extensive land reclamation. Therefore, there are no territorial disputes, and as long as the land is cultivated, the city will be built there. With the arrival of spring, the Yin Kingdom's spring plowing activities have also begun. Centered around Yuqing City and using collective farms as bases, they are vigorously reclaiming land on the vast plains of the Central Plains. Due to long-term cooperation with the nomadic tribes north of the Luolan Mountains, the supply of plow cattle is not too difficult. Furniture and ironware from the Yin Kingdom are valuable commodities, although they cannot be exported to the south due to security issues. This does not affect the northern trade of the Yin Kingdom. Are you going to launch a northern expedition? Zhao Yuqing asked in confusion. Lord God, we need to expand now. Our population is already saturated, explained Duanshen. After the last assessment, the relationship between the two had somewhat eased. But the God War is starting in half a year, by then. Zhao Yuqing said weakly. She was not willing to participate in the previous assessment, and now the God War is a must. She couldn't guarantee that this false believer wouldn't embarrass her. What's going on? Duanshen was somewhat shocked, not expecting this turn of events. Originally, she was fine with just the assessment, but now there was also the God War. This is a strict rule of the divine realm. There may be other gods' clans invading at that time. Zhao Yuqing's tone was weak. She wanted to wait until her own divine kingdom developed before engaging in the God War. She had no use for the Yin Kingdom, but the current situation was that her divine kingdom had not even appeared yet, and the God War was starting in half a year. If she didn't inform the Yin Kingdom now, the losses would be even greater. Duanshen fell silent. The God War has many benefits, and the annual productivity will bring various profits. I can make some compromises on this. Zhao Yuqing had already undergone divine descent. Although her tone was weak, her demeanor remained solemn. She was conflicted. The assessment had hit her hard. She knew she couldn't control this country, couldn't bypass Duanshen and stand independently, but she was unwilling. Her pride disagreed with becoming a dependent waste, not from her father, nor from the false believer in front of her. However, the reality was that her own power had not been cultivated yet, and now she had to bind herself to this false believer in front of her. Duanshen also understood that, even if unwilling, cooperation with this deity was inevitable. They both lacked the strength to resist the rules. Reality bound them together. It was not something they could refuse on a personal level. Behind him was the fate of a country or a race. These people needed his leadership. They needed him to steer the direction. Putting personal feelings above the group was childish. He represented not himself, but the entire Yin Kingdom. The value of the God War is substantial. If fought well, it can even bring all the wealth of a race. I hope we can cooperate well in this aspect, Zhao Yuqing continued to explain. As long as this war can bring more benefits to our country, more generous rewards, then everything is fine. But if our people are sacrificed in vain for so-called honor, then I can say with certainty that is not possible. After Duanshen made his stance, he walked out of the temple directly. In the temple, Zhao Yuqing watched Duanshen walk out slowly, feeling complex. I must have my own capital. She became more determined to have her own divine kingdom. For a deity, this was a reshaping of values. From childhood to adulthood, due to family protection and personal excellence, she had never compromised like this, let alone compromise with a clan. In the divine realm, this was as ridiculous as fair communication between humans and insects, something the entire divine realm could not imagine or accept. However, she had to bear it all alone. Different positions would lead to inconsistent thoughts. Do you want to become a subordinate god? She thought about it and realized it was a very good choice. As long as she became her father's subordinate god, she would basically have a worry-free life for the rest of her life. She could live easily under her father's protection. At that time, she wouldn't have to endure the cold eyes of others because she was from the lowest class of ordinary people, nor would she have to stay up all night worrying about her uncertain future, or compromise with a false believer as a deity. She no longer needed to consider her future, as her father would arrange everything for her. Zhao Yuqing, how can you be content with being dependent? You are meant to be independent, you are no less than those men. The sunlight shone through the windows of the temple, illuminating her, making her look radiant, divine, and beautiful. Duanchen inexplicably glanced back, then decisively turned his head away. Zhao Xian, are you sure the food supply is sufficient? Zhao Yuqing asked her brother. At this moment, she was preparing for her own divine realm. It should be enough. I informed them a few days ago. The resources in our small continent are still abundant. Although the population is less than 1,000, I can still supply the food for your 4,000 followers per month. Zhao Xian replied. It means giving up the opportunity for the first year of civilization exchange in the divine realm. I was planning to arrange resource trade with Xia Liuli. Zhao Yuqing said regretfully. You're still regretting it. Forget it, little sister, I'm used to being exploited. I'm already numb. Zhao Xian said indignantly. He had been exploited by his sister since childhood, and now that he had awakened, he had to provide her with resources for free, which was truly unfortunate. If you're not willing, don't forget the news about you being a lackey. Zhao Yuqing threatened. Her brother had been licking that girl for many years, always giving away the family's resources, and she had always covered for him. Alright, you are my ancestor. Zhao Xian sighed, then continued, but the resources I have stored are produced internally by slimes. They are rare and thick, not great in taste but definitely healthy. I need to tell you this first. Zhao Xian emphasized. That's fine, having something to eat is good enough. We don't need to start farming right away. We need to develop in the mountains first. If we have this food later, it will provide security. Do you think that false believer will allocate resources to us? If he doesn't absorb us, that would be good enough. This past half year has been a headache. Zhao Yuqing felt a bit dizzy. Dealing with the low-level accounts was too burdensome for her. Alright, you go ahead and release those followers, and the golden tier followers can be directly appointed as divine messengers. Let him worry about the specifics. Okay, you go ahead. I'll call Xiao Xiao. After Zhao Xian finished speaking, he returned to his room. Soon, the sound of the divine network connection rang in the room. This lackey. Zhao Yuqing was a bit speechless. Her brother had time, but she didn't. Back in her room, she picked up a thick notebook filled with numerous instructions after releasing the followers, as well as many speeches, all aimed at actively recruiting those followers. Yuqing, are you starting now? A message from Xia Liuli appeared on the divine network. Yes, I'm preparing to release the followers. Zhao Yuqing replied. Be sure to stay safe. This is your last hope. I have already obtained assistance cards at home. Don't be too brave during the first divine battle. Call me if you need help. Also, don't waste too much energy on that fake believer now. The auction and forum are about to start, so use the existing production capacity to buy more resources then. Xia Liuli reminded. If her family saw this, they might be surprised. They may have never seen their daughter speak so much in their lifetime. I will. Let's do it. Zhao Yuqing was touched. Although her family was not good, her family, friends, and teachers never gave up on her. This is a treatment that other novel protagonists do not have. Begin the divine descent. After using a large amount of divine domain, Zhao Yuqing initiated the divine descent. This was a strategy she had been thinking about for a long time. The faith of the appearing family was generally low. If she used divine messengers to gradually cultivate faith, it might be intervened by Duanchan's Yin kingdom. Many things still needed to be done by herself to be reassured. After choosing a location in the Luolong mountain range, the divine descent began. In the depths of the Luolong mountain range, in a giant valley, Zhao Yuqing landed in this position. After inspecting the surrounding terrain, she took out the 4 family cards that were not easy to obtain. Begin deploying the family. She shouted loudly, and the 4 cards in her hand burst into a strong light. After a while, these cards disappeared, and what followed was the densely distributed family members surrounding her. Most of these family members were thin and wore grass skirts or animal skin clothes, probably ordinary people from various continents. At this moment, Zhao Yuqing's body burst into a vibrant green light, which surrounded her and made her look very sacred and friendly. Coupled with her already very beautiful appearance, she gave off a fairy-like feeling overall. This was intentional on her part, to first attract the attention of these abandoned family members with her radiance, showcasing the uniqueness of the divine spirit. Divine Lord, your most devout follower, Li Fengshan, expresses the highest respect to you. After 2.5 years of divine messenger training, Li Fengshan had undergone a transformation. After saying this, he knelt on the ground with his whole body, something that Duanchen could never do. Led by Li Fengshan, the surrounding family members all sensibly knelt down. They were all people abandoned by the gods, and now they had a unique reliance on the gods. Zhao Yuqing's life force became stronger and stronger, and the whole scene looked very sacred. Overall, this divine descent was already half successful. This kind of success was something Zhao Yuqing had never experienced before, so she intentionally maintained this scene for a few more minutes. After a few minutes, her body emitted a faint life force, which merged into these people. What's going on? I feel like my body is getting better. Yeah, I feel like my mind is clear all of a sudden. The family members discussed among themselves. At this moment, Li Fengshen quickly knocked his head hard on the ground again and loudly said, "Thank you for the Divine Lord's blessing." This loud voice directly interrupted the doubts of the people in the field. Following this, these people also knelt down and shouted, "Thank you for the divine blessing." When these people raised their heads again, there were already many red blood marks on the ground. She had gradually mastered her bestowed blessing talent. She couldn't give a big one right away. Just now was a simple use of the bestowed blessing talent, which could remove negative states from her family members. This method could only be used by a second-level divine being after becoming a demigod and obtaining a divine position. However, with the help of the divine power, Zhao Yuqing could still use this method in small quantities during the probationary divine being and first-level divine being stages. Very good, you will be the divine messenger of this new divine country from now on, Zhao Yuqing said calmly. Thank you, divine lord. Please give a name to the divine country. Li Fengshen knocked his head heavily again. There will be arrangements later. For now, let's set up a platform for me to speak, said Zhao Yuqing, as she opened Li Fengshen's panel. Name, Li Fengshen. Position, Messenger of Goddess Yuqing, Leader of the Second Divine Kingdom of Goddess Yuqing. Age, 39. Level of Faith, 100, Absolute Fanatic. This time it finally went smoothly, Zhao Yuqing sighed. The standard messenger that other deities have, took me half a year of effort to obtain. Finally, I can establish my own divine kingdom. Although appearing calm, Zhao Yuqing was actually in a very good mood. Many of the followers ahead had already turned into true believers, with the numbers reaching half, which was a very good start. After the upcoming speech, the entire new divine kingdom should be firmly under the control of the deities like the other divine kingdoms. Although the continuous divine descents now consume a large amount of divine power points and her own energy per minute, Zhao Yuqing was still excited. The core area topography of the Luolong Mountains. Li Fengshen's organizational skills were indeed good. Under his organization, a simple altar was built in just a few hours, and various houses were also preliminarily constructed. Zhao Yuqing looked again at the speech she had been writing for several days. This was another means she planned to use to win over these abandoned followers of the gods. If successful, she could resist the ideological impact of the Yin Kingdom and stabilize her own position of faith, giving her a chance for stable development. She was very clear that Duan Chen would definitely not allow her to develop stably. Although he would not threaten her politically or militarily under pressure, there would definitely be subtle influences in terms of economy and ideology. If she could not firmly unite these followers who had not yet been affected by the ideology of the Yin Kingdom, the outcome would be to serve as a stepping stone for the development of the Yin Kingdom, and she would forever be just a tool deity. She emitted a sacred and friendly aura, floating to the platform without touching the ground. The surrounding plants flourished under her influence, and the rudimentary altar was gradually surrounded by vegetation. Overall, it gave a very sacred feeling, and the atmosphere was very pleasant. Next, Zhao Yuqing raised her jade hand, and vines formed into seats. With her approval, these followers sat on the plant chairs. Goddess Yuqing is so beautiful, some followers were enamored by her beauty. Goddess Yuqing is so powerful, some followers were conquered by her strength. Goddess Yuqing is so kind, most followers were pleasantly surprised by her friendliness. They were all abandoned followers of the gods, and the cruelty of the deities had been fully demonstrated on them. Followers, Zhao Yuqing shouted with a gentle yet penetrating voice, causing the faith value to soar immediately after this sentence. Ding! 299 believers became true believers. Ding! 399 believers became true believers. Ding! 190 believers became devout believers. Ding! 30 believers became fanatical believers. The notification sounds kept ringing, forcing Zhao Yuqing to stop the broadcast. Zhao Yuqing wiped the sweat from her palms. She was doing something that no deity had ever done before, something that involved the fundamental aspect of deities' faith. I am a deity, and deities have their own followers. Like me, you are all initially followers of ordinary human tribes, but those deities like me have abandoned you, believing that this lowest level follower in the divine realm has no future. To be honest, reality has made us desperate, and my persistence is seen as ridiculous in the eyes of the mainstream. Compared to other races, we ordinary humans have no racial heritage or the ability to use spiritual power. I believe everyone here understands and has personally experienced what this means. You have lived among other races in the divine realm, and you have witnessed the importance of racial heritage to a race. Perhaps, like me, you have been thinking about the future. How can the ordinary human race, who have lost everything, and the gods of the ordinary human race survive in this cruel divine realm? I have countless options. I can become a god and start anew, or I can live carefree as an ordinary member of the divine race. But I am not satisfied. I do not want this. I do not believe that the ordinary human race will always live at the bottom, nor do I believe that heritage determines the future of a race. Why did I gather you all? Why did I bring you to this so-called abandoned land where the ordinary human race gathers? Why did I choose you? Because I want to try. I want to see why this race, despised by countless people and gods, has no future. There are many gods like me who represent the ordinary human race, but they have given up. I refuse to believe that the ordinary human race has no prospects for development. I do not think that we should always be at the bottom of the divine realm, nor do I think we should be abandoned or become the outcasts of the divine realm. This is my first reason for needing you. The second reason is somewhat helpless. I have another divine realm. I admit that this realm does not accept my leadership, but the resilience and bravery of the people in that realm, their spirit of hard work for the future, their unity and determination, these are qualities I have not seen in other races. Honestly, I respect them. Even though they do not accept my leadership, they are fighters for the rise of the human race. However, reality tells me that without the leadership of gods, it is impossible to rely solely on the struggle of the human race. I can tell you without hesitation, including in this abandoned land, there have been countless geniuses from various divine realms. Their empires are incredibly powerful, and their abilities are admirable. However, no matter how powerful they are, they ultimately face destruction in the face of the God-fearing nations. Reality has repeatedly shown us that without the help of gods, the independent development of races will only lead to one outcome: death. What about the great cause of the rise of our human race? The challenges we face in wanting to rise as ordinary humans are more daunting than any other race. Therefore, the ordinary human race must have strong leadership like other races, and that leadership is me. Because I am inherently the god of the ordinary human race, I have the obligation to fight for the rise of the ordinary human race and the determination to fulfill this duty. As for that divine realm, let them develop as they please. We don't need to worry, the final outcome will explain everything. This is not my arrogance, it is a fact that has come from countless experiences. Silence throughout the audience. This kind of atmosphere, this kind of speech, had a huge impact on this group of recently abandoned races, causing a significant change in their thinking. The idea of racial rise was forcibly injected into everyone's mind this time, taking root and sprouting rapidly. Perhaps Zhao Yuqing did not know that from now on, she represented the rise of the ordinary human race. She was the only true god of the ordinary human race. As long as this kind of thinking is injected and takes shape, it can not only defend against the ideological impact of the Yin kingdom but also counterattack against it. From now on the level of faith, believing in Zhao Yuqing is to believe in the rise of the common people tribe. This has moved away from simple worship of a god, and will gradually evolve into a fanatical pursuit of a cause. If operated properly, combined with Zhao Yuqing's powerful talent, this idea, faith, will become a trend across the entire abandoned continent of gods. Of course, the drawbacks are also very obvious. Building a nation based on the rise of a race will inevitably lead to the backlash of racism. The future god country can only accommodate one race, and that is the common people tribe. This completely severs ties with the Yin kingdom, clearly presenting the choice between two paths, allowing all common people tribes to choose between independence and the awakening of the gods. For the rise of the common people tribe. For the rise of the common people tribe. For the rise of the common people tribe. The people below began to cheer loudly, as if they had also awakened, becoming crazy for the rise of the common people tribe. Most of these people are common people tribes from other divine realms, or descendants abandoned by the gods. In their subconscious, there is no concept of independent development. If a god wants them, that's good; if not, they beg to be wanted by a god. Therefore, ideas like Zhao Yuqing's are very marketable among these common people tribes. Ding! 1330 people became true believers. Ding! 2,800 people became devout believers. Ding! 800 people became fanatical believers. This speech had a very good effect, laying the ideological foundation for the establishment of a god country. From now on, this country is named the God Awakening Country, symbolizing the enlightenment of the gods and the rise of the human race. Zhao Yuqing looked at the enthusiastic effect in front of him and was very satisfied. Saying these words was a very helpless choice, binding his own god to a racial framework, and being recognized as the worst race in the divine realm. This is leading himself towards a racial god profession. After reaching the second-level awakened god profession, these drawbacks will become very apparent. Zhao Yuqing can only become a racial-type god profession like the god of the human race. This is a highly restricted god profession recognized in the divine realm, making it difficult to absorb and unite other races. This type of god profession represents a powerful race, which is fine, as it can dominate with the strength of a race. But what is an ordinary human tribe? If Zhao's father were to see this, he would surely be shocked. In the eyes of everyone, this is self-destructive behavior. Once unified in thought, the immediate issue was the problem of sustenance. To solve this problem, Zhao Yuqing also considered many methods, starting with divine exchanges. He picked up the unlimited grade divine exchange card purchased with a huge sum of money, which could temporarily open a passage between two divine realms. Through this passage, the god country could engage in some material exchanges. This method is the primary means of communication among various gods at the level of a third-level true god. Of course, the limitations of this exchange are significant, and the preciousness of the exchange card goes without saying. Each god realm can only use the exchange once a year, highlighting its importance to Zhao Yuqing. With the card in use, a passage appeared in the valley. Immediately, Zhao Yuqing took people to the far pasture divine realm. This divine realm is a small-scale one where normally only 10 gods are assigned. More importantly, the races in small-scale divine realms are usually singular, meaning that only one race recognized by the divine realm exists in each divine realm. This represents a development space that every god cannot easily come by, indicating that the initial number of each god's race can be infinitely expanded. To know, the racial heritage of a race is only applicable to the initial race of the gods. If other races want to integrate into the divine realm of the gods, they cannot use the racial heritage technology of their initial race, which means they can only rely on the development of basic technology. This is a major factor limiting the development of the divine realm in the mid to late stages. Their racial technology cannot be popularized throughout the entire divine realm, meaning their divine realm productivity cannot fully benefit from technological advancements. This also highlights the benefits of developing basic technology, which does not discriminate against races or gods. Except for the extremely rare spirit race, which finds it difficult to develop basic spiritual power technology, they are basically unrestricted. Zhao Shiren being able to have a small divine domain is a huge opportunity. You've arrived. Zhao Yuqing saw Zhao Shiren welcoming her as soon as she passed through the teleportation gate. Are you ready? Zhao Yuqing asked, her main concern still being the food supply. It's already been transported, come with me. With that, Zhao Shiren led Zhao Yuqing into the warehouse of Slime City, which was very close to the teleportation gate. You've developed quite well, Zhao Yuqing exclaimed. The entire slime city was situated in a large forest, and the slimes in the city were different from the usual slimes. They were able to build a divine realm. Typically, slimes are very low in intelligence, only able to understand simple commands. But the slimes here could build cities and even construct such a large warehouse. The effective talent, you know, Zhao Shiren said with a smile, proud of their achievements. The results are indeed impressive, Zhao Yuqing whispered. Zhao Shiren's talent is enlightenment, which grants some intelligence to low-intelligence beings. Of course, the effect is not absolute. It cannot turn a fool into a genius, but it can at least raise the intelligence of a group of beings from that of a 3-year-old to that of a 10-year-old. As the two conversed, slimes came to transport food, the warehouse door opened, and yellow-white substances appeared before them. These foods looked like blobs of jelly, seemingly edible. What is this? Zhao Yuqing asked in confusion. This is the main product that the slime race can produce, a very filling food, Zhao Shiren explained. Suddenly, a slime next to them exerted force, causing a yellow-white blob to fall to the ground. So, what is this? Zhao Yuqing asked, a bit annoyed. Don't worry, these are really edible. This is the lowest grade product produced by the slimes, not excrement but a product of their production. These yellow-white substances are edible food produced by the yellow slimes. I specifically checked them. Although the taste is not good, they are definitely healthy. The food in these few warehouses is enough for 5,000 people to eat for several months, Zhao Shiren hurriedly explained. You should try it. Li Fengshen called over a few family members to pick up the yellow-white jelly and began tasting it. As soon as it entered their mouths, they showed signs of difficulty, but they did not spit it out. Perhaps it was a bit unpleasant. After they struggled to swallow the substance, each person showed a satisfied smile, indicating that the yellow-white jelly brought a sense of fullness. How is it? Li Fengshen asked. Although it's hard to swallow, it can indeed fill you up. It would be wonderful if you could just slide it down with water, a family member who tasted it said. Indeed, it's a bit bitter, slippery, hard to chew, but it can indeed fill you up. Another family member who tried a piece said, "This person has talent," Zhao Shiren remarked. Being able to taste the yellow-white substance in such detail was truly a talent. "Do you want to come to our far pasture divine domain?" Zhao Shiren threw away the olive branch. "Having such a clan is indeed very good. No, I will fight for the rise of the human race." The two clans looked anxiously at Zhao Yuqing, who seemed to be a fanatic. "Your education is really good," Zhao Shiren sighed. "Indeed, it is very good," Zhao Yuqing also appreciated. This food exchange went very smoothly, and soon a large batch of grain was transported to the God's Awakening country. The entire God's Awakening country basically had initial resources. Of course, a little salt was also necessary. The rest needed to be explored independently by this country. The divine descent cannot last too long, even if it is non-combat. After leaving, Zhao Yuqing still couldn't rest assured about the God's Awakening country, so she continued to remotely control the divine country with the help of the oracle. Through the obedient godly Feng, they arranged for the tribes to disperse, handle various affairs absorbed by the surrounding tribes, and with the basic resources obtained from her brother, the God's Awakening country also took root in the Luolan Mountains within a month. The resources in the Luolan Mountains were relatively abundant, with hunting in the mountains and forests, as well as an adequate food supply. The development of the God's Awakening country was relatively good. The so-called God's Awakening country was actually just a few large tribes, which also absorbed various local tribes in the Luolan Mountains, gradually integrating into the main force of the entire Luolan Mountains. Under the vigorous propaganda of Li Feng and Zhao Yuqing, the entire God's Awakening country was unified by the idea of divine enlightenment, rise of the human race, like a pyramid scheme, where everyone had to worship the gods every day and accept the influence of the divine teachings in their lives. This set of teachings was summarized by Zhao Yuqing, without too many rules, mainly to maintain their own beliefs and promote the hard work of these clans. This was a means specifically taught in schools, which could not be used in the Yin Kingdom, but was useful here. At this time, other students did not need to use such methods, as their level of faith was already high, and the entire divine country was built by themselves, so there was no need to mention prestige and the like. For example, Xia Liuli and the others only needed to accept the racial inheritance, train the army, expand externally, and accumulate crazily at this stage. Why would they need to manipulate thoughts and politics like Zhao Yuqing, who was struggling? Zhao Yuqing, who had been busy all day, returned to her bedroom and sighed. Every day was filled with high-intensity work, the construction of the God's Awakening country, arrangements for food and other matters, the absorption of surrounding tribes, the cultivation of thoughts, and the investigation of spies sent by the Yin Kingdom. Although she was very busy, she still fell asleep with a smile. She did not want to be a burden, she wanted to feel the responsibility on her shoulders. In fact, she didn't need to say much in the face of the resistance from the Yin Kingdom, as this country was deeply bound to her, and she could leave everything to Duanshen. If there was a divine battle, even if Duanshen did not want to participate, what could be done? As long as she maintained her faith. For her, she held the power of life, so she didn't need to worry about faith. In a few years or a dozen years, when she graduated from university, if she did not provide Duanshen with the conditions to continue his life, he would die. By then, she could directly take over an existing empire. But she was not willing, she did not want to be a mascot, although this was something others could not ask for. Xia Liuli and the others had advised her countless times, but she did not want her youth to become a flat god. Therefore, the God's Awakening country appeared, the God's Awakening country controlled by her alone. January Yin Kingdom. This is probably all the information we have obtained about the God's Awakening country so far. On the platform, the shaman explained while holding a document. After the establishment of the Divine Awakening Kingdom for a few days, the Flame Kingdom, which was preparing to expand into the northern mountainous region, noticed that the Divine Awakening Kingdom, although a mountain tribe, was a complete country with its own mechanism. After a few days of probing, the Flame Kingdom sent a person to infiltrate the local tribe in the Luolan Mountains to gather intelligence. After this period of investigation, they roughly understood the basic information. Of course, several Flame Kingdom spies were discovered, but under the leadership of Zhao Yuqing, they were not severely punished and were sent back to the Flame Kingdom, signaling a desire not to be enemies with the Flame Kingdom. The people of the Flame Kingdom show a relatively close relationship with the Divine Awakening Kingdom, especially those former fanatics who even directly integrated into the Divine Awakening Kingdom. Wu continued. Let them go, as long as they can give up the benefits of the Flame Kingdom, Duanshen said. In the Flame Kingdom, there is no worry about food and clothing, as clothing and food are distributed by the state, and even Duanshen has to participate in this distribution. Under this distribution model, even though productivity is not high, it can basically ensure that everyone can escape poverty, as long as they are mentally sound. they will not give up the life in the Flame Kingdom and become wild people in the mountains. In addition, the Divine Awakening Kingdom has basically integrated the primitive tribes we wanted to integrate, with the entire population scattered in the Luolan Mountains, totaling over 8,000 people, Wu continued. How do they ensure internal communication and food supply? Luo Wu asked. The gods have basically devoted all their energy to coordinate internal affairs across regions, and as for food, there is food in the mountains in the food I mentioned earlier, which can be sustained, but definitely not in the long run, Wu analyzed in detail. They are definitely going to expand, but their focus should not be on us. We believe we can cooperate, but it should be after the Divine War, Shangyan said. There is a basis for cooperation, but there are different opinions on how to cooperate, and the issue of resource allocation by the gods is a problem, the emperor said to Duan Chen. At this point, he was clearly very interested in these matters. Indeed, Duan Chen said. After the emperor's explanation, he was now also troubled by the resource issue. Originally, with just one divine kingdom, resources were definitely not shared, but now that there are two divine kingdoms, the resource issue becomes more sensitive. Let's not talk about resource allocation for now, let's see what her choice is and be prepared for a fallout, Duan Chen concluded, then looked at the people in the meeting room and said, for now, the main focus is on communication with the Divine Awakening Kingdom. Send a few people to talk to them and see their reaction. Based on their attitude towards our Flame Kingdom, they probably don't want to be enemies with us, and their idea of the rise of the human race partially aligns with our interests. We will maintain a friendly attitude and see if they are willing to cooperate, Duan Chen said. Yes. The people in the meeting room received the order and began their work. Although Duan Chen emphasized centralization, he did not personally handle specific affairs, as many things did not require his direct involvement. Overall, at this time, the Flame Kingdom had completely halted its northern expansion plans, and everyone was engaged in urgent preparations. The First Divine War a few months later made Duan Chen very nervous, as he knew that in order to develop further, they would have to work hard. Under the pressure of war, much of the production naturally revolved around serving the war effort. Combined with the iron ore in the mountains, the Flame Kingdom's iron cavalry production continued at full capacity, producing various weapons, especially iron armor, in large quantities. With the previous accumulation, a 1,000-strong iron-armored army was established. Of course, the original archer army was also retained. These troops are all original reserve forces. When the war comes, once trained and armed, they can quickly generate combat effectiveness. In addition, other agricultural planting, ideological guidance, external exploration, and other work are still being arranged and have not been put on hold due to preparations for war. Preparations for communication with the Divine Kingdom are underway. Still in January, a delegation from the Flame Kingdom went to the Divine Kingdom. This is the first official exchange delegation between the Flame Kingdom and the Divine Kingdom. What? The Flame Kingdom's delegation has arrived? Li Fengshen was somewhat surprised, walking out of the temple towards the newly constructed reception room. At this time, Zhang Yun was already sitting inside, drinking tea from the porcelain bowl he brought. Greetings, Li Xinshi, Zhang Yun said casually. He was a thorough fake believer with little respect for gods and divine messengers. Originally Minister Zhang, I've heard of you before, Li Fengshen said with a smile. The Minister of Propaganda in the Flame Kingdom was responsible for the dilution of faith in the divine in the Flame Kingdom. Although living in a collective farm, Li Fengshen had met this person before. This time I come on behalf of the Flame Kingdom, wanting to discuss some cooperation with the Divine Kingdom. After all, we are both followers of the Rain Goddess, and I believe our close cooperation is what the Rain Goddess wants to see, Zhang Yun said with a smile. His words were seamless and appropriate, criticizing the Divine Kingdom's stinginess while showing that the Flame Kingdom had a broad vision. Yes, we in the Divine Kingdom have long had this intention, but the country has just been established, with many affairs to handle, so we have not sent envoys to the Flame Kingdom. Li Fengshen also smiled and explained without actively seeking understanding from the Flame Kingdom. They actually came. Zhao Yuqing, who was commanding a new tribe to integrate into the Divine Kingdom, was somewhat surprised. She quickly shifted her gaze to see how the Flame Kingdom was doing at this time. Alright, let's not talk much. We came this time to discuss cooperation with the Divine Kingdom and to have some exchanges. Mainly, we in the Flame Kingdom hope to exchange some iron tools for some manpower from the Divine Kingdom. After all, the Flame Kingdom's military is expanding and training for war, so there is a shortage of manpower for spring farming. Your country, backed by mountains, has ample manpower, so we hope to hire some, Zhang Yun said, stroking the porcelain bowl in his hand, something the Divine Kingdom did not have. This is something we need to consider carefully, Li Fengshen said. The Flame Kingdom's trade this time was a clear strategy, using iron tools and various supplies to entice the Divine Kingdom to work for them. This way, they could export the Flame Kingdom's ideology to the Divine Kingdom, make the people of the Divine Kingdom understand the gap between the two countries, shake the country from an ideological perspective, and also alleviate the Flame Kingdom's labor shortage to provide conditions for military training. How should we proceed? Zhao Yuqing began to consider. The current situation was quite complex, and the Divine Kingdom was in great need of these supplies, but the various drawbacks were also very apparent, posing a significant challenge to a country that was already quite loose. We need to ask for more money, Zhao Yuqing transmitted to Li Fengshan. In the broader sense, we in the Divine Kingdom also hope for some exchange between the two sides, but we still need to discuss the specifics of the treatment. Li Fengshan replied with a smile. Alright, let's discuss the specifics. Zhang Yun and his delegation began to communicate with the people of the Divine Kingdom, and in the end, they finalized the specific number of people and the treatment. Mainly using the Flame Kingdom's iron tools, wooden tools, and winter clothing in exchange for 1,500 people from the Divine Kingdom to go to the Flame Kingdom to work. Zhao Yuqing's agreement was mainly due to the common needs of the Flame Kingdom and the Divine Kingdom. As a deity, even though the Flame Kingdom was no longer under her direct leadership, its development was still beneficial to her. Cooperation and exchange between the two sides were necessary. As for ideological issues, the two countries are so close that it is inevitable to have mutual construction in terms of ideology and treatment. For the Flame Country, the purpose of this time is to promote communication between the two sides, with other ideas being secondary. After all, it is a divine country, and Zhao Yuqing's interests are also good. As long as the interests are aligned, many things can be easily handled. The initial development of the Divine Awakening country saw the successful completion of the first exchange between the two countries. Within a week after the completion, manpower from the Divine Awakening country rushed to the Flame country to start working on various construction tasks, crop planting, and increasing exchanges between the two sides. In order to facilitate the contact between the two countries, a stone road connecting the Rain City and the capital of the Divine Awakening country, Divine Awakening City, was also laid, leading to an increase in trade between them. This is what Duanshan wants to see. As long as Zhao Yuqing lives peacefully and does not interfere in the internal affairs of the Flame Country, and provides the resources that the Flame Country should have in the Divine Realm, then the cooperation between the two countries can proceed. After all, both sides are now considered to be on the same front, and there is no benefit in being opposed to each other. Finally, it has started. Zhao Yuqing quickly logged into the Divine Realm interface and opened the auction. Before advancing to the next level of divine beings, this auction was the only way to consume productivity. Moreover, there were many basic materials subsidized by the Divine Country in the auction, which were very important before the public unlocked them all by advancing to the next level of divine beings. In terms of productivity, the productivity brought by the Flame Country last year was 90,000 points, which is equivalent to 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary divine being at the same level. If this productivity continues to be calculated, then by the second year, Zhao Yuqing can advance to the next level of divine being. The condition for advancing to the next level of divine being is that the total productivity of the Divine Country reaches over 100,000 points per year, and then 100,000 points of productivity are consumed as the cost of advancement. This condition is difficult to achieve in a short period of time. Usually, the development of divine beings in the early stages is greatly limited, and the local forces around them, although relatively technologically backward, are very strong, just like the Flame Country facing the Lingyun Country now. Many divine countries need to reach a critical value to achieve exponential development, which is when they will exert their efforts. In the early stages, the GDP is not high, and the annual growth rate is mostly below 30%. This growth occurs when a country has mastered new technologies and is in a state of great potential. A growth rate below 30% is already very low. Opening the auction, Zhao Yuqing entered a huge venue, and in order to distribute the resources, these resources were allocated according to the city where this batch of divine beings from the Great Ming Divine Country resided. The entire Great Ming Divine Country has approximately 10 billion divine beings. Although the birth rate is currently very low, there are still millions of new divine beings appearing every year. In the region of Luo City, where the same batch of divine beings is located, there are probably tens of thousands of them. Tens of thousands of people competing for a batch of resources will definitely have great competitiveness, but the outside world is basically unable to intervene. This is because the productivity and faith values within the divine realm and the divine power points outside are two independent currency systems that cannot be exchanged. The auction will start at 6 p.m. tonight, so all divine beings should be prepared. On a water-based screen at the auction, these words were displayed. This should be a water screen produced by a level 6 divine country, which is very popular in the divine realm. Zhao Yuqing looked around in this main venue of Luo City. Although it seemed crowded, it was impossible for tens of thousands of people to rush in at once. Most people were still operating remotely in the divine realm online. Yuqing, Xiao Liuli called out to Zhao Yuqing, who was looking around. Let's go, we have reserved a private room. Two people walked into a private room above the venue together. The room was well decorated, with a table displaying several fruit platters. Through a water curtain facing the venue, the auction items could be seen. The seats in the venue and private rooms required divine points to purchase, offering better service for those who paid. Our auction will begin shortly, please find your seats, divine beings. A loud voice echoed in the venue, amplified by someone using divine power. In the divine realm, there were no amplifiers or electrical technology, many things were solved using spiritual power. With more direct and easier solutions available, many previous methods were abandoned. The two chatted in the private room until everyone in the venue was seated. Suddenly, the lights in the venue changed, and the water curtain in the private room lit up, revealing a very attractive woman. This woman was likely the auctioneer for this auction. In the Great Ming, there were many such professions, mostly involving discarded gods without clans. The positions varied, but they offered more freedom than belonging to a god. Welcome, guests, to the Luochang Apprentice Divine Auction. I am the auctioneer for this event, Li Ling, the auctioneer said in a gentle tone. Applause erupted from the audience, a universal gesture of respect. All the auction items today are supported by the Great Ming Divine Nation, delivered through the national divine power and domain boundary. This is essentially a welfare initiative to aid the initial development of divine beings and select the new pillars of our Great Ming Divine Nation. The auctioneer continued, our first item up for auction is 5,000 units of food. 1 unit of food can sustain a normal appetite race for a year. With these 5,000 units, divine beings won't have to worry about food in the early stages. There are a total of 100,000 units of food available in this auction, so seize the opportunity. The bidding started at 10,000 productivity points, with increments of no less than 1,000 points. The crowd buzzed with excitement as the bidding escalated. The food was in high demand, offering a solution to the food problem in the early stages before entering the agricultural era. Even after advancing to a higher divine level and unlocking the marketplace, there was no option to purchase food, making these food units a precious resource. Going once for 25,000, going twice for 25,000. Congratulations to Divine Being number 233 for winning the bid for 5,000 units of food, the auctioneer announced happily, having sold the food at a high price and earning more divine points as commission. The auction continued, and Zhao Yuqing also bid 20,000 productivity points for 5,000 units of food, one of her goals for attending the event. Although the food couldn't be used as seeds, combined with the food supply from the slimes, it would be sufficient for the Divine Qi Nation to expand in the Luolong Mountains. The auction proceeded. Now, please behold one of our main auction items for today, the Silver Tier Vanguard card for the Universal Troops of the Absolute Spirit Race, the auctioneer announced, capturing the attention of many attendees. Many had come tonight specifically for this Universal Troop card, which, despite being for the Absolute Spirit Race and unable to condense military souls, possessed formidable strength. In an era where many divine troops were limited or non-existent, this troop card served as a good supplement and a powerful early troop. The Vanguard is a powerful unit that has been passed down through our divine country's history, gradually becoming a national treasure of our divine country, and is a very powerful unit that can be used in the later stages of the game. Starting bid is 40,000 productivity, with each bid increment of no less than 3,000 productivity. The auctioneer began the auction. 50,000 productivity. A young man in the front row started bidding. There is already 50,000 productivity now, last year I didn't even have 20,000. Onlookers commented. That should be Luha from our school, it seems like he has awakened some spirit race, his productivity must be quite high. Someone said. 60,000. Another voice came from a private room. Usually, this is the time for a productivity showdown, rarely will there be such intense bidding for other goods. It's terrifying, this year our city of Luo actually has a genius with 60,000 productivity in the first year, usually a province doesn't even have 3. Indeed, to have productivity exceeding 60,000, it must be Chang Haonan from Lu Middle School, who has been making a big name for himself these days. It must be him, we were in the same class, it sounds like him. At this point, after the high bid of 60,000 was called out, the scene fell into a moment of silence. Just as the auctioneer was about to hammer down, a voice suddenly rang out from a private room. 63,000. This was naturally Zhao Yuqing's voice, only she could call out 63,000 productivity so calmly. The audience gasped, as 60,000 productivity was already very rare, and now there were two in one city, something that usually only happens in the capital and the Demon City, unexpectedly happening in Luo City this year. Is there anyone else bidding? The auctioneer asked. The crowd fell silent, even Chang Hanan, who had bid earlier, remained silent. Alright, 63,000 going once, 63,000 going twice, 63,000 going 3 times, congratulations to bidder number 5 for winning the item. Having won the main target of this auction, Zhao Yuqing left the auction, still very excited. What, you want to negotiate the distribution of these resources? Zhao Xian said in shock. Keep your voice down, don't let Dad hear. Zhao Yuqing interrupted him. No, I've also read the history of the Divine Kingdom for tens of thousands of years, and I've never seen such an operation. Zhao Xian said. In the world of deities, resource allocation has always been decided by the gods, where there are no family matters. I have no choice, you know that. Zhao Yuqing said softly. Alright, let's talk business. Are the next batch of resources ready? Zhao Yuqing decisively changed the subject. Zhao Xian didn't know what to say. Well, it's almost done, the resources for the next year are almost ready. Zhao Xian sighed, helplessly replying. Don't tell anyone about this, just make sure the resources are ready for me. Zhao Yuqing said sternly. In the world of deities, such behavior is somewhat embarrassing. In fact, she was also very helpless, wanting to develop with ordinary human races, wanting to become a great deity, and wanting a divine country that obeys her. But for now, she is still using the resources of the Flame Kingdom. If she doesn't say a word and directly gives the resources of the Flame Kingdom to the Divine Kingdom, that false believer will definitely not accept it, and the faith of the Flame Kingdom people will collapse. In this situation, it is best to discuss and coordinate in advance. She couldn't help but sigh. Dealing with various relationships these days has left her mentally exhausted. According to normal logic, a deity with 2 or more divine countries is basically at least a 3rd-level true god. But Zhao Yuqing's situation is special, as she already has 2 divine countries before reaching the level of a 1st-level deity. In this situation of scarce resources and weak authority, the coordination of various contradictions naturally requires a lot of effort. Of course, this is what she wants. In order not to be a mere tool god like a mascot, she must forge her own path. This path has not been trodden by other deities, and various behaviors that defy the norms of the divine realm will gradually occur, such as voluntarily stepping down from divinity, gradually transitioning from a lofty deity to a participant in the rise of the human race. This is the inevitable growth to adapt to the environment, the inevitable awakening to independent development. Well, these are the resources I obtained through productivity this time. Now let's negotiate how to handle them specifically. In a divine realm room, Zhao Yuqing called 2 people to start negotiations. At this moment, Duan Chen and Li Fengshan had not fully recovered from their shock, finding it difficult to understand such operations as members of the clan. Especially Li Fengshan, who was still in a daze, unsure whether to be surprised or frightened. These resources were supposed to be exchanged from our flame country's productivity. Considering the difficulties of the divine awakening country, we won't argue about food, but we must obtain this troop card. After thinking for a while, Duan Chen slowly said to the deities. Since the deities had made concessions for negotiations, he naturally wouldn't hold on stubbornly. Food was not currently in short supply, so letting some go wouldn't have a big impact, but they had to fight for this troop card. No, we can compromise on food, but the quota for the troop card, our divine awakening country must have some. Li Fengshan firmly stated. In the divine realm, without strong force, everything is meaningless, and the benefits of the troop card are obvious. Zhao Yuqing wanted to say something on the side, but now it wasn't appropriate to intervene, so she left it to the 2 to argue. After all, it was understood by all 3 that this time they were using Flame Country's productivity. Zhao Yuqing's negotiations were already somewhat biased towards the Divine Awakening country, so interfering during the profit negotiations would not be good. There are only 800 slots for the troop card, which is already very limited. Splitting them now would not allow them to fully exert their power, so it's better to keep them in one country. Duan Chen firmly stated. This statement made sense. After all, it was a troop card, and it wouldn't be good to split them up now. Furthermore, by July, there will be the first divine battle, which will require more military strength. If the forces are not concentrated by then, it will be seeking death. Duan Chen continued. This directly determined the ownership of this troop card, leaving Li Fengshan speechless. Of course, to assist our friendly country, we will also give the Divine Awakening country 100 sets of armor in July to enhance its military strength. Seeing the situation somewhat tense, Duan Chen took the initiative to ease the atmosphere. These armors were originally prepared for the divine battle, so since the Divine Awakening country wanted them, it was fine to give some away. Currently, stabilizing this deity with divergent thinking was the most important. If this deity was lost, the channel for Flame Country to exchange productivity for resources would be lost, which would be the most terrifying outcome. Alright, since it had come to this, Li Fengshen could only accept it. After all, these resources were obtained by the deities through productivity exchange, so having such a resource tilt was already very good. Let's distribute it this way. Seeing the situation, Zhao Yuqing couldn't say much more. Flame Country had already made many concessions, which also indicated an attitude. In her eyes, although Flame Country was not obedient, they were still her clan. It wouldn't be good to show favoritism, but being able to control the Divine Awakening country was also important to her. This was her stubbornness, the window to showcase her abilities, and the witness to her refusal to be a mascot. Okay, let's distribute it. After saying that, Zhao Yuqing began to allocate resources, giving one card to Duan Chen and another to Li Fengshen, representing troops and food respectively. Both of them seemed satisfied and left after receiving the resources. After allocating the resources, Zhao Yuqing stood in the room for a long time, feeling a bit lost about what to do now and in the future. The newly established God's Awakening Kingdom was completed, but she did not use the resources of the Flame Kingdom to develop it as her father had suggested. She wondered which path to take and how to handle the relationship between the God's Awakening Kingdom and the Flame Kingdom. The immortal gods and false believers, who were originally enemies, now had to cooperate. Zhao Yuqing, once considered insignificant in the eyes of all the gods, had become a respected opponent. The chessboard became a game between gods and their followers, gradually moving towards equality. Is this what I want? Zhao Yuqing asked herself. It was a question that was unacceptable in front of any god, but now she had to consider it. She didn't feel abrupt, as if negotiating with Duan Chen was natural, as if they were originally opponents on a chessboard. Pay attention, select 800 people for training. The training period is 1 month, but the actual training time is 1 year. Design according to the equipment requirements above. Upon returning to the Flame Kingdom, Duan Chen heard this news. Quite considerate, Duan Chen said with a smile. Just receiving a troop card, he was in a good mood. Opening the card, a holographic screen appeared before his eyes. Silver Universal Troop Card, Vanguard Camp Introduction. The Vanguard Camp is an official universal troop card belonging to the Great Ming God Kingdom, representing the early heavy infantry of the common human race with high renown. Effects: 1. Legion Morale Boost. The presence of the Vanguard Camp significantly increases the Legion's morale, enabling soldiers to better execute tasks. On the battlefield, soldiers will be more united and determined to defeat the enemy. 2. Significant increase in Legion Courage. The soldiers of the Vanguard Camp all possess unparalleled courage. Even in the face of difficulties or danger, they can remain calm and take decisive action. 3. Fearless Warriors. The soldiers of the Vanguard Camp have firm beliefs and unwavering determination. On the battlefield, they will charge forward fearlessly. Even when facing enemy forces outnumbering them, they can unleash astonishing combat power. 4. Vanguard's Determination. Willing to die. When the soldiers of the Vanguard Camp are surrounded or facing a desperate situation, the effect of Vanguard's Determination, willing to die, will be triggered. In this state, the army's spirit will be strengthened. The Legion's morale will not decrease due to soldiers' deaths, but will instead be enhanced by the unity and perseverance of the Legion. At the same time, the soldiers' survival abilities will be enhanced, allowing them to survive in dire situations and inflict greater damage on the enemy. Army Spirit, Vanguard Armor, specific to the common human race, universal for other races, not a condensed type of army spirit, not an aggregated type of army spirit. Effects: the entire army consolidates Vanguard Armor, greatly enhancing survival and charging capabilities. Number of troops, 800 people. Duan Chen was excited. The resources given by the gods were indeed generous, and the effect of this troop was somewhat terrifying. It's actually the Vanguard Camp. The emperor was excited and flew out to say, "Indeed, this god's resources are quite generous," Duan Chen sighed. Back then, our commercial kingdom's Vanguard Camp, with 800 people, charged directly into the tens of thousands of the allied armies, causing chaos and fear among the gods. I never expected to see it here now. The human emperor sighed a bit, thinking back to the battle of that year, when the Shang Kingdom's 700-year heritage was destroyed in an instant, and tens of millions of people sacrificed their lives for the country. If it weren't for the traitor's betrayal, if it weren't for those races who only knew how to bow and kneel, how could our human race have come to this? Seeing something familiar actually made the human emperor feel a bit sentimental. The effects of these unit cards are surprisingly good. I can't imagine how indigenous races without divine support could resist. Duan Chen said slowly. He always felt that the human emperor's thoughts were somewhat radical. In many cases, cooperation was the key, and a win-win situation was the truth. These are the best unit cards that can be used by ordinary people. If it weren't for the adaptability of ordinary people, historical unit cards like these would be at least above the starlight level. The human emperor said. Oh, how so? Duan Chan asked curiously. The human emperor was his main source of understanding this world, and now he was very curious about many things in this world. The information gap was indeed terrifying. The unit cards in the divine realm were graded, from bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starlight, to the final divine level, totaling 7 levels. There are also many types: universal, racial, elemental, and various others. These universal unit cards have very good military spirit and effects, but the problem lies in the inability to condense the military spirit, and it is difficult to unleash the spiritual power effects, making them incompatible with other races. Of course, this is not a problem for our human race. It may be rubbish for other races, but for our human race, its effects can be fully realized. The human emperor said proudly. Overall, this deity is in the same camp as our flame country, with basically no conflicting interests. Cooperation is naturally the best option. Moreover, she is gradually leading the rise of the human race, considered a deity of our human race. As long as she does not oppose the human race, as a spokesperson for the flame country in the divine realm, helping the people of the flame country obtain their due benefits, she is a very good partner. Duan Chen's current relationship with this deity was still in the honeymoon period, and both sides had a basis for cooperation in various aspects. It would not be good for anyone to confront each other. That deity is indeed clever, combining her own beliefs with the rise of the human race. But is that distorting our human race? When does our human race need a god to lead us to prosperity? Is this rise the rise of the deity or the rise of the human race? I should have told you, rather than making the human race the top race in the eyes of the gods, becoming a powerful race in the eyes of all the gods, becoming their best tool, I would rather see my human race lose everything, become the lowest level in the divine realm, abandoned by all the gods. Those lowly races only know how to submit, and the nobility of our human race does not need any god to oppress us. The human emperor said firmly. His rejection of the deities was unchangeable. I just want to make everyone live a good life. Duan Chen said firmly. This statement surprised the human emperor, who immediately asked somewhat mockingly, how can you make everyone live a good life? Before Duan Chen could respond, he continued. This divine realm is full of oppression. The gods treat all races as livestock, their families produce what the gods want, and they fight wars to satisfy their inner emptiness. Oppression exists everywhere, and the truth is being obscured everywhere. Those ridiculous races, they give up everything for the so-called gods. At the mere word of those lofty gods, those races will not hesitate to give up their lives. The entire divine realm has a history of tens of millions of years, and only our human race dares to raise the banner of rebellion against the divine realm. Only our human race dares to awaken those oppressed and ignorant races with our actions. But what does it matter? We are still besieged by all races, still being exterminated by the divine realm. They have always believed that the gods are the only truth, including the ordinary human race now. But is it really right to have always been this way? Those lowly races and those so-called gods are all pitiful and detestable. After losing that battle, after my Shang country was destroyed, I gave up. Now I just want to see that my descendants are not controlled by the gods, even if they are in a primitive era, even if they are abandoned by the divine beings, I see them as happy. As for this tragic world, who cares? Those lowly ignorant races should be enslaved. They will never have the same glory as our human race. They will always be a group of waste played with by the divine beings. The Emperor of Man became more and more excited, as if venting. Of course, as I have said, I will not force our previous generation's thoughts onto you. The Emperor of Man seemed to have exhausted all his strength, speaking in a very gentle tone. You must understand, cooperation is not submission. Duan Chen was a bit confused about the Emperor of Man's thinking. Gods are gods, clans are clans, they are two entities, two classes. If one blindly emphasizes resistance, it means going against an entire race and the divine realm. The resistance of Shang country did not involve other races, and the resistance of Shang country also targeted all the divine beings, not understanding their own purpose, not knowing the goal of their resistance. It is like the early days of the workers' movement, smashing machines. It is feudal, relying solely on force without considering methods. The purpose of resistance is to pursue independence, to prevent clans from becoming tools of the divine beings, to break the old order of these two worlds. This requires many friends. The divine beings can be friends, all races can be friends, rallying some, suppressing others. This is the way of resistance. Resistance is not like a child venting anger, directly going to fight, letting off steam, and then it's over. Resistance is about finding a solution that the majority can accept, rallying all forces around this goal. Scientific resistance never makes enemies everywhere. Scientific resistance always knows who can be an enemy, who can be a friend. As for the issue of class itself, it can be discussed slowly after the success of the resistance. The current Yin country is just a small country of ordinary human race at the lowest level of the entire divine realm, not even able to handle its local power properly. You want this country to break away from the divine beings and resist the gods? Even the once powerful Shan country did not understand the right path. Do you think Duan Chen can successfully resist the gods with just his influence and knowledge? This is absolutely irrational behavior. It is a thought that ignores facts, something even a wish-fulfillment male protagonist cannot achieve. I just hope you don't believe the nonsense of the gods leading my human race to rise. The emperor's momentum weakened. After saying these words, he seemed more like an old man on his last legs. That will never happen. What I and the people of Yin country always pursue is independent development. The rise of the human race does not need a god's leadership, but that doesn't mean we cannot cooperate with the gods. I remember an elder once said a poem. It goes like this: monks can be taught if they are foolish, but demons and monsters will surely cause disasters. You probably don't understand what this means. The main point here is that your teammates, even if they are foolish, can be corrected, but if enemies like demons are not restrained, it will be troublesome. In the Flame Country, the principle is the same. Since we have already believed in this reign and clear goddess, as long as her interests align with those of the Flame Country, she is a friend of the Flame Country, a partner for cooperation, and the deity I worship. From the perspective of the Flame Country's security and development, although she is a god, she belongs to the same camp as the Flame Country. As long as the relationship between the two is managed well, it is very beneficial for the Flame Country. For other races willing to accept the ideals of my Flame Country, they can become friends, even other deities, as long as they help in the development of the Flame Country. Having more friends and fewer enemies. This is an important way of resistance. Duan Chen elaborated on his views in detail. You are going against the gods. The emperor was somewhat excited. Although he did not say it out loud, his greatest fear was that his legacy would have no one to carry it on. No, I just want the people of the Flame Country to live good lives. This is different from strictly opposing the gods. It's just that I won't allow a god to oppress the people of the Flame Country. Duan Chen said solemnly. Ha ha ha. The emperor laughed excitedly. Good, good, good. Oppose the gods and live good lives, he said with a smile. The calm and interesting young man in front of him, the more he looked, the more he liked. According to Duan Chen's beliefs, opposing the gods was necessary. Independent development in this society was impossible, of course, unless the deities were willing. After the conversation, he first arranged for 800 heavy armored soldiers from the original Flame Country to undergo training in the Vanguard camp, and then arranged for some people to send the stored equipment to the Divine Awakening country. The War of the Deities was only a few months away, and if this neighboring country were to be wiped out all at once, it would not be beautiful. With all affairs in order, the Flame Country had entered a period of stable development, aided by the influx of people from the Divine Awakening country, making the exchange between the two countries more closely knit. In this situation, the living conditions of the Flame Country naturally had a huge impact on the people of the Divine Awakening country, leading to many people actively seeking to integrate into the Flame Country. Of course, the attitude of the Flame Country towards not being led by the gods and the lack of reverence for the gods in society also led some Flame Country people to actively leave the Flame Country to pursue their own true deities. However, this situation was not common, and the exchange of populations between the two sides was kept within 100 people, overall not significant. The Flame Country people did not welcome the new arrivals, and Duan Chen did not allow them to integrate into Flame Country society first, to enjoy the clothing and food welfare of the Flame Country. After all, those who left their original country and ideals for certain conditions were not welcomed by the overall patriotic trend of the Flame Country. This conversation today clarified the various thoughts, which were previously very chaotic, making it difficult to integrate within the Flame Country. Now that the idea of not excluding deities has been clarified, with a clear policy of independent development, a delicate balance has been achieved between opposing the gods and development. The people of the Flame Country still hold a certain reverence for the Reign and Clear Goddess, and this reverence is the basis for cooperation between the two sides. In the coming days, Duan Chen fervently wrote articles to be published in the Flame Country's newspapers, mainly promoting the benefits that deities bring to the Flame Country and the Flame Country's attitude towards deities. Rationally believe, independently develop. Then, in the second week, he also led the revival of the deity worship activities that had not been held in the Flame Country for over half a year, renovating the temples. These activities also formally indicated the easing of the relationship between the Flame Country and the deities. Naturally, Zhao Yuqing also noticed this situation. Her choice was to actively cooperate with the Flame Country's attitude. Although the Flame Country clearly stated its intention for independent development, it emphasized rational belief in the gods and officially declared the Rain and Clear Goddess as the official belief which had already achieved her goal. From then on, the conflict between the Flame Country and the gods was somewhat eased. As long as Zhao Yuqing can ensure the independent development of the Flame Country, there is room for cooperation between the two sides. Conversely, if Zhao Yuqing does not allow the independent development of the Flame Country, or even interferes with it, then the two sides will inevitably move towards opposition. Go Dan, hurry up, it's about to start. In the city of Yuqing, a young man pulled Go Dan towards the central square. Okay, let's run a few steps. Go Dan also showed a more positive attitude and followed the young man towards the central temple. You told me a few days ago that you don't believe in gods. Why are you so actively participating in the ritual now? Go Dan asked the young man in confusion. This young man is named Kai Kuan, who used to call himself a little black sheep of the gods, but these days he has been so actively involved in the rituals. How can you say that? The gods have helped us Flame Country people so much, even if we don't believe, we should still respect them. Kai Kuan stopped directly and said in a dignified manner. You make a good point, but you change your mind so quickly. Go Dan sighed. Hee, as the king said, the gods are good friends and partners of our Flame Country people, the objects of our respect and belief. How can I not follow the trend? Kai Kuan replied with a smile. After long-term propaganda in the Flame Country, he can now correctly handle the relationship between humans and gods. After crossing several streets, the two arrived at the central square. The square is about the size of 2 football fields, big enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. In previous years, there were only over 1,000 participants in the ritual, but this time almost the entire city of Yuqing and part of the city of Xinqi came to participate. This is the result of the Flame Country's 2-week propaganda about the gods, and the increasing influence of the gods in the Flame Country. After receiving the first batch of supplies and clarifying his thoughts, Duan Chen arranged for a meeting of various departments in the Flame Country. He clearly expressed his views at the meeting and gained the approval of the vast majority of people. As for the minority who oppose the gods' decisions or are fanatical believers, Duan Chen did not say much to them. He could only unify opinions first, and let them gradually accept the rest after compliance. Changing people's thinking is not something that can be done quickly. After unifying the upper-level thinking, using newspapers and the roles of various departments, Duan Chen vigorously promoted the various articles he had prepared, which served as tools to unify the confused attitudes towards the gods within the Flame Country. Handling the relationship between humans and gods correctly. Rational belief in gods, independent development. Why does our Flame Country need gods? Why do we need independent development in our Flame Country? These articles have had a significant impact within the already educated Flame Country, and the storytellers of the propaganda department quickly spread these ideas internally. This kind of thinking is neutral, neither emphasizing mindless anti-God sentiment nor overly emphasizing the worship of gods. Based on this foundation, it can basically balance the relationship between true believers and false believers who currently dominate the Flame Country internally. As for the devout believers and fanatics further up, most of them have gone to the mountains, with very little influence in the Flame Country, so there is no need to pay too much attention to them. With this kind of propaganda, the current people of the Flame Country can have a more unified thinking and a correct way to handle the relationship between humans and gods. The ritual begins. Below, the shaman shouted, and all the Flame Country people participating in the ritual knelt down, while Duan Chen bowed in respect. This was the pre-agreed etiquette, the most standard posture for official rituals. In the temple, the statue of the rain goddess emitted green light onto the Flame Country people participating in the ritual, including Duan Chen. Everyone can feel a sense of relaxation. This is a magic to eliminate negative states. After going through various other rituals, the entire ritual of worshipping the gods can be considered complete, and the completion of this ritual roughly signifies that the relationship between the people of the Yin Kingdom and the spirits has been handled correctly. Great Ming Divine Kingdom, Luo Chang. Zhao Yuqing, who was at home, witnessed the entire process of this ritual of worshipping the gods, and in the past few days, she specifically watched Duan Chen's discernment of the relationship between humans and gods. Now her mood is somewhat complicated. Originally, it should have been a relationship of submission and subordination, but it has turned into a cooperation between both parties, which is very strange for Zhao Yuqing, who has lived in the divine realm since childhood. In the entire history of the divine realm, this should be the first time, a relationship between a deity and her clan has changed from a dependent relationship to a cooperation. If this matter were to be exposed, I'm afraid the entire Divine Realm society would not allow it. Let it be, perhaps this is another possibility? Zhao Yuqing sighed. For her current self, this kind of relationship might be the best solution. It is a delicate balance, a balance that will turn sour no matter which way it tilts. Let's focus on the Divine Kingdom from now on. From now on, I, Zhao Yuqing, only have one publicly acknowledged Divine Kingdom, and that is the Divine Kingdom, Zhao Yuqing said firmly. At this point, she had already decided to publicly freeze the Yin Kingdom. Her relationship with the Yin Kingdom absolutely cannot be known to anyone, especially Zhao's father. This is not for her own face, but for her own safety and that of her clan. With a sense of melancholy, Zhao Yuqing closed her eyes. Gooden, how do you feel? After the ritual of worship, Kai Kuan was clearly very happy. It's very good, this deity person is quite nice. Gooden also said with a smile. I also think it's good, this deity person is indeed good. I've decided, I am now the first believer of the goddess Yuqing. Kai Kuan joked. Hee, let me guard the honor of goddess Yuqing and the king. Gooden also said. The two of them are now in their teens, participating in talent training in Yuqing City, in the prime of their youth. Naturally, their thoughts are easily influenced by some people, and now the vast majority of the Yin Kingdom are such people. Even some middle-aged people have become younger in terms of physical appearance due to the effect of Zhao Yuqing's talent. Correspondingly, the acceptance of emerging ideologies will increase. After the ritual of worship, everything returned to normal, and the development of both sides gradually progressed. With the market of the Divine Kingdom, many goods within the Yin Kingdom found outlets, and the living standards in the Divine Kingdom also greatly improved due to the support of goods from the Yin Kingdom. Economic exchanges between the two sides became more intimate, and gradually expanded to the outside world. At the foot of the Luolong Mountains, there are several city-states, including the Yin Kingdom. After the exploration of the Yin Kingdom, more targets began to shift towards external expansion, establishing trade routes through negotiations with various parties, and conducting some cultural exports. The next goal of the Yin Kingdom is to gradually integrate the populations of all the city-states in the Luolong Mountains, in preparation for further expansion. How to smoothly expand while avoiding the sight of the Lingyun Kingdom, and how to gradually strengthen their own strength to reach the critical point of unifying the Central Plains region. These are the key issues that Duanshen needs to focus on. There were some issues in the previous chapters, starting from chapter 21, all have been revised. You can start reading from chapter 21. It's another year's spring festival, whether it's a tradition or not, the entire Divine Realm generally celebrates this spring festival, whether in the sky or in the sea. The Spring Festival is the most important festival that no race in the Divine Realm can avoid, and it is also the common spiritual bond of all races in the entire Divine Realm. In the Flame Country, everywhere is decorated with lights and colors. In addition to firecrackers, various traditional Spring Festival customs have been brought here, some of which are original to the Flame Country, but many more were brought by Duanshen. In the collective farms in the countryside, the pigs in the farms are in trouble. Every village can hear the pigs' cries of distress. These pigs are not large white pigs, but the native black pigs of the Divine Domain. In the past, when the Flame Country people were active in the mountains, Duanshen specifically arranged for tribal people to domesticate wild boars as a reserve source of meat. Over time, pig farming became a custom of the Flame Country people. This custom also attracted many other countries to learn, but their pigs were not raised as well as those of the Flame Country people. After much investigation, it was discovered that the Flame Country had a special method of raising pigs. They kept a few breeding pigs and castrated the rest. These pigs had less of a gamey taste and odor. Other countries that discovered these methods also began to imitate, but their people clearly did not have the same enthusiasm for pig farming as the Flame Country people, nor could everyone in their country eat pork like in the Flame Country. Many people may wonder, is the pig production in the Flame Country really that high? Actually, it's not. High production is one thing, but in the Flame Country, pigs are raised and eaten collectively by a group of people. Even Duanshen had to go to the communal canteen on the main street of Yuqing City to eat pork, let alone others. Merchants from neighboring countries do not understand, or perhaps they do understand but do not say, where their limited pork ends up, and who their productivity is meant to support. Everyone in the Flame Country can eat pork, which is unheard of in the entire Divine Abandoned Continent. Even the human emperor was surprised. This interesting system was something he had never seen before. Naturally, he would not see it, as he focused on national affairs, external warfare, and how to resist the heavens above. The atmosphere in the cities is naturally good, but more beauty should be seen from the farms. After long-term development, the eating and clothing problems that plague the Flame Country people have been basically resolved, but another major issue looms over them: how to solve healthcare. To the primitive people or nearby city-state people, this is not a problem at all. If someone dies, they just bury them. But for the Flame Country people, they now have the qualifications to consider this issue. With the basic living conditions in the Flame Country being so good, the people have developed a fear of death and started contemplating it. This is a right that is only considered after reaching a certain level. The Flame Country people thought about it, and naturally, Duanshen took notice. Healthcare requires accumulation, but the Flame Country people transitioning from a primitive society did not have such accumulation. At this time, the divine being that the Flame Country people had been hoping for finally descended. Perhaps it was the Flame Country people's fear of illness that made her see, or perhaps it was their prayers that made her listen, but in any case, she gave Duanshen a few cards. These cards were called clan development cards, and their purpose was to select a few people for the study of medical knowledge, mainly the medical knowledge and experience inherited from the great Ming divine nation. This knowledge was crucial for Duanshen, and such talents were necessary for the Flame Country people. These are 9 silver-level clan development cards. You Flame Country people and Divine Awakening Country people each choose individuals to study and come back to alleviate the current medical pressure. The divine being delivered the oracle. After negotiation, the Flame Country took 6 of these talent cards, leaving the rest for the Divine Awakening Country, mainly due to population proportions and medical needs. After receiving the cards, Duanshen selected a few apprentices domestically and sent them to study the relevant knowledge. When these people returned, they would establish their own medical system, teach students, and the Flame Country's medical system would have a foundation. With the medical issues settled, the focus should now shift to other areas. In this spring, a major event occurred within the Yin Kingdom, which was the large-scale cultivation of various economic crops such as various herbs and fabrics. In order to carry out this cultivation, Duanshen specifically created several teams to search for and cultivate various crops in the surrounding mountain areas, with the help of some elderly people for identification, eventually managing to identify some crops. Combined with the cultivation of land in the Luolong Mountains, the cultivation of original crops of herbs and textiles began, which served as the reserve of basic raw materials for the development of various industries in the Yin Kingdom, and also provided conditions for future medical and textile resources. Additionally, with the research team's thorough study of the salt drying method, Duanshen's taste buds also found a solution. The original coarse salt took him a year to adapt to, but now he could finally free himself. The salt in the Yin Kingdom mainly comes from inland lakes at the foot of the mountains and salt mines on the mountains. Overall, the raw materials are considered abundant. If this method is utilized through national salt control and external sales, it would definitely be a very profitable line of business. In order to plan this route, various propaganda efforts, as well as the secrecy of raw materials and technology, are necessary. This is also thanks to the Yin Kingdom's policy of collective control over food and clothing, which is very strict in terms of food control, with basically no channels for leakage to the public. Wang, how do you plan to deal with this salt? Zhang Yun was clearly very interested, his eyes now symbolizing silver. Don't be too hasty, let our own people have it first, and then sell the surplus, Duanshen said slowly. Now the Yin Kingdom is also considered an independent city-state, mainly attracting people from other countries, and not caring much about other matters. I think we should buy it first. This is a lot of silver. With this silver we can go buy horses in the north. As for the specifics of negotiation, just send me. During this time we have also made some arrangements in the surrounding city-states. Zhang Yun clearly wanted to show off. He enjoyed activities like foreign missions the most. Well, take it slow. Our main goal now is the first divine battle. I heard from the gods a few days ago that the mortality rate of this divine battle can reach 10%. If we don't handle it well, everything will be lost, Duanshen said seriously. Indeed, but developing trade routes is also something the king should pay attention to, Zhang Yun said, understanding that survival was the most important thing now. Decided, once this pressure is over, all aspects need to be prepared, Duanshen said. He already had a preliminary blueprint in his mind, and it was just a matter of opening up the situation after this divine battle. Deepening development in the city of Yuqing's sister goddess. What are the main rules of this divine battle? In the temple, Duanshen began to ask about the rules of the divine realm, as he had nothing to do these days and had arranged everything clearly. Now the main focus was to eliminate information gaps. At this moment, Duanshen was holding a notebook that recorded many rules of the divine realm and divine domains. After studying for this period of time, he basically had a general understanding of this world. I'm in class right now, let's talk in a few days. Zhao Yuqing was listening to the lecture at the moment. These days, Duan Chen had been asking her a lot of related knowledge, which made her very annoyed. The time difference between the divine realm and the divine domain is 10:1, which means that every time Duan Chen asks a question, it's like asking 10 times in Zhao Yuqing's eyes, and each time it takes a lot of time to explain to him. Originally, she didn't want to say much to this false believer, but this false believer spent every day idling in the temple, just asking questions, and even put on a harmless smile, even calling her sister. She is not the kind of person who makes others feel embarrassed, so naturally she explained some relevant knowledge to him. It is important for her to have a god who understands the relevant rules. So since he wanted to ask, it was not bad to take the time to explain to him. At this time, the teacher was reviewing some basic knowledge on the platform. By now, cultural classes were basically not very effective, even good students like Zhao Yuqing and Xia Liuli were feeling drowsy. Alright, today let's talk about the Second Divine War again. The sign of this war was the Great Qing Divine Nation's surprise attack on the northern Great Shun Divine Nation, directly breaking through Shanhaiguan. This marks the beginning of the eastern battlefield of the Second Divine War. Alright, now who can tell us the sign of the beginning of the western battlefield? The history teacher asked the class. Teacher, it should be the Edo Divine Nation's surprise attack on the Pearl City of Great Rice Country. A chubby boy stood up and answered. Good, can you tell us what the turning point of this war was? The teacher continued. It was the Battle of Luochang and the Great Ming Divine Nation. The chubby boy replied. Very good, please sit down. The teacher seemed very satisfied, and after the chubby boy sat down, he began another lengthy lecture. Everyone must remember, this war severely depleted the strength of our Eastern Divine Nation. Although it also affected the Western and Outer Realm Divine Nations, it still greatly weakened us and diminished our control over the entire Divine Realm. Now, due to the breakthrough in basic third-level material technology in the Western Divine Nation, they have gained the upper hand over our Eastern Divine Nation. But we must not lose our sister goddess. Can we continue now? The next day, Duan Chen returned to the temple and began his inquiries. He had gradually gotten used to this activity over the past few days. Remember this well. Zhao Yuqing had just finished class at this time, so she had some time. In the second and lower levels of the Divine War, it is mainly a simple attack and defense battle. It is divided into the attacking country and the defending country. The defending side defends the statues in their own temple, while the attacking side selects troops and various materials beforehand, and can directly teleport to the edge of the defending side's influence to start the attack. The goal is to seize or attack the statues of the opposing side. In temples above the second-level divine spirits, there are usually protections in place for the statues, making it difficult to be seized or destroyed. However, before the second-level divine spirits, the protection of the statues is weaker, providing the best opportunity for divine spirits to subdue subordinate gods. So you should try to seize the statues if possible. Zhao Yuqing explained in detail. Now that the Flame Country had troops, although the strength of ordinary human tribes was weak, she was not too worried in the early stages. She didn't understand much about war, so many things still needed to be organized by Duan Chen. By the way, in terms of time, negotiations for divine wars below the second-level divine spirits can be held 7 days later, and the war must end within 2 years. The deadline for ending this war varies at each level. For first level and below, it is 2 months, while for second level, it is 2 years. There is also the ceasefire period, which can be flexibly adjusted based on the situation of the war, with a minimum of 1 month, usually lasting for more than 2 months. Zhao Yuqing explained in detail. So, sister goddess, how do you plan to arrange this war? Duan Chen asked. I don't know either. I've given the vanguard camp to your flame country, so you can arrange it yourself. With such troops, you shouldn't lose. Zhao Yuqing said. She really didn't understand these war matters, so she left it to the experts. She was quite indifferent about her divine nation now, feeling that arguing over things didn't make much sense. Well, I'll reluctantly accept it then, Duan Chen said with a smile. After chatting for several tens of days, the two of them were able to make some jokes. Based on the same interests, Duan Chen had a need to be close to this deity. Really poor. Zhao Yuqing felt a bit strange. These days, her communication with Duan Chen was completely different from her communication with Li Fengshan. Li Fengshan would kneel down as soon as he saw her, then follow her arrangements, carefully expressing his opinions. But with Duan Chen, it was like having an equal conversation with a friend, occasionally making jokes. She didn't know if this was right or wrong. In her heart, the deity's authority was basically non-existent in front of this fake believer, so there was no need to put on any deity's airs. There shouldn't be many days left. Pay attention and don't die, Zhao Yuqing said. After saying that, she was surprised that she still cared about this fake believer. How is that possible? You should pray that I don't accidentally destroy the other party's deity statue, Duanshin joked. This little deity looked good and spoke pleasantly. He really enjoyed communicating with her. Alright, don't bother me, Zhao Yuqing said, then cut off the contact herself and started the next class. The teacher came in. It was Teacher Chang, the homeroom teacher of this class. She stood on the platform and said seriously, "Students, I believe everyone is well prepared for the first deity battle. I won't say anything extra. It will start in a few days. No matter how you develop, I hope everyone can stay calm. Don't be proud if you draw the attacking side. Be cautious so you can preserve your soldiers and gain more benefits. Drawing the attacking side only means you won't face the risk of annihilation or capture, but it doesn't mean you won't lose. And don't be afraid if you draw the defending deity. There are many deities who have achieved great success relying on defense every year. As long as you follow the defensive tactics we taught in class and make good arrangements, you can basically hold your ground. Don't rashly launch an attack. Once the enemy destroys the main force you have painstakingly cultivated, it will be very dangerous." Teacher Chang, although she didn't say much, earnestly advised the students. Every year, countless students suffer losses in the first deity battle, and some even directly become subordinate deities or discarded deities, which can be said to ruin their lives. The teacher's speech ended, but the students' nervousness did not ease much. Even Zhao Yuqing, who had powerful units surpassing many of the same rank, felt the tension. This deity battle was indeed very important and dangerous for the deities. Back at home, Zhao Xian was sitting on the sofa with a worried expression. This deity battle also put a lot of pressure on him. Although this younger brother had excellent talents and race, with a productivity exceeding 50,000 in the first year, he could be considered a little genius. However, the combat power of the slime race itself was not strong. "Don't be like this, I'm scared," Zhao Yuqing said. "Sis, you must save me this time. I have prepared the support cards." Zhao Xian rushed over and handed the cards to Zhao Yuqing. "You want an ordinary human like me to save a high-level vassal like a slime?" Zhao Yuqing was speechless. When this person got anxious, whose thigh did he not cling to? "But I feel like my combat power right now is completely trash. I haven't explained any of the early combat units, just created a basic yellow slime that produces food, a strong red slime, and a blue slime that produces a source of life water. I originally wanted to unlock the training of a small explosive slime, but that blue slime is really useful, and I impulsively consumed it. Now my only means of fighting against external enemies is to use the strong red slime for charging and crushing, but that's not the giant slime specialized for that, which makes me quite scared," Zhao Shiren said anxiously. "I can't help it either. The first divine war started simultaneously. If I want to support you, I have to use support cards for dual-line operations. For an ordinary human like me, isn't that seeking death?" Zhao Yuqing also said anxiously. She was truly speechless about her brother. Other deities facing war would use all their resources to unlock racial inheritance units and improve their combat power. But he used all his resources for production units and is now seeking help everywhere. "I really can't believe this. What am I supposed to say to you?" Zhao Yuqing was somewhat speechless. Her brother had provided her with a lot of help, so she couldn't ignore him now that he was facing difficulties. "Help! Sister, if I really can't make it, who will provide you with development resources in the future? I just mentioned that the blue slime can provide the water of life. With these resources, we won't have to worry about medical care in the future," Zhao Shiren explained. "Oh, and tell Xiao Xiao too. I can't bear this alone. Although I have 2 divine realms, I can't handle it all," Zhao Yuqing probed. Zhao Shiren hesitated. "What's wrong? You said you were close to it. I heard Xiao Xiao awakened as a fairy. It's appropriate for her to help you. You should give it a try too. You can't just keep giving without receiving." Zhao Yuqing was concerned about her brother in this aspect. Being a lickspittle brother was truly frightening. "Okay, I'll give it a try," Zhao Shiren said hesitantly. Spring turned to summer. At this time, the 800 Vanguard camp of the Flame Nation had completed training. After training with unit cards, these soldiers had completely changed in temperament. The armor prepared earlier had been modified according to the Vanguard camp's requirements, and various iron weapons were ready for deployment. This army was the elite of the Flame Nation, its only official military force. Of course, there were also archers in the rear, but the function of archers could also be seen in this Vanguard camp, and the archer army might not keep up with the pace of this reborn unit. Outside the Rain City, on the training ground, the soldiers of the Vanguard camp had already lined up. After rigorous training, this army appeared more serious. Originally, this unit was transformed from primitive warriors, and its temperament still retained some wildness of primitive people. Although it had strong combat power after strict training, this serious temperament was not evident. The current vanguard camp gave a sense of professionalism, seriousness, and fearlessness, making people feel very reassured. Begin training. On the training ground, Luo Wu began to command the army. After a year of training the vanguard camp, Luo Wu also appeared much more mature. Back then, it was this young general who led 300 soldiers from the Yin Kingdom to directly attack the formation of the Korean army of 3,000, achieving victory and wiping out the Korean nobles, laying the foundation for the establishment of the Yin Kingdom. And now, it is still this young general, clad in black armor, solemn and dignified, unchanged in his fearless courage for 3 years, but even more steady. Kill! The soldiers of the vanguard camp marched in unison, full of killing intent, starting their charge on the training ground. Several wild beasts were released, quickly being annihilated by this battlefield meat grinder. Condense the army's soul. Luo Wu shouted loudly, and the soldiers of the vanguard camp shook violently, surrounded by a black aura. This army began to charge, each person with a faint black armor condensed around them, looking very ethereal and not solidified. This indicates that this is a completely ordinary human army, without the participation of spiritual power, so the army soul naturally cannot condense into substance. Back in the day, our vanguard camp of the Shan Kingdom, once the army's soul condensed, everyone was covered in black armor, impervious to swords and spears, able to go in and out of the enemy's formation at will. Now it seems that this vanguard camp indeed has the aura of our past, but still lacks strength, commented the emperor. Just wait, Duan Shen said with a smile. He is very confident in this army now. Humans have their own path, they can use spiritual power to condense the army's soul, possessing the ability to go in and out freely. But this does not mean that ordinary humans need to imitate the ancestors of the human race. Ordinary humans completely lack the ability to use spiritual power. There are things that cannot be imitated, but if my ordinary human vanguard camp becomes like tanks, how would you deal with it? Ordinary humans have their own path. Confidence is necessary, there is no need to belittle oneself. Very good. Duan Shen applauded enthusiastically on the stage, showing great confidence in this army. My Yin Kingdom must forge its own path. My Yin Kingdom must bring a great tide to this world. At this moment, he felt a surge of pride in his heart. If other gods and races were to hear such words, they might find it laughable. A race at the bottom of the divine realm, a small country of 10,000 people, actually speaking with such confidence, it is truly laughable. Laugh. So, we need to fight on two fronts, right? In the temple, Duan Shen said with a serious expression. Indeed, my brother leans towards a resourceful deity, which is very helpful to our divine kingdom. It would be difficult to justify not helping him now. Zhao Yuqing explained. It's really troublesome, if both are on the defensive side, it would be very passive. Duan Shen said with a furrowed brow. He still hopes for a battle with more certainty, but what lies ahead is that the slime deity is an important future ally. Just the water of life alone is very important to the Yin Kingdom. You can also choose not to participate. I only need the divine Qi Kingdom to join in this matter. Zhao Yuqing said weakly, feeling a bit embarrassed. That's definitely not an option. The divine Qi Kingdom doesn't have a special unit, not even many armored soldiers. What's the difference between going over now and sending them to their deaths? Duan Shen said sternly. How about this? Can't you arrange for reinforcements? We will first send out 300 soldiers from the vanguard camp to join forces with the soldiers of the divine Qi Kingdom for support, and we will arrange for the other direction from the Yin Kingdom. The divine Qi Kingdom does not have any idols, so if it's a defensive war, the enemy's target will definitely be us. The people of the divine Qi Kingdom are all in the mountains. Ordinary enemies will definitely not go looking for trouble, but if they are on the offensive side, it's a different story. I will lead the remaining vanguard camp of the Yin Kingdom to launch a direct attack. Duan Shen quickly made a proper arrangement for this matter. Originally, he was quite relaxed facing this divine war, but by dispersing his forces like this, the pressure immediately increased. Once the types of troops are dispersed, their combat effectiveness will be greatly affected, making the situation in this war unclear. Alright, that's probably the situation. Overall, the pressure we are facing this time is not small, Duan Shen said to the attendees in the meeting room of the Yin Kingdom Palace. King, Luo Wu requests support for the slime-friendly country. Luo Wu directly requested to go to battle. This was what Duan Shen originally wanted to arrange. Currently, there are not many in the Yin Kingdom who can truly lead troops into battle, especially the just-trained vanguard camp. It is probably only Duan Shen and Luo Wu who can handle it. If the troops are to be dispersed, it can only be Luo Wu who goes. Alright, I agree. When you go, bring more supplies, especially warm clothing, as the situation there is still unclear. Remember, make sure to bring the soldiers back safely. Duan Shen instructed. King, I will definitely complete the mission satisfactorily. Luo Wu knelt down. Good, truly a fierce general of my Yin kingdom. Duan Chen was very pleased, he really liked this commander. After arranging the related affairs, Zhao Yuqing felt a bit exhausted and lay down on the bed. At this time every day, she liked to let her mind wander. Is this good for the Yin kingdom? She pondered silently, feeling a sense of guilt. Inadvertently, the Yin kingdom was no longer her divine country, it had become her partner. No choice, I'll make it up later. Zhao Yuqing could only console herself this way, the current situation left her with no other option. After all, he was her younger brother, and many times she had to help him. Sigh, let's check the forum. She opened the forum. To be honest, it had been many days since the forum was opened, but she hadn't had time to check what was being said there. After opening it, the most popular post appeared on the homepage, titled "The First Divine Battle Will Take Place Tomorrow. How should we respond?" This forum was specifically opened for their group, and the posts were all from people of the same age. People from various divine countries were present, making it a relatively large forum for young people to communicate. Ministry of Labor and Agriculture, I awakened the spirit human race, not afraid at all. Below this comment, there were many replies, but most of them were envious. The spirit human race, also known as the Zhou race, was currently the top race, with a vast difference from the ordinary human race. Playing with the phone, boss, please take me alone. Quiet and gentle, so envious, I'm just an ordinary elf race, my productivity was less than 40,000 last year, and I haven't unlocked a type of troop yet. Striving for progress, same here, I'm just an ordinary beast race, my talent is considered average, my productivity is only 30,000 now, but I used all my productivity to awaken a bronze troop which still has some resistance. Lin Shui, I'm a fungi race, did I say anything? Directly sneaky development. Shortcut key, the above is indeed awesome. This race basically has no survival crisis in the early stages. Sabjin, the above is awesome. After reading the comments, Zhao Yuqing felt somewhat relieved, at least the vast majority of people were like her. Scrolling down further, another post caught her attention. The Great Ming Divine Country University enrollment preparation is underway, various regional colleges are starting to arrange the enrollment quotas for this year, and the country is preparing for the Great Ming Imperial Examination. There were also many comments below this post, mainly students paying attention to these matters. Good time passes so quickly, I thought the Imperial Examination was so far away when I was young. Actually, indeed, this year's college entrance examination, who knows how many will fall. Elementary student, I must attend the Luo City Academy. Color is emptiness, I'm still awesome at Chang'an Academy. A brief history of time, don't delude yourselves, have you scored 8 in the college entrance examination yet, and still want to go to a top-tier academy? This news also woke up Zhao Yuqing a bit. Although she is much higher than others in the starting point now, her starting point is still too low, and the necessary tension is still needed. As the most serious and important imperial examination or college entrance examination in the Ming dynasty, it should be valued, even the royal family cannot interfere at will. According to Zhao Yuqing's current situation, it is still very difficult to be admitted to a formal academy, and the necessary sense of tension should still be there. Forget it, let's think about how to arrange this divine battle first. Zhao Yuqing sighed, the future is too far away, and the immediate priority is the divine battle. Ding! The first divine war begins, random matching starts now. Ding! Your position is the attacking side, and your target is the goddess Lu Yao of the mountain spirit country. Ding! Please prepare all work in a divine realm day, and start teleporting on the second divine realm day. Ding! Do you want to use the aid card? Yes, Zhao Yuqing replied. Ding! The teleportation gate of the aid slime god has been arranged outside the temple. Please arrange all materials and personnel transportation within a divine realm day. You can only exit voluntarily on the 7th divine realm day and forcibly on the 2nd divine realm month. Ding! The war begins. The central square of Yuqing City had no name before, and the people in the city didn't pay much attention to it, always calling it the Grand Square. Since the last offering to the gods, this square has been given an official name, the Flame Country Temple Square, also known as the Flame God Square. After years of development in the Flame Country, the area around this square has become the commercial center of the Flame Country and even all the city-states at the foot of the Luolong Mountains. Leveraging its iron tools and various novelties, the Flame Country quickly established a commercial network connecting the surrounding areas. Fortunately, the core area of Lingyun Country is on the eastern plains, separated by many city-states from the areas currently influenced by the Flame Country in the Luolong Mountains, giving the Flame Country a lot of operational space. Today, outside the city, all the troops of the Flame Country have gathered on the training ground. For this war, the Flame Country has been preparing for half a year. Report to the king, all food and various military supplies are ready, enough to sustain a war for more than 2 months. All Flame Country soldiers have gathered. A total of 1,100 people have arrived. Luo Wu reported loudly. Very good, now start dividing the troops. Duan Chen began to arrange. Yes. Support the 300 vanguard camps and 100 archers of the slime-friendly nation to gather at the North Training Ground. Prepare all kinds of supplies. Luo Wu began to command the troops to prepare for battle. This has been arranged in advance. The remaining 500 vanguard camps and 200 archers are ready. Beside Luo Wu, Li Fei also began to command the troops sent out by the Flame Country this time. Li Fei is the deputy commander of the vanguard camp. Now, because of the division of troops, he took temporary command. At the same time, on the northern Luolong Mountains, Li Fengshan also began to arrange for troops to support the slime. After months of preparation, the current military strength of the Divine Awakening Kingdom is still good, with 100 heavy armored soldiers, 500 archers, and 300 swordsmen. As a tribal alliance in the mountains, with sufficient food supply, the number of troops in the Divine Awakening Kingdom is still considerable. Are all the supplies and troops arranged? Li Fengshan asked the leader of the Divine Awakening Kingdom's army. Everything has been arranged. This time we will definitely make a name for ourselves in the foreign lands. Wang Kuan confidently replied. This Wang Kuan was originally a tribal leader, brave and skilled in warfare. Just now the gods have given a divine order, requesting that we follow the command of the great General Luo Wu of the Flame Kingdom for this support mission. When we arrive there, don't cause any trouble. They have fought countless battles and are definitely more experienced than us, so listen to orders. Li Fengshan instructed with concern. Although Wang Kuan was brave, he was reckless and hot-tempered, and Li Fengshan was afraid he would clash with Luo Wu. Don't worry, Divine Messenger, I am not someone who disregards the bigger picture. Wang Kuan confidently replied. Alright, this time I command you to arrange the support mission, perform well, and show the image of our Divine Awakening Kingdom in front of the gods. I don't know much about military matters, so I will stay behind to handle various affairs of the Divine Awakening Kingdom. Make sure to follow the instructions I have given. Li Fengshan instructed. I will, big brother, trust me. Wang Kuan replied loudly. Soon, a day's preparation time was completed, and Zhao Yuqing also activated the teleportation. After a beam of light, several units of troops in the Luolong Mountains disappeared. This campaign did not last long, but the pressure was quite high, so both countries used their full strength, leaving only some reserve forces to guard their homeland. Of course, this was not recklessness on Zhao Yuqing's part, mainly because there were gods in the divine realm providing protection for the homeland during external campaigns. This protection was mainly aimed at other gods in the same divine realm, but in some cases, especially in the early stages, it also had some impact on the local forces in the divine realm. The divine realm is like a universe, constantly expanding, with numerous new divine realms appearing every year. These divine realms are at the level of the primordial era, so the development of local forces in the homeland is not very good. Apart from Duanshan being a variable, most local forces would be completely eliminated or absorbed after the promotion of secondary gods in the divine realm, successfully integrated into the logic of the divine world. Mountain Spirit Divine Realm, 10,000 mountains outside the borders of the Mountain Spirit Kingdom by the river. Your Majesty, I will send out a few scouts to explore the surrounding areas and arrange a campsite. Li Fei said to Duanshan. Alright, go ahead and make arrangements. Duanshan looked at the continuous high mountains and dense trees, feeling a headache. The gods they were attacking this time didn't seem easy to deal with. I can't explore the surrounding terrain right now, so I can only have you record the areas you have explored. Zhao Yuqing conveyed a divine oracle to Duanshan. Sister God, have you learned how to draw maps? Duanshan asked. We have had relevant courses, so we should be able to draw them. Zhao Yuqing replied. Then I'll trouble the Divine Lord. Duanshan said with a smile. Humph, now you're commanding the gods, huh? Zhao Yuqing was somewhat uncomfortable. How can you say that? This is also for the development of our divine kingdom, to subdue subordinate gods for the Divine Lord. Duanshan started brainwashing again. Alright, stop talking, I'll draw it. Zhao Yuqing couldn't argue with him and could only obey the order. He. Duanshan smiled and began to arrange the collection of water sources and the deployment of the army. Although Li Fei was handling these matters, many times Duanshan had to personally intervene. Your Majesty, there is a situation in the vicinity. After waiting for about a day, there was finally some news. Oh, go on, Duanshan said briefly. At this time, he was tasting local fruits in the big tent. Probably to the north, a group of strange creatures has been found. According to the various tribal guides introduced before the war, these should be people of the elf tribe. The soldier reported. Oh, That's interesting. Have they been captured? Duan Chen stood up from his seat, asking with interest. We caught them, 2 men and 3 women, they are currently being interrogated, should have results soon, the soldier said. Good, keep a close watch on these people, report back once useful information is obtained, and explore the surrounding areas more to prevent exposure of our location, Duan Chen arranged. Yes. After the soldier reported, he began to give instructions. While Duan Chen led the army to attack the Mountain Spirit Kingdom, Luo Wu also arrived at the Slime Country. For this war, Zhao Shiren also put in effort. Although the combat power did not increase much, the city defenses were well done. With these defenses, as long as it wasn't an extraordinary clan, they should have the ability to fight. The Mountain Spirit Domain is a large divine domain, mainly composed of mountainous regions, with the main race being the Elven tribe. The Elven tribe, as a major branch of the divine domain, is divided into several races, with the Mountain Elves being the most distributed in the Mountain Spirit Domain. The personnel who went to interrogate had already completed their work, and the nearby information was roughly clear. These Mountain Elves were not the target this time, but rather elves from other gathering places who came to hunt and gather, coincidentally encountering the army of the Flame Kingdom. According to these elves, there is an elven tribe on the northern mountain, which has a collective deity worshipped by the tribe. This player is indeed clever, taking advantage of the agility of the mountain elves in mountainous areas to build the tribe's headquarters on the mountain, making it difficult to attack. How do we handle this? Zhao Yuqing asked. She was currently drawing the map of the surrounding area, marking the areas explored by the scouts on the interface. It's difficult. As you described, the Elven tribe's initial units are likely Elven archers or mages, with strong ranged abilities. Coupled with mountain defenses, it's basically unbeatable, Duan Chen frowned. He didn't want to return empty-handed this time. The Flame Kingdom had prepared for this war for a long time, and if they didn't gain any benefits, it would be a loss. Let's explore the surrounding areas first and assess the terrain, Duan Chen said. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to 100 victories. They were still relying on hearsay and didn't need to rush. Alright, I'm not familiar with these matters, so you handle it, Zhao Yuqing said, focusing on drawing the map. The Flame Kingdom's army quickly found a place to camp and deployed many scouts in the surrounding areas. 7 days passed quickly, and the army's exploration of the surrounding areas was almost complete, with a map laid out in Duan Chen's tent. The Mountain Spirit Kingdom probably didn't want to exhaust their national power in the first divine battle, and they didn't send anyone to block the Flame Kingdom's exploration, showing confidence in their defense. Duan Chen, the other side has sent a ceasefire negotiation request, Zhao Yuqing reminded. What do you think? Duan Chen, who was focused on studying the map, threw the question back without much thought. I don't want to negotiate like this, Zhao Yuqing said firmly. Oh, Duan Chen expressed surprise. Our human race started off weak, and now we finally have a slight advantage. If we don't make good use of it, when the same level deities develop, we will struggle to survive, Zhao Yuqing analyzed. She was quite knowledgeable and ambitious, otherwise, she would have become a book deity directly. I agree with you, Duan Chen affirmed. After that, he called the leader of this expeditionary army to discuss the attack plan. Your Majesty, the mountain terrain where the enemy is located is indeed easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, if our army conducts a fire attack, how should they respond? A young general exclaimed excitedly. Puff! Duan Chen and Li Fei in the military tent were a bit shocked by this idea, as it was indeed quite clever. What is our purpose for coming here this time? Duan Chen teased. We are here for victory. The young general's firm response moved those in the tent. What is our goal for victory? Duan Chen continued to ask. The young general did not have such great insight and was momentarily stumped by the question. We want the enemy's population, their resources, and to deal with the gods to become the subordinate gods of the rain goddess, Duan Chen continued. A fire attack may sound easy, but can you guarantee that our army will emerge unscathed in these mountains and forests? Can you ensure that what we obtain is an elven city-state with abundant resources and population, rather than a ruin? Go back and study more military texts. Didn't I just write a book recently? Duan Chen said sternly. His military officer's lack of military knowledge made him quite anxious, as their current level was simply inadequate for this harsh divine realm. Yes, the young general replied and left in embarrassment. At this moment, Zhao Yuqing was also paying attention to the meeting, as she had a keen interest in military matters. Your Majesty, a direct assault is simply not feasible right now. Although our scouts did not encounter intense conflict with the enemy during reconnaissance, their defenses on this mountain are very tight. A direct assault could easily lead to heavy casualties on our side, Li Fei analyzed. This was also a good opportunity for him to showcase his abilities in front of Duan Chen. Indeed, a direct assault now would basically be sending people to their deaths. Although our army has armor and some archers, our archers' range is definitely not as far as the enemy's. If our archers are worn down by the enemy at long range, it will be troublesome, Duan Chen also analyzed. Currently, the Flame Kingdom was in a difficult position, unable to capture the territory but unwilling to give up. On the other side, Luo Wu was facing many problems as well. Is there only one city wall in the city? Luo Wu asked in shock to the Slime Chieftain. Indeed, our slime tribe put in a lot of effort to build this stone city wall, the chieftain proudly replied. Your city wall? Luo Wu was somewhat speechless. The city wall was indeed quite sturdy, but the construction was too rough, essentially just a wall. Forget it, let's arrange the defense of the surrounding areas. Fortunately, when our Flame Kingdom arrived, we brought a lot of defensive equipment, Luo Wu said helplessly. The city wall of this slime city was indeed thick and tall, but it had many vulnerabilities, and a lot of the defensive equipment on top was not complete. General, what can we do now? In a large tent, representatives from the Divine Awakening Kingdom and the Slime Kingdom had gathered. After receiving various instructions, Luo Wu was appointed as the overall commander for the city defense this time. Alright, I will now begin to assign relevant tasks. The Slime Tribe will be responsible for transporting stones, the Divine Awakening Kingdom will be in charge of setting up arrow towers, and our Flame Kingdom will handle the exploration of the surrounding areas. I have already arranged various aspects, so you can start implementing according to the instructions below. In the military tent, Luo Wu began to detail various defense arrangements. With the training of the Vanguard camp and years of war experience, he had matured into a seasoned general. The Slime Chieftain and others below listened very attentively, admiring Luo Wu's considerations for the city defense. Even the usually reckless Wang Kuan couldn't help but admire the organized arrangements made by Luo Wu. 3 days passed quickly, with various city defenses orderly arranged by Luo Wu, and the complex city-states managed in an orderly manner by him. Sis, this general feels so strong. Zhao Xian messaged Zhao Yuqing. That's the #1 general from the Flame Kingdom, specially sent to help you, Zhao Yuqing replied. Heh, it wasn't in vain for me to provide you with so many resources. From his abilities, he's indeed quite impressive, Zhao Xian chuckled. When the time comes, I'll act when necessary. If something happens to this general of mine, you'll see, Zhao Yuqing reminded. She had already consciously or unconsciously aligned herself with the Flame Kingdom. Of course, that's absolutely impossible, Zhao Xian quickly replied. This general's strength was indeed formidable, and if he were to sacrifice himself, it wouldn't be surprising if his sister had him killed. In the military tent of the Flame Kingdom, a group of people had been studying the map for several hours. We must find a way to make them attack first, otherwise there's no chance of victory, Li Fei said, frowning. The various generals had already discussed countless plans, most of which had been ruled out, and several of them had spent a day in this large tent. Zhao Yuqing, who was nearby, had been watching attentively, showing interest in these strategic discussions. The problem is, we need to find an opportunity to force them to attack, otherwise it's impossible to win, Duan Chen said. Or we could use fire to force them to try, the young general who thought of the fire attack suddenly suggested. As soon as he spoke, everyone turned to look at him. What's your name? Duan Chen suddenly asked. I'm Manhwa, the young general said nervously, wondering if he had said something wrong again. What's wrong, Your Highness? The young general asked nervously. Nothing, I'm just curious if you used to wet the bed when you were a child, Duan Chen joked. The group had been discussing in the military tent all day and needed to lighten the mood. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, but quickly returned to seriousness. This could be a good plan, if it works, Duan Chen said seriously. Indeed, I think we should give it a try first, Li Fei added. Good. Tomorrow we'll gather the troops for negotiations, to make them feel panicked first, Duan Chen decided. On this day, it was already the 8th day that the people of the Flame Kingdom had been in the mountain spirit domain. To be honest, if you didn't consider the mosquito bites, this forest was indeed quite livable. Breathing fresh air every day, the chirping of birds, the sound of flowing water, and various forest sounds like a symphony. But rain was something the Flame Kingdom army didn't want to see, which meant more difficult marching and more severe tasks. In this wonderful forest, everything should be deep and quiet, but in the mountain valley, there was an unusually straight mountain road. Calling it a mountain road was a bit of a stretch, as the slope of this road was not steep, and most of it was straight. This was something that current technology couldn't achieve, and even in the future, this mountain road would be impossible. It was as if a straight tunnel had been forcibly opened on the mountain, leading directly to the city-state of the mountain spirit clan on the mountain. This should be a talent, probably a special type of divine talent, Zhao Yuqing explained. Knowing about this road, she was even more eager to meet the divine spirits of the mountain spirit kingdom. If according to this divine gift, then the God-awakened country deep in the Luolang Mountains will no longer have to consider the problem of transportation difficulties. Transportation has always been the main problem plaguing the development of mountainous areas. The cost of opening up roads is too high, and the technical requirements are very high. Roads like this are simply impossible to appear. This road, which made the mountain spirit country feel at home during peacetime, has now become a fast passage for the enemy. Although it is a fast passage, who dares to send soldiers directly to this road? A random falling rock could cause enough trouble for these troops. This is a fast passage, but more importantly, it is a passage of death. The soldiers of the flame country naturally won't take the lead. In the more difficult mountainous areas around, a group of people finally climbed to the outskirts of the city-state. Immediately taking advantage of the night, arrows were shot frantically towards the city-state. By the time the station elven soldiers reacted, by the time several arrows shining in the direction were shot, the soldiers sent by the flame country to deliver the message had already fled. General, there is something on this arrow. At this time, the station soldiers did not know what paper was, and there were not many literate ones. Lingtong picked up the paper, flipped it open awkwardly, and the words inside made his pupils shrink. Surrender quickly, the day after tomorrow we will launch a fire attack on the forest. Quick, find the divine envoy. Looking at the words on the letter, Lingtong had to take it seriously. This matter was of great importance, and it needed to be discussed carefully. What should we do? In the city-state, a very dignified and beautiful female elf was anxious. In this temple, the statues of the gods were also flickering frequently, and they did not expect that the flame country would come on such a large scale. Now, we can only take the initiative and explore their camp these days. Tomorrow, I am willing to lead the soldiers to take the initiative and ensure that we drive away the enemy and achieve victory. A female elf stepped forward and said, "No." As soon as this commander spoke, he was directly interrupted by Lingtong. Based on our exploration these days, the other side has soldiers in armor. If we take the initiative, it will be like walking into a trap. Now we can only defend the dangerous positions. Lingtong explained. Are we just going to wait for them to set fire to the forest? The female elf said angrily. The other side cannot launch a fire attack. If they do, they will not gain any benefits in this war, and they may cause huge casualties to themselves. This can only be a means for them to force us to take the initiative. We must not fall for it. Lingtong analyzed. But once the other side sets fire to the forest, the consequences will be irreversible. Although we have fire prevention measures, being in the forest, we will still be greatly affected. The divine envoy stepped forward to analyze. This also added pressure to Lingtong. Let's trust him this time, just wait for one more day. If the other side does not launch a fire attack, it means they do not want a complete break, and they will break themselves without attacking. Lingtong defended. Let's trust him this time. At this time, the gods also issued a divine oracle, and this matter was considered settled. 2 flowers bloom, each showing 1 branch. Slime God Country, in the city of Slime, the city defense of Slime City. Luowu has already arranged all the city defenses and has not slackened in exploring the surrounding areas. But it seems like this opponent is non-existent. There is simply no news at all. The war has been going on for 4 days now, and the weather in the Slime God realm has gradually changed. As a small-scale divine realm, its area is probably the same as a province in the previous world. Once there is any weather change, it basically affects the entire divine realm. When the first drop of rain fell on Luowu's head, the atmosphere on the city walls became increasingly tense. The rain fell harder and harder, and the rain became more and more intense. The visibility of the war became worse, and the atmosphere became more and more solemn. Luowu frowned. This was not a good trend. Heavy rain would affect the soldiers' grip on their weapons, and more terrifyingly, it would instill fear in their hearts. The rain would make it difficult for messages to spread on the city walls, greatly impacting the soldiers' defense. The night was already frightening, and the rain only heightened the sense of dread. The sound of raindrops would mask the enemy's footsteps, and the sky covered by clouds would make the night even darker. Only sporadic flames burning on the city walls would bring some comfort. But this sense of security was quickly shattered. Enemy attack! A soldier with a loud voice stationed on the watchtower shouted, waking up the soldiers on the city walls from their drowsiness. Luowu quickly emerged from the nearby building and climbed onto the city wall. In the rainy night, outside the city wall, a large wave of insect creatures created a tense atmosphere. The most feared part of a siege was this first wave, especially when these insect creatures had the advantage of timing. If these formidable enemies were allowed to attack in full force, it would mean certain defeat. Ignite and shoot arrows. Sun Wu shouted loudly. Even in a rainy night, the arrow soaked in oil could still burn for a while, and this brief moment of brightness was crucial. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of arrows were shot in an orderly manner towards the western side of the city wall, illuminating the sky momentarily and allowing Luo Wu to see the incoming enemies clearly. SS. Luo Wu gasped. Insects, endless insects. The brief light quickly dimmed, and the battlefield fell silent again, with only the sounds of insects pierced by arrows. Arrange for all sides of the city wall to be defended, deploy the main forces to the west, heavy infantry on the city wall, slimes block the city gates, reserve slimes form a rear formation to prevent any breaches. As per the original plan, set up logistical channels, prepare the water of life, and rotate shifts on the wall. Luo Wu arranged loudly, as these were instructions he had given earlier, and now it was just a matter of implementing them. Fortunately, the slime city was not very large, with only a few hundred meters of wall, so with enough people, it was still defensible. Soldiers, follow orders, fight to the death, defend the city walls. Having arranged everything, Luo Wu once again boosted morale, as the greatest fear now was fear itself. Fight! 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 The soldiers on the city wall and in the rear defenses shouted. Overall morale was still high. Boom! The insect horde began to charge, and batches of arrows were shot down from the city wall, ensuring that this rainy night would not be peaceful. Above the insect army, a young man looked indifferently at the scene of slaughter ahead. This young man was the deity of these insects. Having awakened this advanced race of insects, he was very confident in the divine war, especially encountering the slime race, which had a high mortality rate in the early stages of the divine war, presented a fantastic opportunity. However, as he prepared to join the battle, he encountered the city wall and the human soldiers guarding it. He was not worried about the humans, but rather about their reinforcements. If there were reinforcements, he would be facing a 2-on-1 situation. This situation forced the deity to ponder for several days, but tonight, unable to contain himself any longer, he decided to act. As a deity of the insect race, he faced awakened insects and more insects every day, and he was eagerly anticipating a subordinate race, confident that with his starting point, he could gain an advantage. Even if the opponents were two divine nations, they were just ordinary humans and the weak slime race, so a strong attack should still be possible. This was how he reassured himself. According to the productivity of the apprentice gods, it is not easy for the insect race to play tricks. The current problem is the choice between quantity and quality. If you want quantity, it's like the formation in front of you, suddenly bringing in thousands of insects, which is quite terrifying compared to the formations of hundreds or dozens of people in the early stages. And quality is also easy to achieve, such as a new type of soldier card or awakening new types of insects, but the god in front of you did not choose that path. The insect front is getting closer, and they can soon approach the city walls. With the strength of this group of insects, a fierce battle is inevitable. At this moment, the human soldiers and slimes on the city walls are also on high alert. Although they are outnumbered, they still have the strength to defend the city. Have the enemy not taken the initiative? It has been 2 days since the intimidation of the Mountain Spirit Kingdom, but the enemy is still hiding in their shell like a tortoise. No, it seems that they are not afraid. The soldier reported. They are really patient, Duan Shen sighed. These days, they have organized the burning of one batch of small forests after another, but it seems that these people are not intimidated by it. Threatening with fire is clearly not an option. What should we do? In the military tent, a group of people began to discuss the issue again. Looking at the map in the tent every day has become a must for these men. Since threats are not effective, we might as well launch a strong attack, Wang Hua suggested. How to launch a strong attack? The group looked at this young general. We will send archers to ambush at night, then set fire to the enemy city and attack the city gate. Once the gate is open, victory is assured in this battle. General Wang Hui is willing to lead the troops to infiltrate the enemy city walls at night, causing chaos with fire. Wang Hui directly volunteered. However, Li Fei stepped forward to stop him. This will result in too many casualties, and it may not be worth it. The enemy is likely to be prepared after our previous night attack. The risk is too great. Li Fei's explanation was reasonable and competent. So we just have to wait like this? Wang Hua was getting anxious. We need to have leverage over the enemy, Duan Shen pondered. Unable to launch a strong attack and unable to retreat, the situation was truly embarrassing. Mountains, mountains. Duan Shen pulled out a few more hairs. He looked at the map in front of him, the mountains, rivers, various terrains. What if we start with the rivers? He suddenly slapped his head, thinking of the unfortunate Ma Su. I feel that cutting off the enemy's water source will be difficult, Li Fei replied. Although intercepting a small river was not a problem, completely cutting off the water source was impossible in a short time. We can use water warfare, Wang Hua suddenly suggested. Water warfare is feasible, Duan Chan also considered. Our goal is not to cut off the enemy's water source, but to use water to provide an opportunity for our main attack direction, preferably to lure out the enemy forces. Duan Chen added. Indeed, another general agreed. General Li Fei is willing to lead 500 troops to cut off the water source from behind, Li Fei volunteered. Other soldiers also quickly volunteered. Alright, we will start today. Send a team to open up the road, while we confuse the enemy here, Duan Chen decided. After discussing the specific plan in detail, everyone began to prepare. Time is still very important now. After exploring for a few days, it was found that this river is just a small river with a width of only 10 meters. In the upstream area, there are many types of stone materials. Although it may not be possible to build a large dam quickly, it is still possible to block the river in a short time. If the river can be cut off in a short time, many things will become much simpler. In war, what matters is the strategic composure. If one cannot control the emotion of panic, cannot stick to their strategic goals, and cannot analyze the situation on the battlefield rationally, then death awaits them. The Mountain Spirit Kingdom has isolated itself within a wall and has not investigated much outside. They think they are flawless, but if they encounter problems, the top-down panic is unbearable. Avoiding war without fighting even when being on the defensive side is behavior that damages morale too much. The war has been going on for several days, and the defense of Slime City has intensified. After several days of intense warfare, both sides are exhausted, and now it's a matter of who can hold out longer. General, these bugs are too cunning. They always manage to climb down the city walls at the right moment, and our soldiers are about to collapse. Wang Kuan reported. The continuous high-intensity warfare for several days has made this strong man's voice hoarse, and his armor is stained red with blood. His body is soaked in green blood, emitting a foul smell. But on the battlefield, no one cares about these things. The brutal war has shaken everyone's spirits, and the high-intensity attacks have drained the morale of all the defenders. How many waves is this? Luo Wu asked. Just now, another wave of strong attacks was repelled. Report to the general, this is the 5th wave of attacks on the city. A young officer replied. Prepare to rotate the defense, let the previous personnel rest, and those slimes should also taste blood. Luo Wu said. The human soldiers on the city wall have repelled multiple high-intensity attacks, and they are already exhausted. If it weren't for Luo Wu's skillful command and scientific rotation of defenses, they would have collapsed long ago. General, you. Wang Kuan hesitated. Luo Wu has been guarding this city wall for nearly a week. King appointed me as the Grand Marshal, so I have the responsibility to defend this city wall. Compared to the soldiers fighting on the front lines, my suffering is nothing to speak of. Luo Wu said firmly. Yes, the soldiers responded, and they began to act according to the arrangements. In the army, there is no room for sentimentality. At this moment, only a part of the human soldiers and archers remained on the city wall, while the rest were the slimes who had just taken over. I won't say much. You have seen what our human race has done. Listen to my command, and most of you will survive. Luo Wu said loudly, his voice reaching all the slimes. In the army, especially in ancient armies, having a loud voice is a necessary skill. In times of war, a general with a loud voice can play a crucial role in command. Although our slime clan may not have much combat power, we will do our best to protect ourselves in this life and death situation. The slime chief said. This surprised Luo Wu. In his impression, these slimes were like children. Although they could understand commands, they were not particularly clever. It was unexpected to hear such words from them. General, as a divine envoy, the great slime god has used 3 lineage nurturing cards on me and has bestowed me with talents. The chief may have noticed Lu Wu's confusion and stepped forward to explain. Alright, no need to say more, just follow my orders well, no retreating, Lu Wu reiterated. The troublesome mountain spirit realm is mostly in the tropics, with very high temperatures. Even those living in the mountains can feel the heat. Of course, besides high temperatures, another characteristic of the tropics is heavy rainfall. Although it's raining, there are pros and cons for our warriors. The advantage is that wearing armor is not as stuffy, but the downside is that climbing the mountain is not as smooth. Fortunately, a special team had previously set up a rope on the mountain path, otherwise, it would have been very passive. Hurry up, our mission is still very heavy, Li Fei urged the team in the middle of the mountain climb. The sun is almost setting now, and if we don't climb up quickly before dusk, it will be very dangerous. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, the group picked up the pace again. After long-term training and being well-fed Yanhua soldiers, their physical fitness is still good. Although the mountain terrain is steep, it's not a big problem for these warriors. If you look from the opposite mountain peak, you can see several teams climbing along the ropes on this mountain path. After this time, this route will definitely become an easier path to walk on. The setting sun's rays shine on the backs of the last group of soldiers, but they do not cast long shadows. The overall western slope of the mountain did not create much of an angle for the sun. The only shadows that were elongated were those of the wild buffalo drinking in the mountain valleys and the shadows of the geese flying in the sky. Of course, these soldiers cannot appreciate such beauty, just like how farmers living in the countryside find it hard to feel how beautiful their surroundings are. Right now, they are concerned about how to cut off this small river. It must be mentioned that Manhwa had experience in building bridges on the main stream of the Yen River. However, without strong technical conditions in the current society, they had to resort to some clumsy methods. Piles of rocks were stacked, and after a few days of effort from hundreds of soldiers, a rudimentary dam was built. Fortunately, this was just a small river in the mountains, so the project was not too large. The previous rain was also light, so it didn't have much impact on the river. The blocked water spread to the surrounding areas, but it was clear that the soldiers' construction speed was faster than the rising water. Without the upstream supply, the water flow became smaller and eventually sank underground, becoming an underground river. These underground river soldiers had no way to block it, so they had to let it flow. However, when this water reaches the elf city, it will be diluted significantly, and what remains will not be enough for their use. The main objective has been achieved, but it won't last long. As soon as a significant rainfall occurs in this heavily rainy realm, Manhwa's plan will fail. But even in failure, this city will not be spared. First, they will be short of water for a few days, and once enough water accumulates, they will break the dam and send them a flood. No matter how it unfolds, Manhwa will not lose. The method to deal with the turtle is to force it to come out. Whether it's a water shortage or excess water, the city must come out. Our scouts have found out that the upstream water source has been cut off locally. Ling Tong reported to the Divine Messenger about the current situation. The mountain spirit realm has been without water for 3 days now, which is a fatal blow to the elf tribe, who usually have high demands for water flow. The enemy has built a dam upstream, and if we destroy it, our city-state is likely to be directly flooded. Although they won't be able to hold out for long, our current defense is simply impossible. It's time to launch a proactive attack. The longer we wait, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. The enemy has only stored some river water for now, but if the water level rises, it will be troublesome, Ling Tong analyzed. Is there no other way? The deity asked solemnly. Their mountain spirit country has just started, and their military strength, especially in field combat, is not strong. Facing the fully armored soldiers of the Yen Kingdom in open field battles would put them at a significant disadvantage. There's no other way. For now, we can only launch a surprise attack at night. The enemy won't expect us to strike so soon, and we might catch them off guard, Ling Tong analyzed. Most importantly, panic and unrest have already erupted in the city. If we delay further, we might not be able to contain it. The enemy is pressing us now. If there's no rainfall in the short term, the flood disaster will be severe. More importantly, without sufficient water, the emotions of the elves in our city may become uncontrollable, another elf analyzed. Alright, proceed with the attack, the deity said somewhat resignedly. Yes, Ling Tong replied and began preparations. General, you are truly talented. I wonder how the Yen Kingdom will respond to our flanking attack this time. In the rear of the mountain, the elf army is marching along the mountain road. There are certainly a large number of enemy forces in the front, so they have to break through by flanking. We still need to be cautious. Our scouts must be careful. This road has been used by the enemy multiple times, so it's definitely full of dangers, Ling Tong said rigorously, emphasizing the importance of reconnaissance in the surrounding area. March quickly, Ling Tong shouted, and the entire army began to move flexibly on the mountain road. As mountain elves, agility on mountain roads is their innate skill. As for shouting and surprise attacks, they are not contradictory. Shouting allows for more flexible command of the army, and as for being discovered, it depends on the usefulness of the scouts scattered around. The enemy has started their attack. In the tent below, Duan Chan received information from Zhao Yuqing, who had a god's eye view, making it convenient for strategic deployment. What's the situation now? Duan Chan asked. The enemy has launched a flanking attack, but General Li was prepared and deployed many scouts in the rear. Both sides are now deadlocked in the mountainous area behind, which should buy us some time, Zhao Yuqing analyzed. Good. Prepare to have Li Fei release the water, Duan Chun ordered, leading the army to advance directly towards the city along the mountain road. With the enemy's main force already engaged, it was the perfect time to attack. By using a small-scale flood to disrupt the enemy's internal defenses and deploying heavy troops along the fast route, they aimed to break through the enemy city. The water attack proposed by Zhao Yuqing was just a strategy. After discussion, it was clear that they couldn't block the enemy's water source for long, so they had to divide their forces and coordinate with the water attack to distract the enemy's main force before launching the assault on the city. This was the only way to achieve significant results with minimal casualties. On the other side, the elf army had climbed the hill, but they were facing the Yin Kingdom's vanguard in layers of defense from archers in the rear. "We've been exposed," Lingtong sighed. They hadn't expected the Yin Kingdom's commander to react so swiftly. Without the element of surprise, they were in a very passive position. Although the archers still had the range advantage, Li Fei had anticipated this and seized the high ground on the hill. Despite the mountain elves' prowess in mountain warfare, they were unable to launch an effective attack from below. "Ambush and ambush opposite, put down your weapons, my soldiers of the Flame Country will treat our ladies and gentlemen friendly." On the high ground, Li Fei shouted arrogantly. At the moment, most of these mountain elf soldiers are females, indeed all fair-skinned and beautiful, wearing light armor, looking very pretty. After Li Fei finished speaking, the soldiers of the Flame Country also started shouting. "Ha, the friendliness of our Flame Country soldiers is well known in the Divine Realm. If you surrender directly, we will definitely treat you well." This was not considered a provocation to the Flame Country soldiers, mainly to anger them and delay time. If the situation was not kept tense, once they received the oracle, the main force of these elf tribes would just leave, which would be difficult to handle. "Nonsense, watch the arrows." Lingtong was very angry, directly pulling the bowstring taut, aiming to shoot an arrow at Li Fei. Li Fei swept his spear, directly deflecting the arrow, seemingly effortless. These girls are quite spicy." Li Fei laughed very lewdly. If Duanshin saw the scene now, he would definitely marvel at the fact that such a thing could mix among the great soldiers of the Flame Country. "Deng Tuzi, watch the arrows." Lingtong was very angry, and other elf soldiers started shooting frantically towards the high ground of the Flame Country. "Organized defense, sword and shield hands in front, no need for a forced attack, we just need to buy time," Li Fei calmly commanded. Now he looked more like a general than the rogue he was before. A true warrior never shows mercy to his opponents, only men who can withstand beauty can achieve great things. Li Fei should be such a general. The current goal is to delay the enemy. If they charge directly, they are likely to be evaded and surrounded by these mountain elves who are adept at mountain warfare. Infantry wearing heavy armor is not suitable for mountain combat, even in an offensive position. Today is the 12th day of the defense of Slime City. Because one side is a siege battle and the other side is the highly flexible insect race, casualties on both sides are not significant, staying within 20% of each side. However, the prolonged defense has exhausted the people of Slime City. After all, they are all flesh and blood, and compared to those unconscious or low-intelligence insects, the intensity is too much for them. "General, please allow me to lead the troops to launch an attack." It's not a solution to just defend all the time. In the military tent, Wang Kuan once again proposed his plan to Luo Wu. This was probably the umpteenth time he had suggested it in the past few days. For this fierce general, constant defense was truly frustrating. "No, the enemy has too many numbers. If we can't inflict heavy damage on them at once, our soldiers will be in danger," Luo Wu said sternly. "Defense is still the priority now. Although the army's morale cannot be fully displayed, at least the risk is minimal. General, we have already lost nearly 100 brothers. If we continue like this, I'm afraid morale will suffer. Moreover, our Divine Awakening country has received assistance from the Slime Tribe, while the Flame Country," Wang Kuan explained. It made sense. There have already been some casualties, and it's not a local battle, so it's hard to maintain the soldiers' morale. But launching an attack now carries too much risk. We are already tied to the Slime Tribe. The gods and the king have sent us to support, Luo Wu explained. We all know this, the soldiers know it too, that's how we've held on until now, but Wang Kuan obviously didn't want to say more. Although the situation is not yet clear, once time drags on, the consequences will be hard to predict. Reinforcements are about to arrive. Zhao Shiren suddenly issued an oracle. Just now, news from Su Xiaoxiao finally came. Support has been confirmed to come. Good. Quickly inform the soldiers, now is the time to stabilize the army's morale. Luo Wu stood up excitedly and hurried to arrange the message delivery. The situation with Zhao Shi was somewhat complicated, and after these few days, he admired this general even more. Under such great pressure, he remained calm in the face of danger, organized all aspects of power in an orderly manner, and repelled multiple attacks by the insect race, known for their expertise in siege warfare. This spirit and ability truly deserve admiration. As a deity in the aspect of war, he felt inferior. Originally, the support message from his goddess was not clear, and he did not have high hopes, but he did not expect the message that reinforcements were coming soon to be so clear today. However, at this moment, Zhao Shiren no longer felt the excitement of being cared for by the goddess. These days of defending the city had left a deep impression on him, and the pressure was not only on Luowu but also on him. Every insect race attack on the city made him anxious, as one wrong move could lead to becoming a demigod or even directly becoming a fallen god. If it weren't for Luowu's composure, being able to turn the tide each time and drive back the insect race, he didn't know how many times he would have collapsed. After the final wave, if unsuccessful, cease fire. In the rear of the insect race, the deity instructed its divine messenger. Deity, can you personally intervene this time? Grant me strength, I have decided to break through that city gate. The divine messenger said angrily. The losses suffered by the insect race in these days of siege had exceeded 20%, and compared to the other side, the death toll had multiplied several times. For the insect race, known for their numbers, this was a significant blow. Very well, this time I will lend you a helping hand, the deity replied. This blessing method had significant restrictions on its use, and he had not expected to use it on a battlefield where he should have had the upper hand. The deity felt somewhat regretful, thinking that awakening a powerful race and combining it with powerful talents should have been a sure victory, but the premature death of the leader had led to a head-on collision with the slime walls of this city. The entire army attacks. With a command, the endless insect race once again began to assault the pitiful small city walls. Amidst the storm, the lone city stood in the distance. Organize the defense. On the city wall, Luowu began to organize the next defense, and the soldiers skillfully began to set up the city defenses. As a fierce battle approached, the battlefields of both sides had entered a decisive phase. At this point, it was a test of perseverance and willpower. Whoever could hold out until the end would be the winner, while the loser would lose everything and become a pitted waste. Accelerate the march. After resting for a few hours, Duanshan saw the water flowing down along this main road. This road, formed in the mountains, was completely paved with stones, but at this moment, this fast lane that should not have been there was already soaked by the water flowing down from the mountains, indicating something very clearly. Mountain Spirit Country, Mountain City. Divine Messenger, there is severe flooding in the city, and our main forces are currently engaged. Can we open the city gates to release the water? By now, the flood had passed, and fortunately, the mountain city was built on high ground. Although there was a river passing through the city, once the gates were opened, drainage was very convenient. Open the gates, the divine messenger said calmly. In the eyes of everyone, the troops of the Flame Country were entangled with their main forces, so taking advantage of this opportunity to quickly drain the water from the city was the right thing to do. Ancient cities built with walls were most afraid of internal flooding. Having good drainage facilities was fine, but in this newly established small city, the flood resistance was not strong. Even if it was just a few days' accumulation of rising water, it had basically submerged most of the city area, with water levels deep enough to reach half a person's height. Without opening the city gates for drainage, relying solely on the built drainage facilities, it was unclear when the water would be completely drained. The city gates that have been closed for more than 10 days have been opened. The water inside flows down the small slope outside the city onto the fast lane, and then flows to Duanshan's feet. Seeing the water level getting deeper, Duanshan is excited and ignores his wet shoes, leading the people to rush towards the mountain city. At this time, 300 soldiers from the Yen Kingdom are less than a kilometer away from this small city, and most of the soldiers stationed on the city wall can see them. However, after a flood, people have climbed to higher ground, the city wall is crowded, and the fast lane is covered by tall trees, so no one notices a military force charging towards them for a while. Quick, close the city gates. A little elf who was enjoying the scenery accidentally caught sight of the Yen Kingdom army's movements and hurriedly shouted to the crowd. But the elf's voice was not as loud as a general's, and in the noisy environment, no one could hear clearly. The army is coming, close the city gates. Another elf saw the terrifying scene in front of him and immediately shouted in panic. Soon more people started shouting, and panic gradually spread across the entire city wall and into the city. By the time the poor soldiers stationed there reacted and went to close the city gates, the Yen Kingdom's army was less than 200 meters away from the city. The city gates were originally open inwards, and with the drainage not yet completed, it was not easy to close them. The elves were strong, but strangely, these elves, who had amazing strength to draw giant bows, struggled with the city gates. 2 people couldn't do it, so 3 came, and then 5, until a group of people surrounded the city gates, making it difficult to close. But by this time, the Yen Kingdom soldiers had already charged forward, and their efforts seemed futile. King, let me charge ahead. Manhwa said. Seeing Duanshen nod, he directly adjusted his iron armor and rammed towards the city gates. Bang! The city gates that were difficult to close were directly knocked open, and then the Yin Kingdom's vanguard rushed towards the city gates and quickly took control of the city wall. Charge, head straight for the enemy's temple, capture the deity. Duanshen took a deep breath and led his men straight towards the city center. Summon the army spirits. Seeing the distant soldiers preparing to attack, Duanshen shouted, summoning the army spirits with his men. At this point, he was also fired up and didn't care if he was part of the vanguard, leading the vanguard soldiers towards the city center. Vanguard's determination, death before dishonor. Having breached the city gates, the vanguard soldiers, who had wielded their swords for many years, were greatly encouraged and shouted loudly, with black armor appearing on their bodies. At this moment, only Duanshen looked particularly striking among the entire army. Duanshen, you just need to command directly, no need to charge directly, it's too dangerous. Zhao Yuqing expressed some concern through the oracle. But at this critical moment, how could Duanshen, as a chief military officer, withdraw from the team? Who else would command then? Moreover, at this moment, everyone was fired up, including Duanshen. It was a time that required a united effort. If Duanshen didn't charge with the soldiers, the momentum that had been built up would quickly dissipate, which was not the time to consider such things. Ignore the enemy's attacks, protect the vital points, charge swiftly. Duanshen shouted again. His voice was quite loud, enough to be heard by hundreds of people, and it also had a calming effect on the battlefield. Charge! Kill! The vanguard soldiers, who had been boosted by various means, were greatly encouraged, and the remaining remnants in the city dared not come forward to resist, only able to shoot arrows from the sidelines to wear down the enemy. However, the Yin Kingdom's archers were not to be underestimated, and their firepower cover was very effective. In the center of the army naturally did not suffer much damage. As for the soldiers in the trapped camp, it goes without saying that under the dual protection of military spirit and iron armor, those arrows basically had no killing power. Of course, this situation could not last long. Charge, whoever blocks will die. At this moment, the army had already started shouting, their momentum getting stronger and closer to the enticing temple. Outside the temple, the divine messengers looked at the hundreds of soldiers and the few scattered soldiers beside them, with no intention of resistance. But with the gods above, they had no way out. Surrenderers will not be killed. Duanshen shouted as he led the army forward, getting closer to the temple. A green figure appeared, and the divine descent began. A petite girl in a green outfit, holding a long bow, appeared. With a fierce pull, a huge arrow blowing green shot towards Duanshen. Seeing this, the surrounding soldiers quickly tackled Duanshen, shielding him with their bodies. Ha! Another green light appeared, and Zhao Yuqing directly caught the arrow with her bare hands, then sent out huge vines towards the ambushing comrade. Matching this, a beam of light shot out from Zhao Yuqing's eyes, causing the divine spirit to pause. Dual talents. After the sixth-old divine spirit exclaimed, he was entangled by the vines and lost his fighting ability. Control the divine statue. Duanshen quickly directed the army to arrange the follow-up matters. The battle was decided. This time was a complete victory. Thank you, divine sister, for saving my life. Duanshen quickly thanked the noble and sacred kind divine spirit in front of him. He had truly been scared just now, not expecting to lose his head at a critical moment. It seemed that he needed to cultivate more generals, otherwise his personal safety would be hard to guarantee. Against the current, towards the mountain city. It's nothing, pay more attention in the future. You must not risk your life. As the leader of the Flame Country, there are many tasks waiting for you. Zhao Yuqing casually said, perhaps not wanting to dwell on this matter. Clearly, she could have let Duanshen die silently just now, could have made him disappear in the most reasonable way. And once Duanshen died, the Flame Country could be completely under her control, a very reasonable and uncontested situation. But she hesitated and went to save him, not understanding her own thoughts now, sacrificing a god for a false believer. Keeping him is useful, I still need him to govern the Flame Country. Such divine messengers are not easy to find. Zhao Yuqing could only console herself in this way. Human mentality was truly wonderful. Former enemies who had wished for each other's death not long ago had now become comrades helping each other. The city gate on this side had been breached, and the other side was almost the same. It was nighttime, and the insect race's attack this time was particularly fierce. The bodies of insects piled up under the city wall. If not for Luo Wu timely arranging people to clear them with sticks through the underground passages, these bodies alone could have flooded the city wall. On the ground, the insects climbed up the city wall effortlessly on the bodies of their comrades, only to be met by the Flame Country's iron-armored soldiers, the red slimes, and the archers in the rear. Soldiers without iron armor equipment could not resist any attack from these seemingly short insects, so naturally they were not sent to the city wall to die. A bug climbed up the city wall, then a shield slammed towards it, knocking the unstable bug down along with another one halfway up. Subsequently, the two bugs that fell heavily on the ground stood up and rushed towards the city wall again. Another bug bypassed the soldiers, crossed the city wall directly, and was met by the soldiers guarding the rear, and soon this bug was smashed into pieces. We can't continue like this, prepare to use all our strength. In the rear, the deity transmitted a message to the divine messenger. The goal of consuming the opponent's strength has basically been achieved now, and soon they can directly use the flexibility of the insect race and the blessed level 1 units to attack directly from the city gate. Yes, the divine messenger replied, then used the antennae on his head to spread the message of retreat, and all the bugs on the battlefield began to withdraw from the city wall. Finally repelled. Wang Kuan wiped the sweat from his head and the green blood from his armor. This war had been going on for several hours, and the army was exhausted. We still need to be careful. Luo Wu looked solemnly at the bugs preparing their formation after retreating, pondering in his heart. Then he frowned and quickly shouted, "Form up at the rear gate, vanguard in front, archers in the back, and other troops guard the city wall." With this command, the soldiers who had just relaxed became tense again. Fortunately, the vanguard who had just defended the city gate were resting and now were ready. The vanguard quickly organized behind the west city gate, and the archers in the rear were also in position. Whether they had participated in the battle or not, the entire army quickly prepared according to Luo Wu's command. After several days of battles, both the Flame Kingdom and the Divine Slime Kingdom knew that they had to follow General Luo Wu's orders to survive. After this period of baptism, these soldiers could be considered veterans. "General Luo Wu, what's happening?" Zhao Shuren, who had just relaxed, immediately woke up and asked Luo Wu anxiously. He hadn't slept for over a day now, and the ongoing war kept him on edge. In the Divine Realm, there was a statistic about the failure rate of the first battle, which was about 13%, and there was also a statistic for the failure rate against the insect race, which was about 56%. This was a very terrifying data, showing how extraordinary Luo Wu was to be able to withstand the insect race's strong attacks with ordinary human and slime troops. The enemy is now gathering their forces. It seems they are about to use their ultimate move. According to their charging pattern, the target is likely to be the West City Gate. I have already ordered reinforcements at the West City Gate, but the situation may not be too optimistic. Luo Wu analyzed seriously. The moonlight was exceptionally bright today, shining on his nose covered in bug blood, making it look particularly dazzling. I still have a chance for divine intervention, but I am not good at fighting, so I may not be able to handle this situation. Zhao Shuren said softly. The deity cannot intervene yet. If our deity intervenes now, the enemy's deity will definitely also intervene, leading to more variables. Let's try to see if we can stop them. Luo Wu analyzed. General, my slime clan has already received too much kindness from the human clan. Since the enemy is so strong now, this may be my fate. Please go back, General. Even though I am a demigod, I will surely repay the general's kindness. Zhao Shuren said tearfully. Now he was feeling a bit embarrassed. The enemy's strength was so strong, and if he let these soldiers who fought for him suffer heavy casualties, he didn't know how to explain it to his sister. No need to say more. Your past and future help to my human clan have been significant, and the deity and the king sent me to campaign in foreign lands. How could I give up halfway? The Flame Kingdom and the human clan's soldiers cannot flee in the face of battle. Luo Wu directly denied. Now that things had come to this point, he had no reason to retreat. From the perspective of hard resources and interests, Duanshen has made it very clear that the Slime Clan is definitely a great help to the Flame Country. From the perspective of military morale, the Vanguard Camp is a military unit that is born to fight to the death. The training and requirements of the military nature do not allow this unit to have any records of desertion in battle. Once the spirit is broken, then is the Vanguard Camp still the Vanguard Camp? All troops, listen to my command, fight to the death. Luo Wu shouted. Fight! The spirit of the vanguard, to die without fear of death. Even after days of campaigning, the army still had high morale in the face of the current situation. There were not many words on the battlefield, and Luo Wu was not good at boosting morale, only giving dry orders. However, a truly admired general is not someone who speaks well, but someone who can truly improve the survival rate of the army and bring the soldiers back alive. Obviously, in the hearts of the soldiers, Luo Wu meets this criterion. Attack the city. With a command from the deity, a beam of light struck himself, and then his body suddenly underwent a huge transformation, emitting a strange red light. Soon, a giant insect with 8 legs appeared behind the insect soldiers and rushed towards the city gate at lightning speed. Boom! 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 The giant insect fiercely attacked the city gate, causing the city wall to tremble, the vibrations reaching Luowu's feet. Get off the city wall, prepare in the rear, Luowu shouted, ordering the people on the city wall to retreat. Bang! The city gate was finally broken, as if it had let out a sigh of relief, making a creaking sound before falling to the ground. The giant insect rushed towards the vanguard camp, and then, on the city wall, at the city gate, the insects slowly crawled into the city. Their speed was slow, yet oppressive, as if they were enjoying this wonderful hunting process. At this point, both sides were bloodthirsty, the insects showing no fear, and their enemies naturally forgetting what fear was. The only thought at this moment was probably to tear apart their enemies. Kill! The giant insect shouted, its voice not clear but still understandable. This was the first time the soldiers heard the voice of the insects, which didn't sound too wonderful. Compared to fighting against these insects, they would rather be like another army, fighting cleverly against a group of beautiful and lovely elves. General, take the human race in retreat, I will buy you time for your evacuation. At this moment, Zhao Shuren suddenly performed a divine descent, blocking the giant insect, but obviously struggling. Compared to the combat power of the gods was not absolute, and in the divine realm, individual combat power of the gods was not highly valued. Scholars were fine, but weak students like Zhao Shuren were obviously more common. These minor deities usually only engaged in friendly battles at school, and facing the insects head-on required a lot of courage. Boom! The enemy deity also joined the battle, directly entangling with Zhao Shuren in the sky, their skills causing a spectacular display. But both of them were weak students, looking more like novices pecking at each other, adding a touch of comedy to this serious battlefield. Kill! The insects charged forward. General, hurry! Zhao Shuren shouted, but was punched in the face and had no more energy to speak. Cheesy plots were not popular on this battlefield. Luowu silently looked at the vanguard camp prepared in the rear, and the soldiers further back. The clumsy slime was still bouncing around on the roof, looking over here, still quite cute. General, let me organize the charge. Wang Kuan from the rear came forward to challenge. No, I'll do it. Luowu did not explain further, looking ahead, putting on his helmet, and preparing for the charge formation. The soldiers of the rear ambush camp also arranged various equipment neatly, and the nearly 300 ambush camp soldiers were ready. Everyone knows the stakes, no need to say more. I remember the king once said a phrase, something like fear not the shroud, for the dead will ride again, which seems quite fitting here. Let's charge. Yes! The soldiers in the rear shouted in unison, while the slowly approaching insect race seemed to have seen enough of the show, their mockery seemingly having no effect. Kill! The giant insects led the charge. The insects behind also rushed fiercely towards the human army. Kill! Luowu shouted, leading the charge. In terms of martial prowess, he was also considered a fierce general, determined to push to the front. Kill! 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 The army behind also joined the charge, with 300 ironclad infantry and 500 infantry following up against over 4,000 insects. Summon the army's spirit! Luowu shouted, rallying the front-line troops, who then began to cheer loudly. The ambition of the ambush, to die without fear. As the weapons clashed, Luowu remembered the feat of leading 300 Yen soldiers to attack a force of 3,000 Korean soldiers. The Yen soldiers at that time did not have iron armor, only a few iron weapons. They were not called the ambush camp, nor did they have the black armor that now surrounded them. At that time, Yen was not called Yen, but the Yuqing tribe. Bang! The heavy infantry charging directly opened a gap in the insect formation, with the giant insects being entangled by Luowu and several soldiers. In terms of individual combat strength, these insects were not strong, which was one of the reasons Luowu dared to engage in battle. With only 300 ambush camp soldiers and a disadvantage, they could only tear through the insect formation and engage in combat. If 800 ambush camp soldiers were gathered, these insects would be no match. Kill! Both sides fought fiercely, even the two deities on the sidelines joined in with greater force. At that moment, reinforcements finally arrived. Below the level of a third-tier deity, each side could only use 2 support cards in a war. This support was Zhao Shuren's last card. Xiao Xiao, hurry and save them. Despite his desperate situation, Zhao Shuren pointed towards the insects and humans entangled below, with the slimes in the rear also preparing to assist. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao quickly arranged her celestial beings and went down to rescue them. With a few powerful primitive celestial arts, many insects died, and the once arrogant insects now showed fear, unsure if it was due to the pressure from the humans or the intimidation from the celestial beings. Retreat! Seeing the enemy receiving reinforcements, the insect deities were at a loss. Having already lost nearly half of their forces, they thought they would surely win this time, but this unexpected support ruined their plans. The insects, relieved, abandoned the bodies of their fallen comrades, and the conflict between the two sides came to an end. Due to the short duration of the conflict, the casualties among the human forces were not significant. However, the insects suffered greatly, especially from the frontal assault by the ambush camp. Even the enchanted giant insect had 6 legs cut off by Luo Wu and other soldiers, now barely climbing with 2 legs. Charge again. After a few minutes of rest, the ambush camp saw the insects still not climbing the city walls, their eyes gleaming with determination. Both sides were now bloodthirsty, unwilling to let the insects escape easily. Kill. The ambition of the ambush, to die without fear. The spirit of the army gathered once again, the speed of the charge accelerated once again, and it was about to plunge into the depths of this group of insects. Damn, these ordinary human tribes are crazy. The nameless insect deity at this time still did not forget to show some racial discrimination, and directly wanted to retreat. But the system had already judged it as a combat state. It seems that something will be left behind today. Quickly, support! Zhao Xian shouted again. The immortals sent over quickly flew over and began to use skills in the formation. I surrender. The insect deity finally gave up resistance, his mentality was about to collapse. Ding! The first god battle is over, please proceed to ceasefire negotiations. When the system's voice sounded, Duan Chen had already returned to Yin country to tally the casualties and organize the spoils. The war in the mountain spirit realm ended first, but the system's judgment was made after the war in the slime god realm ended. Sis, hurry up, ceasefire negotiations are about to begin. Zhao Xian's message came over, and this victory was obviously beyond his expectations. You should first organize the spoils and assess the damage. Zhao Yuqing reminded. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's face darkened, feeling somewhat ashamed that the joy of victory had overshadowed the tragedy of the fallen soldiers. This was not the behavior of a qualified ruler. Soothing the people's hearts was definitely a top priority. Zhao Xian, I'll leave first. Seeing Zhao Xian busy, Su Xiaoxiao beside him didn't want to stay any longer. Don't rush, we still have to proceed with ceasefire negotiations later. If you leave now, wouldn't it be in vain? It's okay, you guys won the battle anyway, I didn't help, so it's not appropriate. Alright. Zhao Xian was now busy cleaning up the battlefield and didn't want to say much. With a flash of light, the immortals and Su Xiaoxiao who came to support retreated. The immortals were recognized by society as high-level clans or even top clans, with very strong individual combat capabilities, but their numbers were very small. It was not that the overall number of people was small, but that the number of people with immortal cultivation talent was small. Among most immortals, only 1/10 of the population could embark on the path of immortal cultivation, but just this 1/10 could already exhibit considerable combat power. General, this time my Divine Awakening Kingdom brought a total of 500 archers and 100 heavy armored soldiers. 71 archers and 5 heavy armored soldiers died, and 100 archers and 15 heavy armored soldiers were injured. General, this time my Yen country had a total of 100 vanguard soldiers and archers, with 18 vanguard soldiers and 20 archers injured. General, this time my slime clan had 100 red slimes participating in the battle, with 30 casualties. The casualties of the army were announced one by one, causing Luo Wu's face to darken gradually. Although the casualties were relatively small compared to the insect tribe, the casualty ratio was not insignificant. General, my slime clan will not forget the kindness of the human tribe. We will definitely not disappoint the general in various future resources. Seeing such large human casualties, Zhao Xian also felt uneasy and could only make a statement first. The king and the deities sent us to support. It is already good to be able to defend against such enemies. Although the casualties are not small, the mission has been completed. For the injured soldiers, we can only provide more assistance to ensure the livelihoods of their families and their own honor. When Luo Wu said these words, he mainly looked at Wang Kuan. In the system of Yin country and the special situation of the slime clan, there was no need to worry about these issues, but in the Divine Awakening Kingdom, it was uncertain. Rest assured, General, my Divine Awakening Kingdom will naturally not mistreat these soldiers, Wang Kuan said firmly, clasping his fists. Since the generals have already finished their statistics, let's arrange the evacuation work first. I will proceed with the negotiations first, Zhao Shiren said, and then apply to the system for a room to negotiate. By this time, the negotiations with the Mountain Spirit Kingdom had long ended, and even the idols had been captured. Many things were easily resolved, and the entire Mountain Spirit Kingdom belonged to the Flame Kingdom. In a room, the insect god and the siblings sitting across from each other, accompanied by Duan Chen who had actively requested to participate in the negotiations. Tell me, how do you plan to compensate this time? Zhao Yuqing said directly. By now, She had learned about the casualties among the human race, so naturally, she did not have a good expression towards this deity. I will provide 30,000 productivity points in the next divine realm year, and then use external divine power points for certain compensation. The insect god also understood the current situation and would not say many foolish things. We do not need divine power points, we need more productivity and related resources, and we also need some insects to serve us, Duanshen added. How can a deity's conversation allow you, a mere mortal, to interrupt? The insect god was clearly angry, for it was a great insult to it. Ha, mind your status, you are not qualified to bark in front of us yet. Zhao Yuqing's words were not pleasant, but they calmed the insect down. Now it was at their mercy, with their thousands of insect army still under their control. I can give you 1,000 insects, but we really cannot provide more productivity, the insect god lamented. We want 2,000 insects. Productivity must be 40,000. Zhao Yuqing doubled down directly. Both sides haggled with each other, finally settling on a compromise amount. The insects took 2,000 productivity points and 30,000, which was considered reasonable overall. As for the distribution between the siblings, Zhao Yuqing took the lion's share, while all the insects had to leave. Half of the productivity points were taken, which was still a reasonable distribution. The siblings were not very polite either. By this time, all the population and effective resources of the Mountain Spirit Kingdom had been moved to the Flame Kingdom's territory. After all, it was conquered by the Flame Kingdom, and Zhao Yuqing only wanted that deity and its productivity, as the production belonged to the Flame Kingdom's resources. In total, the Flame Kingdom received around 1,000 insects, 2,000 elves, and various resources from the Mountain Spirit Kingdom. These resources mainly consisted of food and industrial products, but they did not have much impact in the Flame Kingdom. Compared to the Flame Kingdom's current technological level, these resources from the Mountain Spirit Kingdom were basically a generation behind. The Mountain Spirit Kingdom was still in a primitive society, while the Flame Kingdom had long advanced into an agricultural society. In terms of material technology alone, the Flame Kingdom had a significant advantage. Although most of the abandoned continent was inhabited by extinct races, there was still spiritual power present. Therefore, these mountain spirit races still had a future for development. Of course, the relocated insects did too. Why did they need these insects? Mainly because Duanshen considered the severe shortage of oxen at present. After all, the Flame Kingdom was located in a plain area, separated by the Luolong Mountains from the grasslands to the north. Therefore, trade was very difficult, and although some oxen had been introduced, they simply could not meet the needs of cultivating new farmland. Many of the newly opened farmlands were directly cultivated by manpower from the military, which was very time and energy consuming. However, these insects were definitely excellent livestock. As long as they were harnessed, although they did not have the strength of oxen, one could use 2 if needed, and 3 if necessary. As long as they were fed grass and straw, they could survive, with a very strong vitality. As for the issue of resistance, it was easily resolved. Without a queen insect to command them, the insects basically lost consciousness. After being judged by the system, they would do whatever the human race said, very obedient. Ding! The divine battle has ended. System judgment begins. The Flame Country battles the Mountain Spirit Country. Flame Country wins, 100%. 2. The Divine Country, Flame Country, Slime Country, and Celestial Spirit Country battle the Giant Insect Country, the Divine Country. Victory, 65%. After casualty assessment, war intensity, and time assessment, a 1-year truce is obtained. After completion assessment, obtained a silver treasure chest X1, a bronze treasure chest X1, and gained 10,000 productivity. After intimacy assessment, obtained the right to exchange civilizations with the Slime Divine Country 3 times, and the intimacy with the Slime Country increased to friendly. Zhao Yuqing couldn't hide her smile. Indeed, the Golden Belt, although the war was cruel, it was truly profitable. This time, the productivity alone gained 10,000 and another 15,000 for the next year, without the 30% productivity of the long-term flow from the deity. In terms of treasure chests, it was even more extravagant, directly rewarding too. In the temple of the Flame Country, Duanshen looked at the deities praying in front of him with some amusement. Just 2 treasure chests made our deity so happy. Hurry up and open it, or the iron will rust. Duanshen joked. This deity insisted that there was some luck and blessing in opening it in the temple, and as soon as the treasure chest was obtained, the deity descended into the Flame Country temple. All right. After Zhao Yuqing arranged all the rituals, she tremblingly pressed the button on the bronze treasure chest, and a card floated out in a flash of light. Take a look. I'm a bit scared to look. She covered her eyes and said to Duanshen beside her. It's just a few cards, what's so surprising? Duanshen pretended not to care, but his hand trembled as he reached for the card, and then his face turned dark. "Thank you for your patronage," he muttered quietly, then threw the card on the ground. This is the result of insincerity, without the blessing of the deity. Zhao Yuqing felt a little sorry. After all, it was not easy to get the treasure chest, and to open a "thank you for your patronage" was only a 5% chance. You, a deity, are still praying everywhere, and you say I'm not sincere. Duan Chen was a bit speechless. What kind of logic was this? Forget it, I'll open the next one myself. It's a waste of time for me to pray for nothing. Zhao Yuqing was a bit disappointed. Indeed, it was an inauspicious start. The first sword in life turned out to be a "thank you for your patronage. May the Supreme God bless me" to draw a troop card. Zhao Yuqing silently recited a few words, then pressed the button on the silver treasure chest, and a card appeared. Zhao Yuqing picked it up and laughed instantly. "Ha, it's really a troop card. This is the effect of believing in the deity." She handed the card to Duan Chen, looking very pleased. Duan Chen took a closer look at the card and was shocked. Common silver level troop card, Danyang Army, for ordinary human use, universal for other races, one of the basic troop types, can expand the army size with productivity, military soul, Danyang, a small sun appears above the army, emitting strong light to the left and right, making our army's vision clearer and the enemy's vision blurrier. Description: it is one of the most basic and important troop types for ordinary humans. After staying in Danyang for a certain period, it will autonomously enhance its organizational ability, strengthen soldier organization, and even if transferred to other teams, the organizational strengthening effect can be preserved. Number 10,000, training time, 3 months, actual 3 years. Damn, does praying to the gods really work? If I had known, I would have prayed too, Duan Chen said in amazement. The effect of this army was truly extraordinary, just the military soul shining alone. It was definitely the most eye-catching in large-scale combat, directly suppressing the opponent. You really have the gods' favor. Sighed a little, feeling that apart from meeting him, the gods were all smooth sailing, with backgrounds, appearances, talents, and luck. Ah, the heavens have rewarded me with meeting you. Zhao Yuqing felt a bit melancholic about her tragic divine life. Alright, arrange the troop cards and related resources. In a few days, notify the Divine Kingdom to come to the Flame Kingdom for a meeting. Let's negotiate properly. I have an idea to annex the surrounding areas, and I need the cooperation of the Divine Kingdom. Duan Chen began discussing official business. Having just finished a battle, there were still many things to handle. By the way, the Divine Market should be opening in about a dozen days. Is there anything you want? Zhao Yuqing asked. What's inside? And roughly how much purchasing power do we have now? Duan Chen had some understanding of this, but the Flame Kingdom couldn't say what they lacked or didn't lack. The main issue was still the lack of people. I don't know, the detailed prices and goods change every year, Zhao Yuqing replied. This market mainly consists of official resources, and many things change every year. Alright, we'll arrange it later. After Duan Chen finished speaking, he went straight to the government hall to start arranging related affairs. How to settle these elves was still a big problem. How about temporary settlement points? They have all been arranged now, and the choice of addresses is also marked on this map. The witch handed the map to Duan Chen. Do the elves want to live in the mountains? Duan Chen looked at the map in his hand and said with some concern. Indeed, they say they are not suitable for farming and prefer to live independently in the mountains, the witch affirmed. It's hard to say, these elves can fully integrate with the Flame Kingdom people. If we let them live independently, it could lead to division. It's better to integrate rather than let them live independently in the mountainous areas far from the core of the Flame Kingdom, Duan Chen said seriously. Division may not matter to the gods, but for Duan Chen as the king, it was very fatal. Kid, both sides can intermarry and reproduce directly. Opportunities like this to have an affiliated race are rare, so it's better to intermarry. The emperor suddenly appeared, startling Duan Chen. Where have you been these days? Feels like I haven't seen you in a long time. Duan Chen was puzzled. Oh, I was asleep, so I didn't come out. The emperor said simply, then made his proposal. These elves can intermarry with humans, and their offspring will be a mix of humans and elves. As long as they are races from the divine realm, they can intermarry with humans, and of course, they can also intermarry with each other. The offspring will inherit half of each parent's race. Back then, my human race intermarried with angelic and elven races, whose appearances were more in line with the aesthetic standards of the divine realm, which made the appearance of our human race among the top in all races. Alas, now we have regressed tens of thousands of years to the primitive era, and the appearance of my human race has also suffered a great setback. The emperor sighed. The human race back then was considered one of the best in terms of beauty among all races, but now the average human race is so despised by all races. Isn't this a bit risky? Duan Chen was somewhat worried. He knew about intermarriage, but it had its pros and cons, and problems could easily arise. Currently, due to the blessing of the gods' longevity in the Flame Kingdom, the gender ratio is already skewed towards females, and even more so for the elves, where females make up a larger proportion. If we emphasize intermarriage, it could easily affect female rights, Duan Chen explained. In order to resist polygamy and liberate women, he specifically carried out reforms. Through long-term social cultivation, the appearance of women in the Yin Kingdom is now very different from that of surrounding countries. If the elves are required to integrate, it is very easy to create more male-female conflicts in society, and it may even stir up the emotions of the elves, which is not what Duan Chen wants to see. The elves can only be and must be a subordinate race of the human race. Although the human race will not oppress them and all aspects of welfare are the same, they absolutely cannot be treated as special or superior to the human race. If both sides agree to intermarry, more social problems will arise between the elves with physical advantages and the ordinary human race, and these problems can only be resolved over time. Are you still worried about this? The emperor was somewhat surprised, as in his Shang kingdom, he had not considered so many social issues. That's right, social issues are also something that the Yin kingdom must address in its development. It is not possible to let the elves go independent directly, but also cannot completely promote intermarriage between the two sides. We need to find a middle ground, Duan Chen analyzed. I don't understand what you're saying. I really don't get it. Why is this small country dealing with so many things? The emperor complained a few times and then disappeared directly, apparently not very satisfied. It's not as simple as you think. Duan Chen sighed and called in officials from various departments of the Yin Kingdom to start discussing related matters. Now, our relevant relief work is basically completed, and a simple gathering place for the elves has been set up outside Yuqing. Overall, it's still acceptable. The emotions within the elf community are not very stable. Although we have been very gentle with them, internally they are still quite anxious, with a strong desire to return to the forests. Wu presented an analysis report, which was specially conducted by the Yin Kingdom government. Otherwise, let's just put them in the forests. Build a new city for them in the forests and settle them there. As long as they serve us in battle, it should be fine, a deputy minister suggested. No, in that case, these elves would basically have no value to our Yin Kingdom and would be a serious destabilizing factor. Minister of Construction Wang Shi quickly rejected the idea. Allowing them to migrate alone is a huge project. It was already difficult enough to arrange temporary settlement points for them, and now this, Wang Shi would definitely not agree. I also think it's a bit difficult. Wu also suggested and rejected the idea. Another way is to force them to intermarry with the people of the Yin Kingdom. This way, they can basically integrate completely. But considering our current monogamous system, this is somewhat difficult. Duan Chen also analyzed. Absolutely not. These people are too beautiful, and it's easy for conflicts to arise between them and our people. Zhang Yun quickly rejected the idea. Then it's a problem. Can't let them go, can't keep them. If we really let these people develop in the mountains, it will definitely remain a primitive society, requiring assistance from our homeland. Integrating them into the Yin Kingdom's system will easily lead to conflicts. Duan Chen felt a headache, whether this was joy or pain. We definitely can't let them return to the mountains. We conquered them for their population. They come here and don't even farm. They are so delicate. Luo Wu said directly. They are indeed suited for life in the mountains. We also need to consider their customs and nature. Wang Shi added, suggesting that having them all farm might be too radical. How about this? Aren't we about to march north soon? It's a good opportunity to move a group of people to Hadong. The local farming army and the people of the Shinchi Kingdom can handle part of it. The remaining labor force can move with these elves to the collective farm in the east, establish a new city near the mountainous area, mainly focusing on agricultural development, and control the northern city's mountain pass. Zhang Yun proposed. Good idea. The witch slammed the table excitedly. Farming is necessary for these people to do. Those who like mountain areas can also develop forestry appropriately. Our country lacks fruits and timber, so it's a good place to go, praised Duan Chen. Even better, the land in the east of the river is close to the exit of the Luolong Valley. When we finalize the plans related to the Divine Kingdom, we can also prevent the Divine Kingdom from expanding southward, added Luo Wu. As a general, his perspective was mostly from a military strategic standpoint. So, what about the selection of the new city lord? Duan Chen looked at the people in the field. The city lord was a tough job, with complex industries and races. If not coordinated well, it could be a big problem. I am willing to be the city lord, volunteered the witch. As the Minister of Production of the country, his domestic capabilities were very strong. Now, in terms of qualifications and abilities, no one was more suitable than him. Well, Duan Chan hesitated. Without the witch, many things would be difficult to handle. Sir, our Deputy Minister of Production, Shui Zhong, is also very capable and young. He can definitely handle the relevant responsibilities. Moreover, there is no one more suitable than me to arrange the affairs of the new city in the country. The Elven race, as the first affiliated race of our country, is a big deal, and it still needs me to go, the witch hurriedly explained. Alright, I hope you take care of yourself and complete the task soon. With that, Duan Chen could only agree. In the temporary residence of the Elven race, Xiaoya was currently comforting the elves who had gathered voluntarily. As a divine envoy, she had not received any messages from the gods for several days. Divine envoy Xiaoya, what should we do now? A young elven girl from the tribe asked in panic. Her parents had died in the last war, leaving her alone and seeking help from the divine envoy. It's okay, we are now considered part of the country, and the gods will naturally not mistreat us. Food, housing, and other necessities are guaranteed now, so there is no need to worry. Xiaoya could only comfort them. Divine envoy Xiaoya, the human soldiers look very scary. I don't know if we can return to the mountains and forests, a tearful young elf said. They had lived carefree lives in the mountains, with abundant resources and a very safe environment. They were not mentally prepared for such a situation. My lord, officials from the country have arrived, a male elf ran over to report. Please invite them in quickly. Xiaoya hurriedly walked towards the gathering place to welcome them. They were now captives, so they had to show the appropriate attitude. After exchanging pleasantries, the witch walked towards the center of the square, followed by the elves. I have come today to discuss and finalize your destination, the witch said, and the soldiers beside him began to shout in unison, so that thousands of elves could hear. Chaos erupted below, and the restless elves became worried. Are you planning to let us return to the mountains and forests? A young girl innocently asked, a question that every elf wanted to ask. No, the witch shook his head. The elves who received the message were instantly disappointed, and some even looked angrily at the witch. My lord, our mountain elves have lived in the mountains for generations. Now, moving us to the plains, many people may not adapt well. Xiaoya quickly stepped forward to explain. What we mean is, with thousands of human tribesmen from the country, you will go together to cultivate and build a new city. Prepare today, and we will set off tomorrow, the witch announced, and the internal turmoil among the elves intensified, with many words reaching the witch's ears. Why not let us return to the mountains and forests? We are originally mountain elves. These ordinary human tribes are so disrespectful to us. They even make us live together with ordinary human tribes. I don't want to live with those dirty and ugly ordinary human tribes. I really want to go back to the carefree life in the mountains. Wu's face gradually turned black, and Joa next to him also became nervous. You are prisoners of my Yen kingdom, we ensure that your food and living conditions are gifts, and now you dare to make demands on us? Wu said loudly, and the soldiers beside him shouted angrily. Their imposing manner was astonishing, even making several elves cry. We just want to return to our familiar environment to live. What's wrong with that? A brave little elf shouted loudly. The whole scene fell silent for a moment. All eyes turned to Wu and the elf in the front row. Ha ha, Wu didn't know what to say. These elves were all captured, yet they still looked down on ordinary human tribes, even resorting to moral coercion. What's wrong is that you lost. What's wrong is that you are not brave, you are not diligent, you do not think. For this war, everyone in my Yin kingdom cooperated actively regardless of the weather, which created the iron armor for our soldiers, and abundance of food, enabling our soldiers to be fearless and unafraid of death. And what about you? You have greater strength than our ordinary human tribes, and you can even use magic. But what have you done? Your army is not even trained. You live every day in so-called carefree laziness in the forest that confines you. Your soldiers are not as elite as ours. Your city walls are not as strong as ours. Your command is not as shrewd as ours. That's why you lost. You lost thoroughly, along with your gods and everything else. Don't forget, now, you have not worked, you have done nothing, yet you have an abundance of food, comfortable housing, all of which were built for you by our people of Yin Kingdom. Go ask around in the outside world, what race can treat prisoners like us Yin Kingdom does. They will kill your men and even use them as food. They will use your women for venting or as tools for reproduction. This is not cruelty, this is just the price of your weakness and laziness. Now, my Yin Kingdom treats you as our own people, willing to help you work again, willing to help you recreate a better life, and you still don't see us as human. Ha, I have never seen a dog so arrogant towards its master. Let me go back and discuss with the king. I guarantee to give you a more reasonable treatment as prisoners. After Wu said this, the soldiers beside him followed with a loud shout. The momentum became more and more astonishing. The soldiers beside them shouted more and more passionately. Meanwhile, the momentum of the elves below gradually weakened. These carefree little elves had never experienced such suffering before, and they all cried, looking pitiful. But Wu showed no mercy. This was what they deserved. These people were just toasting and not drinking. They must be punished. Wu, our elf tribe is willing to obey all arrangements of the Yin Kingdom. Please have mercy on our poor race. Joa stepped forward and hugged Wu's thigh. Her originally beautiful face looked even more pitiful because of crying. Mercy, when our ordinary human tribe became your prisoners, how would you treat us? We showed you mercy, but you didn't want it. You insisted on throwing this mercy back at us. Now I feel there is no need for mercy. Wu shook his leg and walked straight towards the palace. He was very angry now. These elves were simply taking advantage. This is outrageous. In the palace, Duan Chanmeng threw the book in his hand to the ground fiercely. These elves really couldn't distinguish the situation. Your Majesty, in such a situation, I think there is no need to show mercy to these people. It's better to have them work as laborers first. As for the relocation work, we can arrange for more human tribes to do it, Wu suggested. Indeed, these people actually look down on our ordinary human tribe. Who do they think they are? There are not many of them, and our country's mining and farming population demand is not small. We can arrange for them to participate. Zhang Yun also said angrily. Right, there are still many grassroots service personnel missing in our city, such as sanitation and various other public service personnel, all of which can be arranged, Wang Shi added. Just do it like this. These people don't have much knowledge to begin with. They can't even recognize a big character. It's only natural to arrange these jobs for them. Just give them a charge of war crimes. Start labor reform first. Damn, it's really giving them face. Duanshan was very angry, feeling like he was being shat on. Agreed. After the group shouted, they began to make arrangements. The next day, under the arrangement of the propaganda department, the newspaper detailed the original attitude of the country towards the elves and the response from the other side, and finally published Wu's response, indicating the country's final arrangement. This news quickly spread to the elves' residents, but these people had already been subdued by the country, and their more than 500 warriors had already entered the military camp. These people had no resistance and could only silently obey the country's arrangements. It's quite strange. When Wu explained the relevant policies to these people in a friendly manner yesterday, they were full of resentment, but now that they are being arranged for labor reform, they are very cooperative. The elves are not lacking in physical strength, they just look more delicate, so arranging for labor reform is not too difficult to bear. Of course, children naturally won't go to do labor. The main development direction is still to unite all tribes. If adults can't do it, then start from childhood. Due to the general increase in the lifespan of the people of the country, there are many middle-aged and elderly couples who have already raised children. These couples do not have children, so now they can temporarily take on the task of raising these elves. Influenced by the rules of the divine realm, the fertility rate of the elves is very low, but their individual lifespan is long, usually over 500 years. Now, after the blessing of the country, the lifespan of the people is probably around 200 years. For children, the impact of lifespan is not significant. They basically reach adulthood at around 20 to 25 years old, so the issue of years does not need to be considered too much. In the divine realm, the lifespan of the clan can be extended by the divine through productivity, and higher-level individuals also have various products such as the elixir of eternal youth to extend their lifespan. For the divine, lifespan is very cheap, but for the clan, at this stage, if they want more lifespan, they can only seek help from the divine. In the divine realm, the divine already controls all aspects of the clan. If they want to resist, they must break these rules, find factors that can develop independently from the source. After arranging the elves, about 4,000 people drawn from Yujing City and collective farms will be led by Wu to open a new city in the east of the river. This city is considered the second city of the country, located at the southern exit of the Luolong Valley in the Luolong Mountains, a very important location. Luolong Valley is the largest valley in the Luolong Mountains. It is called a valley, but it is actually similar to a canyon. The distance between the two sides is very large, basically several kilometers, which not only forms good transportation conditions but also very convenient farmland, so there is a country surviving in this valley. This country is the one that the Yin Kingdom originally wanted to attack in advance, but due to the divine war, the plan was temporarily put on hold. Now, a city is being built at the mountain pass leading to the southern foothills of the Luolong Mountains in this country, which can be considered as an early layout for the affairs of this country. When a large number of migrants from the Yin Kingdom arrive at the designated city address, the area's original collective farms have already been developed for city construction. Compared to Yuqing City, this city is not large in size, more like a small town, but according to the plan, it will definitely be well equipped with various production and service facilities. The first priority is undoubtedly the roads. Although the distance between the two cities is not far, it still takes a day's journey, so road construction and material transportation are necessary. To solve this problem, a bridge was built over the Yen River between the two cities last year. The river is not very wide, so a simple stone arch bridge could be built using current technology. With the labor of thousands of people and an ample supply of materials, a new city is rapidly emerging, and in the future, this city will become the gateway between the Yen Kingdom and the grasslands to the north. In the construction of the city, various manpower is indispensable, and various animal power is also very prominent. Originally, the bugs entering the Yen Kingdom were supposed to be used for farming, but because they were so useful, they gradually developed into various aspects. More importantly, the people of the Divine Qi Kingdom and the mountains are not accustomed to these bugs. Therefore, as a condition for the upcoming negotiations, more than 2,000 bugs will be fully owned by the Yen Kingdom. Compared to oxen, these bugs may not have much strength, but they are agile and can understand many simple commands. Although they are ugly in appearance, for the open-minded people of the Yen Kingdom, there is no discomfort. Bugs and elves can live harmoniously in this social system. Due to labor reform, the elves take on some service and physical labor, while bugs, due to their agility and strength, surpass horses and oxen, becoming the best means of transportation and power source for farming. Of course, all of this is controlled by the state, without private administration. Ultimately, in order to achieve harmonious development among all races, the nature of other races should not be commodified, and there will be certain rewards. Duan Chen wants to build an inclusive and harmonious multi-ethnic system with the human race as the main body, but the utilization of other races is still necessary, and if they are used, they must be given some reassurance. 2 months have passed since the end of the First Divine War, and the Yin Kingdom has basically absorbed the gains from the war, experiencing a significant leap in overall strength. From the perspective of historical development, the Yin Kingdom has largely moved away from the development model dominated by human labor in the slave era and shifted towards a model dominated by animal power, ushering in an era of bug power. From the perspective of the development of a small country, this represents a huge increase in social productivity. Although it may not be as significant as the steam engine, it is still revolutionary. Goddess, has the productivity mall been opened? Finally, after being busy for several months, Duanchen found time to ask about the divine realm. Ah, it has been opened. Zhao Yuqing was somewhat surprised, as she had been busy with the development of the Divine Qi Kingdom and had not noticed. Don't we still have over 10,000 productivity points? Let's go take a look. Duanchen continued, expressing his strong desire for the resources of the divine realm. I'll go take a look now. With that, the lifelike statue of the goddess in front of him fell silent. Open the store. Zhao Yuqing shouted, and an interface resembling an online shopping store appeared, but there were very few items listed. The goods in the store are purchased with productivity. Each level will unlock more goods. At present, they are still on the trainee god Zhao Yuqing, with very limited operating space. The store is open to all gods of a divine country, so it is not as targeted as racial inheritance. Most of them are some goods that can be produced by the basic technology of the current divine country. The strength of the divine country has a great influence on the store. For example, now the Western countries have broken through the third-level basic material technology, magic technology, so their country's gods can buy various magic products in the store, of course, subject to level restrictions. As for the current Deming divine country, which is only a second-rate divine country, the basic spiritual products in its store may still be visible, but in terms of material products, it is somewhat unsatisfactory. Reflecting on Zhao Yuqing now, she can only buy some food seeds, some livestock, and some simple iron tools, which are still very expensive. Now we don't have much productivity, we can only buy some livestock and seeds. Do you need these? Zhao Yuqing wanted to buy some for the divine country. Of course, she also needed to contact Duanchen. How about this, you buy us various food seeds and other crop seeds with 2k productivity, you wait for us to give you a list later, we will discuss and choose. As for livestock, buy us 2k, 1,000 cows and horses each, the rest is for you to use. Duan Chen replied. In the previous period of the Divine War, the Flame Country basically took away all the benefits, so naturally they had to give a little soup to the Divine Country, otherwise this god would make trouble again. Okay. Zhao Yuqing replied very readily. Now her mentality has changed, and she feels more relaxed. A few days later, all the supplies were basically sent to the Rain City. People were sent to study those seeds in a hurry, and plan the related planting work. These seeds are all good seeds, which will greatly boost agriculture. As for other aspects such as livestock, the Flame Country is now basically saturated. The Flame Country can be said to have 1 livestock per person now, and it urgently needs to expand. Discussions on related expansion matters also need to be conducted. In the September of the second year of the Divine Descent, the Peace and Development Conference between the Flame Country and the Divine Country was also held in Rain City. As a facade to maintain the dignity of the gods, if it cannot be banned, then it is better to think about how to cooperate well. This conference was held in the palace north of the temple in the capital of the Flame Country. The current palace has basically become the administrative center of the entire Flame Country, where all kinds of meetings and activities are held. As for the majesty of the king, Duanshan doesn't care too much. As a person under the red flag, the title of king was originally out of helplessness, and now there is no need to put on so much airs. This meeting was discussed and agreed upon by Duanshan long ago, and he had already reconciled with the Divine Country. The main focus was on how the two countries could expand smoothly. Duanshan's idea was to minimize the impact of external expansion to avoid backlash from neighboring major powers. Although in terms of absolute military strength, the Flame Country is absolutely confident in direct confrontation, war involves casualties, and in a war under these conditions of productivity, there will definitely be more casualties. The main purpose of the Flame Country's external expansion is population. What Duanshan wants is a country with a prosperous and developed population, not a country with ruins after war, not the fear of the surrounding civilians, and not economic decline. Therefore, in order to expand, some means are necessary, and in this game, the Divine Country is absolutely crucial. Today, under the call of the gods, we are gathered here to discuss how to make both countries more prosperous, how to make the cooperation between the two countries closer. In the recent divine battles, the warriors of our two countries have established a very close and friendly relationship on the battlefield. Through long-term exchanges, the relationship between our two peoples has also become closer. The purpose of this meeting is to consider how our two countries can achieve longer-term development under the leadership of the divine beings. We hope that we can cooperate sincerely and create glory for our people. After some pleasantries from Duanshan, specific issues from all sides began to be discussed. Duanshan no longer needed to intervene, as Wu, Zhang and others could naturally take charge. Clap, clap, clap. After the applause, Zhang Yun took the stage to announce the next steps for cooperation between the two countries, focusing on expansion and collaboration. The main issue we need to discuss this time is how to expand externally in a reasonable manner. Both of our countries are facing significant pressure in their development. Although the war has brought us some spoils, it has not fundamentally changed the situation of our country's small and weak positions. After discussions and considering the development direction of friendly countries, our goal is for our country to expand southward while the Divine Awakening country expands northward. The southern plains have many large city-states, and our country is willing to bear the related pressures. In contrast, the north does not face significant pressure, making it more suitable for the expansion of the Divine Awakening country. As soon as Zhang Yun finished speaking, the whole room fell silent. This was mainly because the Yin countryside was observing the reaction of the Divine Awakening country. In fact, regarding the related interests, Duanshan had already reached a consensus with Zhao Yuqing through repeated negotiations. The outcome of this meeting was a natural result. However, this clearly restrained the development direction of the Divine Awakening country. Although there are city-states north of the Luolan Mountains suitable for agriculture, there are more grassland areas with limited development potential. Compared to the more populous and livable Central Plains region, the north is not an ideal destination. However, this is not something the Divine Awakening country can decide on, as the Yin country already considers the Central Plains region as its own. This unequal distribution of interests must be accepted by the Divine Awakening country. Zhang Yun broke the silence and discussed the costs that the Yin country would have to bear. Previously, the Divine Awakening country had provided the Yin country with many resources, and now they were compromising in the Central Plains region. It was certain that related benefits would have to be given, and good relations had to be maintained. With the presence of the Divine Awakening country, Duanshan was spared from many troubles. Many of the previous activities in the Divine Realm that required the Yin country's direct involvement, such as the previous assessment, would continue in the future. These meaningless activities could seriously damage the relationship between the Yin country and the divine beings, and the Divine Awakening country served as a buffer between them. With this country acting as a target, the Yin country could develop its own things within its framework. This was like a facade for the Yin country in the Divine Realm, and its strength naturally could not be too weak, requiring relevant support. To better maintain the relationship between our two countries, the Yin country will provide some assistance to the Divine Awakening country. The most important aspect is to help the Divine Awakening country subdue the countries in the Luolong Valley, providing them with a farming base. Additionally, we will offer some technological support and assistance to the Divine Awakening country to better consolidate the ties between our two countries in terms of infrastructure. In terms of military assistance, the quotas for the Danyang troops will be evenly split between both sides to enhance the combat capabilities of the Divine Awakening country, and a batch of iron tools will be provided to them. After Zhang Yun finished speaking, the atmosphere, which had cooled down earlier, became more amicable again. This level of assistance was significant, and the military assistance was mainly to enable the Divine Awakening country to cooperate with the Yin country in their plan to annex the southern countries of the Luolong Mountains. Alright, let's now discuss how our two countries can cooperate to deter and subdue the southern countries of the Luolong Mountains. The witch started the topic without giving the representative of the Divine Nation time to respond. To be honest, now the Divine Nation is basically under the control of Zhao Yuqing. This meeting is mainly a formality, and many things were directly negotiated verbally between Duan Chen and Zhao Yuqing. These people do not have decision-making power. The conference quickly ended, and the once peaceful southern part of the Luolong Mountains is about to become restless. The appearance of a deity in two countries is forcing the various city-states, which were previously in the early stages of agricultural society, to consider things other than slavery and enjoyment. In the beautiful autumn and winter season, while the people of the Luogu Kingdom in the north are enjoying the joy of harvest and the pain of labor, the two major southern countries are sharpening their knives against them. Wang Er, are you also going to listen to the storyteller? On the streets of Luogu City, returning farmers greet each other, and now their greetings have changed from "Have you eaten?" to "Are you going to listen to the storyteller?" Not only in Luogu City, but also driven by the salt and iron trade of the Yin Kingdom, the ideological influence of the Yin Kingdom, based on economic influence, is gradually penetrating into various city-states in the southern part of the Luolong Mountains. The Yin Kingdom Daily has not only become popular reading material in the Yin Kingdom, but also gradually spread throughout the entire Luolong Mountains region through Yin Kingdom caravans and storytellers. In the various city-states that have just entered the agricultural era with few entertainment activities, the Yin Kingdom's newspapers have gradually become one of the main entertainment activities and are gradually spreading outward. Correspondingly, the organization of Yin Kingdom storytellers is basically distributed in every city-state in the Luolong Mountains, not only in various small city-states, but even in large villages around the city-states. There are personnel involved. Of course, relying solely on the population of the Yin Kingdom cannot support such a large organizational structure. Most of the personnel are locals from other countries who have been trained. This control of public opinion is a major move aimed at peacefully annexing the surrounding city-states without alarming neighboring major powers. Of course, some countries have noticed these subtle changes in public opinion, but for societies still in the era of slavery, who will pay attention to these? Even those who notice will be limited by their insignificant status. This propaganda is complementary to the Yin Kingdom's trade. If you want the hard currency of salt and iron from the Yin Kingdom, you must be prepared to compromise. Today, let's explain the recent divine battle won by the Yin Kingdom. In the first tea house of the Jin Kingdom in the south of the Yin Kingdom, the storyteller began the most anticipated reading segment for these people. Just a few months ago, the Yin Kingdom cooperated with the deity to participate in a divine battle and achieved a major victory by subduing two races. You have all seen these races, the large insects from the Yin Kingdom caravans and the beautiful elf tribe. As the storyteller began to explain, the once noisy tea house suddenly quieted down. Although they had heard this story countless times, whenever the storyteller explained it again, these people would still listen with great interest. At that time, the main force of the elf tribe had been lured out, and the city was filled with stagnant water. My Yin Kingdom army charged directly, and the city gate was opened in one fell swoop. The elf tribe had never seen such a formation before, and they were all frightened. My Yin Kingdom vanguard camp immediately began to charge fiercely towards the enemy's temple. "Sir, please continue." When it came to the exciting part, the young storyteller took a sip of water and looked at the people downstairs. "Sir, please finish it in one go today. It's too uncomfortable to stop halfway." "Yes, sir, yesterday's story was also stopped halfway, and it's really uncomfortable for us." Many slave owners and nobles in the city downstairs were shouting, but no noble dared to act recklessly in this place. This was naturally due to early military deterrence, the strong attitude of the Yin Kingdom behind them, and most importantly, after several months of extensive propaganda, the strength of the Yin Kingdom had already deeply rooted in people's hearts. In the surrounding areas, no one dared to make a move against the Yin Kingdom. "Well, let me finish for you today." Seeing the audience below so eager, the storyteller who was originally prepared to end had to continue explaining. "I, the king of the Yin Kingdom, led the charge directly, dressed in a white robe, unstoppable by man or god. With the army charging fiercely, the vanguard of the Yin kingdom was all clad in black armor, impervious to swords and spears. The elves shot frantically, but did not harm the Yin kingdom's army in the slightest. Seeing the mighty Yin kingdom army, the elven gods became anxious and directly launched a divine descent. At this moment, I, the king of the Yin kingdom, remained calm, leaped forward, directly selected the god preparing to shoot, and then the army engaged in battle against the elven gods. The god, even in weakness, was still a god. I, Duan Shan, directly fought it alone, not allowing my soldiers to intervene to prevent casualties. The god unleashed a meteor shower, shooting arrows that lit up the sky with stars, trying to distract me, but my vanguard soldiers were extraordinary, gathering their military spirits and forcefully. Alright, to find out what happens next, please listen to the next installment. After the storyteller finished, the people below were still savoring the story, truly captivated by it. Duan Shan is too powerful, being able to confront gods with mortal flesh. General Luowu was also strong, directly resisting the siege of tens of thousands of insect tribes and capturing a large number of them. The moon in the Yin kingdom must be rounder than ours, and the air must be sweeter than here. Ah, I envy the people of the Yin kingdom. I wish I could have a country like the Yin kingdom someday. In this relatively simple era, ordinary people without much education relied solely on hearsay for information. Most importantly, they surprisingly believed many things. The stories told by the storyteller were probably 50% true and 50% false, mainly aimed at portraying the Yin kingdom as powerful, laying the foundation for the eventual absorption of people from neighboring countries. For these ordinary people, the most important things were still having enough to eat, clothing, and safety, all of which the people of the Yin kingdom could truly achieve. Many things were based on reality, which gave Duan Shan the confidence to promote in this manner. Stories like these spread rapidly in the surrounding areas. In an era where everyone was confined to their land, establishing a period of information blockade could delay the spread of information to areas the Yin kingdom did not want it to reach. Of course, this was only temporary. Strengthening quickly was the ultimate truth. The relevant layout had been in place for several months, and the remaining work needed to commence promptly. It was time to shock those slave owners and nobles with some barbarian influence. This was truly a wonderful era. Luo Valley City. Why does news from the Yin kingdom keep coming over these days? In the palace of Luo Valley City, the king enjoyed the service of beautiful concubines while inquiring about state affairs from those around him. This was his preference, as the king's consistent philosophy was to enjoy himself while working. Your Majesty, it seems that a tea house has been built here by a Yin kingdom merchant caravan in the south, and its influence is not insignificant. Most of the related news comes from there. A courtier replied. Oh, the king made a somewhat enjoying sound, then waved his hand to dismiss the courtiers. He had more important matters to attend to every day, and these minor matters were of little importance. During the time when the king was enjoying himself, the scouts of the God's Awakening Kingdom had already infiltrated the city-states. Although these city-states had guards, they were full of loopholes and had no real resistance. How are the arrangements going? In the Luolong Valley, Luowu had already stationed his army outside the city-state. The reconnaissance at this time was basically coming to an end, and the related work was about to begin. The guards inside are not tight. As long as we are given some time, we can quickly open the city gates. The general should have already figured out the map of the city. When the time comes, we will charge towards the central palace, then declare liberation directly the next day. Our military strength is basically overwhelming. There shouldn't be many variables. Wang Kuan replied beside him. It's a pity that the Danyang army has not been trained yet, otherwise, our God's Awakening Kingdom could have charged directly. Wang Kuan sighed, still wanting his own army to act as the main force. It's okay, it's just a small country. During this period, there will be plenty of battles. After comforting Luowu, he began to arrange the deployment of the army. Although it was just a small country, it still needed to be taken seriously. As a general, the biggest taboo was being careless. When the vanguard camp approached the city gate, a large fire had already started at the gate, causing chaos among the soldiers inside. Charge! Luowu shouted loudly, leading the army to rush towards the city gate. Very smoothly, all the troops entered the city, then directly approached the central palace. The surrounding soldiers wanted to intercept, but they couldn't keep up with the speed of the large army. If they tried to stop the charging army, they would immediately turn into a mess. Defend, defend! Quick, stop them! The general on the city wall shouted loudly, but he couldn't command the soldiers who were already terrified. Since the establishment of the city-state, the only battles these soldiers had faced were with various tribes from the mountains who came to plunder food. They had no real experience in actual combat. A soldier gathered courage to intercept the charging vanguard camp, but before he could reach them, an arrow pierced through his heart. The soldier fell to the ground, and the other soldiers who wanted to intercept were also frightened. "Charge!" Luo Wu shouted, and all the troops began their assault. The group rushed towards the palace in front. "This is too fierce." Zhao Yuqing, who was at home at the time, was also observing the scene. As an important gathering place for the future of the God's Awakening Kingdom, it was definitely something to be taken seriously. "Sis, why does your family feel different from those ordinary human tribes?" Zhao Shan, who was beside her, was also authorized to watch the scene. He was very interested in General Luo Wu now, and his feelings towards him were almost as strong as Chao Boss's feelings towards Guan Yu. "Why do you always arrange for General Luo Wu to charge ahead? What if something goes wrong?" Zhao Xian was a bit unhappy. He wished this kind of general could become a divine envoy, but in the Flame Kingdom, he was just a general leading the charge. "The affairs of the Flame Kingdom are beyond my control." Zhao Yuqing had already been involved in the non-interference and unequal treaty with Duan Chen. The Flame Kingdom was now basically a small transparent entity in the divine realm. I don't know what to say." Zhao Xian sighed. He felt a bit sorry for his sister, who was a deity. He didn't know what to say. "It's okay. I've come to terms with it. What's the point of having the authority of a deity if you can't even produce half the incense?" Zhao Yuqing had already let go of her desires to forcibly control the Flame Kingdom. Although Duan Chen was a false believer, under the rules of the divine realm, he had to be bound to her. There was no need to press on step by step. It was better to let things develop naturally and stabilize. "Alright, this is your business." Zhao Xian fell silent. It was hard to say. The vanguard of the Flame Nation charged straight to the front of the palace, where chaos had already erupted. Soon, a group of elegantly dressed individuals appeared at the palace gates, likely members of the royal family. "Intruders, now drop your weapons, and we may spare you," shouted an elderly man at the front, looking quite arrogant. "So arrogant?" Luo Wu was surprised, finding it hard to comprehend the scene before him. Typically, conquering a country would be a done deal after capturing the capital, but now the army was besieging the royal capital, and these aristocrats seemed so brazen. "Kid, you know nothing about this world," the old man sneered. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew in, the old man's figure flickered, and he swiftly closed in on Luo Wu, almost able to strike at his throat. "Bold!" Luo Wu didn't flinch, stepping back and then thrusting his iron sword towards the old man. He. Seeing Luo Wu step back, the old man struck out with a powerful force from an odd angle, directly hitting Luo Wu. Then, with another leap, he swiftly exited the military formation. The soldiers of the vanguard displayed their military souls, their black armor enveloping the phantom, weakening the force but unable to fully resist it, sending Luo Wu flying. The whole scene was stunned, even Zhao Yuqing watching from above was momentarily speechless. "Is this the Wu clan?" Zhao Shan exclaimed in surprise, attempting to use divine descent to intervene, but lacking the direct authority to do so. "Quick!" he shouted. Zhao Yuqing immediately activated divine descent. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Luo Wu gritted his teeth through the pain, standing up. Though injured, the dual protection of his military soul and battle armor lessened the severity of his wounds. "Kill!" he shouted, and the soldiers of the vanguard charged forward. As elite soldiers, they would not be deterred at this critical moment. As long as the commander survived, the vanguard would fulfill their oath, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. "Kill!" The military souls of the army converged, rushing towards the nobles. "How dare you!" The old man was shocked, not expecting the army to be so formidable. He had initially thought that a single strike would be enough to kill the commander, and the soldiers would be intimidated, making things easier to handle. However, the commander was not gravely injured, and the army dared to advance. "Run!" The old man released a burst of internal energy, momentarily halting the advance of the soldiers, but more quickly closed in. "Kill!" Luo Wu shouted, and although these skilled warriors were formidable in single combat, once caught in the military formation, they could not escape the fate of being cut down by random blades. Just as the old man attempted to flee alone, Zhao Yuqing directly controlled him with divine descent. "How dare you attack the Wu clan of Lu Valley? We will not spare you!" After being captured, the old man ranted furiously, but after a series of imposed punishments, he eventually revealed everything that needed to be said and unsaid. "Isn't the divine abandonment continent only inhabited by ordinary human tribes?" Zhao Yuqing was surprised, as the information she had indicated that there was only one race on the continent. However, the Wu clan before her clearly contradicted this description. "This complicates things." Zhao Xian's expression turned serious. Originally, if only ordinary human tribes inhabited a continent, many issues could be resolved at a certain level. But now, the divine abandonment continent seemed far more complex, with many hidden factors that could impact the development of ordinary human tribes. The strength of the vanguard camp of the Flame Country is indeed strong, even able to hold its own against races such as the Insect Clan and the Elven Clan. This is due to various factors such as the early deployment of different unit cards and the opponent's relatively weaker strength. In the spiritual power system, productivity is mainly concentrated in individual strength. In the early stages, having first and second level spiritual units is considered good, but these units do not play a decisive role in war. However, spiritual units of third level or higher possess individual strength that ordinary human races cannot counter with advantages alone, which can have a huge impact on local wars. Just like the elderly man mentioned earlier, he is a third-level spiritual warrior, and although his strength is not weak in the local spiritual system, the appearance of such individuals indicates the presence of even stronger beings. In the current situation of the Luo Valley country, the martial clan has become the noble class in some city-states, blending in with ordinary human races and attaining special status. This is something that the Flame Country, just descended from the mountains, cannot see, and today's discovery can be seen as opening a new door. That's about it. At the meeting, Luo Wu detailed the intelligence brought this time. People in the room were shocked and excited, but there were no truly desperate or fearful individuals. After the previous divine battle, the Flame Country's high-ranking officials centered around Duanshan still have confidence in their own strength. This is indeed troublesome. We have not delved into military aspects in our exploration of surrounding intelligence, and we have limited impressions of the so-called martial clan, explained Zhang Yun. This unexpected event was also a result of intelligence exploration failure. According to the elderly man, now in the Central Plains and even in various city-states and countries on the God-abandoned continent, the noble class is mostly composed of these martial clans and other tribes like the Immortal Clan. Therefore, we need to pay more attention to their military strength, added Luo Wu. Having truly clashed with the martial clan, he acknowledged that their strength is indeed considerable, although they may not pose a threat to established military forces. The power of these nobles is not as weak as we imagine, but internal conflicts are also significant. The Immortal Clan, led by the Lingyun sect in the Lingyun country, and the various city-states centered around the martial clan, do not have harmonious relationships. I believe we can take advantage of this, Zhang Yun said, before adding, this also proves that our previous plan was correct. By redirecting the conflicts of various city-states towards the God Awakening country, we can directly integrate internal forces through a stronger military power, which is the most gentle approach. That being said, a new problem has arisen. Although our probing of the Luo Valley country revealed their limited strength, the nobles governing these city-states are not of the same race as us. The saying birds of a feather flock together suggests that our smooth integration may face many disruptions, Wang Shi said, furrowing his brow. Although the current situation is still within the control of our strength, it has clearly become more complex. Our Flame Country's attitude has always been to unite various races under the leadership of the human race. If these nobles are willing to coexist peacefully with our ordinary human race, we will try to resolve it through negotiations. If not, we may have to resort to radical measures of racial resistance, Duanshan concluded. I never expected that these small races that were almost exterminated by our human race in the past could rise from the ashes, suddenly interjected the human emperor. What do you think? Duanshan inquired curiously. These must be the small races that survived by defecting during our country's divine battle. Now that their spiritual power is gradually recovering, these people have managed to rise above our human race. The human emperor was somewhat angry and continued, among all the races, my human race is the most noble. What qualifications do these races have to oppress my human race? Even the gods are not worthy. The current situation is different from before. If we want to develop, we must unite all races. There is no need for excessive racism. Just remember that my human race is the main body. If these races are willing to integrate into our Flame Country through negotiations, they can do so. If they are unwilling, then we will teach them how to integrate into our Flame Country after reform through labor, said Duanshan helplessly. The common human race has basically lost everything now. If they continue to display an attitude of superiority towards the surrounding races, they will definitely not have a good life. Although the existence of the God Awakening nation has stabilized the development of the Flame Country for now, both Duanshan and Zhao Yuqing understand that this compromise is only temporary. The future path is still unknown. If they do not quickly enhance their strength through various means now, they will remain insignificant. Forget it, you handle it yourself. I have already lost everything, and I don't care anymore, said the human emperor before disappearing again. After all, as the emperor of the once most powerful race, his confidence was indeed too strong, and many things did not fit with the current development of the Flame Country. It's best to only listen to half of what this old man says. After sighing, Duan Chen had to deal with the matter of absorbing the population of the Luo Valley country. The cooperation with the God Awakening Nation this time was mutual. On one hand, the Flame country contributed and obtained half of the population of the Luo Valley country, which is 5,000 people, and on the other hand, the God Awakening Nation gained the farmland and cities of the Luo Valley country, firmly establishing its position as the ruler of the Luo Dragon Mountains. The relocated population of the Luo Valley country was mainly settled in various collective farms left vacant due to the construction of new cities, effectively alleviating the current population shortage. Due to the construction of new cities, as well as the extraction of population for Flame country's scientific research, foreign trade, cultural exports, and other aspects, there was a shortage of population in basic agriculture and industry. If it weren't for the arrival of livestock significantly enhancing productivity, society would have long been paralyzed. With the arrival of these populations, this gap has been filled. The total population of the Flame country now exceeds 20,000, including the population of the Elven race. The insect race, due to their lack of individual consciousness or high intelligence, was counted as livestock. Due to long-term propaganda in the civilian population, these newly relocated races did not show any obvious resistance to the rule of the Flame country. Instead, they were very cooperative and proactive. The main migration this time was the urban and rural population on the farmland around the cities. The migration speed was also very rapid. Since they were in a valley and the surrounding mountain areas were blocked by the God Awakening Nation, there was no way for news to spread. Overall, it was a very smooth process. At this moment, in the central city of the Flame country, Duan Chen had already arrived. It had been a month since the northern expedition of the Flame country, and the situation had basically stabilized. Today's main task was to pacify the newly added population. As fellow newcomers, their thoughts needed to be taken seriously. By now, the people of the Luo Valley country had already moved into new houses in the collective farms and started to gradually learn about the writing and ideological education of the Flame country. Regarding beliefs in deities, Duan Chen's attitude was accommodating. He would not interfere if they wanted to believe. Hello, everyone. I am Duan Chen. Using the amplification magic of the Elven race, Duan Chen's voice could be heard by everyone in the audience. Applause cheers erupted in the crowd. At this point, Duan Chen's prestige in the Flame country and even in the surrounding areas was no less than that of a god. Quite impressive. At this moment, Zhao Yuqing was silently observing the scene, busy with the construction of the Xinqi kingdom to absorb the newly joined population and land, paying little attention to Duan Chen. I believe everyone now has the basics of food and clothing, has learned some culture, and has felt the inclusiveness and openness of our Yin kingdom family. Clap, clap, clap. After Duan Chen finished speaking, there was enthusiastic applause in the audience, clearly agreeing with Duan Chen's words. These people who still live in a slave society find it difficult to experience the benefits of a country like Yin Kingdom where they can be well fed and clothed, so their identification with Yin Kingdom and Duan Chen is naturally high. I came here today to chat with everyone, to see your faces, and to delve into your thoughts and understanding. Duan Chen began to elaborate according to the prepared script. The main purpose of this meeting was to reduce the alienation of these people towards Yin Kingdom and help them integrate into the country as soon as possible. King is really good to his own people. A sprite cleaning nearby sighed. It's a pity I'm not a regular human, otherwise I wouldn't have to work so hard. Another sprite chimed in. No need for that, we are just too arrogant. Although it's tiring now, we can still learn a lot. A slightly larger sprite comforted. The labor in these days has already brought about a transformation in these sprites who used to live in the mountains and relied on the resources on the mountains to live well. These sprites gradually lost their aloofness and began to show some liveliness. This liveliness is their way of adapting to life in Yin Kingdom. It is said that labor transforms these people. Labor is one aspect, and transformation of nature is also essential. Over the past few months, some lazy sprites have also become diligent like the people of Yin Kingdom. The attitude of looking down on regular humans and wanting to return to living alone in the mountains has gradually faded. On one hand, it is a transformation of their thinking. On the other hand, it is the guidance of various welfare benefits and entertainment activities in Yin Kingdom for these sprites. Of course, this labor is the price of their arrogance. As a failed race, they should put themselves in the right place. Many things are understandable. If everything is judged solely by oppression and not by standpoint, it will hurt the hearts of many who originally supported Yin Kingdom. This is not a moral issue, it is a matter of standpoint. The conference soon ended. After long-term guidance and education, the inclusiveness of the people of Yin Kingdom is still strong, and they can still absorb various races and new entrants very well. Of course, more importantly, these people have not yet touched the core territory of the original Yin Kingdom people's lives. As a country that has rapidly developed and grown in recent years, it still has the cultural genes of expanding inclusiveness. Meanwhile, as the population is being absorbed, a piece of news gradually spread through the newspapers and affected the surrounding city-states, demonstrating the benefits of controlling the main public opinion, with a broader and deeper speed of news dissemination. In the country of East Sayas, at the southern foot of the Luolong Mountains, the largest tea house in the city became quite restless. As a city-state near the Sayas Lake, this small city has always enjoyed the abundant output brought by the fertile land around the lake and the temporary peace conditions of this era. Although the long-term prosperity and peace have not made the lives of the common people here much better, at least it is considered stable. The propaganda of the flame country to them, in the eyes of these commoners or nobles among them, is just a story, although it has invisibly shaped the image of the flame country, but in terms of real impact on society, there is really not much. However, the storytellers in the tea house today, or the words in the newspapers, gradually give people a sense of unreal reality. The occurrence of this story is not a fictional divine battle in the eyes of these people, but the destruction of a real country. This country is very close to them, and many people even have trade with the people of this country, but the long-term disconnection has forced them to reconsider this news. Alert! The valley of Luo country has been destroyed, and the barbarians in the northern mountains are growing stronger. For a week in a row, all the newspaper headlines were about this news. A sense of crisis spread from bottom to top to the entire southern foothills of the Luolong Mountains, from the commoners below to the nobles above. Whether through newspaper channels or the information they investigated, it seemed like the Luo Valley country was really gone. In the palace of the northern Ink country, a beautiful woman reported to the middle-aged man sitting on the throne, "King, the news has been confirmed. The martial tribe in the Luolong Valley has been completely wiped out." Ah! The middle-aged man was somewhat surprised. Originally, he thought the news reported in the so-called newspapers was exaggerated, but now that it has been confirmed, the country was indeed destroyed. How is this possible? A branch of Luo Valley in our martial tribe is not weak, and the elders of Luo Valley have even reached the 3rd level. How could they be wiped out so easily in just a month? The middle-aged man was shocked. Their martial tribe branches still had contact with each other. There was information exchange between each branch, and even intermarriage in each generation. The fact is, the Flame Country's newspapers may have some exaggeration, but Luo Valley Country has indeed been destroyed, the woman replied. Quickly inform all the branches of the martial tribe that we need to discuss this matter, the middle-aged man said anxiously. Their martial tribe had ruled the southern foothills of the Luolong Mountains for several hundred years, their influence continuously expanding, and their development was not bad. Now, suddenly encountering some barbarians who directly wiped out a country was a situation they had not encountered in 100 years. Although these martial tribe individuals had good individual strength, they were ultimately limited by their small numbers, so they had to disguise themselves as ordinary human tribes, gradually becoming nobles through their abilities, and by means such as intermarriage, they managed to smoothly develop to the present and enjoy a good life for 100 years. And now, unexpectedly, a barbarian tribe had wiped out all the martial tribes and directly occupied the country, which was something these martial tribe people who had enjoyed peace for hundreds of years had never expected. Under the surging tide, the first batch of Danyang army finally completed their training. By this time, it was almost the end of the 2nd year of the Divine Realm, and it had been a year since Zhao Yuqing's manifestation. Because of the large number of people in this Danyang army, they did not fill up all the positions at once. The Flame Country withdrew 2,000 troops, combined with the original soldiers, they had a total of 3,000 troops, while the Divine Awakening country also withdrew 2,000 troops, basically withdrawing all their country's troops to participate in the training. Duan Chen, we are about to take the exam. Zhao Yuqing, who had completed the army training, had gained some confidence. Now, facing the exam, she would not be as at a loss as the first time. She had her own main force now. What? Duan Chen was puzzled. No, we are about to take the exam. Do you want to participate? This is also a good place to train the army, Zhao Yuqing said clearly. She found that she couldn't speak too ambiguously to Duan Chen, and she didn't know if he couldn't understand or pretended not to understand. But in any case, she had to make things clear in order for him to understand. God's sister, our army has just completed training and we need to be prepared to use force to annex neighboring countries when necessary. It may not be appropriate to expend national resources on exams at this time, Duan Chen said cautiously. Alright, if you don't want to participate, I now have troops available. The rewards for the assessment will be directly allocated to the Kingdom of Divine Awakening, Zhao Yuqing said, turning away, about to end the divine descent state. Don't rush, divine sister, the Flame Kingdom still wants to fight for your glory. Duan Chen quickly stopped Zhao Yuqing from leaving. Let go of me. Zhao Yuqing's face blushed slightly as Duan Chen was holding her hand. As the deity of the Great Ning Divine Kingdom, although women's rights have developed for many years, the mindset is still quite traditional. Of course, they don't go as far as setting up chastity archways, but such intimate actions are still somewhat difficult to accept. Oh, sorry, divine sister. Duan Chen quickly let go of her hand and apologized. You know I am a deity. Zhao Yuqing began to assert her divine status again, although this facade had already crumbled in front of Duan Chen. Divine sister, let's get back to business, Duan Chen said calmly, having little interest in women at the moment. As a king, he often had many Flame Kingdom women wanting to have a relationship with him, and even the elven godsenders expressed similar intentions, but he was preoccupied with thoughts on development and had no time to consider such matters. Since discovering various information about the divine realm and domain, he felt a strong sense of tension, constantly thinking about how to develop, with little time for leisure. How boring, Zhao Yuqing complained before starting to brief on the end-of-term news. While the two were talking, there were some movements in the southern Lingyun Kingdom. In Lingyun Kingdom, the largest city was Lingyun City with a population of over 100,000, but the true controller of the country was not this city, which could be considered a large city in the entire divine realm, but a mountain. This mountain, like Mount Tai, rose up from a plain, overlooking the surrounding mountains with an imposing presence. However, what truly made this Lingyun peak stand out was not its height and danger, but the Lingyun sect on the mountain. The Lingyun sect was the holy land for cultivators in the entire divine abandonment continent, one of the 8 major sects. Although it was ranked last, it was the only sect among the 8 major sects that controlled the country. Senior brother, how was the recent trip outside? In the sect, a young man riding a flying sword landed in the square. Nothing special, just the usual, just heard some interesting stories, the young man said with a smile. Senior brother, don't be modest, I heard that this time you directly defeated the top talent of the Zhao Kingdom, a nearby immortal complimented. Ha, it's all rumors, just rumors. These so-called sects don't even farm, don't eat the offerings of the people below, and use weapons forged by the countries below. They just wander around looking for people to spar with out of boredom. They don't bother with demon slaying or exorcism, and when they have something to do, they go down to pass on their lineage, then arrange their descendants in the sect. When they have nothing to do, they just compliment each other, as if they must determine who is the best in the world. But they live comfortably and freely, every day dealing with useless things like reversing waste, creating holy sons and daughters, discussing inner and outer sex, arguing over things of unknown value. But the common people below who farm are the ones who suffer the most. They can't see it. All their reputation is built on the blood and sweat of the common people. The sect seems to be considering expanding to the north. Now, the surrounding martial clan countries are expanding rapidly, and our Lingyun sect cannot fall behind. Yes, this time conquering the small northern countries doesn't require senior brothers to take action. I can easily handle it. Haha, for this final exam, we will focus on arena battles, mainly to test the combat abilities of all students after the first divine battle, the teacher said to the students in the classroom. At this point, the classroom was already quite empty. Many students became disabled gods or affiliated gods after the first divine battle, and most of these deities chose to drop out. Although the school did not explicitly state it, this was an unwritten rule. The failure rate of apprentice deities was the highest, and the cost of failure was usually the heaviest. Teacher, is this a virtual war or a real battle this time? Zhao Yuqing raised her hand to ask. She didn't want her clan to sacrifice in such meaningless battles, so she needed to consider whether to participate if it was real. Considering that many of you suffered losses in the divine battle, the school has spent a lot of money to rent a batch of virtual combat equipment specifically for this occasion. This arena battle will be a virtual one. Furthermore, it is important to note that there are generous rewards for this arena battle, and it is a good opportunity for soldier training. So, I hope everyone will actively participate and not refuse this good opportunity due to personal reasons, the teacher said, looking at the students in the field. This period was when self-esteem was strongest, and students might give up good opportunities due to some face issues. Yes, hearing that it was a virtual war, the students in the field visibly relaxed. After all, their clans were closely related to productivity, especially for the spiritual races where productivity was concentrated in individuals. The death of a warrior meant a huge loss of productivity, so there was resistance to non-virtual tests once they reached a certain scale. Alright, now all students follow me to the training room. We will draw lots among the 400+ students in the entire grade. After instructing the students, the teacher led them into a large training room. In the center of the training room were several large devices specifically designed for virtual divine battles. You can hide the war scenes, but the teachers will not provide detailed analysis and guidance based on your clan's performance in battle. So, try to be as open as possible. In the future, during the imperial examinations and various tests in university, these scenes must be made public. I hope everyone understands. After the teacher's reminder, the students began drawing lots. This end-of-term test occurred once a year for each grade, but there was only one chance. Virtual equipment was very precious, and some universities did not even have the capacity to organize such tests, making this opportunity quite valuable. Which number did you draw? Xia Liuli asked. She had been busy with the divine battle recently and didn't know much about Xia Liuli's development. I drew number 39, Jia Yuqing said, holding up the ball with the number 39 on it. Oh, I drew number 50. It looks like we'll have to battle again. Xia Liuli was somewhat shocked. The coincidence was indeed a bit strange. It's okay, it's just a virtual war. It's a good opportunity to test each other's strength, Zhao Yuqing said, feeling somewhat happy. Although there was no clear ranking, Xia Liuli's talent and race were basically among the first batch of peers. By sparring with each other, Zhao Yuqing could also see the gap between herself and other talented individuals of the same age. People should have self-awareness. Although the ordinary human race now has the blessing of military units, when dealing with races that do not have strong military unit cards, they can still rely on tactics and the quality of their army to make up for it. However, when encountering geniuses like Xia Liuli from the first batch, it will still be very difficult. Please have the first batch of participants come on stage. The staff announced, and Zhao Yuqing followed onto the stage. It was a one-on-one battle now. After entering the virtual war equipment, a beam of light swept past, and 2,000 soldiers from the Shin'i kingdom appeared on the arena, with Wang Kuan at the forefront. After 3 years of military training, Wang Kuan had lost his previous recklessness. His figure had become more proportionate, not as fat as before, and he still had his beard, looking like a strong man. Wang Kuan calmly commanded the army to gather their military spirit and form combat power. Although the Shin'i army and the vanguard camp were both silver-level military units, the Shin'i army had more trained soldiers, but slightly less combat power. Moreover, the vanguard camp consisted entirely of heavy armored soldiers, while the Shin'i army was a comprehensive corps with a different direction of combat. In this formation, heavy infantry was at the front, light infantry protected the flanks, and archers were surrounded inside. Overall, the momentum was quite good. The opponent of the Shin'i army was a beast tamer army on the opposite side, recognized as an intermediate clan by the Divine Realm, with considerable combat power. The ranking recognized by the Divine Realm is highly controversial and there is no unified standard. However, the lowest recognized level in society is the ordinary human race, followed by the spirit clan with a racial heritage. As for the intermediate clans, there is no unified recognition. Come out. The beast tamers at the back began to release their pets, projecting small balls onto the arena, which then evolved into many small creatures, mostly small fire dragons and Bulbasaur. Of course, their levels were not high yet and were subject to many restrictions. Compared to the elves recognized by Duan Chen, there was still a gap. Charge! The beast tamers began to control their pets to attack, relying mainly on their pets' strength as their own strength was not strong. Therefore, it was best to let the pets attack first in the early stages to create distance. Damn! Seeing a large group of strange beasts charging towards them, Wang Kuan took a deep breath. Compared to his 2,000 soldiers, these beast tamers only had over 300 people, and they did not have a unified military unit. However, their strength alone was indeed terrifying. Archers in the rear, fire! Wang Kuan ordered, and the archers began to shoot a large number of arrows at these pets. Some pets cried out in pain. Their strength was only at the first level unit or even below, and under the influence of the military spirit, even a third-level spirit unit could be killed by arrows and axes, let alone these pets. However, under the command from the rear, these pets were not to be underestimated. Some flew directly into the sky to evade the charge, some used vines to form shields to block the arrows, and some counterattacked directly, spraying water columns to disperse the arrows, even affecting the formation of the Shin'i army. What to do? Wang Kuan's mind raced. He had not anticipated this situation. Although he had some knowledge of such situations during military training, facing these spirit races still made him feel at a loss. Release the military spirit, heavy armored soldiers charge with me, the rest of the army hold the line and counterattack. Seeing the pets charging towards them, Wang Kuan had no choice but to take action, as thinking alone would not suffice. Chase the red sun! After the army shouted the slogan, a small sun condensed and appeared above. A large amount of light and heat poured onto the opponents. Although this sun was not substantial and the heat was insufficient, it just made people feel restless, but the light it emitted was comparable to flash bombs, and its effect was extremely explosive. A beam of light directly engulfed the battlefield, even the spectators outside couldn't see what was happening inside. Within this light, only the Danyang army was not disturbed. The pets that were originally planning to charge forward were greatly disturbed, the beast tamers in the rear couldn't see the scene ahead, their commands were greatly affected, and as for the little Charmander flying in the sky, it was even more uncomfortable. Being too close to the sun, its eyes were temporarily blinded by the flash, and it could only fly aimlessly in the sky with its eyes closed. Some dragons even had their minds affected, crazily spewing fire in the sky, making the already chaotic and hot environment even more incomprehensible. The Danyang army quickly began to evade, dividing towards the beast tamers and pets on both wings of the battlefield. When the effect lasted for more than 10 minutes, the heavily armored Danyang army had already surrounded these pets, while the lightly armored troops rapidly approached the beast tamers. Come out! These beast tamers obviously still had some tricks up their sleeves, releasing a batch of new small pets, but under the siege of the army, these relatively young pets did not last long and were directly pierced by arrows. The surrounded pets had just recovered from the chaos, but the commands from the beast tamers had been cut off, rendering their resistance ineffective. Number 37 surrenders, number 39 wins. The system voice sounded, and Zhao Yuqing achieved victory. Great! She was obviously excited. Defeating the spiritual race head-on as a human was rare even in the divine realm. Wow! Some classmates were shocked, some were silent. This indeed challenged their traditional beliefs. Zhao Yuqing is truly remarkable. One cannot underestimate the dual-talented genius and top of the class. Admiration naturally led to jealousy. That's just because her unit happened to counter theirs, otherwise it wouldn't have worked. Right, if it were my ghost race, there wouldn't be this uproar from the ordinary human race. Ah, that's right. Zhao Yuqing naturally heard some of this, but she didn't want to argue. It was very childish and meaningless to her. Ever since she was bullied by a fake believer, she now viewed all so-called shame with indifference. Yuqing, don't worry about it, let's focus on our own development and let others talk. Xia Liuli comforted her. It's not worth it, Zhao Yuqing replied calmly. After speaking, Zhao Yuqing turned her attention to the other races' arena battles on the battlefield. There are not many people who can afford to buy unit cards with productivity now. The productivity for the second year has not been distributed yet, and many deities, including Zhao Yuqing, are still very poor. Even if they buy unit cards, they are mostly bronze level or even unranked basic unit cards, lacking in strength, so in terms of combat power, they are still relatively weak. The battles on the battlefield are mostly between beast tribes and elf tribes, martial tribes and fairy tribes, mostly chaotic and without any rules, even less visually appealing than battles of ordinary human races. Please send the second batch of personnel to the battlefield. The announcement was made, and this time the two were finally assigned to a battlefield. On a huge arena, there were separate land and water pools, with special judgments for the races in the ocean. Can we have information sealed off? Zhao Yuqing said loudly that this time she was going to deploy the trap camp and did not want to expose her strength too much. Moreover, the other party was her good girlfriend, so naturally she would not leak the news. I also have this idea, Xia Liuli replied, then activated the message blocking function. After both agreed, the spectators would not receive any messages. What's going on? Do they have any more secrets? They've also closed it. There's no more good show to watch. Some students felt a bit regretful. Many students were still quite interested in this battle. After all, it was considered a showdown between two beautiful and talented girls. Let's begin. On the battlefield, the battle officially started. Trap camp, prepare. On the battlefield, Luo Wu arranged the army for preparation. This was a good opportunity to train soldiers' combat capabilities, so Duan Chen naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Danyang army, prepare. Li Fei had now become the commander of 2,000 Danyang soldiers, a promotion indeed. Having more numbers was always an advantage for ordinary human tribes, so there was no argument about outnumbering the enemy. When the armies were ready, a group of soldiers climbed up from the distant sea. They were a group of merfolk riding giant lizards, a combination that should have been very strange but now looked overly harmonious, clearly a type of military unit. Charge! The leading merfolk gave the command, and the army launched an assault. The giant lizards swung their thick tails and charged towards the Yen Kingdom's army, while the merfolk sitting atop the lizards also began their charge. Kill! Luo Wu, calm and composed, led the army in resistance. First, there was interference with the army's vision, then a direct charge towards the camp. In this battlefield, the arena battle was always a demonstration of strength. Army soul, gather! The leading merfolk shouted, and the giant lizards they were riding grew even larger. Originally, 4 soldiers should have been able to subdue one, but now 10 soldiers couldn't control it. Arrow impacts, vision restrictions, and decapitation of soldiers. With the advantage of vision, the trap camp did not attack the giant lizards below, but turned towards the merfolk above. However, these merfolk were not to be underestimated, as they all used bubbles to protect themselves tightly, intensifying the battle to a white-hot stage. Every minute, a human warrior or a merfolk fell, showcasing the terrifying combat power of the giant lizard knights, skilled in both land and sea combat, melee and ranged. Even though their vision was rapidly closing in, the battle damage ratio could still be 1 to 5 against ordinary human tribes with the support of the army soul. The final outcome was no longer determined by command, but by the bravery of the soldiers. When the last giant lizard knight was eliminated, most of the ordinary human tribe's army had also been lost, with the trap camp almost completely wiped out. This was still on land, not the home field of Xiaoliuli, the Sea Dragon clan. I surrender. Zhao Yuqing decisively surrendered, and Xiaoliuli had also arranged some troops in the water pool, making it impossible for the Yin Kingdom's army to launch another attack. This war ended in elimination in the second round, so naturally, there wasn't much reward, but it did accumulate some war experience. Although they lost this war, it was within expectations. Zhao Yuqing, despite having good talent, had a very poor starting point as an ordinary human tribe member. It was already a struggle to reach a second-rate level, let alone to battle against Xiaoliuli, who was at the level of a prodigy. Solely in terms of productivity, the gap in strength might not be too large, but when it came to combat power, the starting point of ordinary human tribes was indeed too low. Many disparities in strength were only made up for after the Industrial Revolution. After explaining to Zayarayalai, Zhao Yuqing directly withdrew. She is still very busy now and needs to devote a lot of time to development. The entire Shinchi country is basically led by her, and the future is also her foundation for survival in the divine realm. Regardless of how harmonious the relationship with the Yin Kingdom is, she knows in her heart that this is based on independent interests on both sides. It is basically impossible to ask the Yin Kingdom to fight for her development interests. Therefore, the existence and development of Shinchi country are very necessary. This is the foundation for her independent development as a deity and her true power. At the current stage, Shinchi country has absorbed a large population and cultivated land, and many things need to be dealt with. The most important one is the education of the people's beliefs. Since obtaining a large amount of cultivated land from the Luogu country, Shinchi country has laid the foundation for a national structure. With the talents of the newly subdued deities, the road connecting the Luolong Mountains is rapidly being built. The most limiting factor of mountainous survival, transportation, has been greatly improved. Shinchi country truly has the foundation to take root in the mountains. The cultivation of various farmlands in the mountains, the absorption of various ethnic groups in the mountainous areas, and the development of forestry in cooperation with the Yin Kingdom have gradually increased the productivity of Shinchi country. Based on this economic foundation, the national structure of Shinchi country is gradually being established. The main route taken by this national structure is the integration of politics and religion, with the grassroots church as the basic unit and the national church as the center. Each church is in charge of local education, marriage, and people's lives, as well as a certain power in organizing production. This results in Zhao Yuqing having absolute control over the entire country, and the absolute unity of faith in Shinchi country, which is also the main national structure advocated by many deities, including schools. The final small test was just a small episode for the Yin Kingdom. The more important thing is to consider how to annex the surrounding countries. Under the propaganda in the newspapers and the information blockade of the Yin Kingdom, several earth-shattering wars between the Yin Kingdom and the barbarians were fabricated. Due to the lack of independent news investigation in the surrounding countries and the deliberate disguise within the Yin Kingdom, the credibility of this information to the outside world is still very high. The storytellers of the Yin Kingdom have also grasped the rendering of the surrounding panic emotions well. Each story is presented very reasonably, and each news is stated with great conviction. In this era of fierce competition and vitality, the Yin Kingdom, which controls paper, can easily control the dominant public opinion. The first battle between the Yin Kingdom and the barbarians, the Battle of Luogu. Details of the Battle of Luogu, a showdown of evenly matched forces. The barbarians' targets are gradually shifting, and the Yin Kingdom's tracking of them has been cut off. These news reports are just early-stage public opinion manipulation, with a significant impact on the public but not yet affecting the official stance. Many officials still hold a skeptical attitude towards this information, and their reactions are not significant. In the Yin Kingdom's plan, this is just the early-stage public opinion manipulation. Many things are not yet ready, and when Shinchi country truly cooperates with the barbarians, that will be the real pressure. External pressure is the best way to promote internal unity. Under the threat of force, many compromises will become natural. Now is the time to let the bullets fly, but it is not yet time for real major actions. However, the development of the situation is not entirely according to the Yin Kingdom's expectations. Just as Duan Shen was considering how the barbarians should invade, the real crisis arrived. Yancheng is a large city near the southern foot of the Luolan Mountains, closest to the Lingyun Kingdom. Although it is not considered part of the Yin Kingdom's influence area, its strength in the border areas is still considerable. However, this kind of strength, if not supported by a strong military force, is truly vulnerable. Lingyun Kingdom is moving north. When their productivity reaches a certain level, they will eventually expand. Those ridiculous sects put on a facade of righteousness, but they don't realize that the true path lies in controlling more land and gaining more population. Senior brother, what do you think of this city gate? A group of celestial beings had already arrived at the foot of the city wall. The 10,000 troops of the Lingyun Kingdom had been besieging the city for a week, but the city gate remained unbroken, and the battlefield had reached a stalemate. We must not act rashly. Most of us are first-level celestial beings, and even I am only at the second level. We still need these ordinary human wastes to be consumed more, senior brother said coldly. Not to mention that he didn't have the confidence to break the city under such stubborn resistance from the enemy. Even if he had the ability, he wouldn't do it. With these lowly ordinary human tribes, they could be worn down. Why should his noble celestial beings risk breaking the city? But senior brother, dragging on like this is not the right time. Now the neighboring Zhao and Wei countries are watching. If we delay here, we might be disturbed by the surrounding forces, the junior disciple reminded. That's true, but let them consume a bit more time, senior brother decisively concluded. The native celestial beings on the mainland did not have any racial heritage and relied solely on their own exploration. They claimed to be celestial beings, but their strength was only so. They could handle dozens of ordinary human tribes, but to truly come and go freely among 10,000 troops, perhaps only the ancestor, a fifth-level spiritual power celestial being, could achieve that. Celestial being, our soldiers have been continuously attacking for a week. Can we rest for a day? The general in charge of the siege knelt directly in front of senior brother. This celestial being did not know how to command, but he was both incompetent and fond of playing. He launched an attack without waiting for the siege equipment to be ready, not using his own celestial arts at all, and not valuing the lives of the soldiers. No, our sect has a saying that goes defeat the enemy in one move. Now that we are in battle, the soldiers cannot retreat. Senior brother didn't even look at the general, enjoying the magnificent scene of the siege in front of him. But celestial being, the casualties are too high. I hope you can have mercy on the soldiers. The general remained kneeling on the ground, not daring to stand up. What does that have to do with me? The sect's intention is to quickly capture this city. We lack slaves for the sect, and winter is approaching. If we delay, it will affect the sect elders' cultivation, senior brother said angrily. This general was really annoying, babbling in front of him every day. If it weren't for the fact that he was still useful in the siege, he would have killed him with one move long ago. Yes, the general could only helplessly obey. These so-called celestial beings had always had this attitude, and he had long been accustomed to it. Charge! Back in the main tent, he forcefully organized another attack. Under the intimidation of the celestial beings, no one dared to flee, and these poor ordinary human tribes could only continue to be consumed here. What? Lingyun Kingdom has invaded the north. Duan Chen of Yin Kingdom was shocked by this news. His plan to comfort and integrate was completely disrupted. Yes, according to the timeline, they have been besieging Yang City for 10 days now, Zhang Yunhui reported. This is troublesome. Duan Chen furrowed his brow and began to contemplate. In terms of combat power, although Yin Kingdom was strong, it couldn't arrogantly claim to defeat at least 200,000 people and over 10,000 celestial beings from Lingyun Kingdom. The gap in strength between the two countries was still very large. If Lingyun Kingdom were to advance north, Yin Kingdom would face considerable pressure. Your Majesty, I believe we should quickly integrate the various countries at the southern foot of the Luolong Mountains and then head south to support Yang City. The entire operation should be completed within 2 months, the sorcerer proposed. Your Majesty, from a military perspective, Yang City is unlikely to withstand for more than a month. If we don't seize the opportunity to support now, the gateway to the southern Luolong Mountains will be directly in front of Lingyun Kingdom. Luowu said, Your Majesty, from a strategic perspective, this battle is necessary. We must establish a strategic buffer zone between the Yin Kingdom's influence and the Lingyun Kingdom, rather than directly engaging within their spheres of influence. Luowu continued, indeed, but we must not panic. We have conducted basic reconnaissance on the surrounding major powers, and they will not sit idly by. As long as we can integrate the various city-states in the southern part of the Luolong Mountains, we will have a certain level of confidence. Duanshen summarized, the anxiety of the Yin Kingdom has naturally spread to the neighboring countries. The Lingyun Kingdom, controlled by immortals, is fundamentally different from the countries mainly controlled by martial clans. It is essentially a life and death situation. What should we do now? In the palace of the Jin Kingdom in the south, all the martial clan forces gathered. The martial clan nations in the southern part of the Luolong Mountains occupy about half of this city-state. These people naturally formed a coalition and will stick together when facing pressure from neighboring regions. The situation with the barbarians in the north is still unclear, and the Lingyun Kingdom is advancing from the south. We must unite now to survive this storm. Indeed, it is time for us to unite. While we usually balance each other as families, at this critical moment, we hope that everyone will not falter. It is not enough for just our martial clan nations to unite, we must also win over the ordinary human nations. The strength of the Yin Kingdom is indeed formidable, and unity is necessary. Indeed, but there is no need to rush. Our Li family has received information that the royal families of the Zhao and Wei kingdoms have started to exert pressure. The Lingyun Kingdom may only occupy this city for now, and advancing further to our territory will be challenging. The rulers of various countries began to discuss. The situation has gradually become tense during this period, with the emergence of the Yin Kingdom, barbarians, and the Lingyun Kingdom. According to the logic of the major powers, the Luolong Mountains are basically the border between the surrounding Zhao, Wei, and Lingyun kingdoms. Its own strength is not weak, so it is not heavily affected during this period of expansion by the major powers. However, the siege of the city has touched the sensitive nerves of all countries. No matter how strong the Lingyun Kingdom is, it dare not act recklessly. As time passed, due to erroneous commands, the battle between the city and the Lingyun Kingdom gradually shifted from a crushing victory to a war of attrition. This battle was not fought elegantly, using the main forces of a country to besiege a small city of 10,000 people, and it was quite a struggle, revealing the commanding ability of the immortals. Senior brother, the sect has ordered us to retreat. They said we will attack this city again next year. A disciple came to report. Why? We were about to capture it. Senior brother said, kicking away a corpse that had just been thrown from the city wall in front of him, looking very angry. The armies of the Zhao and Wei kingdoms have reached the border now. The pressure on us is too great, there is no other way. The junior disciple reported. This senior brother was somewhat on the verge of collapse. This battle was indeed frustrating. Retreat. With these words, he followed the junior disciple back to the sect. Reality was not as he had hoped. Count the casualties, treat the wounded, prepare to withdraw. The general felt relieved. This battle could not continue, the casualties were too severe. After the army counted the casualties, they scattered and returned to Lingyun City. The army in front of them no longer had the same momentum as a month ago, they all looked like defeated roosters. General, the casualties from this battle have been counted. A wounded soldier missing an arm came forward to report. How? The general asked nervously, although he already had an idea in his mind, he was still afraid to hear the actual data. In this battle, over 2,800 soldiers died, and there are over 1,000 wounded, the soldier said tremblingly. Such casualties were considered severe, especially for a small city-state with a population of just over 10,000. Lingyun country had lost nearly 5,000 elite soldiers, and they hadn't even captured the city. Too frustrating. After hearing the numbers, the general spat out blood. He already knew his fate, likely exile at the very least. However, none of this was his fault, it was all because of that so-called immortal. But the royal family dared not confront the immortal, they would only find a scapegoat, and he was the best candidate. As Lingyun country organized its retreat, a grand play was about to unfold at the southern foot of the Luolong Mountains. Although the play was rushed, it had been prepared for some time and was sure to satisfy the nobles. Over the past year, Yin country had been gradually expanding its influence in the surrounding areas. Economically and culturally, they had made significant progress. Several trade routes had been established, and Yin country's handicrafts and currency had successfully dominated the market in Luonan, southern foot of the Luolong Mountains. Yin country's salt, iron, paper, wood products, and clothing were sold throughout Luonan with the help of official trade caravans and local institutions. At that time, there was no concept of tariffs or trade protection. Goods were exchanged based on their quality, or sometimes through plundering. However, the ability to plunder depended on strength. Yin country had already demonstrated enough strength that neighboring countries were no longer attempting to plunder it. Instead, it was a question of whether Yin country wanted to plunder them. With various pressures from the north and south, these countries had little room for other thoughts. Their own production was not secure, let alone other aspects. Culturally, these countries had been heavily influenced. Folk communication networks centered around newspapers and storytellers had essentially controlled public opinion. Although some countries felt a sense of crisis, the rulers were still in a primitive or slave society mindset. Yin country had already completed its economic and cultural layout. The surrounding countries had become passive markets and resource collection areas for Yin country. This economic integration was beneficial for these early agricultural societies, as joining the Luonan market significantly improved people's living standards and partially increased national productivity. Duan Chen's main goal this time was not to accumulate wealth through plunder but to first control the resources economically and culturally, and then gradually evolve militarily and politically. The upper and lower classes of these countries did not feel passive in this system. Instead, they gained many benefits. These benefits were not from top-down exploitation but from a gradual evolution from bottom to top. The lower-class people were the first to benefit from this market system, and gradually, various values spread to the upper class. This grassroots economic connection cleverly bypassed the barriers to economic development under the slave society system. By the time the upper class felt it, the market connections were already inseparable, and they were also beneficiaries. These rulers were not ones to refuse money, they only wanted more money. So now, they collectively sent envoys to Yin country, wanting to demand an explanation. This statement may be a compromise for the benefit of the Yin kingdom, or it may be an attempt to give this connection an official status. Zhang Yun, what do you think? Duan Chen asked Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun has always been responsible for external contacts. Your Majesty, I think it's a waste of time to talk now. These people will only behave better when our barbarians truly pick up their swords and come to their city. There is no point in negotiating now. Anyway, we will have to flex our muscles first before talking. Zhang Yun analyzed. Indeed, then let's drive them out first. No one dares to bark arrogantly in my Yin kingdom's great hall. Duan Chen said calmly. The noise outside had become extremely intense at this point. These so-called envoys seemed to have no manners, each looking aggressive and giving off a feeling of unreasonableness. Your Majesty, are you not going to give us an explanation? These goods are too expensive. Yes, the Yin kingdom must compensate our countries economically. They have earned too much. You dare to disrespect our envoys from various countries. Be careful, our armies will flatten your Yin kingdom together. Ouch, why did you hit me? Ah, the farce was about to end soon. As for the relationship with these countries, it was not something Duan Chen needed to consider now, because in a few days, these countries would have to seriously consider their relationship with the Yin kingdom. Are you ready? That night, Duan Chen entered the temple. We are almost ready. The army is preparing to attack the Mo kingdom in the northern foothills. Zhao Yuqing's statue flashed, and the deity descended. Okay, let's stick to our plan. Half of the population goes to you, and we take the land. Duan Chen presented the agreement. Alright, this time the target is 3 countries, and the population we get will be enough for us to establish ourselves in the Luolong Mountains. Zhao Yuqing was somewhat pleased. In her father's eyes, she might be seen as a model of being sold out and still counting money for the enemy. Okay, I can't directly intervene in this matter in my Yin kingdom. Investigate if there are other martial tribes scouting around to prevent the plan from being exposed. Duan Chen instructed. Okay, I know all this. You don't need to say more. Zhao Yuqing was a bit impatient. This false believer kept calling the deity sister and always acted like an elder. Alright, the plan will be executed tomorrow night. These envoys have not returned yet, so let's move quickly. After the two communicated, the operation was ready to begin. This time, it was a major move, and whether the Yin kingdom could peacefully annex the surrounding countries would be at stake. As the saying goes, if you can avoid using force, then do not resort to it. The art of war is about strategy, not just about using military means to establish dominance. In the broader context, the Luonan region is in a sensitive position among the neighboring major powers. Any activities will trigger the sensitive nerves of the neighboring major powers. If the Yin kingdom directly uses force to annex, these major powers will definitely intervene. Duan Chen could not guarantee that the Yin kingdom's few thousand troops could directly conquer a dozen walled city-states in 1 or 2 months. If not, they would inevitably face interference from neighboring major powers. It would be very passive at that time. Duan Chen was not arrogant enough to believe that his 3,000 troops could resist tens of thousands of troops with high-end combat capabilities. Furthermore, there would be significant casualties from a forced annexation. Currently, Zhao Yuqing's talents could not be directly used on the newly added population. If there were significant losses among the young labor force, it would be very detrimental to the country's development. Little did they know that the excessive warfare in the past had tied their hands and feet, making it difficult to be assertive. All this has been decided. Rapid integration must be achieved in a peaceful situation. As for internal issues, they can be addressed after external pressures are resolved and during a period of peace and stability. It is not always necessary to secure the internal before dealing with external threats. On a beautiful night with a high-flying wind, the moonlight shines brightly, illuminating the entire continent and giving a sense of tranquility. However, this beautiful night does not feel so good for the people of Lee City because the nobles in the city have them working outside the city at night. Recently, the city-state wants to build a road from Bensing to the rainy city of Yenghua, as they believe that when the envoys return, Yenghua will surely reward them generously. Oh, when will this end? An old man madly strikes the frozen ground with a hoe. Winter is approaching, but the cold wind does not seem to affect the old man. Perhaps he is used to it. We just finished the busy autumn harvest a few days ago, and now we have to come for labor again. All the harvested grains were given as taxes to the nobles in the city. It really feels like there's no point in living. A young man said. There's nothing we can do. Let's think about what stories the tea house will tell tomorrow. I just came from the countryside these days, and the storytellers from Yenghua are really good. The old man looked forward to it, smashing the iron pestle he bought from Yenghua into the ground, exhaling a few hot breaths. In this bright night, the hot breath was visible. Scenes like this may not be seen in 10 or 20 years. People nowadays may cherish such beautiful scenes. It's not that these people can't see it, but by then, they will become people of Yenghua, so they won't see it. In Duan Chen's vision, early industrialization will take place in 10 years, and in a few decades, artificial lights will overshadow the moonlight. Such scenes can only be remembered when returning to the countryside. Factory steam will rise to the sky, light pollution will gradually erode the entire abandoned continent. The so-called bright moonlight is left for people to remember and pursue, as no one really wants to return to this era. While these people are working, barbarians from the north have already begun to raid, observing the environment in the mountains and ready to strike at any moment. General, the moonlight is too obstructive now, but overall, this defense setup can still be tried. A soldier specializing in reconnaissance reported. We need to act quickly and try to succeed tonight. We must relocate the population as soon as possible, as Yenghua is not coming this time. Wang Kuan instructed. At this time, 2,000 soldiers from the kingdom of Shinchi had all arrived, while Lee City still had its gates open, building the road. Old man, I heard that the barbarians have been quite rampant recently, and I'm a bit scared. The young man was shivering from the cold. Oh, there's nothing we can do. Let's just do our work. The old man said, returning to work, as these are all matters for the carnivores to consider. Attack! A military force charged forward, causing the laborers nearby to scatter and flee. Ah! The barbarians are here. Ah! People, including the old man, ran frantically, and the soldiers on the city wall prepared to close the gates. The gates slowly closed, and at that moment, the army had just crossed the laborers and reached the city gate. Break the city! Wang Kuan shouted, seizing the opportunity of the open gate he had been waiting for, and finally succeeded. He had carefully selected the soldiers best at running in his unit, and they finally controlled the gate. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Panic spread within the city, and as the barbarians took control of the city wall, the defending army finally assembled. These armies were all disheveled, holding inferior iron weapons purchased from the Yin Kingdom, and were far inferior to the tall and well-equipped soldiers of the Divine Awakening Kingdom. General, the palace has been surrounded, some of the nobles inside have escaped, but most are still there. A soldier came to report. As soon as the army broke through the city, a group of people were sent to the palace, and another group occupied the walls, which seemed to be effective. Alright, don't worry about those who escaped, we need them to spread the news. Quickly seize the population, confiscate the wealth, pay attention to the military discipline emphasized by the gods. This battle is personally supervised by the gods. Whoever dares to disgrace the Divine Awakening Kingdom army, be careful of my ruthless acts, Wang Kuan instructed loudly. Among the group of generals, only Wang Kuan's voice was loud enough, and they were not afraid of others hearing. Many things did not need to be explained. Yes, the soldiers of the Divine Awakening Kingdom did not even look at the chaotic army guarding the palace, and quickly began to execute their own tasks. In one night, the entire small city was plundered empty, all tasks and discipline were strictly enforced. Zhao Yuqing kept observing from above and reported the news to the Divine Awakening Kingdom and the Yin Kingdom. She now seemed more like a coordinating communication tool, but her role was indeed crucial. This invasion was not over yet, the real show would come in a few days. The next day, the population of the Li kingdom was halved, but miraculously, the people in the countryside suffered no harm. Except for the nobles in the city being slaughtered, there was no bloodshed in the city-state, and naturally, there was no population left. All the population and resources were moved to the mountains and forests. Hee. Zhao Yuqing was very excited. This time she made a big profit, not only gaining thousands of people but also obtaining a large amount of resources. Don't be too happy, think about how to settle so many people in the mountains and forests. Duan Chen couldn't stand it and made sarcastic remarks. Now the entire Luolong mountain ranges basin and valley areas can be cultivated into farmland. Our large workforce is preparing there, plus the innate gifts of the gods, the mountainous areas will develop without worry. Zhao Yuqing said proudly. Alright, it's indeed quite good. Duan Chen had to admit that this divine being really had some real skills. The scattered mountains and forests were arranged in an orderly manner by him, and 2 mountain passages directly revitalized the Luolong mountain range. While others were eager to occupy more plains, she could thrive in the mountains. Prepare for another attack quickly. This time, we don't need to break through, we will go to intercept. Let's put on a good show. After instructing Duan Chen, he left the temple to arrange for the events to be publicized. The news of the destruction of Li City quickly spread to the upper echelons of the entire Luonan region, and the reports in the Yin Kingdom's newspapers intensified the spread of this tense atmosphere. Extra! Li City breached by barbarians, all residents slaughtered, Yin Kingdom to the rescue. On the streets of various city-states, public opinion was rapidly fermenting. Have you heard? Li City is gone. Isn't Li City our neighbor? How could it disappear? It seems that the barbarians have avoided the Yin Kingdom recently and targeted other countries. Does that mean the Yin Kingdom won't help us? No, it seems the barbarians are too cunning, specifically avoiding the Yin Kingdom. In the recent propaganda, the main news was about the Yin Kingdom resisting the barbarians, but suddenly this news broke out, intensifying the tension. What should we do? In the palace, the nobles from various city-states had also received the news. In just one night, a country was wiped out, and the nobles of this country had already joined the surrounding nobles. It is said that the barbarians and the Yin Kingdom's army are all clad in iron armor. Where do they get their iron weapons from? A wise minister asked. What does it matter where the iron weapons come from now? Our Mo Kingdom is right next to the Li Kingdom. If the city-states are also breached, then it's all over. The Mo Kingdom king directly dismissed the minister's speculation, as the main issue now was production. Your Majesty, it seems like there are marauders approaching from outside. A soldier quickly ran into the Great Hall and knelt down to report. What, is the defense arrangement in place? The king was greatly alarmed, not expecting these barbarians to attack his country so quickly. It's all set up. We started fortifying as soon as we received the news, a noble reported. At this moment, Wan Kuan had already led his army close to this Mo city. Compared to Li City, the city walls of this city looked taller and more solid. People of the city, surrender all your food and women, and send out some strong laborers, we might spare you. The army led by Wang Kuan at this moment was all covered in grass and wood, with blood or other substances smeared on their faces, looking fierce. There were soldiers wearing iron armor in the front, and the military formation was intentionally made somewhat chaotic. Search! Arrows shot out in response, a silent retaliation. Kill! Due to the distance being too far, it didn't cause much impact on these barbarians, but it was enough to enrage Wang Kuan. A small sun was shimmering in the sky, but due to the scattered formation, the military spirit of this Danyang army was not prominent, and the sunlight didn't shine too far. A green light shot out from under the sun's cover, breaking the city gate with one strike. Subsequently, the barbarian soldiers rushed fiercely through the city gate, and for a moment, no one could stop them. Most of the front chargers were soldiers in iron armor. These heavy armored soldiers were simply overpowering against the newly equipped soldiers with iron weapons. Not to mention that most of these soldiers were new recruits, who had never experienced any decent battles before, and couldn't compare to the seasoned veterans who had experienced divine battles. What? The city gate has been breached. In the royal palace, the Mo king was shocked to hear this news, and quickly reacted. Arrange for an escape, have the martial clan experts guard us, we abandon the city. He ordered loudly. The war was intense at the city walls, providing them with the perfect opportunity to escape. Your Majesty, the civilians in the city. A commoner minister reminded tactfully. What civilians now? Our lives are at stake, go, don't waste my time. The king pushed the minister aside and prepared to escape with his people. Is the city wall under control? At the city gate, Wang Kuan, covered in blood, had just finished the bloody battle at the city gate. The Mo Kingdom's army had no resistance against the barbarians with military spirit. "General, the city wall is under control, and the remaining personnel are being cleared out by our troops," a soldier reported. "The Yen Kingdom people should be arriving soon, right?" "Yes, just received the message, still a few tens of minutes away." "Good, proceed with the plan." After giving instructions, Wang Kuan prepared to leave. The main purpose of this operation was to showcase the military power of the Yen Kingdom, preparing for the subsequent integration of the entire Luonan region. So far, the developments seem to be going smoothly. After using the military spirit just now, the hidden entity was the newly descended divine being, Luoya. This time, she was specially arranged to break the city gate with a divine descent. As a deity, although her abilities were not particularly strong, a full-force strike was enough to break the city gate. "Your Majesty, there seems to be some movement over there." The main army was attacking from the north, while the royal family was preparing to escape from the south. However, before the nobles could escape, they saw the army from the south. Ah! The Ink King was shocked and pale. They didn't have the strength to confront a whole army. Normally, there is a gap between spiritual power units and ordinary human tribes, but to truly have the power to move mountains and fill seas, it would require at least a level 8 unit. According to the average level division of spiritual power races in the divine realm, a level 1 can probably take on 10 ordinary human soldiers, a level 2 can take on dozens, and a level 3 can come and go in the army as they please. However, it also depends on the army and their equipment. The armies of the Flame Kingdom and the Divine Stark Kingdom are all clad in iron armor and blessed with military souls. A regular Flame Kingdom soldier can take on several soldiers from other city-states. These capable warrior tribes can't cause much trouble in front of a true Flame Kingdom army. The Divine Realm is a place of productivity, where individual invincibility exists, but it is not common in the lower-level Divine Realms. In the early stages, most deities focus on developing numerical superiority and upgrading equipment. The individual strength is not too obvious or necessary in the advancement of overall productivity. Don't be afraid, we are the Flame Kingdom's army, here to provide support this time. The Flame Kingdom scout ahead rode his horse fiercely towards them, explaining. Ah! The second-level warrior of the warrior tribe preparing to attack suddenly stopped his inner power. Our Flame Kingdom king pursued these barbarians here, never expected they would dare to plunder the city-states. Li Fei rushed over, angrily said. That performance looked like genuine resentment. "Friendly army, please come to our aid quickly." The Ink King bowed directly. "We are here this time to assist our friendly nation. Ink King, please clear the way for us to quickly go and save the people." After Li Fei gave instructions, he began to arrange for the rear army to enter the city. The show must go on, and it must be done thoroughly. The Flame Kingdom is truly friendly. The Ink King, accompanied by his ministers, sent them off in the rear, couldn't help but exclaim, "Humph, there may be some conspiracy, otherwise how could it be so coincidental?" A minister said indignantly, "How dare you insult our Flame Kingdom friendly nation?" The Ink King said angrily. The Flame Kingdom army had not fully entered the city yet, and this minister was really lacking in insight. "Quick, tie him up and wait for the general's disposal." In the Ink City, the Flame Kingdom army was in neat military formation, with effective propaganda. There was no rush along the way, as the performance was the most important. It turns out that the Flame Kingdom army has come to support us. Our Ink City is saved. The Flame Kingdom's army is so majestic. The Flame Kingdom actually came to help us resist the barbarians. Ah, the Flame Kingdom soldiers are so handsome, I love them. On the city wall, Wang Kuan led the army preparing to attack the city. The entire Ink Kingdom army had already been captured. "General, the Flame Kingdom army has arrived." A soldier came to report. "Finally, they have arrived." Wang Kuan patted his sword. He had been waiting for this moment. The street leading to the palace was the main road of this city, and overall, the development was quite good, with very smooth and wide streets. At this moment, this once very lively street was very quiet, with a sense of killing in the air. "Barbarians, don't run!" Li Fei led the charge with the army, rushing over, and the two armies collided head-on. "Ah, the Flame Kingdom's army is here, run!" The barbarians quickly turned around, their movements very neat and orderly, with a certain dramatic effect, as this was all part of the act. "Chase!" Li Fei shouted, leading the army to pursue, but it all looked very fake, like a role-playing game. Actually, the most important thing in this scene is not to act well, but to keep acting, to act well, regardless of whether others can tell it's acting or not, as long as it is acted out. It's like the laundry detergent stuck on the talons of an eagle, whether it's acting or not, just say it is. What is needed is a reasonable reputation, a swift means, a reason for integration. As for whether others believe it or not, that is not for these city-states to decide, it is decided by the barbarians, by the Flame Country, by the big stick in hand. The scene finally came to an end. Overall it was acted out quite well. The Flame Country was very happy, the Divine Awakening Country was also very happy. As for whether the surrounding city-states are happy or not, that's another story. When this news spreads, whether others believe it or not, the biggest mouth is in the hands of the Flame Country, the fierceness and strength of the barbarians, the righteousness of the Flame Country's army for the people, all these images are deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. This image is an inevitable product under the dual control of economy and culture. The Flame Country will use their big stick to intimidate the entire Luonan. This integration will be very swift, because countries that do not want to move quickly will soon be wiped off the map, whether it's the people's riots, the Flame Country's intervention, the publication of a newspaper notice, or the invitation of the Flame Country's pushers, it will push the establishment of the Luonan military alliance to a climax. In these days, the Flame Country's newspapers are vigorously promoting, after more than a year of planning, the integration of the surrounding countries is finally about to bear fruit, and the hands of the major powers in the region are finally about to be clenched. The Luonan region will truly become a unified entity militarily, becoming a military body controlled by the Flame Country. Newspapers for sale, Flame Country envoys heading to various countries, inviting national leaders to meet at the Setso country to discuss the crisis with the barbarians and the Lingyun country. The Flame Country invites national leaders to meet at the Setso country. To dispel the concerns of the national leaders, Duanshen specifically selected the Setso country, located in the center of the entire Luonan region, so that at least it could greatly alleviate security concerns. Of course, Duanshen would not be foolish enough to give up his own safety. The Flame Country's vanguard has already been fully agreed to be stationed in the Setso country, and Zhao Yuqing has been watching from above. Should we participate? The nobles of the Wuzu clan held a small meeting that day, discussing whether or not to attend. Now our survival is being affected, the people at home are in a state of panic. If we don't go this time, there will definitely be riots at home. Indeed, the military power of the Flame Country is strong now. There is a faint trend of swallowing Luonan. If they are willing to cooperate peacefully with us, then we should try to go. Our country is close to the Sheep City and far from the Long Dragon Mountains. Lingyun country will definitely advance north. If we do not establish contact with the Flame Country now, I find it hard to believe in the consequences for us. When the neighboring great power, the Jinghua, agreed to attend, the Wuzu nobles, who dominate most of the city-states in the Luonan region, also unanimously agreed to participate. This meeting can be said to have been driven by Duanshen internally and externally, with newspapers guiding public opinion internally and military threats from the barbarians and Lingyun country externally, so all arrangements are in place. In the beautiful city of Setso, almost all the countries in the Luonan region have come, at least all the major countries have arrived. As for those small countries with fewer than 10,000 people, some have come, while others have been wiped out by the Divine Awakening country during this time. This was Zhao Yuqing's own little scheme, since they can't occupy the land in the Luonan region now, but it's still necessary to absorb some population through such means beyond the bottom line of both sides. After all, the Divine Awakening country has also helped the Flame Country a lot, and Duanshen can't say much about making a few small moves. Population is always the main theme at this time. Of course, this has also heightened the sense of urgency, and has played a certain role in pushing the entire situation forward. Flame King, I heard that you are still unmarried, and I happen to have a daughter. I wonder what your thoughts are. At this time, Duanshen had been staying in the kingdom of Seth for a few days, and he had also observed the customs of other countries. To be honest, these nobles were really harsh, with one labor after another. In comparison, the Flame Kingdom truly seemed like a paradise. Duanshen was momentarily taken aback, pausing for a moment. But it seemed like the king had misunderstood, as he gestured outside and a young maiden walked in. Greetings, Flame King. The young maiden looked graceful and charming, very polite. The way she looked at Duanshen was very warm, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Duanshen didn't know what to say for a moment. From his past life to the present, he had no experience with emotions, making this situation difficult to handle. Flame King, please spend more time with the young lady. I will go attend to the foreign guests first. King Seth instructed and tactfully left, creating a tense atmosphere in the room. Zhao Yuqing looked somewhat conflicted, feeling uneasy for some reason. But she couldn't say much at the moment, as the relationships here were like a tangled mess, very difficult to unravel. Although Duanshen appeared friendly on the surface, the distance in his words was well maintained. He understood that it was completely impossible for him to be with the children of these nobles. Not to mention whether this girl attracted him or not, even if he did develop feelings, the issue of social class had to be considered. His goal was to gradually transform the southern Luo region and even the entire god-abandoning continent into a collective model like the Flame Kingdom. This would inevitably lead to serious conflicts with these noble warrior families and commoner noble families. If he got involved with a noblewoman now, it would only tie his hands in the future when implementing various reforms. It seems I need to explain to the high-level officials within the Flame Kingdom, he thought to himself, realizing the severity of the situation. If the nobles within the Flame Kingdom were to be eroded by these nobles in the future, forming a unified front, his internal reforms would be hindered. His goal for the entire southern Luo region was clear: to infiltrate economically and culturally first, then integrate militarily. After firmly controlling the military, he would address external pressures, expand his base, and then carry out strong internal reforms or revolution. This intricate chess game allowed no room for error, and now, women could also become a part of that error. December 1st. The new year was approaching, and by now, the Flame Kingdom and the Kingdom of God's Awakening had been causing turmoil in the pitiful southern Luo countries for nearly 2 months. The rulers of the southern Luo countries had finally gathered. The southern Luo region was located in the north, with a typical temperate monsoon climate. It would naturally snow in winter, and the entire Lake Seth was covered in snow, looking very beautiful. Duan Chen was strolling on the city wall by the lake. Outside, there were fields buried under snow, and a group of people, whether slaves or farmers, were toiling away, regardless of the weather. "What are you building?" Duan Chen looked at these thinly dressed people with a sense of pity and couldn't help but ask. Reporting, "Sir, we are building an observation platform. The princess likes to come to the lakeside for the view, so the king arranged for us to build it during the winter when the farmers are idle." A person who seemed to be the leader stepped forward and explained. On such a cold day, Duan Chen hesitated. It was the tragedy of the times. He knew that even in such weather, countless people were still working outside, with no rewards for their labor, and they had to provide for themselves. Returning to the city wall, he ordered the work to be stopped and provided some food and clothing to these people before continuing to prepare for his meeting. This contradiction cannot be resolved overnight. It requires using a knife to scrape away the decay within this seemingly beautiful tree, while also preventing the collapse of the big tree. According to Zhao Yuqing, in Duan Shen's view, the most advanced system is the feudal system and the ecclesiastical authority system. Even concepts like democracy and republic have not been realized. In the eyes of the nobles and even the commoners, serving labor is just a very normal thing. Some may even say that the king governs diligently and loves the people, and that the princess is beautiful and charming. But Duan Chen cannot and should not see it this way. When the princess enjoys watching the seaside, she may still be innocent and kind, but when her father arranges laborers to cater to her preferences, she and Duan Chen are no longer on the same path. It's not her fault, but a matter of perspective, a mistake that cannot be rectified early on. Duan Chen returned to the meeting room with a complex mood. This time, he wasn't thinking about the princess, but about the one he saw in the sky. Are they on the same side? Currently, they have common interests and face common major contradictions, so they can coexist peacefully, with a foundation for everything. However, Duan Chen understands very well that this cooperation is a special product of aligning major contradictions. This arrangement will not always be the case. If the Yin Kingdom wants to achieve true independence, it must break free from all divine oppression. Even compromises like the cooperation with Zhao Yuqing are results of special circumstances. The future path is still unknown. King, all the response drafts are ready, and all the surviving monarchs of the fallen countries are in place. Zhang Yun reported, as he was fully responsible for this matter. Good, let's start the meeting tomorrow. Although they are currently in the Sethso Kingdom, the leadership of the meeting still lies with the Yin Kingdom. The downfall of several countries over the past few months has sent a clear message to these monarchs: they are expendable. These monarchs who have ascended to power are all intelligent individuals. They understand that the Yin Kingdom has the power to destroy them, as do the barbarians. As long as they dare to disobey, the executioner's blade will be at their throats. As for united resistance, no one would dare to suggest such a thing at this time. Those who speculate cannot find evidence and are too afraid to speak out. Those who do not speculate have no thoughts of resistance and see the Yin Kingdom as their savior. Duan Chen prefers to have everything prepared in an orderly manner rather than relying solely on luck. Whether through conspiracy or strategy, the situation has already been pushed to this point. The era demands that these monarchs compromise, a reluctant choice brought about by their weakness. The meat needs to be savored bite by bite, cooked until tender, and served on a platter. Now, the Yin Kingdom is about to taste the wonderful dish prepared for a year. The Sethso Kingdom has put a lot of effort into this meeting. The Royal Palace Hall has been transformed into a venue, looking grand and magnificent. At this moment, all the monarchs have gathered here for the banner hanging in the venue, established the Lunan Military Alliance. Hello everyone, I am Duan Chen. The original throne has been transformed into a platform, and Duan Chen, dressed neatly, now stands here. The past year in the Lunan region has been quite turbulent. The barbarians from the north have already conquered 10 countries, while the Lingyun kingdom to the south eyes our city of Yangcheng at the southern gate of Lunan with ill intent. The reality requires us to unite in all aspects and become a whole. The reality demands that we must reach a consensus, build the Lunan Confederation together. The reality requires us to establish an equal and mutual assistance entity, in order to gain influence in the surrounding regions. Since its founding, our country has been dedicated to serving the happiness and security of the people of Lunan. Economically, we sell salt and iron goods at low prices to improve the lives of people in various countries. In terms of culture, our country is committed to enriching the cultural life of people in various countries, creating many popular cultural products. But now reality tells us that economic prosperity and cultural flourishing cannot save the people of Lunan. Only by forming a strong military formation can we achieve security and stability. Next, let our diplomat Zhang Yun introduce our country's opinions on building the Lunan military alliance. Clap, clap, clap. Amid enthusiastic applause, Zhang Yun stepped onto the stage, holding a thick stack of documents. Below, staff members distributed these documents to the rulers of various countries. Hello, everyone. I am Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun appeared very plain, a demeanor that clearly did not please the rulers present. However, neither Zhang Yun nor the country behind him cared about the feelings of these rulers, who were well aware of the current situation. None of those who could become kings were useless. They understood how the situation would develop. Even the warrior noble groups did not dare claim to have the strength to confront our country's army. The warrior clans in the entire Lunan region numbered only a few thousand, most of whom had not even reached the first-level spiritual power unit. Even if they all joined forces, they would be easily defeated. If they were truly powerful, they would not hide their warrior clan identity and integrate into ordinary human countries, like the Lingyun sect of the Lingyun kingdom, claiming to be immortals, or like the neighboring countries of Zhao, Wei, and Han, openly asserting that warrior clans or nobility meant to dominate ordinary human clans. These people may appear to be warrior clans, but they are just a group of larger locusts. If not for considerations of casualties and external influences, Duan Chen would have wiped them out directly. Zhang Yun paused for a moment, then continued. Although our country has made every effort to rescue the people of various countries in resisting the barbarians, due to the cunning nature of the barbarians, we have been unable to protect the people of various countries effectively. In order to better unite various countries, our country proposes to establish the Lunan Military Alliance. Each country will send 70% of its active military forces to our country for unified training and organization. With this strength, we will sweep the barbarians to the north and resist the Lingyun kingdom to the south, thus safeguarding the safety of the people in the Lunan region. The specific plans and proposals for each country have already been distributed to you all. We hope everyone will take this alliance work seriously. Clap, clap, clap. After Zhang Yun finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. These rulers may not have reacted yet, as they had only considered forming a coalition of countries to fight against the barbarians or the Lingyun kingdom together. They did not expect our country to directly demand their military command and require their soldiers to undergo unified training in our country. Impossible. The ruler of the Jin kingdom threw the documents to the ground, looking angrily at Duan Chen, like a mad dog. If our country's armies enter your country for a unified organization, will they still be our armies? This is absolutely impossible. And you even want our countries to send military funds to your country, meaning we have to pay and send people to help you train your army. The ruler of the Jin kingdom spoke clearly and logically. He was absolutely right, and that was exactly what Duan Chen thought, not only thought but also intended to do. However, it could not be stated so clearly on the surface, as the necessary reasons had long been established. Duan Chen walked up to the stage with a smile, looking at the Jin kingdom and said, "Our goal is to consider the safety of all countries. I can assure you now, and you also understand, among all the countries, only my Yen kingdom has the strength to resist the barbarians. I can tell you clearly, not joining the military alliance of my Yen kingdom means not wanting to serve our common safety in the Luonan region. If we are attacked by the barbarians, do not expect my Yen kingdom to come to the rescue. Our East-West Saiso kingdom has decided to participate." Just as the situation was getting awkward, the king of Saiso suddenly came up to the stage and handed over a signed document. As a medium-sized city-state with just over 10,000 people, they were not good at war and feared it. Duan Chen's proposal to hold the meeting here was a face-saving gesture for them, so they naturally agreed. Our Manhwa is willing to participate. The king of Manhwa, whose city-state had been attacked, also agreed to the document. Now that their military strength had been exhausted, having the protection of Yin Kingdom was very attractive to them. Our Li Kingdom is willing to participate. Our Aogwa is willing. Our Monong Kingdom is willing. In a few minutes, all the small country kings, who were originally weak in strength, agreed to join this alliance. These small countries were the most vulnerable to being attacked by the barbarians, facing a life and death crisis. Yin Kingdom was their last straw, and they would join at any cost once given the opportunity. At this point, all eyes in the room were focused on the remaining few major countries, which were actually just large city-states with a population of 2,000 to 3,000. Although they had a considerable land area and population, their influence was not that significant. Can we have some time to consider? The king of Morai began to stall for time. Now, the vast majority of forces in Luonan had become a unified entity, and the situation was very unfavorable. Time is of the essence now. I hope the kings of each country can make good use of it. Duanshan reminded them and then took the kings of the small and medium-sized countries to have a meal. Now, the vast majority of Luonan had been united. As for those major countries, Duanshan had his ways and didn't need to rush. The atmosphere of the meeting was very good, and the kings of various countries praised Duanshan, with a few even bringing their daughters on the spot, wanting to marry Duanshan. However, all these requests were rejected by him, as these so-called princesses were not his type. To be honest, these princesses all had delicate skin and beautiful looks, clearly pampered, but that was not what Duanshan liked. Behind their delicacy was the suffering of countless slaves, and it was their toughness that Duanshan considered and liked. "You are quite imposing today." A soft voice suddenly reached Duanshan's ears, and he, who was slightly intoxicated, was startled. "You are like a grudge, peeping every day, aren't you?" He joked. "I don't have the interest of the Yin King. You are quite imposing today." Zhao Yuqing had some resentment. This must be the reason why the God-awakened country became barbaric and then made clothes for the Yin Kingdom. "I dare not. I am just a small clan member, basking in the glory of my goddess sister," Duanshan said with a smile. "All right, the year-end settlement is coming soon. This year's productivity has not been calculated yet, but it is definitely enough for me to advance to a higher level of godhood. By then, there will be a unified god trial, which will be quite troublesome," Zhao Yuqing said seriously. "Can't these god-awakened countries solve it? We still have to deal with the pressure from the Lingyun Kingdom and train these people. It might be troublesome later." Duanshan was somewhat worried. "I estimate it's not possible. Although the strength of the Divine Qi Kingdom is good, this trial is different every year, and it is held at the beginning of the year as a unified trial. South of the Luolong Mountains in the Central Plains region is the most densely populated area for ordinary human tribes in the entire Divine Abandoned Continent. The climate is very suitable for farming, and many new cities are nourished by the main river, Luolong River. In this era of civilization revival, it is an undeniable fact that the land is vast and the population is sparse. With the continuous cultivation of farmland, united countries will naturally emerge in the central regions. These countries may have been established by other races enslaving ordinary human tribes, or perhaps by a man like Duanshan, a strong man among the ordinary human tribes. These countries have more population, more cities, and more concentrated farmland suitable for management. With the passage of time, cities will inevitably become countries or be annexed by other countries. In the Central Plains under such conditions, small countries with few people can only exist in theory. Just like in the spring and autumn period when there were hundreds of states, by the late Warring States period, they had coalesced into the 7 warring states, and eventually, the Qin state unified the world. Regardless of whether the initial divine domains are dominated by spiritual races, they are basically following this logic. Only in divine domains where races like slime or insect gather, other possibilities may arise, but overall, the development of material productive forces remains the fundamental logic. How many cities have we united now? In the reception room of the Seth Kingdom, Duanshan was discussing with the senior officials of the Yin Kingdom who had come to participate in the meeting. In the meeting room, Zhang Yun, holding the organized documents, began to speak. There are approximately 40 cities in the entire Luonan region, of which 5 have been occupied and absorbed by the Divine Qi Kingdom. Yesterday, 30 countries participated in our military alliance agreement. These countries are mostly small to medium-sized countries with populations of less than 20,000, and most of them are located very close to the Luolong Mountains. The average population of these countries is estimated to be around 8,000. On average, each country can deploy 500 troops to Yin Kingdom for training. According to the agreement, it is about 15,000 people. There are 5 countries that did not participate, among which the Jin Kingdom has a population of 30,000 and is the farthest from the Luolong Mountains, which is the Divine Qi Kingdom. The other major countries are also located in remote areas far from the Luolan Mountains, and these countries seem to have a tendency to form alliances. Based on our analysis and intelligence gathering over the past year, our Yin Kingdom has now influenced and absorbed nearly 300,000 people, while those 5 major countries have around 100,000 people, with military strength of about 10,000. Zhang Yun slowly presented various data. Duanshen had taught the people of the Yin Kingdom Arabic numerals since he arrived, and now the Yin Kingdom had a certain foundation in basic mathematics. So, this time we have basically united most of the countries and populations in the Luonan region, and we have gained an advantage in military strength, right? Duanshen analyzed. This effect is already good, and overall, the strategic objectives for this year have been achieved. Yes, we can now basically connect these countries into one piece geographically. With that, Zhang Yun took out a map that detailed the areas influenced by the Yin Kingdom and the areas not under its influence. Zhang Yun explained the map very carefully, and the map clearly expressed the current situation. There are many small countries near the mountains, while there are many large countries located in concentrated plains. This is mainly due to the need for river management for the population, and the relatively low barrier effect of rivers. In large plain areas, there are not as many tributaries as in the countries at the southern foot of the Luolan Mountains, so large city-states are more likely to emerge. River management of large rivers obviously requires higher population and organizational capabilities, so there are naturally more large city-states in river areas. King, I think this is a great opportunity, Luo Wu suddenly said. Oh, how so? Duanshen was somewhat puzzled, still thinking about how to integrate these large countries. King, please look at this map, Luo Wu said, pulling out a crumpled map from his pocket, which showed the various countries in the Central Plains region that had just been explored. Duanshen had been busy with meetings these days and had not had time to focus on this newly returned map, only taking a brief look. Luo Wu, on the other hand, was quite interested in the map and requested a copy to be made. Luo Wu pointed to the map. Now the core part of the entire Luonan region has been basically connected by us, but the peripheral areas have not joined the union we have formed. In the southern border of our Luonan region, we border the countries of Wu and Han, both of which are still absorbing internal populations, but there is indeed a possibility of a northern threat to us. In our southeast and east, there are Yangcheng, Lingyun, Zhao, and Wei, posing even more of a threat. But once these 5 major countries do not participate in the system we have formed, they will inevitably form a union that completely isolates us from neighboring major countries. If used properly, this can be a very good strategic buffer zone. With our country's population of over 20,000 directly influencing countries with around 300,000 people, even though we have integrated economically and culturally, the pressure is still immense. If we can now use these countries to create a strategic buffer zone, we will have more development time and space. Luo Wu's step-by-step analysis of the map was very well done overall, which impressed Duanshen. The original Luolan Mountains southern foothills region was like a piece of meat that all the surrounding major countries wanted to eat, and they were all sharpening their knives for it. Lingyun was just the first mover, but it was still restrained by other countries. Now, once the Yin country integrates these countries, it will be as if there is no strategic buffer zone between the surrounding major countries, making it easy to become a target. Allowing these 5 countries to become independent again can save a lot of trouble on one hand and make them a lubricant among the major countries again, buying time for the development of the Yin country. King, I think this method is very good, but we need to be careful in the specific implementation, Wu added. Indeed, these countries will inevitably form a whole, and if they turn their weapons towards the Yin country, it will be troublesome, Zhang Yun added. This requires careful handling in diplomacy and various disputes of interest. Many things are double-edged swords, and the relevant operations must be done well to maximize their value, Duanshen concluded. This is indeed a good method, but caution is still needed. Of course, these issues are based on strength. As long as the Yin country absorbs and trains these troops, there is no need to pay attention to their faces, and the most important thing is the improvement of productivity. After a few days of eating, drinking, and signing a non-aggression treaty, this meeting ended satisfactorily. The Yin country's non-coercive stance managed to win over the hearts of those who joined and those who did not, which played a role. Duanshen was not yet busy with these matters, as there were more important things that needed his attention. In mid-December, more than 15,000 troops from over 30 countries began to migrate to Rain City, and how to absorb and internalize these troops was crucial. After Duanshen returned to the Yin Kingdom, he continued to arrange for personnel to build roads and provide temporary accommodation for these soldiers. The military expenses of these people were unified and controlled by the Yin Kingdom, with a relatively large proportion of expenses. However, for the Yin Kingdom, which is currently making a lot of money from salt and iron trading, the military expenses of these troops are not a big burden. By the end of December, all the soldiers had gathered and been settled in military camps and temporary residences. The addition of these soldiers did trigger some instability, but the solutions to these issues were clearly stated in the treaty. After Duanshen used strong measures to deal with a soldier who wanted to build a strong elven tribe, the entire military camp became much more stable. Luowu also had a good ability to manage the military. After mixing these soldiers with the Yin Kingdom's army for training, they quickly got on track. By the end of the year, both the Yin Kingdom and Zhao Yuqing were busy. Although it had only been a little over a month for Zhao Yuqing, the experiences of this month had been quite eventful. The new year of the Divine Realm arrived, and the school's statistics came in. Various activities in the Divine Realms were about to unfold. In the classroom, the teacher came in to start counting the productivity of the students for the year. There was no need to hide anything, and now conducting statistics was as normal as announcing high school grades. Zhao Yuqing looked at her panel again, still not fully reacting from the joy. Name, Zhao Yuqing. Age, 18, Divine Realm years, 180, Divine Domain years, level, Novice God, no level, Divine Occupation, none, Talents, 1, Blessing 2, Emotion Detection Territory, Great Divine Kingdom, Luo City Self-Divine Kingdom, Yin Kingdom, Godstart Kingdom, Divine Messengers, Duanshen, Li Fengshen, Divine Power. 255/255 Opening the panel of the Divine Kingdom, the basic information of the Yin Kingdom appeared. Yin Kingdom believers population, 24,778, plus 310,090, true believers 5,899, devout believers 1,001, fanatical believers 90, faith value, 6,000, per divine domain year, equals 600 divine power points. Productivity, 260,000, per divine domain year, equals 26W divine power points. Godstart Kingdom believers population, 16,900, true believers, 8,002, devout believers, 5,990, fanatical believers, 1,800, faith value, 13,000, per divine domain year, productivity, 130,000, per divine domain year, second divine domain year productivity, 370,000 plus 10,000. She couldn't help but laugh, not because the productivity of the Yin Kingdom doubled, but mainly because the productivity of the Godstart Kingdom exceeded 100,000. Now she could proudly say that she was a true first-level deity supported by a divine kingdom. Of course, provided she passed the exam. Yuqing, it's your turn. Xia Liuli handed the form to Zhao Yuqing. The two sat in the back row, and by the time they got the form, it was almost filled out. Zhao Yuqing glanced at it briefly. About half of the students had developed their productivity to over 100,000 in a year, which was considered normal data. Xia Liuli had the highest productivity, now reaching 180,000, almost hitting the 200,000 mark, with 5 others exceeding 150,000. She joyfully wrote down the number 130,000 on the form, pressing the paper hard and then tearing it. Yuqing, why are you so excited? Xia Liuli was a bit speechless. This friend of hers always did strange things. The results of this year's development are good. Zhao Yuqing smiled and smoothed out the paper with her hand, then filled in her own productivity. This feeling was an extremely satisfying enjoyment for her. She still remembered last year when her classmates were discussing productivity. She remained silent. Today, she could confidently say that she had a productivity of over 100,000. Of course, she understood that this was just the initial stage of gaining an advantage. The rapid development of her Divine Awakening country this year was mainly due to the large amount of material assistance from the Flame country and the population advantage of absorbing a large number of barbarians. This was considered the only initial advantage for the ordinary human race. On the other hand, they were not facing countries as weak as the Divine Awakening country of the Flame country. Although the local forces did not have a racial heritage, their strength was not weak due to long-term development. They had many third-level spiritual units, and even quite a few units above the 5th level. This significantly increased the initial development difficulty for those spiritual races. Of course, the productivity of spiritual races mainly concentrated on spiritual units. The scarcity of population or spiritual units also restricted the development of spiritual races as divine beings for the human race. However, this constraint had a critical value, just like population growth has a critical value. When the strength gained by spiritual races through racial inheritance exceeded the current strength of the local divine realm, it was their stage of rapid development and the best time for divine beings to expand and occupy the divine realm. This time was called the critical moment, roughly between the intermediate stage of a level 1 apprentice divine being and level 2. Alright, everyone has completed the productivity statistics. Approximately half of the people are eligible to participate in the first Divine Being Advancement Assessment, which is very good, much better than the divine beings in previous years, said Teacher Chang as he began to explain while holding a torn piece of paper on the platform. I must say, the first level divine being advancement assessment is very important, but not that important. Although passing it has many rewards and a period of peace, the cost alone is over 100,000 productivity, which is too huge. The pass rate for the first assessment each year is less than 60%, meaning nearly half of the participants will fail, wasting their productivity and military power. Some students even fail to reach over 100,000 productivity the following year, falling behind their peers. My advice is for students with less than 150,000 productivity to wait until the next year to participate. Although the university exams also consider your promotion batch, the risk is too great. In previous years, there was a student. Teacher Chang couldn't resist his habit of rambling and spoke for dozens of minutes, sharing vivid stories. The students listened with great interest, as each story contained valuable experiences. Teachers at school, especially the elderly teachers, who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, had rich experiences. When they started telling stories, it was like reading a living storybook, with characters spanning generations, from prodigies to failed art students, rising from nothing to falling from grace. It was a level that even online novels couldn't reach. Yuqing, are you planning to participate? Xiao Liuli asked with concern. I want to go, but I'm still a bit nervous, Zhao Yuqing replied truthfully. Although her productivity was currently at a second-rate level, or even far beyond first-rate, when it came to the military capabilities of the Divine Awakening country, only the 5,000 Danyang army that was still in training could be considered. When faced with such a high-intensity assessment, she still felt a bit overwhelmed. I heard that a team assessment model has recently been introduced. If you're going to participate, we can team up. Xiao Luli saw her best friend hesitating and wanted to help her. Now in terms of strength, her Sea Dragon clan can be said to be at the top level. Luli, Zhao Yuqing was touched. It's okay, we're friends. Xiao Luli was not one to talk much, and she was not used to this emotional scene. Zhao Yuqing could be said to be her best sister. In the past, the two of them were known as the twin stars of Luochang First High School. Now that her good sister has awakened the weakest clan, she naturally wanted to help. After signing up for the promotion assessment, Zhao Yuqing was unsurprisingly called to the office. There were no other students with her, and everything that needed to be explained had been explained. In the office, Teacher Chang took a sip of hot tea. She had been paying more attention to Zhao Yuqing this month, but there were many things she didn't want to ask. Today, seeing her productivity reach over 100,000, although not shocking, Teacher Chang looked at Zhao Yuqing with more respect. After most gods awakened in ordinary human clans, half of them either quit before the first god battle or realized the reality and were forced or voluntarily withdrew during the first god battle. Zhao Yuqing not only survived the god battle but now had a productivity level above 100,000, which was noteworthy. I haven't had a chance to ask you these days, have you captured that initial hero unit? Teacher Chang didn't directly say that Zhao Yuqing was not capable and couldn't participate in the first round of promotion assessments, but instead started a conversation with her. Yes, I have captured it now. It has become my divine envoy, and the level of faith has reached that of a devout believer, Zhao Yuqing replied calmly. She answered this way to her elders and most peers. She could say it calmly now mainly because she had agreed with Duanchen not to attract too much attention to the Flame Kingdom. Well, I knew you had the ability to control those hero units. Teacher Chang was very pleased. The student's performance in front of her told her that this should be true, and even Zhao's father believed in this narrative. In the Divine Realm, the Flame Kingdom had been completely replaced by the Divine Awakening Kingdom. Now Zhao Yuqing only had one Divine Kingdom, the one she had let out herself, completely loyal to her Divine Awakening Kingdom. Yes, that hero unit has helped me a lot, and it is indeed very capable, Zhao Yuqing said without modesty. The false believer did indeed help her a lot, so what she said was not wrong. Well, seeing you develop so well, I am relieved. I still hope you can maintain a stable mindset and continue to work hard. Teacher Chang shifted the conversation to the center. Yes, I will pay attention to that, Zhao Yuqing replied without much enthusiasm. Regarding the first promotion assessment, since you have decided to participate, I won't say much. I just hope you will be cautious and not cause significant losses. If necessary, be prepared to give up. Don't waste all the hard-earned resources, Teacher Chang reminded her. Teacher, I won't let you down. Zhao Yuqing was touched, not expecting the teacher to understand her so well. Well, just be careful. I remember hundreds of years ago, when I had just become a teacher, there was a student. Teacher Chang started telling a story again, which was really, goodbye, teacher. Goodbye. After saying goodbye, Zhao Yuqing went straight home. She had been very busy these days, and with this chat, a few more days had passed. With the productivity coming in these days and the compensation from the previous god battle, she now had a relatively sufficient amount of productivity in her hands. In the divine realm, the flow of productivity is also restricted, and trade in productivity can only take place under specific conditions such as war and cultural exchange. After all, productivity is the hard currency of everything, and if it can be traded freely, many balances will be disrupted. As for faith points, they mainly come into play after the ascension of a deity to a higher level and the awakening of their talents. In this world where the divine realm and the divine domain intersect, the development of the divine domain's clans is more representative. The deities have enjoyed peace for too long. Since becoming a barbarian tribe, the development of the God-Stark kingdom has become more prosperous. The population seized from the central plains has been completely arranged in the newly cultivated mountains on the periphery. With the help of the talents of the deities, a road that runs through the entire Luolan mountain range has been opened up, becoming the main artery of development for the entire God-Stark kingdom. Several small towns have been established in river valleys or basin lakes, and the rapid development of agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishing centered around these small towns is more diverse compared to the Flame Kingdom, which mainly focuses on agriculture. Now the trade between the two countries is relatively close, mainly exchanging industrial products from the Flame Kingdom for agricultural products from the God-Stark Kingdom. Economic development, population growth, and ideological propaganda naturally cannot be neglected. Zhao Yuqing attaches great importance to this and quickly consolidates faith through very effective missionary work and ideology, coupled with rewards for the longevity of some meritorious individuals. The missionaries of the God-Stark Kingdom gradually adopted the model of the Flame Kingdom storytellers and began to spread to the remaining tribes in the mountains and the northern city-states. Following Duan Chen, she also learned a lot. Of course, compared to the passionate and deeply rooted Flame Kingdom storytellers, the missionaries of the God-Stark Kingdom are still very inexperienced and have encountered many problems. However, overall, they are developing relatively rapidly. The God-Stark Kingdom that spans the Luolan mountain range has undergone a new transformation since the Flame Kingdom led the signing of the Southern Lu Military Alliance. With the Flame Kingdom at the center, commercial cooperation in the entire Southern Lu region has become closer, and various divisions of labor have become more apparent. With the support of agricultural support from neighboring countries, the Flame Kingdom can focus more on developing industry and commerce, improving productivity. Although agricultural development still needs attention due to security issues that were previously unmanageable, now that the Flame Kingdom has control over security, stable development of industry and commerce has also become possible. With the help of money and additional free trade agreements with neighboring countries, the Flame Kingdom has attracted many people from various Southern Lu countries to replace the complex agricultural labor previously carried out by the Flame Kingdom people. With the establishment of a financial center based on Flame Kingdom currency, the monarchs of various countries are very supportive of this action in order to earn foreign exchange. With more labor force, the Flame Kingdom has to some extent expanded its population base for increasing production capacity. The breakthrough in early iron smelting technology, as well as the large-scale popularization of papermaking and printing, has led various factories to absorb a large number of agricultural workers, among other aspects. On the other hand, the construction of various stone bridges, the establishment of various ferry crossings, the construction of city walls, the development of the eastern Luwako city, and other basic infrastructure projects have also had a basic population supply. Production capacity has been further expanded. Before the new year, Zhao Yuqing purchased a batch of cotton seeds from the commercial city, and there has been a certain increase in the production capacity of livestock, especially sheep. In addition, the early wooden water-powered spinning machines within the Flame Kingdom have also been successfully developed. This was something that Duanshen had emphasized and provided some ideas for before the new year, and it has shown some results after the new year. Relying on raw materials and technological breakthroughs, coupled with a certain population, the light industry of the Flame Kingdom has also laid a certain foundation for development. Of course, this is very rudimentary, with a very small scale, and overall still in the feudal era. The Flame Country now needs a certain amount of accumulation, which may take several years or even decades, depending on the development of opportunities. Zhao Yuqing can't wait any longer. She understands that her early advantage is only temporary, and once those at the same level break through the critical moment, they will quickly surpass her. Before that happens, if there is no strength for self-protection, the situation will be very dangerous. Rapidly advancing to the level of a first-tier deity, upgrading one's talents, unlocking more permissions, and swiftly converting productivity into strength are the foundations of everything. The unified examination for promotion to a first-tier deity is in the 3rd month of the 3rd year in the 3rd divine realm. Before that, it is a good opportunity to enhance the strength of one's soldiers. In terms of military strength, the soldiers of neighboring countries have just been subdued, and they are all types of untrained soldiers from the era of slavery. Their ideological education is also incomplete. If these soldiers are used in battle without proper training, it is very easy to encounter problems in combat, with very negative consequences afterwards. Most of these soldiers can only be temporarily used in local wars. As for arranging for them to participate in wars under the divine system, that is completely unacceptable. The benefits and advancements related to the promotion examination are also very much needed by Duan Chen. After stabilizing the situation around the flame country for the time being, passing the promotion exam will allow for better utilization of the country's productivity. This year's productivity has arrived, but due to the limitations imposed by levels, there are not many ways to consume it. In the absence of the auction, simple agricultural products in the market clearly cannot meet the needs of the flame country. The flame country has not yet embarked on the path of industrial revolution in this world. This is not good news for Duanshan because it means that as the flame country develops, it must eventually break away from the resources provided by the divine realm and forge its own path. Of course, this is only limited to the early stages. In the middle to later stages, the flame country will be able to detach from divine resources, which is clearly what Duanshan desires. However, the key issue is how to gradually develop to the point where the flame country can become independent from the divine realm and grow on its own. Currently, the development of the flame country and the divine awakening country may seem insignificant in the eyes of the divine realm, but among the various newly established divine countries in this batch, they are relatively advanced. This development is currently limited to productivity, and the achievement of productivity is crucial. In a country like the flame country, which is mostly composed of ordinary human races, productivity is the output of its products. However, in countries composed of spiritual races, productivity is more reflected in the individual's strength, which is mainly composed of spiritual units. According to Zhao Yuqing, based on the average spiritual units of various spiritual races in the divine realm, a first-tier spiritual unit can bring about 100 points of productivity, a second tier about 1,000 points, a third tier 5,000 points, and the differences in the fourth tier and above among various races are too great to have a unified standard. Moreover, the inheritance of each race and the resulting increase in productivity vary, becoming more apparent in the later stages. Of course, the flame country can also consider this, but currently, the conditions are not met. It is not due to the thin spiritual energy on the divine abandonment continent. In fact, the spiritual energy will gradually increase with the arrival of the deities, so this is not a concern. The main issue is that the flame country does not have the racial inheritance of spiritual technology and currently lacks the conditions and resources to develop basic spiritual technology. In the divine realm, the technological development of the divine beings' clans relies on the racial inheritance unlocked by productivity. Through racial inheritance, one can unlock troops, production techniques for related spiritual products, and explanations of various skills. Without these racial inheritances, everything would need to be researched through the talent development cards of the divine countries behind the deities, which would influence all the races of the divine country through the development of basic spiritual technology. However, the current Yin kingdom obviously does not have this condition, and can only develop towards industrialization in a sneaky manner. This is a path that Duanshan has understood from the beginning and discussed with people around him. 3 months passed quickly, and with a large amount of labor force and a gradual transition to early industrialization, the Yin kingdom achieved some success. In the eastern city of Luwako, a textile workshop combining the Yin River hydropower has been built, and more importantly, there has been some development in the early textile industry. A batch of clothing made from wool or cotton gradually entered the market in the Yin kingdom and the entire Luonan region, marking a significant advancement in the Yin kingdom's productivity. This also signifies a shift in the Yin kingdom's power source from animal power to early mechanical power such as hydropower. This transformation was led by Duanshan, and all early factories were organized by the state. From the beginning, Duanshan arranged for people to search for materials for gunpowder based on his own impressions. These gunpowder materials have appeared in the Great Ning Divine Kingdom and have related family cultivation cards. However, in the early stages, in order to fill the gap in medical talent in the Yin Kingdom, family cultivation cards were mainly used for medical personnel. Gunpowder has not yet been developed, only a batch of materials has been accumulated. In the divine realm, although early gunpowder also had a certain killing power, under the condition that the population of the Yin Kingdom has just exceeded 10,000, the preparation of its materials and the production of related firearms are very difficult. Moreover, developing heavy armored soldiers using troop cards in the early stages can also ensure combat effectiveness, but now that it is time to advance to the level of a higher god, it is also time to start researching gunpowder in firearms. After the new year, Duan Shen specifically proposed to Zhao Yuqing the idea of introducing gunpowder into the market, but it was clear that these products in the market were not unlocked during the apprentice god stage. Therefore, she could only be asked to find a record of gunpowder material configurations in the Great Ming Divine Kingdom and start searching in the Luonan region. Due to detailed configurations and early preparation of materials such as saltpeter, gunpowder appeared very smoothly, but there is still some distance to go before making cannons, let alone firearms. There is no way around this, so we can only wait until the family cultivation card unlocks quotas and allocate a batch of talent cultivation quotas in this direction. After several years of development, the technology of the Yin Kingdom has basically filled all the technological gaps of the feudal era, and the 4 great inventions have successively appeared, as well as a batch of new equipment such as water-powered spinning machines. On the one hand, this inherits the technology of the Great Ming Divine Kingdom, and on the other hand, it is the result of Duan Shen transferring some accumulated technology from his previous life here, with the most obvious being mathematics. The people of the Yin Kingdom learn Arabic numerals and Chinese characters together, and basic mathematics began to spread and develop among the Yin people when the early agricultural civilization was just budding. When arranging early simple literacy education for the people of the Yin Kingdom, both adults and children were uniformly trained and educated in mathematics, especially a group of over 100 technology personnel specially trained by Duan Shen for scientific research, all of whom were personally taught mathematics by Duan Shen. Due to the need for labor, early researchers were mostly women and children, but their intellectual level was not inferior. For example, the early iron smelting technology and the recently breakthrough water-powered spinning machine were designed and researched by them. The idea of a steam engine is still just a topic, although the principle is relatively simple, converting heat energy into kinetic energy, but the specific approach still needs to be explored. Overall, the current level of technological development in the Flame Country can be said to have surpassed the basic material technology level of the Great Ming Divine Country in the Divine Realm where Zhao Yuqing is located. However, these are basic technologies, and compared to races with racial heritage, the overall level of technology in the Flame Country is starting to lag behind. Furthermore, with the development of the Flame Country, as industrialization approaches, the impact of the Divine Realm's technology and a large part of the resources on the Flame Country has become very small. In other words, Duan Shen can gradually develop independently outside the system of the Divine Realm. But it is not yet time to be reckless. Divine Realm technology and military cards are still needed by Duan Shen. It is necessary to wait until the Flame Country's strength matures gradually and its wings become fuller. Development does not happen overnight, it still requires time for cultivation. According to Zhao Yuqing, the Flame Country is basically hidden from the outside world, so it can be said that the Flame Country can develop steadily behind the scenes of the Divine Awakening Country, on the fertile plains of the Luonan region for a long time. Your Majesty, the militia now has undergone a certain level of political training, and their thinking has also been transformed. In the palace, Luo Wu came to report. The so-called political training is to provide these militias with a certain level of education, not about faith in the gods, but a set of thoughts about loyalty to the monarch, love for the country, and protecting the home and the country. These small and medium-sized countries understand the intentions of the Flame Country. Since they have chosen to send soldiers over, they naturally dare not make any major moves. After dealing with a few troublemakers, through strict training and extensive education, the overall appearance has also improved to a certain extent. Duan Shen followed Luo Wu to inspect the training ground in the west. Due to the arrival of these soldiers, the training ground has been expanded to about a quarter of the size of Yuqing City. The soldiers on the training ground are undergoing physical training. Although Q training is also important, it is not currently placed in a core position. The main focus is on formation training and physical combat training for close combat. On the other half of the training ground, the 3K Danyang army, trained for 3 months, is already standing in formation. This is also the main purpose of Duan Shen's inspection this time. These Danyang soldiers were trained using the remaining quotas, and 2K of the soldiers were recruited from the Flame Country. Due to the improvement in population structure, these blessed Flame Country people have conveniently expanded the source of troops. In addition to the liberation of agricultural population, the impact on production is not significant. Currently, the agricultural population of the Flame Country mainly consists of farmers recruited from various countries, not originally from the Flame Country. However, they have already integrated into the Flame Country's system. These people are scattered among various countries, totaling only a few hundred people, representing an entire family's migration. These are people recruited by the Flame Country from neighboring countries through economic incentives, a kind of population suction. Since the flame country occupies the upstream in the industry and can provide significant value, and more importantly, has a strong fist, the surrounding countries do not have high resistance. An even more important part is that, at Duan Shen's suggestion, the flame country and neighboring countries jointly funded the recruitment of a group of slaves for labor to build roads in the Luonan region and parts of the border defense. They also specifically used horses purchased from the Shangqing by Zhao Yuqing to establish many post stations. A transportation network centered on the flame country and radiating throughout the Luonan region is being established. Duanshen is not being taken advantage of. The main reason for spending money is that the money spent will eventually flow back into the flame country system, which can be seen as a way to indirectly stimulate consumption. It can be said that economically and culturally, with military integration, the entire Luonan region has basically become a country, a federal state led by the flame country. This is the change Duanshen wants to see, and it is the best way forward after integration in all aspects. But for now, it is still temporarily impossible to form a centralized state politically, that is, to abolish the kings in those city-states. This is not because the current Yin kingdom lacks the strength and economic foundation to do so, but mainly because Duanshen's goals are even greater. If these warrior tribes or slave-owning noble groups were to be abolished now, it would definitely cause a great upheaval in the entire Central Plains region, which is not what Duanshen wants to see. It is best to wait until the fruit is ripe before picking it, and it is clear that the fruit is not yet fully ripe, so it is not the best time to pick peaches. In general, integrating the majority of the southern Luonan region into the Yin kingdom can be said to have the greatest impact on the Central Plains. Its influence is also growing, and in terms of military strength, Duanshen is confident that it is not weaker than any other country, even if those immortal or warrior old monsters come out. Without racial heritage and military forces, their strength is not formidable. If the level of spiritual power units is compared to the volume of a container, then breakthroughs brought about by racial heritage or the development of basic spiritual power technology determine how the spiritual power inside that container is released. According to the observation of the human emperor, this divine abandonment continent has only been reactivated for 1,000 years, leaving no time for those spiritual races that were previously suppressed and on the brink of extinction to break through the 5th level spiritual power unit. This also indicates that the development of spiritual races on this continent or the overall local power is much weaker compared to the domains of other gods. This can be considered a stroke of luck and misfortune, as the Yin kingdom can better utilize its first mover advantage to rapidly grow. Overall, the population of the Yin kingdom can be said to have reached 300,000, while the population of its opponents during the same period is still within the range of less than 10,000, which is a very favorable advantage. Compared to other countries in the Central Plains region, the population influenced by the Yin kingdom is basically on par with the largest population in the Lingyun kingdom. Surrounding countries such as Zhao, Wei, Han, and other warrior forces have populations of only around a few 100,000. Through Duanshen's actions, a chain reaction has been triggered. After several months of development and evolution, the countries in the peripheral regions have formed a military alliance, while the remaining small countries have also begun to seek the protection of larger countries. The sudden emergence of the Yin kingdom has disrupted a delicate balance that has lasted for a long time. This balance ensured that small countries could survive without uniting, but now this balance has been disrupted, and another influential major power has emerged, making small countries completely caught in the middle of major powers. This lubricant will not last long, as anyone with a brain knows. Duanshen decided not to participate in Zhao Yuqing's promotion assessment, not because the conflict between them has escalated, but mainly because the conflict in the Central Plains has intensified. In the 3rd month of the 3rd Divine Realm year, the Yin Kingdom still uses the calendar established by Duanshen, but for the convenience of overall calculation in the same batch, the novel uses the Divine Realm calendar. Yang City was besieged again. This was a siege after Yang City joined the multi-country alliance of the Jin Kingdom in the southern Luonan region. This siege was significant, indicating that the Lingyun Kingdom could no longer hold back and wanted to take the remaining peaches of the Yin Kingdom first. However, both Duanshan and the Yin Kingdom's think tank understood that this was not a real siege of Yang City but a test of the newly established Luonan Federation. Strictly speaking, Yang City has not been included in the Luonan region, but it is less than 100 kilometers away from Shenyang City, one of the 5 major countries united in the Luonan region behind it. This means that as long as Yang City is captured, it can be said that the gateway to the Luonan region has been opened. Therefore, Duanshan refused to participate in this assessment. The Yin Kingdom's forces must now turn to local campaigns, and ensuring their own safety is Duanshan's top priority. As for the interests of the gods, they are considered selectively based on common interests. The Flame Country is relatively wealthy now. After providing assistance to the Divine Enlightenment country with a batch of assessment materials, they directly withdrew from participating in this assessment. Zhao Yuqing did not have much reaction because she understood that the separation and development from the Flame country was inevitable. The Divine Enlightenment country was her fundamental support as a god. Only when the Divine Enlightenment country became strong could she truly wield divine authority. The two countries now are like an unrelated couple who are bound together and must separate. Even though they share the same economic system and live in the same room, they are destined to part ways. This situation cannot last long. Without feelings, there are no feelings. It is just a temporary situation, but ultimately they will have to separate, something both Duan Chen and Zhao Yuqing understand. After the assessment in the Flame country, she cried in her room for a night. No one knew what she was thinking that night. In the Divine Realm system, her life was simply miserable. She grew up in a family with social status, had achievements that others envied, and had looks and talent. This should have been the ending that everyone dreams of, but everything was ruined when she awakened as an ordinary human. Now she understands that if she cannot break away from the Flame country's system, she will forever be a dependent, with a status even lower than a deity. 3 years in the divine domain is a good year, at least for the Central Plains region. In the city of Yangcheng, in the month of March, the Lingyun country did not want to keep a low profile this time. Most of the high-end combat power of the Lingyun sect has come, even the so-called Grand Elder is present, seemingly wanting to show some power through this battle. Grand Elder, the entire city has been surrounded now, and the reinforcement troops from the surrounding small countries have not arrived, just as the Grand Elder expected. The senior brother who failed to capture the city in the first attack was very respectful, bowing deeply, appearing extremely flattering. "Humph, you useless fool, unable to capture with several times the troops, and now I have to personally take action." The Grand Elder seemed pleased by the remark, although the words were harsh, he still raised his head and stroked his white beard. Yes, this is the only way to highlight the might of our Grand Elder." The people of Yangcheng still refused to surrender directly. This senior brother seemed indifferent, with a flattering expression. "People of the city, listen. Today, I, the Grand Elder, have come in person. Open the city gates now and surrender quickly." The senior brother who had communicated with the Grand Elder began shouting foolishly. "Search!" An arrow shot towards him, but he intercepted it with one hand. "You!" The senior brother angrily pointed at the city wall, then frantically ran away. He was only at the second level of spiritual power now, not very strong, and had no guarantee of safely scaling the city wall. P.S. How should I put it? Although the writing is not good, the rating of less than 6 is really eye-catching, giving a sense of unwillingness. I hope everyone can support more. There will be updates of over 6,000 words daily in the next few days, and there will be another chapter tonight. Fool, step aside, let me handle this. The Grand Elder pulled the senior brother, who was about to be hit by an arrow, over, and with a wave of his hand, he dispersed the arrows in the sky. Swoosh! The guards on the city wall gasped in shock. This time, Yangcheng might not be so lucky. Prepare to die. The Grand Elder, holding his disciple, rushed to the city gate. The energy in his hand formed a vortex, spinning faster and faster, then shot directly towards the city gate. Spiritual technique. The noble warrior of the Wu clan stationed on the city wall shouted, then jumped down from the wall. Spiritual techniques are very rare in the Divine Abandonment continent, and it was unexpected to see one here. This should be the inheritance spirit technique of the Lingyun sect, the wind exuberant art. A heavily armored warrior next to him looked sullenly at the elder. By now, the gates of Yang City had been destroyed, and the entire city was unable to resist the Lingyun sect's army in terms of both spiritual power and military strength. Hee, youngsters, why not surrender now? The elder was very pleased, having underestimated Yang City's strength the last time. This time, with the consensus reached with neighboring countries, they could go all out. With all the national power at their disposal, this war was essentially without suspense. We, Yang City, are willing to accept the control of the Lingyun sect. A fat man in luxurious attire ran out, obviously the ruler of Yang City. With the city gates already open, there was no suspense, it was better to surrender directly. Very well. Enter the city first. In the southern region controlled by the Yin Kingdom, closest to Upper Yang City, Duanshen had already settled the army that had come to march. This time, he had brought most of the elite soldiers that the Yin Kingdom could currently control, including the entire vanguard camp and 3,000 trained Danyang soldiers. The Elven tribe also sent 1,000 archers, along with 8,000 soldiers from various allied countries. Ken City was the closest city-state to Upper Yang City in the southern region controlled by the Yin Kingdom. Outside the city, several tents had been set up. It wasn't that the city couldn't accommodate people, but the population was simply too large to fit. The vanguard camp and Danyang army of the Yin Kingdom were both suited for head-on combat, so there was no need to station them inside the city. Your Majesty, representatives from the Jin Kingdom have arrived. In the midst of the war, a soldier came to report. As expected, arrange a meeting. Duanshan took a bite of an apple just harvested in the Shinchi Kingdom and then followed into the big tent. The tent was already full of people, and the purpose of their visit was clear. King Yen. As soon as Duanshan entered, the envoys from the major kingdoms respectfully bowed to him. Since Duanshan had unified and integrated the entire southern region, his influence was significant in the surrounding areas. Good, Duanshan said, taking his seat directly. It was clear to everyone why they had come. We have brought some gifts this time. The envoys arranged for a box of gifts to be brought in, which seemed quite substantial. Duanshan didn't pay much attention to the gifts, instead engaging in small talk with the envoy, avoiding the main topic. Finally, the envoy couldn't help but speak up. King Yen, our main purpose in coming this time is to discuss joining the Southern Alliance. Our monarch has thought it over and believes that joining the Southern Alliance is the best choice. Suddenly, there was a bit of a pause in the room, and Duanshan remained silent, smiling at him. King Yen, we have come with great sincerity this time, hoping that King Yen can make a statement. The envoy explained earnestly, while Duanshan continued to drink tea. Originally, Duanshan had left these countries to serve as a buffer between the Yin Kingdom and the Lingyun Kingdom, but he hadn't expected the Lingyun Kingdom to be so impatient, provoking the Southern Alliance just a few months after its establishment. Do you think we are fools? When we invited you to join, it was made very clear that if you didn't join, we would not be responsible for any problems that arose. Now that you are in danger, you come to us for help. Zhang Yin beside him began to speak, putting the envoy in his place with a few words. All right, we need to consider this matter. The envoy can rest and wait for further instructions. Duanshan instructed, as they needed to discuss how to proceed. The original rhythm was to follow Zhao Yuqing to advance, but now, just a few months into development, a national challenge has disrupted the original rhythm of the Yin Kingdom. King, I think there is no need to help at all. Our Yin Kingdom is currently very short of population. If we can move the populations of these several major countries to the core area, then the population directly under our control will be completely sufficient. Zhang Yun quickly suggested from the side. Indeed, we now have a reason to take action. As long as we observe the situation first, then repel the Lingyun Kingdom, we can directly move these hundreds of thousands of people to our surrounding areas for direct control. By then, we will have a legitimate reason for population migration. Luo Wu also chimed in. It's true, but I'm afraid these countries have no power to resist at all. They will definitely surrender directly. When the Lingyun Kingdom, with the support of several countries, comes to counterattack us, it may be a bit difficult and consume a lot of resources. Li Fei expressed some concerns. This is indeed a weakness of the direct annexation plan. Currently, Lingyun Kingdom soldiers are resting in Yangcheng, and the distance between the two armies is only a few hundred kilometers. If they really unite, it will be troublesome. This trouble does not refer to the aspect of war. Although the Great Elder is said to be very powerful, in a battle between thousands of troops, with the support of military spirit, there will be no big waves. Duanshan has also fought against the spiritual race in recent years and has gained some understanding of their combat situations. Although the fourth level can be said to be a watershed in the strength of spiritual units, for the immortal race that has been abandoned in the God-abandoned continent for a long time without any racial heritage, Duanshan really has little fear. The only thing that the Lingyun sect can boast of is a skill called Wind Dance. When this skill is used on spiritual units with racial heritage, not to mention Wind Dance, even Fire Dance, Thunder Dance, Tornado Dance, all of these can be unlocked in the racial heritage. This is like a modern person fighting against a strong primitive person with an alloy knife while the primitive person has a wooden stick. As long as the difference in strength is not too great, the increase in strength brought about by technological advancement is very significant. King, can we take the initiative to attack? Luo Wu suggested from the side. Take the initiative to attack? The people in the field began to think again. In the Yin Kingdom, every important decision is made through discussions among the people, and usually, the logic can be made more reasonable. What I mean is, if we agree to the request of the God Envoy, send people to help them guard the city, and then directly arrange the main force to pass through Shenyang City, cross the southern border of Luonan, and defeat them. Luo Wu detailed his plan. This is a bit difficult. Li Fei expressed some doubts. If the forces are dispersed to garrison, it can indeed temporarily appease these people, but it will be difficult to find a reason to directly eliminate these countries. I think the most important thing for these small countries is to stabilize their populations, ensure the interests of our Yin Kingdom. As for the resistance of the people, I believe this can be easily resolved in the Yin Kingdom, Luo Wu added. Indeed, strategically speaking, we do not need any reasons to conquer these small countries. We take what we want, and neighboring countries judge based on military strength. As long as we can fight well, any problem is not a problem. Duan Chen felt that there was nothing wrong with it. He was not a hypocritical person. If he coveted the population of others, he coveted the population of others. There was no need to conceal it too much. As long as reinforcements were sent through envoys and a batch of troops were stationed, the surrounding areas could be stabilized. As for the issue of internal emptiness, it does not need to be considered for the time being. On the one hand, this strategy will not last long, and on the other hand, the internal forces have been mostly deployed elsewhere, and the external forces are probably surrounded by these large city-states. As long as troops are stationed in these large cities, it can be considered as indirectly protecting the internal areas. The main strategic goal now is to control the population, the more the better. It is absolutely necessary to control the population controlled by the Yin Kingdom. If the Yin Kingdom directly controls the population of these major countries and relocates these populations to the core area, strengthening management with the Yin Kingdom system, then the ratio of the population between the Yin Kingdom and the countries it influences will change from more than 10 to 1 to 4 to 1. The impact of this change in ratio is immeasurable, but it will take some twists and turns to truly absorb. The elder has been resting in the Sheep City for more than 10 days. It is said that the Yin Kingdom's troops have already arrived, but the Lingyun Kingdom is not in a hurry to achieve its goal. On the one hand, neighboring countries have already made peace, and the Lingyun Kingdom is here to test the Yin Kingdom. By capturing the Sheep City, it has grasped its sensitive nerve, and the longer this sensitivity lasts, the better. More importantly, the girls in the Sheep City are more charming, making those immortal beings linger. Even the princess of the Sheep City has been arranged to come and serve this elder who is hundreds of years old. This kind of tenderness naturally makes people want to stay longer. Although the system of the Lingyun Kingdom is not a strict central authority, the control is still very strict, with very poor independence compared to the Luonan Federation led by Duan Chen. More importantly, whether it is ordinary human tribes or conquered martial tribal nations, they have no say in front of the immortal beings of the Lingyun sect, which is well known in the surrounding areas. Every year, multiple countries send beautiful women to the Lingyun sect for training. Among these people, there are not lacking princesses from a country or noble children. After all, compared to peasant women who are always oppressed and working in the fields, noble women are more charming. This treatment is also the reason why these small countries are eager to join the Yin Kingdom. During this period when the Lingyun Kingdom's army is probing, the Yin Kingdom's soldiers have already begun to support the surrounding city-states. Due to the construction of roads in the Luonan region, although it is not yet complete, it is basically convenient for the army to pass quickly. After more than 10 days of arrangements, the relevant deployments have been completed. In Shenyang City, the Yin Kingdom's army has integrated the entire city's defenses, which Duan Chen emphasized. In his statement to the envoys, Duan Chen clearly emphasized helping these countries defend themselves, but did not mention anything about these countries joining the Luonan Federation. Of course, these small details are of little concern to those monarchs. Now, in the hearts of the various countries that have been terrified by the Lingyun Kingdom's capture of the Sheep City in just a few hours, the arrival of the Yin Kingdom is like a savior. These nobles are willing to marry their daughters to them, and making some excessive demands is of little concern. Welcome, King of Yen, welcome, King of Yen. The King of Shenyang personally came out of the city gate to welcome them, calling out twice in a row, showing their excitement. Ha, King of Shenyang. Duan Chen began the routine pleasantries, which had become quite formulaic for him now, although he didn't like it in his heart. The group entered the city, and the Yin Kingdom's army followed, not giving the King of Shenyang any sense of boundaries. This was certainly due to Duan Chen's low emotional intelligence, for sure. The King of Shenyang was somewhat uncomfortable, but now he needed help, so he couldn't show it. Ha, these are the troops from my Yin Kingdom coming to change the guard. This time we are here to help defend the city walls. The sooner, the better. Didn't we discuss this with the envoys earlier? Duan Chen laughed, obviously lacking in emotional intelligence and not sensing anything. Well, let's go to the palace first. I have already prepared a banquet. The palace was also magnificent, not inferior to the royal palace of the Yin Kingdom. It's strange that despite numerous proposals from the ministers of the Yin Kingdom, especially with King Shi's keen interest and insistence during every meeting, Duan Chen was unwilling to renovate and expand the royal palace. Currently, the Yin Kingdom's royal palace consists only of a meeting room and a grand hall for public events, with no harem behind it, just a few large houses. The people of the Yin Kingdom have suggested many times for Duanshen to choose a consort, but he has always vaguely refused. Without any elders to pressure him, no one dared to force him to marry. It's not that Duanshen lacks desire, but rather his mindset has not shifted, and the political significance of his marriage is strong. Therefore, careful consideration is needed, especially since his lifespan has been extended, so there is no rush in this matter. When discussing with the king of the sheep tribe, the soldiers of the Yin Kingdom kindly took over the defense of the city-states. With most of the original troops stationed in the Yin Kingdom following suit, the combined forces of tens of thousands of troops, along with the support of the city-states under their control, still maintained garrisons in the 5 cities. Furthermore, with the explicit intention of providing military support, the rulers of these countries had no effective means of resistance and did not anticipate that the Yin Kingdom's goal was not for them to join the Lauren Alliance, but rather to covet their population. Of course, all of this is based on a significant disparity in power. In terms of equipment, the Yin Kingdom has significantly increased its steel production by recruiting agricultural labor and freeing up productivity. Although lacking mechanized processes like steam engines, the rudimentary iron smelting operations under collective work have somewhat increased output. In traditional feudal societies, iron smelting processes were mainly carried out in workshops or by individuals, from raw materials to iron smelting to casting iron tools, a necessity under the decentralized conditions of the time. However, through Duanshen's new thinking, the Yin Kingdom has improved iron production to some extent by adopting centralized iron smelting methods. Building upon this foundation, the Yin Kingdom's iron tools meet its domestic market needs and continuously expand into neighboring countries. Currently, over half of the 20,000 troops under the Yin Kingdom's control are equipped with iron armor, with the vanguard camp fully outfitted with heavy iron armor for defense. Each soldier also carries an iron weapon, which, compared to iron armor, is relatively easy to produce and plays a more significant role on the battlefield. In feudal dynasties, the emphasis on weapon control was placed on iron armor rather than other iron weapons, highlighting the combat effectiveness enhancement provided by iron armor. In recent months, Duanshen specifically experimented by bringing in several former prisoners of the second-tier spirit power from the Godsend Kingdom to attack the vanguard camp equipped with iron armor. A second-tier spirit power unit could render 3 to 5 vanguard camp soldiers combat ineffective, even without activating their military souls. Of course, the combat effectiveness of these second-tier units cannot compare to those with racial heritage and unit blessings from divine beings, but it objectively demonstrates the enhancement of combat effectiveness through weapon equipment. In the current material era of the God-abandoning continent, iron tools have not seen much development, with soldiers primarily using bronze weapons in combat. Even in large nations, fully armored armies are not common. By seizing this timing gap, one can essentially control the entire Central Plains. However, joint armies of certain large nations' warrior and immortal tribes pose a certain threat, which can be effectively neutralized with weapon equipment. Now, this battle is the battle that will shake the Central Plains of the Flame Country. As long as we make a splash in this battle, the rest of the work will be much easier. When Duanshen led the army to the front line, Zhao Yuqing in the Divine Awakening country also began her promotion assessment. Yuqing, are you ready? A message from Xia Liuli on the Divine Domain Network. The army is ready, and this time I brought 1K elf soldiers specifically, Zhao Yuqing explained. The 1K elf soldiers were arranged by Duanshen. Originally, they were supposed to participate in the war in Yangchang, but due to Zhao Yuqing bringing 5K Danyang troops for the assessment, their long-range capabilities were not strong. Duanshen didn't require many long-range forces, but as a precaution, he arranged for 1K elf troops to support Zhao Yuqing in the Divine War. This can also be considered as a contribution to the promotion of the gods. Although Duanshen could easily accept all the resources after Zhao Yuqing's promotion, and Zhao Yuqing wouldn't say much, it was still necessary to consider the common interests. The difficulty of promotion was quite high, even though it was a team competition with Xia Liuli's help. Bringing someone like Zhao Xian as a drag meant that preparations had to be made to avoid embarrassment. I'm here. In the promotion space organized by the school, Zhao Xian walked in with a smile. His productivity this year had just reached 160k, which was quite good, giving him a chance to participate in the exam. Why don't you ask your goddess to help you, instead of participating with us as a drag? Zhao Yuqing joked. The promotion exam in the Divine Awakening country was quite challenging, relying on friends for support, but now Zhao Xian insisted on joining. It's okay, it's just one more person, the difficulty of matching isn't that great. Xia Liuli quickly intervened. How can you call me a drag? I can now awaken a giant slime and have another unit, Zhao Xian explained. After the last Divine War, he realized that lacking strength was a real problem. After his productivity reached a certain level this year, he used the excess productivity to develop new units and combat slimes, giving him some self-defense capabilities. The siblings started bickering, while Xia Liuli quietly prepared her units and other units for the upcoming divine war. As a god of the Ocean Clan, she was somewhat restricted in many aspects, as the divine domain mainly focused on the mainland. Of course, this limitation was only in certain aspects. Utilizing the advantages of the ocean, such as in defensive battles and internal development, was quite beneficial, with some restrictions only during offensive periods. This was why she spent 50k productivity to unlock the giant lizard knight unit in the racial technology, even though it was not a favored unit for her Ocean Clan. During the promotion assessment, to ensure that the gods of the Ocean Clan had some development opportunities, arrangements were made for ocean environments and suitable dungeons were selected when matching with land and even airborne gods of other clans. The qualification requirements for detecting the divine spirit have been met to determine whether to open the instance. A voice rang out, signaling the start of the promotion assessment. Yes, the three individuals answered, and the room's display changed to present an option. Will you pay 100,000 productivity? After a few people clicked yes, the scene changed again, and information about a world appeared before their eyes. It is worth mentioning that the divine realm and the divine domain are different. The divine realm is a fixed giant continent with many divine countries and only one race, the divine race. In contrast, the divine domain is a collective term for countless fragmented small worlds that can merge or disperse. Additionally, each divine realm year, these small worlds will continue to increase. Under the rules of the divine realm, a small part of these continuously increasing small worlds in the primitive era is designated as a divine domain for the divine spirit to establish their divine country, while most divine domains are transformed into instances by the divine realm due to different circumstances in different eras. In accordance with the rules of the divine spirit, the divine domain's inhabitants who cooperate with the divine spirits of the divine realm are called dependents, while those who do not cooperate with the divine spirits are called natives. These natives live as pitiful individuals who may be used by the divine spirits as game clearance at any time, while the dependents of the divine domain are considered the upper class enslaved by the divine spirits. However, the rules of the divine realm are not omnipotent, and a matching mechanism has emerged. The divine spirits cannot crush the divine domain through the strength of the dependents. Although those divine domains not parasitized by the divine spirits cannot actively attack the divine domains of the divine spirits through the rules, they still possess strong resistance capabilities. Under the protection of these rules, the unparasitized divine domains have become instances, and the divine spirits have become players attacking these instances. Ding! Matching instance completed. Instance name, City of the Undead. Instance background, the City of the Undead was once a prosperous commercial city where various creatures coexisted peacefully. However, a sudden undead catastrophe transformed all creatures and their surrounding villages into the Undead Kingdom. Now, this city is ruled by a variety of undead creatures, including ghost knights and skeleton mages. On the land of this kingdom, the undead creatures roam endlessly. Instance rules: cleanse or control the undead in this instance, invade the city center, and occupy the core of the divine domain. Basic rewards, promotion qualifications, opportunities for resource migration of controlled populations, productivity, special items. It's actually an undead tribe instance. Zhao Yuqing was somewhat shocked. Beside her, Xia Liuli said with a serious expression, indeed, it's unlucky. Undead tribe instances are not common, and the difficulty of occupation is very high. It's surprising that we were matched with this one. Oh no, we wasted 100,000 productivity, Zhao Xian said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. It's okay. Although it's challenging, the matching system won't lead us to a dead end. Even with the undead tribe instance, the occupation difficulty shouldn't be as great as rumored online, Xia Liuli calmly analyzed. You need to have some courage. If we break through this instance, the undead tribe we obtain will be high-quality labor with strong combat capabilities, Zhao Yuqing added. With the support of the elf tribe, she now felt more confident. Moreover, these undead creatures feared sunlight, and the Danyang army was definitely their nemesis. If they cooperated with Xia Liuli, this war might not necessarily end in failure. Let's go! Xia Liuli instructed, then pressed the enter button. After a dizzying sensation, the group entered a somewhat dim but still visible strange environment, with a mysterious city shrouded in dark clouds in the distance. The city may be called a city, but it doesn't look big. It's definitely not the modern skyscraper type, more like a medieval European-style town. In the center of the town, there is a towering castle made of stacked stones, with a very eerie overall style. The news of Duanshen stationed in the surrounding 5 cities has spread, stirring the nerves of all neighboring countries. Because the influence area of these 5 cities can basically cover the large countries ruled by several martial clans and noble groups nearby, the intention to guard against the attacks of these large countries is evident. More importantly, this move has also released a message. The message is that each major country has made it a strategic target, and a pile of meat surrounded by a few dogs nearby has actually turned into something. Now whether this piece of meat is a big fat piece or a hot potato is still unknown, and Lingyun country is the first dog to try. As long as Lingyun country, which is less than 100 kilometers away from Yangcheng, is defeated this time, Yenghua can be said to have firmly secured its position in the entire Central Plains region. Wei country, located in the south of Jin country, is a powerful country in the south, situated on a vast plain, with Wei City located here. Wei City is a large city, the only city with a facade in Wei country, with a population of over 10,000. Although it can't compare to Yuqing, it is still quite impressive. Compared to Yuqing's production and commercial functions, Wei City is mainly political and military, reflected in the fact that its city walls are much higher and thicker than Yuqing's, and further, the grandeur of the royal palace far surpasses that of Yuqing. At this time, a court session has already begun in the royal palace. Your Majesty, the army organized by the Yenghua is already stationed in Jincheng to the north. They should be guarding against us. A general who returned with this information brought the news back, making the previously noisy court session quieter. Your Majesty, I still believe that we should strike now. This Yenghua and the rumored barbarians are not simple. If we cannot contain them, we will be in a very passive position. A senior minister advocating for war came forward. Old thief, observing from the sidelines now is such a good opportunity. Let's watch Lingyun country test Yenghua first. Everything must be cautious. If we attack Jincheng now, once we fail to capture it for a long time, we will inevitably fall into a passive position. It's best not to start a war. Our main force should still be engaged with Lingyun country. An older minister advocating for peace said somewhat angrily. Full attack. All the soldiers of Yenghua began to march out of the training ground under the leadership of various generals. These soldiers, after long-term ideological education and the influence of Yenghua's way of thinking, seemed to have transformed. They wore relatively thick clothing, with a special cloak outside the armor for warmth and wind protection. Their feet were wrapped in thick socks, and the hard-soled thick cloth shoes they wore on the grass gave a special feeling, as if they were down to earth and had a rhythm of progress. The colors of the whole world seemed to become more vibrant. Led by the seasoned veterans of Yenghua who had been through many battles, the scene of imminent battle seemed to dilute the solemnity of the battlefield, making the scene of battle seem like a play. 3, 2, 1, sing. At the forefront, Luo Wu led the neatly arranged phalanx to start singing the military song. Soldiers of Yenghua are not afraid of fatigue, not afraid of death. The orderly and cheerful scene also eased the tension of the new recruits. New recruits need a certain emotional guidance as soon as they enter the battlefield, and relaxation is indeed a weapon to break through the solemn atmosphere of battle. Even Duan Chen inside the war chariot felt this sense of joy. This is too beautiful. A young soldier looked around at the flowers and grass with emotion. Indeed, it's very beautiful. I really want to lie down in this grass all at once. An older soldier also sighed. Beauty is universally present, and experiencing beauty is an action that one takes after qualifying, with this qualification being more reflected in one's state of mind. The battle on the plain is what Duan Chen most wants to see, and it is also what the Elder Supreme wants to see, but who exactly benefits from it requires some consideration. These people from the Yen Kingdom are really overestimating themselves. Instead of cowering in their city, they dare to take the initiative to fight us on the plain. They have no idea how powerful my immortal clan is. In the carriage, the Elder Supreme chuckled darkly. Ha, Elder, in this way, isn't the advantage in my favor in this war? The woman beside him responded with a smile, casually feeding a small cherry from the Yen Kingdom to the Elder Supreme. Ha, the advantage is mine. War is always perceived as solemn and deadly, like the feeling of dark clouds pressing down on a city about to collapse. However, not every war evokes this feeling, and the current one clearly does not. When the two armies met, it was in the warm spring, with the sun shining brightly. The flowers on the battlefield bloomed beautifully, and a gentle breeze wrapped each soldier in a warm embrace. The entire battlefield was colorful, with birds and butterflies dancing among the flowers, as if offering a wonderful prelude to this magnificent war. Duan Chen was somewhat immersed in this beautiful scene, knowing that in an hour or a day, this beautiful grassland would turn into a sea of blood, with countless bodies ruining the scenery. To deal with these bodies and prevent disease, a fire would have to be lit in this flower bed. The Elder Supreme clearly did not appreciate this brief and beautiful scenery. He preferred to be grim. Yen Kingdom's young king, my immortal clan's army has arrived. Surrender now. If you surrender now, we can still preserve your status as king. But once my army breaks through, you will have nothing left. Duanshen disdainfully ignored the insults before the battle. He pulled his chariot back and began arranging formations to prepare for the charge, while the Yin Kingdom's generals continued to meticulously prepare their troops for war. Damn it! The Elder Supreme felt bored and could only curse before returning to the rear. He was not foolish enough to charge recklessly. Even if he was powerful, he had not reached the level of taking the Yin King's head among thousands of soldiers. He could only wait for the chaos of war and seize some opportunities. Charge! Luo Wu shouted, leading the vanguard to charge without further ado. The Danyang army in the rear also prepared to charge. Trained Yin Kingdom troops on the flanks began harassing the enemy with arrows, creating a scene of a rain of arrows. Defend! Defend! Before the arrows flew, disciples of the Lingyun sect actively jumped to the front, using their celestial power to resist the arrows. Any arrows that made it through were blocked by the shield-bearing guards in the rear, resulting in minimal casualties. What is this? At this moment, the senior disciple defending against the arrows was shocked. In front of them, a ball of light slowly rose, and blinding light shot into their eyes. Arrows hidden in the strong light pierced their bodies before they could react. The disciples of the Lingyun sect and the Yin Kingdom army suffered some casualties, and the attack slowed down. This delay prevented their archers from finding angles to shoot or organizing effectively, leading to sporadic arrow attacks that did little against the heavily armored vanguard. Kill! The vanguard, forming a sharp blade, gathered their military spirit, and the black great swords pierced the unresponsive Lingyun Kingdom army illuminated by the bright light. Black swords in, red swords out. The gap in equipment, the bonuses of the troops, and the cover from the rear directly allowed the vanguard camp to pierce through the military formation of the Lingyun Kingdom. Kill! The disciples of the Lingyun sect beside them crazily came to surround, wanting to block the charge of the vanguard camp, but in front of the soldiers of the vanguard camp who were fully armored and blessed with military spirits, these sporadic disciples who rushed over were so insignificant, as they were only first-level spiritual power units. The immortal race is indeed a more dominant race, and their strength can even be ranked among the advanced races in the outside world. However, the dominance of a race mainly lies in its racial heritage. Without racial heritage, levels, or equipment, how can these Lingyun sect disciples compete with the vanguard camp? Everyone, follow up, surround on both wings. Li Fei from the rear led the Danyang army to charge forward as well. The sunlight shone, making the soldiers clad in iron armor extremely dazzling. The subsequent charge completely broke through the Lingyun Kingdom's military formation, causing the battlefield to become extremely chaotic. Damn it! Seeing this scene, how could the elders of the Lingyun sect not know that the situation was lost? They quickly abandoned the women and jumped off the carriage, rushing towards the battlefield to escape. Don't let him escape. Arrows from the rear crazily shot towards him, but such attacks were still somewhat strained for a fourth-level unit, and he ultimately managed to escape. Continue the encirclement. Seeing that the main figures had fled, the already scattered army became even more chaotic, and at this moment, the vanguard camp had already pierced through the Lingyun Kingdom's army. With the help of the ordinary soldiers from the Yin Kingdom who came around from the flanks, they had completed the encirclement of the 20,000 troops. Therefore, it is necessary to arrange the logistics properly. With a considerable number of troops now, it is essential to slowly advance along the river with the supplies. I think it's feasible. Sister Lioli has just established the Mermaid Mage unit, so their long-range capabilities must be good. It's safer to follow the river now. Zhao Shuren agreed, stating that although his slime had some combat power this time, its importance lay more in the later stages. The life water of the blue slime was a crucial resource in the early stages, further strengthening the food supply capability of the yellow slime unlocked through the racial heritage, which could not only satisfy hunger but also quench thirst. It can be said that bringing these slimes is like having a mobile granary and hospital in battle. This is also the reason why slimes are rated as advanced auxiliary races, as their coordination ability is too strong. Although the combat power of the awakened giant slime is not remarkable, its defensive capabilities are good, making it an excellent meat shield. Well, let's arrange the attack. Zhao Yuqing also proposed. This time, the troops she brought were mainly the Danyang army. The elves, due to the lack of their racial heritage, could not form a unit. Compared to the Mermaid Mage unit, their long-range capabilities were significantly lacking. However, the 5,000 Danyang army she brought was not weak, and they had the ability to amplify the power of the undead, making them the backbone of this war. The group began to advance towards the city center along the river. To ensure convenient communication, all the troops gathered on one side of the river. Leading the way were the Lizard Knights, with the Elven Archers as the long-range units on the land, the Danyang army as the main force, the Giant Slime as the rear guard, and the 3,000 yellow and blue slimes brought this time closest to the river. There were also some red slimes carrying food and water, which were prepared as a precaution for emergencies. A large group of citizens began to attack the troops charging towards the center. These citizens were unarmed and looked more like zombies, but overall, they appeared more intact. These should be the decaying citizens in this instance. They don't have much combat power, but their numbers are not small. We need to be careful, Zhao Yuqing, who had done her homework in advance, said. A citizen approached the Danyang army, who was fully armored, and began to attack. With one swipe, a claw left a mark on the armor, but did not cause much damage. Ha! The Danyang soldier swung his sword, beheading the citizen, but it was clear that the citizen was not killed as he continued to attack recklessly. This thing has strong vitality. Zhao Xian was somewhat shocked. Even as a member of the undead clan, being beheaded would not result in such attack power. Indeed, among the various races in the divine realm, the undead clan's vitality is considered strong. But they also have weaknesses, such as in the heart position. I have already informed the soldiers. Zhao Yuqing continued. As a top student, she had basically memorized the basic information of various races in the divine realm. Although it was not very useful for her own race, she still made sure to be thorough. Impressive, Zhao Xian praised. More and more undead creatures surrounded them, trying to break into the palace, forcing them to advance slowly amidst the siege. At this time, something unusual also appeared in the river. Fish with sharp teeth swam towards them, but compared to the shark ridden by the giant shark knight, they were inferior in both size and combat power. Of course, dealing with these creatures did not require the giant shark knight to take action. Before the fish could approach, a large water wave struck, followed by water pillars shooting in their direction, cast by the merfolk mage. After a small-scale siege, the battlefield returned to calm, and the army continued to advance. Along the way, they encountered sporadic sieges, but not many. The city was not large in size, with a radius of only a few kilometers. They arrived in just a few hours. As they approached the central castle, some undead warriors appeared to attack, but these warriors seemed to be worn out and overall not very strong. An undead warrior could probably fight evenly with a Danyang soldier, but this was due to equipment suppression. These warriors, although equipped with iron weapons, did not have iron armor, only simple and damaged leather armor, which was no match for the sturdy iron armor of the Yin Kingdom's soldiers. The river flowed in front of the castle, with a bridge crossing it, and merfolk warriors standing in front. In the distance, a cavalry appeared, exuding a powerful aura on the square. Behind the cavalry, on a high platform, an undead mage with green eyes stared at them. The citizens were ordered to retreat. The gates of the castle opened wide, and a group of undead warriors rushed out, numbering in the thousands. Defeat the invaders. These warriors could actually speak, which surprised Zhao Yuqing and the others. Indeed, this is a 3-star instance. The difficulty is indeed not small. Xia Liuli sighed, feeling the pressure at this moment. There's no other way, we have to push forward. Zhao Yuqing's expression was serious, knowing that the casualties of the Danyang army were not guaranteed. Gods, are you disturbing the peace of my undead clan again? A general riding a ghostly warhorse slowly emerged from the castle, wielding dual swords, exuding a powerful aura. Kill! The undead knights charged forward, followed by the undead warriors, and the undead mages in the mage tower also began their attack. These undead creatures were clearly not foolish. According to the usual game tactics, they would have dispersed their forces in waves to let players advance level by level. However, these undead creatures allowed the divine beings to advance deeply, using some forces to hold them back and buy time for the main force. From a series of operations, it was indeed a real world rather than a game, and the situation was becoming difficult. Xia Liuli ran her hand through her hair, feeling the pressure of this level of attack. Xia Liuli is a genius. Since she awakened as a high-level aquatic dragonkin, the outside world has further confirmed her genius. After awakening the ideal future biological enhancement direction, the lineage of her kin has changed. Originally, the aquatic dragonkin lineage was considered at the level of a high-level kin by outsiders, but with the talent's boost to lineage, this level can be said to far surpass that standard. This kind of talent boost to lineage is very rare, and once it appears, it's either a waste or a genius. Xia Liuli is clearly very fortunate. Upon arriving at the medium-sized divine realm of the Hanhai, she began to gradually explore the impact of this new lineage on her kin, leading to many differences from the common understanding of the path aquatic dragonkin should take. Generally, the common belief is that aquatic dragonkin are a branch of the merfolk, but this identification is obviously inaccurate. The merfolk within the aquatic dragonkin are just one core species in their group, and their lineage may involve more aspects. However, regardless of the direction, the original development of the aquatic dragonkin revolved around a lineage similar to that of the merfolk, focusing on the inheritance of oceanic magic and gradually shifting towards material magic in the later stages. But after Xiao Luli's talent boost, the changes in this lineage lean more towards marine biology. As Xiao Luli is currently in the stage of an apprentice deity, the main areas she can explain are marine creature taming and related technologies and military combinations based on marine creature taming. This developmental era should correspond to the feudal period of the northern nomadic societies, but clearly, through this method, the development of the aquatic dragonkin is more comprehensive. This is the origin of the giant shark knights and giant lizard knights, which differentiate them from other races in the divine realm, a product of the fusion of divine talent and the unique lineage of the divine realm. Of course, the aquatic dragonkin still retain some of their original lineage traits, with the merfolk mages being a product of this situation. These innate conditions allow Xiao Luli to have more development opportunities. During the initial tribal era, her kin migrated to a large area of coral reefs located on the shallow continental shelf, occupying approximately 1/10 of the area, about 100,000 square kilometers, roughly half the size of Japan's Honshu Island. This coral aggregation can be said to be the core area of the entire Hanhai divine realm, and Xiao Luli, born in this vortex, naturally faces more challenging development prospects. The strong lineage inheritance with talent boost is indeed powerful, but this strength is based on stable development. This situation can be seen as an invisible restriction mechanism imposed by the divine realm to limit the development of talented individuals, using powerful local forces to restrain the development of divine kin. This could potentially greatly shake Xiao Luli's divine authority in the early stages. Xiao Luli and her kin with lineage inheritance have a significant advantage over the struggling Zhao Yuqing, which basically ensures that their faith will not collapse no matter what. Because they hold the key to lineage inheritance, which is control over productivity, something Zhao Yuqing cannot fully control. The control over productivity is recognized by the school as the core of divine authority. Without proper control over the productivity of the divine realm, the deities have no basis for existence. Zhao Yuqing not only lacks this control but can only barely maintain absolute loyalty to her small divine realm, ultimately due to the lack of lineage inheritance. No matter how weak the gods are, as long as they control the key to productivity, it is equivalent to sitting on the throne symbolizing power, which is an unshakable authority. Xiao Luli made good use of this point. During the year and a half in the divine realm, she crazily led her race to absorb more people of the same race from the surrounding areas at the cost of her own future. After the first year's productivity was accounted for, she quickly consolidated the entire country by unlocking the racial heritage of taming giant sharks. After consolidating faith, she began early infrastructure arrangements, with the primary focus on popularizing writing to achieve a certain level of education. This may seem ridiculous when compared to other spirit races that worship gods as their family members, but she understood that her race's heritage required more talent, and the later biological direction of technology required early planning and education. This kind of layout is currently a necessary means and a practice that comes with pressure and challenges. In the divine realm and the divine world, regardless of the race, the unified language used for speaking and acting is Chinese characters, known as the source text. In this situation, many communication issues are basically resolved, and many things become more convenient. The system composed of rules seems to inject a code into the brain of every creature, allowing them to speak Chinese characters as soon as they open their mouths, rather than generating new characters through various conditions. In the second year of the divine realm, the earlier rapid expansion attracted the attention of the large tribes of the sea dragon people in the surrounding areas. However, by the time these large tribes with over 1,000 people paid attention, the Liuli divine kingdom had already been established, and the population had reached a level similar to theirs. Utilizing the power of the gods and the temptation of racial heritage, coupled with the original strength advantage, the Liuli kingdom is still based in a large coral reef area centered around a large group of coral reefs, absorbing other small and medium-sized tribes in the surrounding areas. The large tribes, with spirit units above level 4, cannot be easily conquered by Xiao Luli. None of the parties dared to take the initiative to attack, thus giving the Liuli kingdom a period of rapid development. This is what the gods want to see. This rapid development can allow their own race's strength to quickly break through the critical point, thereby rapidly expanding the population. In just 1 year, the entire second year of the divine realm, the population of the Liuli kingdom has grown from over 1,000 to over 5,000, and productivity has tripled. Xiao Luli, who has studied in the school system, also has a good hand in governing the divine realm. This does not mean direct governance by the gods, but rather a decentralized arrangement after centralization, including Zhao Yuqing. Most gods govern through divine envoys and their own connections in a decentralized manner. This is the best governance method after exploration by predecessors. Throughout the second year of the Divine Realm, the main direction of the Liuli Kingdom is to cultivate spirit units and absorb unlocked racial heritages. This direction is also a common development among spirit races. Their development indicators are not agricultural development, not how much ion production has increased, not the appearance of steam engines, but rather how many second-level units have appeared, whether third-level spirit units have made breakthroughs, how the training of giant shark knights is going, and how the development of giant lizard knights is progressing. Of course, the development of these races also faces an unavoidable issue, which is spirit crystals. These spirit crystals are widely present in the entire divine realm and are the main source of energy absorbed by the gods apart from external dispersed spiritual power. Xia Liuli is very lucky because the coral reefs where she initially resided in the Blue Sea Pearl Coral Reef contain many sea crystals. These sea crystals are a type of crystalline substance suitable for the development of Xia Liuli's sea dragon people race, and although they can only be used in a crude manner at present, their potential is very powerful. The next step is to turn to the cultivation of marine farming and animal husbandry civilization, which is a further development of material technology. But first and foremost, the promotion assessment must be completed. The character is provided by the book friend Han Yenyeshing, who specially writes an extra story for him. In the future, there will be extras for characters provided by other book friends, which can also be considered as perfecting the worldview framework. Does not occupy normal updates. There are still 3 chapters of the main text today. Kill. The undead fish in the nearby water suddenly made a sound and began to madly charge towards the giant shark knight. Protect the mage. The leading second-level giant shark knight suddenly raised his harpoon and charged towards the school of fish, while the knights behind encircled the mermaid mage and resisted the invading fish from the outside. Boom! Boom! The green water flames flying from the mage tower rushed towards the formation, and the mermaid mages in the rear obviously could not stand idly by. Whoosh! 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 Tornadoes carrying flames rushed towards the mage tower. The suppression of firepower was evidently stronger. The rock slimes were frantically building fortifications, preparing defense facilities for long-range units, while the giant lizard knights and giant slimes had already moved forward to resist the charging knights. The elven archers in the rear were shooting frantically, with a long range and good accuracy, basically blocking the attacks of the front skeletal knights. Invaders, perish! The boss at the castle gate was obviously angry, personally riding a ghostly horse and charging forward, the ghostly flames burning on the passing slabs, looking very intimidating. Summon the army soul of Dan Yang. Seeing such a critical moment, Wang Kuan shouted directly. A huge ball emitting bright light shone over, illuminating the entire battlefield as bright as day. The charging knights were in trouble. The long period of darkness made it impossible for them to open their eyes in such bright light. Although the charge could be ensured, fear was growing in their hearts. This is not a game. Every warrior, every citizen is a flesh and blood person, although the gods treat this place as an experience grinding instance, turning them into a game. But these people are clear, they are living beings in the divine realm. However, now their homeland is under invasion. The gods treat their homeland as an experience grinding instance. How long this situation has lasted is unknown. It is sad and lamentable. Kill! The leading knight continued to shout. The troops in the rear charged fiercely with their eyes closed. Even if there were mountains of knives and seas of fire ahead, they had no way back. Soldiers, the core of our divine realm is in the castle behind us. Once this core is controlled, we will also become slaves of the gods. Undead people who do not want to become slaves, follow me and kill. The boss who charged to the front line shouted, initiating a continuous charge. In the face of war, everything was so ridiculous and helpless. Boom! The mermaid mages in the rear suppressed the undead mages on the mage tower. Summon the army soul. The leading third-level spiritual unit mermaid mage shouted, and the mermaid mage unit began to gather power. A huge water ball appeared, growing larger and denser. Army soul. The charging giant lizard knights also summoned the army soul. Their size began to increase, showing advantages against the skeletal knights riding horses. Kill! At the gap where the giant lizard knights were blocking the skeletal knights, Wang Kuan led the soldiers in a charge, fully armed with the Danyang army soul bonus. The Danyang army had strong combat power against the undead warriors. The two sides engaged in close combat, creating a meat grinder. Boom! The huge water ball struck the mage tower. A massive building collapsed directly, evidently the finale of the undead mage. Boom! A huge slime appeared on the battlefield. The army soul of the giant slime, an even larger slime, rampaged on the battlefield with astonishing momentum. Encircle and subdue it. The corpses of the mages who survived the mage tower began to attack the giant slime frantically, but their attacks seemed to have little effect in front of the slime's defense capabilities. Is this the combat power of the first batch of deities? Zhao Yuqing sighed a bit. This time, she was taken for a ride. The lizard knight opened a gap, and the giant slime widened it, with the boss now in front of this entrance. Deities, my Death Spirit clan will never surrender. This boss should be a level 5 unit. Just now on the battlefield, it was rampaging, but later it was focused on and suffered some injuries. Now it was covered in blood. Surrender, hand over the Divine Realm Core, become our vassals, and there will be better development opportunities in the future. Xiao Liuli was usually not talkative, but today, facing this Death Spirit leader, she couldn't help but say a few more words. Since I ascended to the throne, your deities have attacked my divine realm more than 10 times, and I have repelled almost all of them. Throughout the history of my Death Spirit clan, your deities have attacked my divine realm over 100 times. You have countless choices, countless retreats. My Death Spirit clan only has war. Only by defeating any deities who dare to invade can my Death Spirit clan have a glimmer of hope. I'm tired. This cruel world of the divine realm, come and fight. He lifted his dual swords and wanted to charge forward. The ghostly flames burned to the extreme, step by step, with astonishing deterrence. But after 7 steps, he fell, the swords dropping to the ground, the ghostly flames on his body extinguished. In the recent battle, he had consumed a water ball condensed by a mermaid mage, and had been relentlessly shot by elven archers, with countless skills hitting him. He was already exhausted. The entire Death Spirit nation had only tens of thousands of people, but the entire divine realm covered an area of over 10,000 square kilometers, the size of a city. Originally, this area could support a population of at least 1 million, but now they were cramped in a small town with only tens of thousands of people. When they appeared in the divine realm, countless wars were destined. They were the experience of the deities, the marginalized subjects of the divine realm, including Duan Shen, who was trying to change everything. When one day the light and heat brought by the burning flames from the flame country affected these instances, it would be a wonderful thing for the divine realm. The deities controlled the divine realm core, and the divine realm was on the verge of collapse. But when the teleportation gate appeared, the original inhabitants of the divine realm resisted fiercely. Zhao Yuqing and the others knew this. The teacher called it game anomaly. This anomaly could only be seen in certain divine realms with particularly strong resistance. The 3 of them fell silent, especially Zhao Yuqing. Her mood was extremely complicated at this moment. The promotion announcement had been repeated countless times in her mind, each reward announcement better than the last. But she seemed to feel no joy at all. It was like the scene when a nobleman from South America rode a motorcycle to see a mine, feeling the immense gap in the world, a strong sense of detachment from her own values, a complex mix of pain and gratitude. Perhaps, we were wrong, she whispered. Behind her, the entire Death Spirit clan's divine realm collapsed. The army of the Flame Country easily approached the Sheep City. Now, the main force of the entire Lingyun country had been mostly wiped out, leaving only some remnants with little strength. Walking into the Sheep City, the gates of the entire city were already open. The monarch of the Sheep City was bowing at the entrance, and then the prepared orchestra began to play, the highest etiquette in the entire Central Plains region. Welcome the heavenly soldiers of the Flame Country into the city. The national leader of the Sheep City spoke loudly, and the soldiers and ministers behind him also bowed in respect. At this moment, the Sheep City had already learned about the Yen Kingdom from deserters who fled during the war, so they were naturally very well behaved and did not cause any trouble. Enter the city. Duan Shen waved his hand, and by now the Yen Kingdom's army had been marching for several days after a battle and needed some rest. The entry of the Yen Kingdom soldiers into the city frightened the people, as the shadow of the Lingyun Kingdom army entering the city a few days ago had not yet faded. Seeing the Yen Kingdom soldiers entering the city again naturally made them very afraid. In the feudal era, most armies were not kind-hearted individuals. Every time they entered a city, they took what they wanted, and in severe cases, they even massacred the city. This kind of behavior, which spontaneously formed in the past, naturally persisted in the majority of countries. However, the Yen Kingdom was clearly different. Guided by Duan Shen's ideology, this time the army came mainly to liberate the people here, and there would be no burning, killing, or looting. Madam, don't leave, how much are you selling these buns for? A Yen Kingdom soldier who entered the city at this time looked at the old lady who was hurriedly packing up her things to go back home with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Sir, if you like, you can have these buns for free. The old lady was very scared but managed to smile and say, no need, I will pay according to the prices in my Yen Kingdom. These 2 baskets of buns will be 2 yen coins. The soldier took out 2 clearly forged copper coins. These were the yen coins promoted by Duan Shen in the Yen Kingdom and even throughout the entire Central Plains. After a long period of trade, yen coins were now widely circulated in the entire Luonan region and had a significant influence in the surrounding areas, which the old lady naturally recognized. That's too much. The old lady was surprised. These 2 yen coins could buy all the buns she had today, but today the soldier only wanted 2 baskets. It's okay, madam, we Yen Kingdom soldiers don't take advantage of you. The soldier quickly handed the money to the old lady, picked up the 2 baskets of buns, and left. Truly the Yen Kingdom. When will we have such an army? The old lady watched the Yen Kingdom soldiers walking away inside. The scenes of the Lingyun Kingdom army entering the city a few days ago were still fresh in her memory, and she trembled every time she thought about it. With the help of newspaper storytellers' propaganda, the image of the Yen Kingdom soldiers spread rapidly. To maintain this image, the newly recruited soldiers naturally paid attention to their words and actions. This was a virtuous cycle based on material guarantees. Through long-term training, soldiers' ideological education had already deeply penetrated their hearts. The soldiers were the Yen Kingdom's army, the army that protected the Yen Kingdom's people, loyal to Duanchen. This fact was unquestionable. After resting for a day in the Sheep City, the Yen Kingdom army quickly marched towards the capital of the Lingyun Kingdom. They had to act fast and not allow neighboring countries to react. The entire Central Plains region became extremely quiet, and the entire battlefield reached a balance. The Yen Kingdom army that returned to the Sheep City had already settled the prisoners of war, and a large amount of related supplies had been sent to the Sheep City. The internal cleaning and consolidation were also very well done, coupled with the supervision of the surrounding soldiers. These prisoners of war were also pacified. On March 18, in the 3rd year of the Divine Domain, news of the Yen Kingdom army approaching the Lingyun sect and the major defeat of the Lingyun Kingdom's main force had spread throughout the Central Plains. It had been a week since the Battle of the Flower Sea, and during this week, messengers were frantically shuttling back and forth across the Central Plains, spreading various shocking news to all countries. We were defeated like this. In the main hall of the Lingyun sect, the elder was kneeling in front of the sect master. In just one day, it's like slaughtering 20,000 pigs. Even if we had a whole day, we couldn't finish killing them all. You're saying all the elite soldiers of my Lingyun kingdom were defeated? The patriarch was unusually angry, shaking the foundation of the entire Lingyun kingdom. They had suffered 2 defeats in the direction of Yangcheng, and now their elite soldiers were basically wiped out. Patriarch, now we need to consider how to defend ourselves. The news that just came in is that the Yen Kingdom's army has pursued and captured our western city, Shiling City, and is now threatening our sect, a senior elder hurriedly said. Now is not the time to get angry, the key is how to get through this crisis. What is the reaction of the surrounding countries? The patriarch rubbed his temples, feeling a bit dizzy. The surrounding countries say they will apply pressure. No country will sit back and watch a major power rise, the second elder quickly said, which was the only good news at the moment. Sigh. The patriarch sighed and continued, now the recruited soldiers and all the sect disciples have gathered at Lingyun sect. The reinforcements from other sects have also arrived. Holding out for a few days should not be a problem. The patriarch of Lingyun sect's mind was very clear at the moment. He understood that the current fighting force was not capable of facing elite soldiers. The so-called immortals without breakthroughs to the 4th level were just going to be sent to their deaths. Now they could only watch the pressure from surrounding countries and see if it could help temporarily alleviate the crisis in Lingyun Kingdom. Prepare yourselves. Yes, the Wei Kingdom's army made the first move, and the surrounding countries also shifted their troops towards the border with the Yen Kingdom, a clear sign of pressure. Should we take the initiative? In the military tent, the thousands of troops from the Yen Kingdom had already reached the foot of Lingyun Mountain where Lingyun sect was located. I think as long as we arrange for our 3,000 Danyang army to support the well-trained Yen Kingdom army attacking Jin City, we can basically win in one battle. We just need to focus on attacking Lingyun sect to achieve the greatest victory in this war, Luo Wu analyzed, pointing at the map. Indeed, Li Fei has already gone back to support. As long as we make arrangements, there should be no problems, Duanchen nodded in agreement. Seconded. The generals in the military tent clearly supported the idea of a 2-pronged attack. After several major victories, the Yen Kingdom's army was full of vigor from top to bottom, giving off an air of calmness no matter the situation. This was not a bad thing, it was a wonderful change that Duanchen wanted to see. In just over a year, the Yen Kingdom had risen from a small country to become the largest in the Central Plains region, integrating to form the Southern Luo Federation, occupying half of the land. The surrounding countries fell silent, and so did the Yen Kingdom, as internal issues began to surface. How to relocate the population, how to integrate the internal countries, how could a Yen Kingdom with only 2 cities firmly control such a vast country? On April 30th, in the 3rd year of the Divine Domain, Duanchen finally returned to Yuqing City with part of the army, while more troops were stationed in the 5 city-states. At this time, the entire Southern Luo Federation needed a change, an internal change. But before this change could happen, the surrounding countries were clearly impatient. It was not that they felt the huge threat posed by the Yin Kingdom and wanted to eliminate this rising country. More importantly, they felt fear, a fear based on the idea that a large country without immortals in the Central Plains could be destroyed in a month. This fear compelled these martial clans and nobles to send envoys. They wanted to seize the opportunity while the Yin Kingdom was still unstable to negotiate better terms for integration into the Federation. This was their last chance. These martial aristocrats are clever enough to know that the Yin Kingdom, which has only just recovered from its losses, will not let them off easily. Faced with the legendary army that has been rumored, they have no resistance at all. This is the perfect time for a hero to emerge, taking advantage of the unstable situation in the Yin Kingdom to divide and conquer the country. However, there seems to be no such hero in the Central Plains region. After the Yin Kingdom conquered the Lingyun Kingdom, it left a significant gap in the region, causing chaos. Now, they only need a more dignified way to integrate into this system. Duan Chen's initial opinion of not rushing to pick peaches played a role. The conditions of the alliance system seem acceptable to those countries. By joining this alliance, their security can be ensured, their lives can be improved, and their country can benefit from the wealth of the Yin Kingdom. Various factors determine that joining this alliance completely aligns with the interests of the upper-class nobles, not to mention the lower-class people who have already been influenced by storytellers. The number of storytellers in the entire Central Plains region has reached nearly 10,000, and the Yin Kingdom's newspapers have spread to various parts of the Central Plains through Yuqing City. In their eyes, this great city-state is the savior of ordinary people, just as they once exterminated the immortal race. Once their country joins this alliance, they believe they will have better living conditions, and their loved ones will not have to die on the battlefield. In short, everything will be good. Stirred up by the storytellers, intimidated by the Yin Kingdom, and with the compromise of the nobles, there have been numerous marches demanding to join the Luonan alliance, reflecting the increasingly strong public opinion. This seems like a good excuse. The nobles think that they have no sense of racial or national honor. They are already nobles in terms of race. In the powerful Luonan alliance, the interests of the nobles do not seem to be affected, and even if they join the alliance, their autonomy seems to be guaranteed. It seems that there are only benefits and no drawbacks for our country to join the Luonan alliance, said the representative of the Wei Kingdom. Over the past month, the various countries under immense pressure have held many meetings in the Wei Kingdom, and now it is time to make a final decision. They want our military power. Without it, we are just fish on the chopping board. The ruler of the Northern Yin Kingdom is very dissatisfied and wants to unite the countries to attack the Yin Kingdom, but clearly lacks the strength to do so. So what? With the kind of strength that the Yin Kingdom has, capable of annihilating the elite of the Lingyun Kingdom in one battle, is it really useful for us to keep our army? The ruler of the Han Kingdom argued logically, firmly advocating joining the Yin Kingdom. Yes, now we are seen by the Yin Kingdom as a piece of fat that can be eaten at any time. Instead of that, why not join directly and negotiate more favorable conditions later? But, join the Yin Kingdom, unite the Central Plains, and unify the world. Join the Luonan Alliance, build a harmonious Central Plains. The Central Plains need peace, the Central Plains need unity. In the capitals and other cities of every Central Plains country influenced by the Wei Kingdom, the Han Kingdom, and the Yin Kingdom, a new form of march is fervently refreshing its presence, and the voices and pressures from the people are growing stronger. In May of the third year of Xinyu, the rulers of the 7 countries of Zhao, Xing, Southern Yan, Wei, Han, Wu, and Yu jointly entered Yuqing City to discuss the establishment of the Central Plains Alliance. And so, a meeting was held in Yuqing City, which was somewhat unexpected for Duan Chen, but before this, all the population and food resources of those 5 city-states had already been relocated to the harmonious zone of the Yin Kingdom. Originally, the layout in the surrounding areas was just a means of buying time, and it was unexpected that things would go so smoothly. But upon careful consideration, there didn't seem to be any issues. Emperor Yan, today we have come from various countries to discuss matters of alliance. Please proceed. Duan Chen received them very politely, but he still appeared listless. The past few days of relocating and resettling the populations of these cities had left him exhausted, both mentally and physically. The meeting room of the Yin Kingdom had been renovated and now looked grand and imposing. The discussion on the future development of the entire Central Plains was to take place at this negotiation table. However, today's negotiations were clearly just beating around the bush. It is a great honor for the various countries to visit my Yin Kingdom. We are very eager to establish friendly cooperative relationships with all nations and to foster a more amicable friendship with everyone. The Central Plains region has been quite turbulent this year. In order to resist the barbarians, the Yin Kingdom established the Luonan Alliance, focusing on internal development to improve the lives of the Luonan people. However, unexpectedly, the evil Lingyun kingdom once again invaded the city of Yangchang, severely damaging the peace and development of the Central Plains region. Although the Luonan alliance desires stable development, we were forced to station troops to the east due to pressure. At this moment, it was unexpected that a neighboring country from the Luonan region would come seeking assistance. Initially, I was hesitant, but for the sake of the people in the war-torn Central Plains region, the Yin kingdom had to send troops to fight for peace and development. We cannot retreat for the sake of peace and development in the Central Plains. Duan Chen's passionate speech on the stage captivated the participants from various countries in the audience. The storytelling ability of the Yin kingdom's monarch was truly enchanting. Originally, Duan Chen's plan was to deter the Lingyun kingdom in this war and also absorb some of the population, using this momentum to secure time for peaceful development and internal consolidation. However, the situation was clearly not going according to plan. The main issue was that the actions of the Lingyun kingdom were truly despicable, and Duan Chen, unable to contain his anger, decided to annihilate that country. Those immortals actually left ordinary people in the forest for their disciples to practice hunting. The other disgusting acts were similar in nature, needless to say. Initially, Duan Chen had intended to unite these immortals, which was considered a high-end combat force in the god-abandoning continent. However, everything had now deviated from the original plan. The commotion caused was too great, the intimidation too strong, and now they had directly reached the conditions for integrating the entire Central Plains. From a rational perspective, this was not a favorable situation. The Yin Kingdom had taken too big of a step in these past few months, to the extent that now the Yin Kingdom would have to influence the Central Plains region with just a direct control over a population of 20,000, compared to the 2 to 3 million population of the Central Plains. If not handled properly, this could lead to a situation of biting off more than one can chew. Moreover, the Second Divine War was imminent, as the one-year truce period had already passed, putting the Yin Kingdom in a very passive position. Duan Chen needed to firmly grasp and control the army to digest this massive alliance of nations, gradually expanding his power base and securing his foundation. It was evident that this expansion would take a long time, at least 2 years. During these 2 years, there could be no disturbances in the Central Plains military forces until Duan Chen had everything sorted out. While Duan Chen was listening to the boring speeches of the various monarchs in the hall, Zhao Yuqing began to urge him again. Duan Chen, have you sorted things out yet? Wait a few more days. Things are still chaotic on my end, with various matters intertwining, making it impossible to utilize the resources gained from productivity. Duan Chen replied. Just a month ago, Zhao Yuqing's promotion trial ended, and she immediately came to find Duan Chen for the distribution and integration of resources. However, Duan Chen was busy with the war at that time and simply did not have the energy for it, so he had to postpone it. Originally, it was planned for Zhao Yuqing to arrange for the God's Awakening Kingdom to absorb resources first, but Zhao Yuqing clearly understood the situation. Now, the allocation of productivity is a sensitive issue between the two, and any mistake could create a crack in their already fragile relationship. You are really troublesome. Zhao Yuqing was a bit anxious. The God's battle was scheduled for July, although the use of the peace card had postponed it to October, but with Duan Chen's procrastination, the benefits of the huge productivity could not be digested in time. Ah, Lord God, I am also in a difficult situation. Duan Chen rubbed his hair. Men in the Yin Kingdom did not have the habit of keeping long hair, and Duan Chen had a crew cut. However, he had been too busy with the war in the past few months and had no time to cut his hair. At this point, his hair had covered his eyes, making him very uncomfortable. Duan Chen could only repeatedly push his hair to the sides, giving him a somewhat parted look, which overall still looked handsome. This hairstyle, influenced by Duan Chen, gradually became a fashion trend in the Yin Kingdom and even in the Central Plains. I have been waiting for you for months. If we wait any longer, the God's battle will be upon us, and the productivity will not be digested in time, putting us at a disadvantage. Oh! On the stage, the monarch of the Wei Kingdom was delivering a passionate speech, for the peace of the Central Plains region, for the development of the Central Plains region, for the people of my Wei Kingdom and the entire Central Plains, peace and unity are the paths that all countries must take. Duan Chen did not listen to a word of it, as he was busy arguing with the unruly deity. Finally, the boring speeches of these monarchs ended, and Duan Chen finished his debate with the deity. Sometimes, this deity was as childish as a little girl, despite being nearly 200 years old. Sigh, just like dealing with a child. Duan Chen couldn't help but sigh, preparing to speak on stage. What did you say? Zhao Yuqing suddenly asked. She had developed a habit of observing Duan Chen's every move, a habit she had acquired from this false believer, from whom she had indeed learned a lot of knowledge that schools couldn't teach. Nothing. Duanshan hurriedly explained, not realizing that he was holding the amplifying stone Zhao Yuqing had just purchased from the mall, and his voice was echoing throughout the conference room. The whole room felt a bit awkward, and Zhao Yuqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The contrast between the silence in the room and Zhao Yuqing's laughter was quite striking, and this time Duanshan felt a bit socially awkward. I'm afraid the Flame King is. The monarchs of various countries below began to discuss. Ahem. Duanshan silenced the room and began his speech. Well, the speeches of the monarchs just now were not wrong. From the perspective of the overall situation, they provided very reasonable and effective ideas for the sustainable development of the Central Plains region. As the monarch of the Wei Kingdom said, the countries of the Central Plains are interdependent, and cooperation for mutual benefit is the path we must take. Our country has always been committed to establishing good cooperative relationships with other countries, so we are very willing to work together with you towards common goals. Your speeches today were excellent, and I also hope to continue our discussions with everyone. However, it is getting late, so please rest in the accommodations arranged by our country. Tomorrow, after participating in our country's celebration of this triumph on the parade, we can continue with further discussions. After finishing his speech beautifully, Duanshan arranged for the leaders of various countries to rest at the hotel in the north of the city where foreign guests were welcomed. Although things were a bit urgent at the moment, they still needed to proceed step by step. Back at the palace, looking at the mountain of documents in front of him, Duanshan felt a headache coming on. During this period, various matters required his personal decision-making, from post-war resettlement to the population migration of those countries that had not been approved but had automatically assumed participation in the Lohan Federation. The administrative system also needs to expand and be established. Duanshan sighed. At this moment, a few more strands of hair fell from his head, but fortunately, his hair was originally thick, so he didn't have to worry too much. In the evening, inside the small palace, Duanshan was confidently reviewing the pile of documents. Although there were many recent events, the expansion of the country was the reason, and his mood was actually a mix of pain and joy. You have quite a workload. Zhao Yuqing suddenly appeared in his palace. Today, she was wearing a green dress, showing off her long legs, and wearing a pair of beautiful sandals, looking very energetic. After being promoted, not only had her talent improved, but her abilities were now at the level of a 5th-grade spiritual power unit, allowing her to sustain long periods of divine descent. Duanshan was somewhat stunned. He hadn't seen this deity for a long time, and today, he felt a different kind of feeling upon seeing her. However, as the ruler of a country, he naturally had self-control. After just a few glances, he continued to focus on the documents, as the multitude of tasks made his scalp tingle. We went to a dungeon a few days ago. Zhao Yuqing still hadn't gotten over the events of that dungeon. Although she had thought about it for a long time, she didn't dare to share her thoughts with anyone because these people shared her class position. In their eyes, it was in their class interest. Only people would betray their own class, but a class would never betray itself. What's wrong? Duanshan raised his head with some confusion, but his gaze was strange, always staring directly at Zhao Yuqing, giving off a peculiar vibe. Last time we participated in the promotion dungeon. Zhao Yuqing detailed the incident, believing that only Duanshan could provide a commentary that aligned with her views on the matter. To some extent, Duanshan and the boss of the undead tribe were of the same class. Duanshan fell silent, still in shock. Zhao Yuqing had mentioned the dungeon incident before, but according to her previous understanding, a dungeon was just a dungeon, with nothing special about it. This was also the information that had been circulated, which prevented Duanshan from delving deeper into the matter. However, from what he had learned today, the undead in those dungeons were all living people, not mechanical or game programs. Typically, many dungeons were artificially modified after being cleared by players, so it aligned with Zhao Yuqing's original understanding that it was just a dungeon. However, the dungeons cleared by several people had clearly not been altered by the divine realm, and their secrets were gradually being exposed. However, for the gods, whether to expose or not doesn't matter. It's just an anomaly in the game. The so-called natives in those instances wouldn't talk so much with them, and even if they did, the gods wouldn't pay attention. It's just for the plot. But Zhao Yuqing, a fake believer, can be brought into this. The final boss and the current Duanshan are essentially the same kind of people. So through Duanshan as a window, she felt something unusual in this always like this situation, touching on class barriers. What do you think? Duanshan didn't express his opinion. He wanted to see the god's attitude, a very sharp and contradictory issue that also represents his final outcome with the god. Through this, he thought far ahead, about what his future should be, about the million people his yin kingdom is about to control, and how they should survive in this always cruel world. How do I see it? Zhao Yuqing began to ponder. At first, she felt uncomfortable, a sadness for the weak from an objective standpoint. But later, she felt a hint of fear and tension, which has persisted until now. How to describe that fear? It's hard, but if you really have to find a feeling, it's like waking up in a dark dormitory with others sleeping, feeling scared, unable to rely on the close roommates sleeping around her, and not daring to wake them up. It's a feeling of helplessness. The normal thing to do is to force yourself back to sleep, using various methods to distract yourself and continue sleeping peacefully, immersed in gentle dreams. But Zhao Yuqing is different. She has gradually distanced herself from this dormitory, realizing she can't fit in here anymore. Only by going to the balcony and looking at the bright moon reflected by the sun in the sky can she find peace. Even in extreme cold, at least she's not asleep, she has her own light. I feel it's not good, but I don't know what's wrong, Zhao Yuqing said, feeling confused. In fact, she's a bit scared. These days, she really wants to talk more with Duanshan because everything in the divine realm feels strange to her, a kind of class strangeness that makes her start to doubt. Do you also feel it's not good? Duanshan asked, his tone serious, giving off a compelling vibe. Yes, I feel it's not good, but it's common in the divine realm, it has always been this way. Zhao Yuqing continued, her values undergoing a new reshaping. But what's not good is still not good, even if it has always been this way, even if it's deeply rooted, even if this bad thing benefits you, it's still bad. It won't change because of personal will. This is a very clear and thorough truth from an objective standpoint. The divine realm and the divine world are not two separate worlds, just some people don't want to stand on equal ground with others in this world, choosing to detach and enslave the so-called noble people of this world. The divine race treats the believers as slaves for their faith, using them as tools for their enjoyment or to fight for resources, rather than as fellow beings in the same world. They are seen as characters in a game, data that can be destroyed at any time. This is the truth of these two worlds as I understand it. Duanshan spoke calmly. It is indeed cruel, but that's the reality. Anger serves no purpose, only real actions can change this situation. Zhao Yuqing had nothing to say. She was shocked, feeling lonely and fearful, in need of a guiding light. Our country is like its name, a fire that can ignite and spread. I can only fend for myself now, surviving in this world under your compromise and pity. But it won't be like this forever. You know, the flames of our country cannot be contained. If there is no light in this world, then our country will become that burning flame. Duanshan started to get excited. In the heart of this young, unconventional man, a flame of heritage was burning. He was not afraid to show this flame to anyone because he knew it could not be extinguished. In the dry and dreadful realm, not even a storm could put out this flame. On May 1st, after 3 years in the realm, this young man was about to rule the central region of the abandoned land of the gods. In this realm, the spark had turned into a small flame, and a bigger fire was about to burn across the entire abandoned land and beyond, fueled by anger and wisdom. Duanshan's goal was to ensure a better life for the people of his country. He wanted every person willing to be fuel for this fire to be a part of his country. What do you want to do? What will you do? Your understanding of this world is limited. I am only a first-level deity. Above me are demigods, above them are true gods, and above them are boundary gods. Each of these powerful deities has a realm like the abandoned land of the gods, with a productivity in the trillions. They are immensely powerful, with unmatched influence. Zhao Yuqing continued to ask, wondering if igniting this flame was a form of rebirth or if she would fall asleep again. So what? I cannot stand to see those who don't care suffer. I want those who believe in me to have a good life. Whoever stands in the way of my people having a good life will be our opponent. The oil lamp in the night was dim, but the moonlight was bright, shining on Duanshan through the window. It was unclear if this light was a reflection of the sun, or if there was a sun in this realm at all. Regardless, the moon brought light but not warmth, leaving the night cold. According to geography, the moon should reflect the sun's light. Duanshan believed there must be a hidden sun in this realm, waiting to be confirmed by someone, though those who tried to confirm it usually met a bad end. Zhao Yuqing didn't know what to say. Deeply ingrained beliefs don't change in an instant, it takes countless real-life experiences to shift them. From a broader perspective, Duanshan seemed like an ant trying to resist the playful children, a futile and laughable game. But Zhao Yuqing didn't feel that way. She couldn't explain her feelings, whether it was compassion or kindness, she just felt that these ants were pitiful. It was a ridiculous thought, but that's how she felt. You have your path, and I have my own persistence. I will respect your thoughts and opinions, but I cannot stop or have the ability to stop everything in this world. Although I understand, it is not something I can change, Zhao Yuqing said gently. She now somewhat understands the false believer who seems to oppose her at every turn. If it were her, she probably couldn't reach the same level as this false believer. She lacks the ability and the position. Duan Chan remained silent. Tonight, he couldn't control himself and said things he shouldn't have. Perhaps it was a glimmer of hope in his heart, or maybe he wanted a friend who could understand his different perspective. He may have succeeded, but not completely. This is not something to be happy about. He has many things to do, and every great faith starts with small things. Right now, he needs to finish reviewing the mountain of documents in front of him and prepare for tomorrow's celebration. Throughout the night, the two of them chatted while reviewing documents. At some point, Duan Chan ended up lying on the table. When Zhao Yuqing, who was still talking, saw Duan Chen exhausted and lying on the table, she could only sigh helplessly. It was still daytime in the divine realm, and even at night, she didn't have much need for rest. Seeing Duan Chen asleep with his head buried in the pile of documents, she used a huge vine to lift him onto the bed. After covering the young man, who was handling the affairs of a huge country at less than 25 years old, with a blanket, she ended the divine descent. The two of them appeared to be having an intimate conversation in a room, with gestures and tones that suggested they were close friends who could talk about anything. In fact, they had been talking frequently for the past 2 years. However, as time passed, they both had to return to their respective positions and strive for their own goals. When the people of Yanguo were living well and the power of the rain goddess was strong, they were friends. But when the people of Yanguo were living well and the power of the rain goddess conflicted, they had to decide where to go. When Duan Chen got up from the bed, his mind was still a bit fuzzy. At that moment, Wu suddenly walked in. "Your Majesty, please get ready quickly. The celebration ceremony is about to begin." Duan Chen quickly got up to prepare, realizing he had almost missed the important event due to his drowsiness. As they entered the venue, the people of Rain City and foreign guests had gathered along the road. All the preparations for the event were in place. A huge banner reading celebrating the great victory of the Yanling War was hung on the temple, which had been transformed into a parade square. The words on it were powerful, clearly not written by Duan Chen, whose handwriting was inadequate. After Duan Chen finished the opening speech, the ceremony began. The soldiers of Yanguo, led by the vanguard camp, marched towards the temple on the main road of Rain City. Along the way, various monarchs from the countries of the Luonan Alliance observed, witnessing the direct display of Yanguo's military strength. However, what shocked these foreign visitors first was not the Yanguo army, but some more superficial aspects. The cities of Yanguo, its people, and its culture were all showcased along the Yanwang Avenue, the most important road in Yanguo. These nobles from the early slave era had never seen buildings taller than 2 stories, rarely encountered iron tools, and had never seen people who worked with a smile every day. Now, they not only witnessed Yanguo's military power but also experienced various reactions brought about by Yanguo's relatively advanced productivity. Everything is a comparison. When these people felt a strong sense of detachment between the Yan Kingdom army and their own army in their hearts, the advanced and prosperous Yan Kingdom sharply contrasted with the backwardness and decay of their own country. Fear began to breed. And once fear arises, the rest is easy to handle. The first to appear were the distinguished soldiers of the vanguard camp, their military bearing neat as they marched forward step by step. These soldiers, trained and well-nourished, were all robust and in good spirits, having just experienced a war, exuding a strong aura of killing. Fight for the Yan Kingdom, fight for the Central Plains. When the deafening cheers of hundreds of people echoed throughout the city of Yuqing, Duan Chen became even more determined to realize his ambitions, fueled by the momentum emanating from these supporters. On the stage, there were personnel specifically explaining this army, showcasing their achievements to these people, from the recent establishment of the Yan Kingdom and the army, to the recent victory in the Huahai battle in the Central Plains. The vanguard camp had never disappointed the people of the Yan Kingdom. As each soldier ran towards the temple, the formation remained intact. The military spirit of the troops was on full display, with black armor wrapped around them, their imposing presence startling many representatives, leading to cries of alarm and restlessness. Some lost their composure, some fled, and some even wet their pants in fear. This was what Duan Chen wanted to see, a demonstration of intimidation through force to the representatives of various countries, in preparation for negotiations. The soldiers charged towards the temple, then abruptly halted, displaying remarkable cohesion. Duan Chen was very satisfied and quickly stood up to applaud. The thunderous applause from the stage and the audience followed, making this a memorable day for everyone in the Central Plains region. Next came the Danyang army and other Yan Kingdom armies, all shouting the same slogan and performing the same actions, subtly conveying a tacit signal. These armies were the Central Plains armies led by the Yan Kingdom. These armies could be considered Central Plains armies or Yan Kingdom armies, but ultimately they were Yen Kingdom armies. The chant of "for the Yen Kingdom" was a heartfelt cry from every soldier who joined these armies. As they were influenced by Yen Kingdom culture and began to admire the Yen Kingdom, as they entered the army and accepted Yen Kingdom leadership, and as they achieved victories as soldiers of the Yen Kingdom, the pride of the Yen Kingdom was already engraved in their hearts. These people no longer held on to the concept of their own country, they were the Yen Kingdom's army. Even if their monarch had inserted many people and conducted much ideological work, under the long-term ideological guidance and the influence of abundant material resources in the Yen Kingdom, these people would inevitably integrate into the Yen Kingdom through psychological identification. Soldiers were not fools, they knew that a country like that was good, a country that truly allowed them to live a good life, not a country that only allowed the nobility to live well. In the Central Plains region, where agriculture was relatively advanced, coupled with favorable weather conditions and a shortage of population, the issue of food was not particularly pressing. The productivity spent on food production was not significant. Those spiritual races that had reached a critical point absorbed people frantically through their own strength for a while, but on the other hand, food production lagged behind, requiring even more productivity to be invested in food. Not to mention that spiritual units did not need to eat, that was only applicable to some special races. In fact, the food consumption of spiritual units might be even greater, requiring more productivity to be invested in food. So, how much productivity food do you need to purchase now? Zhao Yuqing wrote down the word food on paper, then handed it to Duan Shen to fill out. Including the military, we probably need to purchase 100,000 units of food production. We should try to stock up as much as possible, because many people will shift from food production on the land to other types of production in the future. Essential items will still need to be replenished, Duan Shen said, then wrote down 100,000 behind the food. That's about right. What's this? Zhao Yuqing asked, pointing at the number 10, suddenly puzzled. This is a numerical system from the Flame Country, mainly for easier calculations, Duan Shen explained. I think I've seen this in the Western Divine Kingdom system, quite interesting. Zhao Yuqing looked very interested, asking Duan Shen to write the number again and then adding the Chinese characters below. Can you teach me? Zhao Yuqing asked nervously. This fake believer indeed had many novel things, and Zhao Yuqing was eager to learn more about him after observing him for a long time. First, calculate the use of productivity properly. Come to the palace tomorrow to find me. Duan Shen habitually considered more urgent matters first, postponing trivial matters like teaching the divine beings mathematics. Alright, let's consider other uses of productivity. Zhao Yuqing continued to focus on the paper in front of her, prioritizing the task at hand. The two continued to discuss and roughly determined the use of this productivity. Among the 100,000 units of productivity, some were used to purchase food, with a portion allocated to the Divine Kingdom, but the vast majority had to be given to the Flame Country. Originally, Duan Shen wanted to buy more as a precaution, but according to Zhao Yuqing, a large amount of supplies from the Slime Country would be delivered in another month, so there should be plenty of food by then. The remaining 30,000 units of productivity were used to purchase some livestock for the Flame Country and the Divine Kingdom, mostly cattle, which would mainly be responsible for transportation. The remaining 130,000 units of productivity were reserved for emergencies and for purchasing goods at the auction. The Flame Country urgently needed troop cards, and if they could purchase a batch of troop cards at the auction, it would be even better. Oh, I haven't opened the silver-level treasure chest I received as a reward after the last promotion assessment. Zhao Yuqing slapped her head, realizing she had forgotten such an important matter. Initially, she wanted to open the chest right away when it arrived, but then she remembered some things about opening the chest with Duan Shen last time, so she wanted to see if this atheist who said thank you for your patronage would have a stroke of luck. This playful attitude was only shown to friends outside the divine realm, perhaps only with Duan Shen, as in the Divine Kingdom, she was a deity, and in the divine realm, she was also a deity. Everyone in this world considered her a deity, except for the people of the Flame Country, especially the little black-haired boy in front of her. This absolute materialist fighter had no faith at all and showed no reverence for deities. In front of him, she might just be a girl with a different status. Shall we open it now? Let me do it this time. Duan Shen was eager to try, as the feeling of opening the treasure chest was truly unforgettable. Alright, let's see if this so-called atheist of yours has any real luck this time. Duan Shen's suggestion met her expectations perfectly. Zhao Yuqing took out the treasure chest and placed it on the table in front of the statue of the Rain Goddess in the Grand Temple of the Flame Country. Under the solemn gaze of the Rain Goddess's statue, Duan Shen opened the treasure chest. A light flashed, and a card appeared before them. Zhao Yuqing quickly took the card and was shocked when she looked at it carefully. You really had a stroke of luck this time, you actually drew a silver-level troop card. This was somewhat against theology. Quick, let me see. Duan Chen took the card from Zhao Yuqing's hand and looked at it carefully, a sly smile appearing on his face. Stop laughing, tell me what type of troop it is. Zhao Yuqing was speechless. Wasn't it just drawing a troop card? Was it necessary? Duan Chen revealed the troop card in his hand. Silver level universal troop, pine cannon shooter, with accompanying pine cannon blueprint, type wooden cannon, consumable pine cannon introduction. The pine cannon is a siege weapon with a unique structure and power. Selecting materials for making the pine cannon, including pine wood over 50 years old, requires a special tool to hollow out the tree core. The outer layer is reinforced with red-hot iron bars to prevent the cannon body from rupturing during firing. Forging is done through the inheritance of spiritual power techniques from the blueprint, combining pine wood and cannon to form a traditional material cannon with a certain spiritual killing power. Troop introduction, a special troop inherited by the human race in the divine realm, representing the highest level of material technology development of the human race, using some spiritual means. It is a typical representative of the integration of material and spiritual technology troops. Advantages: the pine cannon has a long range, lightweight, easy to hide, convenient to load, fast firing speed, and has the effect of firing spiritual cannonballs in succession. Disadvantages: high requirements for materials, high requirements for material technology level based on iron making, cannon body is prone to damage, high requirements for soldiers' quality and education. Troop number, 5K training duration, 3 months, actual time 3 years. This troop card for the artillery troop is prepared for the Flame Country, which also has spiritual power on the abandoned continent. Simple spiritual equipment should be able to be made, and if not, arrange for the training of elven scientists to research. This year, Duan Chen invested a large number of people in these areas for scientific progress. Coupled with the emphasis in recent days, the overall research level should be able to surpass the highest level of material technology in the Great Ming Divine Country. This pine cannon should be a piece of cake. With this equipment, coupled with the heavy artillery currently under independent development, the overall long-range level of the Flame Country will undergo a leap. Don't just be happy, think about how to organize this troop now, Zhao Yuqing reminded. She was really afraid that this fake believer would go crazy with excitement. Okay, I'm leaving first. With everything related completed, Duan Chen did not stay in the temple for long. He went directly to the Artillery Research Institute with the blueprint and troop card. These research institutes are concentrated in the core location very close to the palace in the Rain City. Some are even set up in the palace. However, the Artillery Research Institute is relatively unsafe, and there are often loud noises, disturbing the rest of the people, so Duan Chen arranged for them to be located in the military camp outside the city, which is a direct form of protection. It was now noon, and there were many pedestrians on the stone streets of Rain City. Some recognized Duan Chen, some did not. This also caused some commotion, as Duan Chen's prestige in the Flame Country is higher than any celebrity or deity. He would definitely be surrounded when appearing on the street. However, the guards nearby would obviously not allow such a situation to happen. A carriage appeared in front of him, and Duan Chen got on directly, performing a set of actions smoothly, leaving Zhao Yuqing, who was still in the temple, staring blankly. This fake believer. She chuckled, then lifted the divine descent. She had been very busy these days, and the development of the Divine Awakening Country also required a lot of command. But it was obvious that she did not need to directly review various documents and plan various affairs like Duan Chen. Most things were completed by the clansmen below. The development of the entire Divine Awakening Country is no different from that of other deities in divine countries in the outside world, with deities regulating from above and divine envoys arranging from below. There is nothing special about it. Duan Chen walked into the research institute, took out the blueprint and arranged for the personnel studying artillery to conduct relevant research. The first step was to look at the blueprint. In this aspect, these researchers were quite puzzled. According to their opinions and the research on material technology and reality, it was obvious that only harder steel could ensure the normal use of artillery. However, this artillery was not a traditional purely material-based one. To some extent, it involved forging techniques in spiritual technology, which might pose more special requirements on materials. The development blueprints were all provided, so Duan Chen let these people follow the blueprints to work on it. There should be no problem. After making the things, they could think about how to improve them. During the study of this blueprint, the originally being developed was a heavy artillery. After several months of research and some of Duan Chen's initial impressions and ideas, the general form had already been formed, but further steps were still needed. Consumption was still ongoing, and the problem to be solved was not just the issue of the technology tree, but more importantly, attention needed to be focused on the population. The Industrial Revolution required breakthroughs in technology, but it also required raw materials, markets, and at least millions of labor force. Otherwise, with only a reserve of research and development talents, a huge base would be needed. To achieve the technological level of the Industrial Revolution, the population in the research field alone needed to exceed tens of thousands, forming a large circle of a simple disciplinary system. Although Duanshan had control over some basic scientific knowledge and had taught this part to the current research layer of Yin country, this part brought about very incomplete support without theoretical support and without a large amount of precise experimental data. To fully understand these technologies, more research personnel were needed to explore and study step by step. According to Zhao Yuqing, the basic material technology of the Great Ming Divine Nation was only at a second level, which was the same level as the current level of Yin country, while the West seemed to have broken through to a third-level material technology, but it seemed to be achieved through the combination of basic spiritual technology and magic technology. The specifics were more inclined towards magic, just like the magic vehicles and magic lamps used in the divine realm now, and their development was also very good. The improvement of a divine nation's basic technology brought more talent development cards to the gods. For example, Zhao Yuqing could now convert the basic technology of the Great Ming Divine Nation into technology for Yin country and the Divine Awakening country by purchasing a large number of talent development cards. In this regard, Zhao Yuqing was also prepared. After discussing with Zhao Yuqing, the quota of 100 family talent development cards for this time had been basically allocated. At Duanshan's strong request and part of the talent introduction promised by Yin country, these talents were more inclined to develop more unexplored technological aspects for Yin country as a whole. Through these development cards, Duanshan wanted to actively make up for the technologies that had not been illuminated yet, rather than supporting the Divine Awakening country. As a price for Yin country's technical assistance to the Divine Awakening country, Duanshan unhesitatingly used up 90 talent development cards. In his grand plan, this was the last time Yin country would use these development cards to fill in the technology gaps, so there could be no retreat. After explaining with emotion and reason and making some commitments for assistance, Zhao Yuqing agreed to this distribution ratio. After all, from the perspective of the overall development of the divine nations, the technological progress of Yin country was also beneficial to her. Duanshan mainly used the 90 talent development cards for artillery technology, the agricultural technology of the Great Ming, related wood mechanical manufacturing technology, mineral exploration technology, traditional Chinese medicine technology, musket technology, and hydraulic engineering technology. Basically, all of them are talents in natural sciences. As for those talents in humanities centered on Confucianism, Duanshan does not need them now, nor will there be a demand for them in the future. The humanistic system of Yin country should grow independently from this soil. This social environment is more effective compared to the feudal environment of the Great Ming Divine country, and many decadent things do not need to be brought over. After a part of the population has migrated, more of the original people of Yin country are considered to have freed their hands. The earlier people of Yin country were mostly engaged in related technical research work, mainly because their level had an advantage compared to others who had just migrated due to the influence of the environment in Yin country, which was a first-mover opportunity. Moreover, these people are considered to be Duanshan's direct line, and their better development also consolidates the current system of Yin country. Of course, after integrating these populations, relevant mobility systems will definitely be established, which are just products of the special era. The study abroad of these 90 people will further boost the rapid development of technology in Yin country, but this may also be the final boost in technology that the Great Ming Divine country can provide to Yin country at this stage. At most, by next year, the technological system of Yin country will gradually become independent from the Great Ming Divine country and even beyond the entire divine realm. After discussing with Zhao Yuqing, various supplies were sent to Yuqing City through the transmission of the divine realm. In a large open space in the south of the city, a large number of warehouses were specially built to prepare for the organization and absorption of these supplies. At the same time, soldiers sent by surrounding countries have also gradually arrived in Yin country. Yuqing City underwent a small expansion, with the main focus on expanding the training ground outside the city. In the future, in this training ground, soldiers heading to Yin country will undergo the first round of physical and political training, accompanied by elimination of those soldiers who are too old or unhealthy with diseases, to serve as the labor force of Yin country's prime age. Of course, before this, Duanshan selected 5,000 originally trained people from Yin country to participate in the training of pine cannon operators. Although the equipment is not yet fully equipped, conducting training in advance can also provide ideas for the research of pine cannons, and more importantly, it can save a lot of food. Although during the transportation of the army, the grain from various countries has basically been delivered, transportation itself will consume a large amount of grain. Not to mention, at this moment of shortage, Yen country still has to accommodate over 100,000 soldiers for training. Grain must be provided to them, as eating their fill is a basic requirement, which puts more demands on grain. Fortunately, the grain assistance from neighboring countries and the large amount of grain obtained from the divine realm barely suffice to hold on until the next year to purchase grain again. This is an unavoidable situation. Yen country's steps are too big, requiring a lot of resources as support. Fortunately, Yen country's economic accumulation is very sufficient, and the long-term cultural propaganda and tough measures have quickly stabilized these armies. Overall, it is still possible to stabilize this situation. In recent days, Duan Chen basically only sleeps for 6 hours a day. The various daily affairs make him mentally exhausted. Although the current busyness is not just on him alone, almost all the administrative personnel in Yen country are as busy as him, and the generals in the military camp like Luo Wu are not far behind. However, this intensity of work still makes him a bit overwhelmed. Of course, no one will easily quit at this time because everyone knows that this layout is for the development of Yen country. Many things must be prepared directly by these trustworthy and experienced people first to ensure that the snake that has just swallowed a large elephant can digest it quickly. In the meeting room of the palace, all the exhausted officials of the Yen kingdom had to come for a meeting these 2 days. Before the meeting, when not everyone had arrived, including Duan Chen, everyone without exception lay on the table and fell asleep. The snoring of Luo Wu and Li Fei was deafening, but it had no effect on the sleeping people, who continued to sleep soundly one after another. This is truly giving one's all. Zhao Yuqing, who was teaching in the classroom, looked at this strange scene and felt a special feeling in her heart. Everything about this country made her more respectful, as if everyone truly had a fire in their hearts, as if they truly carried this country within them. In the Divine Awakening Kingdom, her divine messengers and all those who served the gods did not carry the kingdom of the gods in their hearts, but rather her interests and her glory. This strange feeling was always present. The meeting has started, a staff member loudly reminded. Duan Chen immediately sat up from the table, rubbed his face with his hands, organized the documents, and gradually, the other people in the room woke up. This was not home, and they had no choice but to get out of bed. Alright, comrades, the main purpose of our meeting today is to sort out the various tasks we need to accomplish in the coming year and organize our thoughts for our current work. Duan Chen said loudly, also to wake up the still drowsy attendees. The scene in front of him reminded him of when he was in high school, where almost everyone in the classroom would be sleeping on their desks during breaks. He would take advantage of those few minutes to nap and dream, only to wake up disappointed in days to start class again. Just now, he had a dream for a few minutes, but it was clearly not a pleasant dream. He dreamt of Zhao Yuqing, or rather, he dreamt of the entire divine realm. It was a dream filled with pressure, where all the characters were distorted, and it felt like an ant being crushed. This was clearly not what Duan Chen wanted to see, but he couldn't be anxious. He needed to focus on the tasks at hand, grow step by step at his own pace, which was more effective than worrying unnecessarily. Alright, let me organize the major aspects of our future work for you comrades. Zhang Yin took over and continued, in general, over the next year, we need to fully absorb the gains of this war and make some preparations for industrialization. First, we need to clear the area. We will evacuate the population from the central area designated on the map, and then through an exchange with the population and land of the Lingyun Kingdom, we can absorb the entire population of Lingyun Kingdom, increasing the controlled population of the Yen Kingdom to over 300,000. This will be our main task in the coming period. Various material supplies and security measures are in progress. Personnel arrangements for national negotiations are also mostly completed. After this year's June harvest, we will prepare for this large-scale migration. From June to September, there is an agricultural gap. The divine abandoned continent grows wheat, temporarily 1 crop per year, and during this time, we need to quickly arrange the population. We cannot miss the farming season, as it is a basic requirement for ensuring safety. This task has been ongoing for some time, and preparations in all aspects have been made. Once the harvest is completed and organized in June, migration will begin in July. Alright, this is the first major task we need to do. The second major task is also related to the population, which is to arrange for the population of the 6 cities currently occupied to be relocated before September, after the completion of the first large-scale migration, marking the second migration. The second migration involves a population of around 140,000 people, basically involving all the surrounding countries, and the related preparatory measures have been basically arranged, Zhang Yin continued. This is a large-scale activity supplementing the population of the core area of the Yin Kingdom. The entire migration activity involves over 400,000 people and took 6 months to prepare and arrange. After this migration activity is completed, the Yin Kingdom will basically have the basic population for early mineral extraction, commercial development, technological exploration, as well as preparations in infrastructure and military aspects. Alright, everyone, don't worry, this is just a general overview. For this population migration activity, all departments need to have their supporting measures clearly arranged. The first requirement is the route arrangement. Minister Wang Shi has been arranging this all along, focusing on the construction of roads and supply points along the migration routes, connecting rest-ins for personnel from various countries. These have all made basic requirements for infrastructure, Zhang Yun said, looking at Minister Wang Shi. Our Ministry of Construction has been arranging this all along, and the relevant work has already started to ensure that all tasks are completed by July, Wang Shi said, although slightly tired. His tone was very resolute, showing his determination. Good. Duan Chen stood up and applauded, showing his support and encouragement. Clap, 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 clap. Alright, the remaining negotiation work has been basically arranged by our newly established Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Central Plains Council. More importantly, the guarantee of food and various supplies along the way, medical care, warmth, all these need to be taken into consideration. Zhang Yun looked at Wu from the production department, as this was mainly his responsibility. I will ensure the tasks are completed, Wu said confidently. After receiving the blessing, he no longer had that old appearance, looking more like a capable middle-aged person. Although most of them were middle-aged, the people from the Yin Kingdom attending the meeting were generally not overweight. Their physical posture was quite standard, partly because they appeared younger after receiving the blessing, and partly because they were likely busy with work, having to deal with many tasks every day. Alright, the remaining cultural work will mainly be arranged by our propaganda department. We are confident in ensuring that no chaos occurs internally. As long as the military protection is in place and firm, our education can be successfully completed. Zhang Yun concluded the discussion on population migration and then began to discuss military matters, which were the next key issue. Undoubtedly, the first person to report on the relevant work was Luo Wu, the #1 figure in the Yin Kingdom military, and the supporting measures of various departments also needed to be carried out. Our military has been receiving troops and food supplies since May, and today, soldiers from various countries have mostly arrived. After the expansion of the military region and data statistics, this time the military has received a total of 107,000 people, among which 7,000 have been eliminated after military physical examinations. These 7,000 people have now been arranged in collective farms, and according to the relevant agreements, their families have also been relocated. In addition to the 20,000 troops originally controlled by the Lohan Confederation, our current military strength has reached 120,000, but most of them are new recruits who have not undergone systematic training and strict political education, so there has not been a multiple increase in combat effectiveness. With the food supply from various countries and our original food reserves, the military food supply after the harvest should be sufficient for us to persist until the end of the year, under the conditions of 3 meals a day and large-scale training. In the coming period, we plan to focus on training and developing this batch of troops, starting with some basic literacy education and cultural propaganda, intertwined with physical training. Furthermore, we will begin training their combat capabilities and the corresponding abilities for various weapon tactics, which will probably require training until the end of the year. After the end of the year, these soldiers may basically be internalized as the army of our country. As for the martial clan nobles embedded among them, we will select and expel them according to requirements. As for any residual forces from other countries, we will observe and eliminate them during the upcoming training to ensure the purity of the army and provide a strong military foundation for the future. Luo Wu's report was clear and outlined the current situation of the army and the training requirements for the future. Well done. The artillery training arranged a few days ago was conducted by the soldiers of our country who have experienced real battles, so there should be no issues in terms of ideology. Once the basic training of these soldiers is completed by the end of the year, we will continue to prepare to utilize the troop cards for related training, Duan Chen instructed. The troops on the troop cards must be trustworthy individuals who have undergone long-term training in our country. These are the combat forces that can be arranged at the current stage of our country and are the guarantee of our country's security. Understood, Luo Wu saluted and took his seat. The meeting also involved discussions on other aspects, and finally, each department reached a coordinated plan, which overall aimed at mutual coordination. The purpose of this meeting is to ensure the coordinated development of each department. It cannot be disjointed. This year will basically establish the foundation for the future development of our country, which is a very important period. Therefore, the relevant planning must be clear and detailed. Once mistakes occur, the consequences will be irreversible. The entire country is like a rotating gear, which is driving the rusty mechanical components of the entire Central Plains to operate. The faster our country rotates, the faster the development of the entire Central Plains will be. This is a very tight relationship. Is it over? Zhao Yuqing suddenly asked. Yes, I have finished the meeting, Duanshan replied, feeling somewhat weary. He urgently needed to handle the coordination documents for various departments. Sometimes he thought about finding a proxy, but these matters required a certain foresight, and many tasks needed his personal attention. More importantly, this busy period was segmented, and most of the time he was relatively leisurely, without the need for excessive delegation. The auction has started. Let's go and take a look together, Zhao Yuqing suggested. Today, Xia Liuli and Zhao Shiren were busy, and their money was also used to unlock the racial inheritance, so no one was available to accompany her. It was a good opportunity to invite Duanshan to go with her. Ah, sure, Duanshan replied briefly. Although he was very busy and tired at the moment, it was still good to go and experience the auction. By the way, we can also go to the Divine Realm, Zhao Yuqing suddenly said. Oh, is that possible? Duanshan was surprised. According to what he had learned from online novels, it was difficult for dependents to go to the areas where the gods gathered. Although Duanshan believed that he would definitely go there someday, if he could go now, it would be great. It is possible. In the laws set in the Divine Realm, the Divine Envoys have the authority to enter, and there are also relevant protective measures, Zhao Yuqing said. She was quite interested in showing this false believer who was eager for independence the prosperity of the Divine Realm. After Duanshan agreed, he followed Zhao Yuqing's instructions and entered the temple. The statues in the temple suddenly lit up, and then Duanshan was transported next to Zhao Yuqing. Divine Realm, Great Divine Nation. Luo City is one of the top 10 cities in the Great Divine Nation. In this divine realm where there are only cities and no villages, it can be considered a prominent city. Luo City has a population of 60 million, of which 6 million are not waste gods or affiliated gods, which is the same proportion as the entire divine realm's divine beings. There are no industries in the city, nor is there a need for agriculture. All products can be obtained from the divine realm. Only some cultural or higher-end economic and trade industries may involve the participation of the divine race, but most divine realm people are engaged in industries directly related to the divine kingdom within the divine realm. These industries are mainly built on the production of the divine realm people. The so-called divine race only needs to obtain the products of production from the divine realm and does not need to engage in frontline production work themselves. They only need to manage their own clans to create productivity. In terms of rules, these productivity belong to the divine race. The streets of Luo City are very wide, and the buildings are generally taller. Walking on the streets, you can still see some clans using various means to build houses. Due to the establishment of teleportation arrays and various products relying on spiritual power, the entire street may seem strange to Duanshan, but it can also be considered modernized. Is this where you live? Duanshan pointed to the tall buildings one by one, showing his surprise. Ah, not exactly. These lower-end constructions are mostly used by the clans who temporarily reside and work in the divine realm. Our divine race residential area tends to be the buildings over there. Zhao Yuqing pointed to a large villa area in the north of the city. These villas vary in size and are made of wood or iron, but generally have low floors and appear larger in every aspect, so they are tentatively called villas. It seems like the two places are separated by just a road, but in this world, it seems like there is no intersection at all. The pedestrians walking in the north seem indifferent. They may be busy developing their clans or doing some auxiliary work. In comparison, the pedestrians in the south appear happy, even though they have to work busily for the gods every day, and all their income goes to the gods themselves. But they are still happy because they are divine realm people. The clans of the divine realm seem to be a different category from the people of the divine domain. More directly, the divine realm and the divine domain seem to be different categories, creating two separate worlds. At Duanshan's request, the two walked to the auction house, and the sights along the way were of strong interest to Duanshan. The divine race in the entire divine realm is very young, and only when parents bring their children out can you see the age difference. Yuqing. On the side of the road, a capable young man greeted Zhao Yuqing. Ah, Grandpa Zhou, what a coincidence. Zhao Yuqing hurriedly responded. This is an elderly man of the grandfather generation. Are you taking your clan to handle something? The young man asked with a smile, showing a hint of kindness in his smile. Yes, taking my clan to the auction house to have a look, Zhao Yuqing said respectfully. Alright, you may go, Grandpa Zhou said, then left with a smile, not even looking at Duanshan, as if he had just seen an acquaintance out walking a dog. The acquaintance was a young girl from the divine race next to him, and the dog was Duan Chen, who remained silent. "Let's go." Zhao Yuqing did not perceive anything, and Duan Chen naturally would not be so impatient. Anger solves nothing. Except for adapting to this world, the only option is to break this world. Grandpa Zhou is a veteran of the ancient divine war. He fought against 6 gods alone for the safety of the younger generation, and he is the pride of the entire Luo city. Zhao Yuqing continued to introduce this respected old man to Duan Chen as they walked. Duan Chen did not pay attention. He was just observing, curious about everything in front of him. He wanted to uncover the truth of this world layer by layer. "What is that?" He pointed to a building that looked like a sports field. That is a sports field." Zhao Yuqing suddenly paused, then said urgently, "Let's go take a look." Duan Chen seemed to have noticed something, and then he went straight to that arena. "Ah!" Zhao Yuqing wanted to stop him, but seeing Duan Chen so determined, she had no choice but to follow him. Fight! In the arena, 2 powerful beings were dueling inside a transparent shield. It was a very powerful battle, stronger than the 8th level of spiritual power units. "This arena is quite unique," Duan Chen wanted to say something, but he couldn't, as it was a world affair that he couldn't get involved in now. Kill! The 2 fought fiercely, a truly epic battle that could only be seen in fantasy novels. With that momentum, Duan Chen fully believed that once the shield was released, he would be obliterated. Skills were flying in the sky, and the shouts of the people on the stage were intense. Kill! The shouting people included the high-ranking gods, who watched the battle that had become commonplace, while more were the temporary residents of the divine realm, shouting intensely, wishing they could join the fight. The massacre began, and the scene became bloody. Some of the gods on the stage covered their eyes, some even covered the eyes of the children they brought, and some divine beings held their children without saying a word. They all watched, all getting excited. Even more excited were the residents below, where every injury was a catalyst that stimulated their bloody hearts. Duan Chen was thinking, or perhaps reminiscing, recalling the time before he crossed over, when everything made him feel good. When he was young, his father always liked to take him to town on a motorcycle, and his favorite thing was to watch cockfights. Cockfighting was truly a wonderful entertainment, each attack bringing joy to his young heart. This joy was based on him being a spectator, but it was not just that. At the time, he observed that the chickens preparing to participate in the cockfight were also excited, eager to join the battlefield that could showcase their strength. If not for their owners tightly holding their chains, they would also go forward. It seemed that it was not just for the honor of their owners, but more for releasing their own energy. In the eyes of young Duan Chen, the chickens wanting to participate were more interesting than those already in the arena, as they made him feel superior as a human, experiencing the benefits of wisdom. And now, as he had become a chicken, his mood was not so wonderful anymore. He did not feel the bloodshed, but rather felt cold and despair. This was the despair of a chicken towards a human. Even if this chicken had wisdom, in the eyes of a chicken, it was still just a chicken. "Let's go." Zhao Yuqing pulled Duan Chen, forcefully pulling him out of the arena. Perhaps she also pitted those fighting cocks, or perhaps she pitted the chicken in front of her. Along the way, she said a lot and explained a lot. But Duan Chen didn't listen, he couldn't listen anymore. Now he didn't feel anger, he felt a world striking down on another world. Even though the god held his hand, the hands that were connected seemed like a bridge between 2 worlds. But Duan Chen didn't feel much warmth. It wasn't that the bridge was unstable, or that he was worried it would collapse. He was worried that the bridge seemed to have lost its connection between the 2 shores, with the shores drifting away from them. The more Zhao Yuqing cared about Duan Chen, the further she was from the divine realm, and the more Duan Chen wanted to have contact with Zhao Yuqing, the further he was from the divine realm. The holding of hands between the 2 in this divine realm was common, like a master petting their own pet. But their handholding in this world was unique because it was the only uninterrupted bridge connecting the 2 worlds. The auction began, presented as a good opportunity by the host. Duan Chen seemed as if he were drunk, not knowing when he had been pulled into this private room. He sat down dazedly and looked at the girl holding his hand. "Don't worry, can't we develop well together? The auction is about to start." Zhao Yuqing spoke all the way, unaware that she had become too focused on this false believer in front of her. Duan Chen finally came to his senses. He slowly withdrew his hand from Zhao Yuqing's hand and looked at the auction in front of him without saying a word. Zhao Yuqing seemed to sense something, her face slightly red, looking like a goddess stepping out of an anime, but Duan Chen was too preoccupied to notice. This confusion was not like Li Hongzhan's confusion when he visited the United States years ago, feeling the gap between an agricultural country and an industrial country. Duan Chen's confusion was more like realizing the deviation between the real world and his ideal country, suddenly feeling the reality and cruelty of the world in a moment of confusion. Alright, our auction is officially starting. The first item to appear is a member of the Beastman tribe, the cartoon elephant tribe, who can be directly transported to the divine realm through the official channels of the great Ming divine nation. Cartoon is a servant of a boundary god, sold here by the gods for making a mistake. With powerful talents and strength, it reached the level of 5 spiritual power units at the age of only 100, making it the best assistance currently available. Considering that most gods do not have funds after participating in the divine assessment, the starting price for this auction is 10,000 productivity units, with each bid not less than 1,000 productivity units. The auctioneer began speaking, starting off with a big surprise. Zhao Yuqing looked worriedly at Duan Chen, who had just reacted. She was now concerned about the mental state of this false believer, as the impact of the divine realm on him might have been too great. "Do you want to bid for him?" Zhao Yuqing asked. Although this spiritual power unit was not their main goal for this visit, if Duan Chen minded, it wouldn't be a big deal to bid for him. "No need," Duan Chen responded briefly. Since one must quickly develop when their strength is low, rather than impulsively using their compassion and anger, which sometimes bring positive emotions but often lead to negative outcomes, there was simply no need for it at the moment. Though angry, Duan Chen could not let the interests of the Flame Country, as well as their common interests with Zhao Yuqing, be the cost of compassion or anger. When a person's position becomes that of a nation, emotions become less important, and interests take precedence. "Alright," Zhao Yuqing replied indifferently, finding it increasingly difficult to understand this false believer. Just now, he was sad and angry about the duel, but now he seemed indifferent to the servant being auctioned off in front of him. The auction continued, and the believer was sold for 30,000 productivity units. After unlocking the racial inheritance and participating in the promotion trial, the costs incurred, it seemed that these items in front of them were all sold at low prices. The nature of this auction seemed to be more for the service of the gods rather than for the benefit of productivity, so the prices were not a major concern. Alright, our 23rd item is a card of a snowfield horse with 10,000 productivity units. The snowfield horse is ranked 11th in the current royal horse popularity rankings, after the top 10 horses with racial inheritance. The basic strength can basically ensure that the proportion of spiritual power units reaches a terrifying 1/10, which is not common in many clans, but surprisingly found in non-clan horses. Apart from the large consumption of food, its value is evident. The auctioneer's explanation caught the attention of the drowsy Duan Chen. The horse in front of them was one of their targets this time. In addition to the cavalry unit card, excellent war horses were also necessary. Starting bid is 10,000 productivity, with increments of at least 1,000 productivity each time. After the auctioneer finished shouting, the intense competition began. This horse is a very important resource, and the snowfield horse can be said to be one of the best sources of war horses. Just the thought of equipping one's army with such good horses made the deities unable to contain their excitement. 11,000, 15,000, 20,000. The auction competition was extremely fierce, but the outcome was never in doubt. 25,000. This was the highest price. 25,000 once. Sold. The auctioneer shouted, his tone somewhat excited. The following auctions were relatively dull, with various spiritual tools, elixirs, and spiritual talents. Finally, the climax arrived. Alright, next is the universal unit card of our auction, the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. The Tiger Leopard Cavalry is a gold-level universal unit card, which can be purchased at a starting price of only 50,000 productivity in this auction, as everyone should know how advantageous that is. Alright, let's start the auction. 60,000 civilization points. A deity in one of the private rooms started bidding. Zhao Yuqing was also ready to start, but was stopped by Duan Chen. It wasn't very useful to bid urgently now, as they had over 100,000 productivity, making it almost certain they would get this unit card. 61,000. 63,000. The competition was fierce. Typically, racial inheritances of this level could only unlock gold level or higher racial unit cards around the time they reached level 3 civilization. This wasn't even a universally available gold level unit card for all races. Besides official welfare auctions like this, there were basically no other ways to obtain them, making their rarity evident. In the end, without a doubt, Zhao Yuqing managed to win this unit card for 70,000 productivity, which was quite a bargain. The auction continued, and the remaining items were not as good, but there were still a few silver-level universal unit cards. At this point, when most people had consumed almost all their productivity, Zhao Yuqing used another 30,000 productivity to win a universal divine machinist unit card. Since most people had not unlocked the relevant crossbow technology, Zhao Yuqing took advantage of this oversight. The entire auction ended satisfactorily, with high-quality spiritual warhorses and gold-level unit cards acquired. It was time for the Iron Cavalry of the Flame Nation to dominate the Divine Realm. In this era, although Duan Shen pursued the familiar industrialization route, it did not mean that the remaining spiritual paths were to be excluded. The Divine Realm inherently possessed spiritual power. It was just that ordinary human races were spiritually barren. However, in the new mindset, the use of spiritual power was not limited to the human body but involved combining spiritual power with material, which Duan Shen believed was the path to sustainable development. This point was also clearly discussed when exploring how ordinary human races should develop with Zhao Yuqing. Under the current conditions, it was essential to utilize spiritual units like the Snowfield Horse as much as possible, combining them with ordinary human soldiers and powerful equipment. By leveraging this strong first-mover advantage to enhance combat power, at least militarily, they could reach the level of a third-tier divine nation. As for the third-level divine kingdom, Duan Shen did not mention it, but he and the high-level officials of the Flame Kingdom were well aware that industrialization would gradually develop into military strength, and the increase it brought could completely offset the advantage of spiritual power. The future is still bright, Duan Shen couldn't help but sigh as he returned to the temple. But the road is winding. Zhao Yuqing took over, acknowledging that although the Divine Kingdom was currently in an advantageous position, maintaining it would not be easy. Let's distribute these resources. Zhao Yuqing looked at Duan Shen, asking cautiously. Let's first look at the relevant attributes. Duan Shen also pondered. He wanted to fully integrate the quota for the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, as only a unified army would have a better military spirit effect. Alright, Zhao Yuqing laid out the troop cards, and the attributes appeared before them. Golden Level Universal Troop Card, Tiger Leopard Cavalry, Introduction, a powerful universal troop inherited from the Great Divine Kingdom and the Divine Realm, rumored to be a powerful special cavalry in the distant ancient century, enjoying great prestige throughout the Divine Realm. As a universal troop, it has the strongest adaptability, but seems to be waiting for the most suitable race. Features: training time, 3 months, 3 years, training number, 10,000, military spirit, Tiger Leopard, illusion, possesses strong deterrence, can intimidate enemy troops mentally, causing dizziness, fear, effects, enhancing the cavalry's charging intensity and speed, and strengthening the frontline soldiers' ability to resist long-range attacks. Universal Silver Level Troop, Divine Machine Camp, Introduction, an excellent troop that uses high-intensity crossbows in combat, with high equipment requirements and minimal individual strength requirements. It is a basic troop that combines flexibility and offensive strength. Features: training time, 3 months, 3 years, training number, 30,000, military spirit, 1, giant crossbow, can condense over 10,000 people, uses spiritual power to launch giant crossbows, but requires a long condensation time and high spiritual power requirements for the army. 2. Divine speed, can condense over 100 people, cannot coexist with, 1, most compatible with the extinct spirit race, greatly enhancing shooting and movement speed. High equipment requirements, excellent. Duan Shen was very satisfied with these powerful troop cards. Through these universal troop cards, the Flame Kingdom could significantly narrow the gap with those clans possessing racial troop cards. Let's do this. We will allocate 2,000 slots for the cavalry to the Flame Kingdom, and we need 20,000 slots for the Divine Machine Camp. As compensation, we will provide some related crossbows and other resources. Duan Shen said. Although he really wanted the entire Tiger Leopard Cavalry, the Flame Kingdom currently only had a total of 100,000 troops, so it was impossible to take them all at once. Moreover, there were only 10,000 Snowfield horses. Although they were spiritual horses, they could only accommodate up to 8,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry. It was not impossible to allocate some slots in this regard. Alright, the production technology for crossbows needs to be transferred to the Divine Kingdom, and the Divine Kingdom should receive 1,000 Snowfield horses as well, Zhao Yuqing replied after careful consideration. The Divine Kingdom's population could not accommodate so many troops, so it was better to let the Flame Kingdom take them, which would also help bolster their combat power. Moreover, the Flame Kingdom had clearly contributed more in terms of productivity, so fairness was necessary for cooperation. Okay, let's go with that. After arranging the distribution of troops, Duan Shen left the temple. The basic resources of the entire production capacity had been fully absorbed. Taking advantage of this early production capacity was a big advantage in the Divine Realm system. However, the focus still needed to be on internal affairs, as all foundations were brought by productivity, and development was the basis of everything. Walking towards the military camp next to Rain City, at this moment, as the giant training base for all soldiers in the Central Plains, had undergone countless expansions and was now about half the size of Rain City, which was currently expanding. The military camp is divided into multiple small training grounds in the form of a parade ground, with each training ground accommodating thousands of people for training. After strict military discipline and long-term ideological education, the environment in the military camp has seen significant improvement. Wang, you're here. In the parade ground, the training officers saw Duan Shen approaching and immediately bowed in respect, to which Duan Shen nodded in response. In Yin Kingdom, bowing is considered the most respectful etiquette as there is no kneeling ceremony. How are the results now? Duan Shen asked the officers while observing the soldiers undergoing physical and Q training on the field. The basic Q training is now quite organized. Due to sufficient food supply, the soldiers' physical fitness has greatly improved. Compared to the group of slave soldiers who arrived earlier, their appearance has fundamentally changed. The officer replied in an orderly manner. These officers were selected from the vanguard camp or Danyang army and have undergone Yin Kingdom's long-term cultural education, so they have a certain level of cultural literacy. On the parade ground, training for the newly developed crossbows has begun. Based on Yin Kingdom's current level of technology, research in crossbows is not difficult. Coupled with the personnel previously involved in clan training, the overall research in this area is quite thorough. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hundreds of soldiers are undergoing physical training on the huge runway, and from Duan Shen's sudden visit for observation, their appearance and uniformity are indeed good. After some physical and cultural training, these soldiers will undergo strict assessments at the end of the year to select personnel for specialized training, while the remaining troops will be allocated to various logistical tasks such as medical, engineering, cooking, city defense, and border defense. Overall, after this intense centralized training period, Yin Kingdom's military will be roughly divided into 3 batches. The first batch will consist of troops trained in specialized units, including about 800 soldiers from the vanguard camp, 8,000 Tiger and Leopard cavalry, 20,000 Divine Machine Corps, and 5,000 Danyang army soldiers, totaling over 30,000 personnel. The second batch, which is the majority currently undergoing training, consists of nearly 100,000 troops. As for the third batch, strictly speaking, it is not under Yin Kingdom's control but operates within the framework of the entire Central Plains region, comprising local garrison troops numbering around 100,000. Yin Kingdom will provide equipment and training resources for these troops in the future and guide their thinking through public opinion. With a population of over 2 million in the Central Plains region, the 10-to-1 ratio of military personnel is considered relatively scientific and within the range that productivity can sustain. Military training is a top priority, but control and migration of the core population also need to be addressed. However, there is an important task that needs to be carried out in the Central Plains region, which is the harvesting of crops. The cultivation of crops in the entire Central Plains region is relatively monotonous, with wheat being the main staple crop that suits the local temperate monsoon climate. The introduction of maize seeds by Duan Shen has to some extent changed this long-standing planting structure. Last year, maize seeds were introduced and planted on a small scale in Yin Kingdom and surrounding cities. Although not yet widely adopted, it has prepared for large-scale cultivation in the Central Plains region. It is expected that after this year's grain harvest, large-scale maize cultivation can be attempted on the original land. Of course, this scale is limited to the core area defined by Yin Kingdom, as there are not enough seeds or organizational capabilities for broader regions. Due to the nourishment of spiritual energy and the supply and popularization of high-yield wheat seeds from the Great Ming Divine Nation in the Yin Kingdom region, the overall grain production in the entire Central Plains region centered around the Yin Kingdom is considered good. The core area of the Yin Kingdom can achieve a yield of about 600 caddies per mu, while in the surrounding Central Plains region, due to technical differences in seeds, the yield is around 300 to 400 caddies per mu. This level of production is far from sufficient compared to the modern wheat yield of 800 caddies per mu, but it is much better than the ancient yield of 1 to 200 caddies per mu. It can be said that this is the foundation of the ancient prosperous era, a significant increase in productivity. The people in the Central Plains region seem to be quite happy, even though they are still oppressed by the warrior nobles above them. The abundant grain output, coupled with a small population and a large amount of undeveloped arable land, provides them with basic security in their lives. This peaceful development period seems to resemble the reigns of Emperor Wen and Emperor Guangwu, serving as a template for a prosperous era. Moreover, it can be foreseen that with the arrival of Duan Shen, the industrialized Central Plains region will not reduce the living standards of ordinary people due to the exponential increase in population. The long-term rapid growth and productivity can allow everyone to feel the benefits of development. Of course, this is a belief in progress, a belief that life will continue to improve. In the morning at the military training ground, the officers began their briefing with loudspeakers. At the same time, the farmers started their harvest, and the military personnel also became busy. Our assistance in harvesting rice for the common people this time will become a regular activity in the future. This is a true demonstration of the results of your training during this period, and it is a necessary activity to truly integrate you into the people's production. I don't need to emphasize the relevant discipline. Follow the organization, work well, and don't disgrace the soldiers of the Yin Kingdom. This is a tradition of the Yin Kingdom, an excellent legacy that began at the establishment of the Yin Kingdom's military several years ago, and is a necessary assessment to become a soldier of the Yin Kingdom. Now, these tens of thousands of soldiers are about to continue this legacy and undergo a spiritual trial from the inside out. This time, the scope is no longer limited to the cities of Yuqing and Luoco, but will extend to the entire core area defined by the Yin Kingdom and the territory of Lingyun. All preparations have been made, and the harvesting activities have officially begun. It truly is a prosperous era. Zhao Yuqing sighed with emotion. Many things in the Yin Kingdom are beyond her imagination. This is an inevitable progress of civilization. Duan Chen replied indifferently. Only with this harmonious continuity, only with the smiles on the faces of the people of the Yin Kingdom or non-Yin Kingdom, can he feel happiness, a kind of happiness that feels like returning to a familiar homeland. But he understands that this happiness is fleeting, hidden behind a terrifying world, built on the mercy and compromise of a deity. If all of this is not broken through, true happiness will never be achieved. I may have a kind of disease. Duan Chen sighed. What disease? Zhao Yuqing was surprised, still immersed in this beauty. The scene before them is harmonious. In a golden wheat field, soldiers in military uniforms are busy, and next to them are equally busy dark-skinned strong men. The two men clinked their bowls together, then simultaneously drank the sweet spring water. From the initial fear of the common people, to the uneasy feeling in their hearts, to the current acceptance and mutual trust, all these changes took only a few days. And what about the soldiers? They are also undergoing changes, aren't they? Duan Chen looked at the city of Yuqing with a hint of sadness and said, I have a disease of being anxious about gains and losses. The happier the scene, the more anxious I become. I fear that this happiness will not last. I fear that my independence will be truly taken away in the future, and I fear the extinction of myself or the entire civilization. This is truly terrifying. Zhao Yuqing looked at Duan Chen, who seemed a bit melancholic, feeling a mix of emotions. She didn't know what to say. She seemed to be one of the causes of all this, but she couldn't change anything. She did not represent the entire class. The harvest activities in Yin country affected the entire Central Plains. Every country, including neighboring nations, sent troops to help the people harvest crops. This activity significantly increased efficiency, and within a few days, the entire Central Plains region's grain harvest was almost complete. Of course, most of the remaining work still needed to be done, but Yin country had already begun to take action. The road connecting the core area of the Central Plains where Yin country was located to Lingyun country was almost completed. To ensure the passage of various livestock, the road was built exceptionally wide and sturdy, and the surrounding relay stations and supply points were also almost ready. Yin country efficiently absorbed these populations, and the long-standing administrative and organizational pressures seemed to be very effective. Lai Fu, is your family ready? In a small village in Lingyun country, Lai Fu's family was preparing their luggage. Almost ready. We have a few more pieces of clothing. In the room, Lai Fu's wife was quickly organizing the clothes, while the child beside her seemed very excited about the migration, bouncing around. Hee, off to Yin country. There are so many cows and horses outside. The long-term propaganda before the migration was very effective. As the country that liberated Lingyun country, Yin country still held a high status in the hearts of these people. In this era where local concepts were not strong, there was not much resistance to population migration. Alas, with all the bumps on the road, I wonder if mother can bear it. Lai Fu sighed, feeling worried about his elderly mother. There's no choice, we have to go to Yin country. I heard they have communal canteens where everyone gets food. His wife grumbled. She had probably said this to the other women in the village and her husband many times. That's true. Without Yin country, we would still be slaves of the Celestial clan, working on their fields. Now we have our own land and some savings. When we get to Yin country, we can find some work, and life will definitely be better. Lai Fu's eyes seemed to light up with anticipation for the migration. Mom, let's go. He entered the house and helped an elderly person up. Although the old woman looked elderly, she was still healthy. In Lingyun country, such healthy elderly people were rare. The Celestial clan did not allow slaves without labor. If it weren't for Lai Fu's efficient work and the old woman's health, this family would not be able to sustain itself. Let's go. The old lady carried her luggage out of the house. The luggage was not much, just some of Lai Fu's father's belongings and some clean clothes. The main force of Lai Fu's village began to set off. Several cows pulled a cart containing most of the people's heavy luggage. There were also several batches of horse-drawn carriages, which were quite large and used to transport elderly people and children who were unable to walk. Villagers, we are the first group of migrants, mainly heading towards the vicinity of Luwako City in the north of the Yin Kingdom, with a journey of about 900 kilometers. There are approximately 10 supply points along the way. If anyone feels unwell, please notify us immediately. We will arrange for you to go to the supply point for rest first, and we will help you find your family after the migration is complete, Shinla said from the high platform. He was a native of the Yin Kingdom, who had hunted together with Duan Chen in the early days. Now he was assigned to lead this group of migrants, and he must fulfill his related responsibilities. Officials, we common people have been able to have a decent meal this year because of the Yin Kingdom. Now that we are allowed to migrate to the Yin Kingdom, we will definitely cooperate to the best of our abilities. An elderly man stepped forward and spoke eloquently. However, these words might also come from the heart. After all, the Yin Kingdom was not just a country of empty promises and propaganda. Last year, due to the migration, the Yin Kingdom collected very little tax from this group of Lingyun country people. Even during the period of bridge construction, they did not use forced labor but recruited these people to perform the related work. As a result, without the interference of the celestial beings above, without harsh forced labor and taxes, these people could naturally live a relatively comfortable life. Alright, enough talk. Let's set off. Shinla shouted loudly. A group of over 100 people embarked on the journey to the Yin Kingdom. In the rear, several children lit the firecrackers they had prepared, which were newly produced items in Yuqing City. Crackling sounds echoed across the plain, and the empty village and villagers walking on the road were separated by the firecrackers, as if transitioning from an old world to a new world, where all the evils of the old world were subdued, and the dawn of a new world was right before their eyes. Zhao Yuqing above stared blankly at this scene, recording it for herself, not to be shared online, but for her own collection. She had reason to believe that only better and better days awaited these people, and the source of all this, apart from their own efforts, was the young man handling immigration affairs in the Yuqing City Palace. Is this what will make the people of the Yin Kingdom live a good life? She couldn't help but sigh. The longer she stayed in the Yin Kingdom, the more she observed everything happening there, the more disconnected she felt from the divine realm. From childhood, she had learned how to establish her own beliefs, how to cultivate more powerful clans, and how to increase the productivity of the entire divine realm. In all her education, ensuring a good life for the clans was just an optional choice, and there were even specific books teaching her to suppress the living standards of the clans, impose cultural blockades, and vigorously carry out activities to keep the people ignorant, all of which were legitimate means to maintain divine rule. At that moment, Teacher Chang on the platform happened to be lecturing on related content, speaking vividly as if imparting all truths. Your productivity has also increased now, but remember, the main focus should be on enhancing strength and cultivating high-quality clans. Invest all your productivity into the cultivation of high-end clans first, and avoid unnecessary extravagances. There is no benefit to you in ensuring a good life for the clans. Once they are well-fed, they will want more, and most clans do not possess those talents. At that point, the commoners will become lazy or start thinking about things they shouldn't, which will lead to a significant drop in your faith value. Therefore, you must exert all efforts to raise the living standards of the majority of the population to a barely subsistent level. When you truly reach the level of the boundary god, then significantly improve the lives of a portion of the lower class, creating a strong class disparity. This is essential for maintaining long-term rule. The first batch of exchange migration activities in the Flame Country has been launched on a large scale. From the Lingyun Country to the Flame Country, a huge road has been established for the migration of people from both sides, connecting the two countries. Why didn't they inform us, the people of Lingyun Country, about the migration? In the palace, the king of Lingyun Country was extremely angry, feeling a sense of foreboding. Your Majesty, all our troops have been moved to the Flame Country now, and the people generally do not resist this migration activity. We have no other options. A minister in charge of investigations reported. Why? The king of Lingyun Country trembled, lifted the expensive ceramic cup purchased from the Flame Country in his hand, and then threw it to the ground. Bang! The cup did not shatter, but his heart did. Think about it, this monarch is quite unlucky. He used to be a puppet, and now he doesn't even have the qualification to be a puppet. The loser did not receive any respect. The Flame Country's migration activities did not inform Lingyun Country at all. When the road was being built, he was still joyful, but now as the population is being moved out, he can only feel sadness. Emperor, Duan Chen called out again. It had been a long time since he had communicated with the emperor. Since last year when he said he had something to do, they had not been in contact. Emperor, Duan Chen was starting to worry. Over the years, the two had a close relationship, and the emperor had helped a lot with many common sense issues. Forget it, let's deal with the resettlement of the migrating population first. Duan Chen stopped calling out, as he had many other things to do now. The meeting room next to the palace was discussing relevant work. Your Majesty, this migration is divided into 3 batches, each lasting about half a month. The first batch has already been completed, and the population is currently in the process. Zhang Yun reported. He was currently serving as Duan Chen's secretary. Yes, make sure to arrange for clothing, food, shelter, and medical care. Duan Chen instructed again. Your Majesty, our construction department has already planned the reconstruction of the main cities, as well as the development of new collective farms and rural construction. Wang Shi presented a map, which mainly marked the cities and farms based on the lands and cities that had already been migrated from. The names of the cities had been changed, and the farm planning was more scientific. Considering the terrain of the Central Plains region, the farms were relatively large in scale, with planned farmland and population distribution being more balanced, aiming to maintain this balance until the urbanization brought about by the Industrial Revolution. Very good, now prepare to arrange for the incoming people to start building houses and cultivating farmland. Duan Chen looked at the plan and expressed his satisfaction. The Lai family had been on the road for over 10 days, starting from the village's small path. After walking for more than a day, they finally set foot on a wide stone road they had never seen before. There were many other migrating people on this road, all following a guide in the direction they needed to go for migration. Mother, how are you feeling now? Lai Fu asked with concern to his mother in the carriage, knowing that the bumps along the way must have been hard on the elderly lady. It's better now that we're on this stone road, without the jolts from the dirt road we traveled on the previous days. The old lady's voice was weak, and there were other elderly people in the huge carriage who now seemed to be in better condition. That's good, following this road, we'll arrive in about 10 days. Lai Fu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately this kind of bumpiness was only temporary, and the carriage on this road was very stable. Dad, do we still have 10 more days to go? The child asked somewhat plaintively. Almost, just hold on for a few more days, the good days are coming. Lai Fu picked up his son. In the past 2 days, this little guy's enthusiasm for migration had gradually faded, and he had started to complain. When we get to Yin country, Dad, you have to buy me more ice pops. The child made a request. Just now, when they arrived on the road, the personnel next to them distributed cooling ice pops to everyone. Not to mention the people of Lingyun country, even the people of Yin country had rarely seen such a novel item, and everyone tasted it. As soon as the ice pop reached his mouth, Lai Fu's eyes lit up. He didn't know how much sugar was in it, and there was an indescribable fragrance, a taste he had only smelled in the room of the immortal lord. The child finished the ice pop and kept the stick in his mouth, savoring it. He was sure that this was the best thing they had ever eaten in their lives. Yes, when you get to Yin country, I will buy you as many ice pops as you want, Lai Fu affirmed. He understood in his heart that such delicious items were not something ordinary folks like them could often eat. Those were snacks for the immortal or warrior lords, and being able to taste a bite was a blessing in this lifetime. How could they ask for more? But seeing the child's expectant eyes and his longing for the future in Yin country, Lai Fu couldn't bear it. He thought to himself that no matter what, he must buy this kind of ice pop for the child again. The migrating procession continued, with specialized military forces coming to protect the surroundings and maintain order from all sides. Of course, there were also fools who defied authority, unable to control their desires, wanting to rob or steal things, perhaps even trying to forcibly take women from the migration. These bullies existed in that place, and the people feared them, accommodated them, but Duan Chen would not be lenient. In chaotic times, strict measures were necessary, and there was no time for educating them during the migration activities. The people were the best form of education. After dealing with a few typical cases, the entire migrating procession fell silent, the children's laughter returned, and the women dared to show their faces, thanks to the effect of the rules. The entire batch of migrating procession was arranged with tens of thousands of people, stretching for dozens of kilometers along the entire road, like a train, with carriages moving west or east along the road. Zhao Yuqing was very interested in this migration activity, like watching ants move house when she was a child. She watched for a long time, from class to class. After more than 10 days, the first batch of the procession finally arrived at the transfer station of Yin River City in Yin Country. They had to determine their future belonging in this city. The core area of Yin Country, Red Area, and the migration route, Black Line. The human emperor floated above Yin River City, looking at the happy smiles on the faces of those who had received their homes and allocated farmland, feeling somewhat complex. How long can this fleeting happiness last? If the human race remains ordinary, can this fleeting happiness truly continue? He muttered to himself. This kind of beauty was what he wanted to see, but also what he feared, representing the responsibility he had to bear from his ancestors. The human clan of the past, the Shang clan, were they not like this as well? He sighed, recalling that turbulent era, a time of seeking independence and resisting the gods. However, the ancient human race was much stronger than the current ordinary human race, which had been blocked from all possibilities. Perhaps I really have to take that step. This child is the best successor. From the initial population of just over 10,000 in this newly established country, to the current millions, from a small country at the beginning, to now dominating the Central Plains, from just developing paper, to now surpassing the peak material technology of the former commercial country. This country has achieved things that it never even thought of. But in the eyes of the human emperor, the current flame country is still too weak, so weak that it can be easily crushed by a demigod, and this weak country has already reached the ceiling of their material technology. The technological support of the great Ming divine country is no longer able to help the flame country make further breakthroughs. If the human race remains ordinary, then the achievements of the flame country will stop here. Perhaps they have their own way. The human emperor looked at the new batch of scientists studying the principles of steam engines, a novelty he had never seen before, but he did not believe, nor could he imagine, what role this object could play in opening up new horizons. In the conventional beliefs of the entire divine realm and the domain of the gods, the strongest country of the ordinary human race, the flame country, has already reached its ceiling. If this ceiling is not broken through, then everything will come to a halt. Human emperor! Duan Shen began shouting again, very worried about this elder. Stop calling, I am still alive. The human emperor said, then continued to fall into a deep sleep. Now he had to preserve his energy well, as there were more things waiting for him to do. The Lai family finally arrived at Flame River City, which is probably located in the center of the core area of the entire Flame Country. After the migration and influx of population, the original city-state has undergone a major transformation. Please have the first batch of migrants go to the reception center to wait. Upon entering the city-state, the reception staff in front began arranging the positions of these people according to their numbers. Various aspects of the work had been basically completed, and in order to accommodate these people, the Flame Country had used all its administrative power. Miss, our family's number is 134. Lai Fu handed the number slip to the reception staff at the front desk. The girl in front of him was an elf, dressed in the current popular short sleeves, looking very beautiful. Okay. She took out the number plate and began to look up the relevant information in the documents. Your family's relocation position is the collective farm in the northern jurisdiction of the North City area. The specific arrangements will be prepared by the guiding personnel at number 3. You can go to Hall 3 in the outdoor guidance hall. After the elf receptionist gave a programmed smile, she began to arrange various information. Without computers now, various aspects of the work were basically done through paperwork, which was quite cumbersome. Okay, thank you, miss. Lai Fu quickly thanked the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in front of him, and led his family to the guidance hall. These are your related living supplies, more will be distributed upon arrival at the destination. In the guidance hall, the staff handed out some clothes and simple sleeping bags that had just started to be mass-produced. The sleeping bags were originally intended to be distributed before the migration, but due to production capacity constraints, they could only be distributed now. This is for us. Lai Fu looked at the prepared clothes in front of him in shock. He couldn't believe that the Flame Country would really provide them with various living supplies as reported in the news. Even if he had thought about it, he couldn't imagine it to this extent. Not only did they truly ensure food along the way, they also gave a batch of money for them to purchase things, and now they were directly delivering clothes and this strange object. Yes, these are the living supplies promised by our Flame Country. It's just that due to production capacity issues, the supply is a bit late, please forgive us. The staff smiled as they handed over the items, then continued to distribute the supplies. This. Lai Fu's wife was a bit slow to react. Only after making the clothes herself did she realize the effort put into them. It was quite generous of the Yin Kingdom to give them away directly. The Yin Kingdom is really good, the old lady said with some emotion, contrasting the well-organized arrangements on this journey with her past life in the Lingyun Kingdom. She still vaguely remembered the scene when her husband was paying taxes, the officials kicking the grain bags, the spilled food, the blatant humiliation, and the arrogant demeanor. But now, every staff member was smiling and arranging various tasks. Although they were not lenient with those who disobeyed orders, they had publicly executed people when they first set foot on the migration road, showing no weakness. However, towards the common people, they were truly polite and fair in assigning tasks. The first large-scale migration activities in July, the second batch in August, and the final activities in early September had all come to an end. In the meeting room of the Yin Kingdom, officials began to summarize the related work. According to the statistics from the administrative department, our 2 large-scale migration operations have basically ended. The first batch mainly involved the migration from the Lingyun Kingdom. Through 3 migrations, a total of 320,000 people were relocated to the core area of the Yin Kingdom. The relocation of the population from the original core area has also been completed, with a total of 180,000 people moved to the Lingyun Kingdom. The second large-scale migration took place in August, forcibly cleared the nobles occupying 6 cities, arranged for neighboring countries to occupy them, and relocated a total of 150,000 people, all of whom had arrived in the Yin Kingdom by early September. The third phase involved minor adjustments to the internal population. The total population of the Yin Kingdom is approximately 500,000, with nearly 200,000 people allocated to the planned 9 cities, mostly young people without families, as well as those who were originally relocated from the Yin Kingdom. The rural areas have over 300,000 people, mostly families, distributed among over 200 collective farms. Yin Kingdom Core Area Map. You really? Duan Chen was somewhat envious. Zhao Yuqing had effortlessly accomplished what they had planned for years in the Yin Kingdom in just a few months. It's mainly due to talent. As long as you want, you can also use these methods. However, my abilities currently cannot extend to the entire Central Plains, at most a few tens of thousands of people, Zhao Yuqing explained. I dare not. Independent development is still better, Duan Chen said with a smile. Although he envied some things, he knew deep down that this was not the path he wanted to take. Agreeing to this integration method would be equivalent to handing over the leadership of the entire Yin Kingdom. Well, this is just the effect of my talent. Like the talents of other deities, it's impossible to have such a wide range of influence or easily integrate such a large population, Zhao Yuqing said somewhat arrogantly, a habit of hers. You're getting carried away. Think about how to win the upcoming divine battle without the Yin Kingdom. Duan Chen teased, enjoying dampening Zhao Yuqing's excitement. I'm almost ready. You don't need to worry about it, Zhao Yuqing said somewhat angrily. Alright, watch out for casualties and don't come back crying. Duan Chen maintained his smile. This time's divine battle was still independently participated in by Zhao Yuqing, with the Yin Kingdom's support limited to supplies. Well, our divine awakening country is not at the point where we can't even fight a divine battle. Besides, in the early stages of the divine battle, except for some special opportunities, it's basically just going through the motions. Who would want to waste their time here meaninglessly? Zhao Yuqing used her hand to push her hair behind her ear, revealing a slightly red face. The two of them seemed more like close friends who could talk about anything. The divine battle began. Fortunately, this was not a defensive war, which also proved that the peaceful development period of the Flame Country would not be disrupted. Zhao Yuqing led the army, this was her path, and Duan Chen felt that his path did not align with Zhao Yuqing's, so their gradual separation was necessary. Ding! The divine battle has begun, prepare your soldiers for battle within 1 day. Ding! This divine battle has been judged successful for the divine awakening country, Kingdom of Kings. Zhao Yuqing went to the divine battle, which was no longer closely related to Duan Chen. The Flame Country now needed time to digest, at least on a yearly basis. With the army still undergoing training, the Central Army could not participate in the divine battle of the gods, and the Flame Country's demand for the benefits of the divine battle was gradually decreasing. After October, the busy farming season had passed, and various construction and educational work throughout the Flame Country had been put on the agenda. During this winter, hundreds of thousands of people were going to create a new Flame Country. By this time, the land reclamation in the core area of the Flame Country had basically been completed, related tasks were finished before planting, and most of the land was planted with crops except for some areas reserved for economic crops like cotton. Starting from October, the entire fourth quarter was a period of gradual outbreak of productivity in the Flame Country. Main roads and rural roads began to be constructed, relying on various stones from the mountains. Simple stone roads were still feasible even without cement. Furthermore, bridges and some water facilities were being built, various infrastructure projects were underway, and the Flame Country entered the era of major infrastructure development. This infrastructure development did not involve city walls, mainly because the core area of the Flame Country was relatively stable geographically, and building city walls required excessive manpower and resources. In this situation, the construction of city walls was deemed unnecessary. This would impose many restrictions on future transportation development, so it was better not to build them now. According to the judgment of the divine realm system of Zhaoyuqing, the actual control range of the Flame Country already encompassed the entire Central Plains. After the training of this batch of troops was completed, they would need to take over the border cities, which were the active areas of military warfare. The Lai family had been in the northern village for several months. From the original simple thatched hut to the newly built large wooden house, their living environment had greatly improved. Moreover, the farmland allocated by the Flame Country was nearby, and the family would have a decent income from planting crops every year. Pop 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 in the yard, the children were setting off firecrackers, which were sold in the village in preparation for the new year. Lai Fu, how can you set off firecrackers without earning money yet? A passing aunt exclaimed in surprise. Although it was already the end of December, there were still a few days until the new year, and it was unexpected that the Lai family had started setting off firecrackers. Oh, it's because the child just started school, so I bought some firecrackers to celebrate. Lai Fu replied with a smile. I see, it's worth celebrating. It's almost the end of the year, time to rest well. The aunt agreed. Ciao sister, don't rush off, why don't you come to my house for a while? Lai Fu's wife came out of the house and politely invited. It's okay, my son who joined the army is coming back, I need to go home and wait for him. The aunt declined. This Chao sister's son was one of the first Flame Country soldiers from Luonan, who had made achievements during the attack on Lingyun Country. There was still a red plaque at home, and he was highly respected in the village. Alright, when your son comes back, ask him to bring little Gue along more often, that child is too mischievous. Okay, I'll talk to my son when he comes back. Lu Fu walked into the house, which had already undergone a simple renovation and looked much better than their living environment in Lingyun Country. The old lady went to the village entrance to chat with her peers. Since getting to know this group of peers, the old lady went to the village entrance to chat or to the small livestock farm in the village to feed the animals almost every day. Lu Fu had also been busy in the past half year, first working on reclaiming farmland with the farm, then being transferred to the northern city for construction by the Yin Kingdom. After a winter of work, he had saved up quite a bit of money, and as the new year approached, he had added many items to the house. Of course, the house was jointly built by construction teams from various places in the northern city, with the cost mainly borne by the Yin Kingdom. Under the current conditions, meeting the residents' housing needs was relatively easy. Throughout the winter, with the influx of various people, various industries began to develop based on large rural areas. Cities near rivers began to introduce hydraulic machinery and develop some light industries, while the production range of ironware also began to expand and shift to various cities. Urbanization had not yet begun, so the focus was on laying a solid foundation for agriculture first. Zhao Yuqing's divine battle ended, quite simply, with neither the divine Qi kingdom nor the opposing country gaining much advantage, and there were not many casualties. After dragging on for a month, it was determined that the one-year period of peace had ended. Zhao Yuqing gained several thousand productivity points, while the divine kingdom of kings gained stability and peace. In the early stages of divine battles like this, the gods still needed to participate in the entrance exam. Unless they were absolutely certain or had a great opportunity, no god would want to consume their productivity points in a divine battle. Compared to other instances, divine battles yielded too little profit, and it was not wise to consume productivity points in divine battles without the possibility of acquiring affiliated gods. Development before the entrance exam was the top priority, and there were many ways to train soldiers without crazily consuming resources in brutal wars. Wars consumed productivity, especially for the divine race of spiritual beings, where productivity was mainly concentrated in soldiers. If the main army suffered huge casualties, the productivity of the divine kingdom would be significantly reduced. Many times, the gods still preferred peace, as it was a choice based on interests, although this kind of peace was somewhat cheap. Zhao Yuqing returned, and the Yin Kingdom, or the entire Divine Domain, was preparing for the new year. The Divine Domain year was the standard commemorative unit of the Divine Domain, and the Yin Kingdom also had its own system of calendrical years, resulting in 2 New Year celebrations concentrated from winter to spring. Influenced by surrounding countries, the Yin people gradually shifted their focus from their own traditional festivals to the Divine Domain year, relegating the years marked by the Duanshen era to second place. This was a product of the development of the times, as the Divine Domain year served as a more unifying spiritual bond for the entire Divine Domain, while the indigenous culture of the Yin Kingdom received relatively less attention. Those who had just integrated into the Yin Kingdom clearly identified more with this shared festival, although their identification with the festival did not necessarily align with traditional customs. Duanshen did not place much emphasis on dates, and while he considered the importance of the era name issue raised in the court, he implemented several measures to maintain the position of the Yin Kingdom Year as the second most important festival. After all, the local population was less than 1/20th of the total population and less than 1/100th of the entire population of the Central Plains. Consequently, the influence of the festival was weakened. However, the weakening of the importance of their own era name festival did not diminish the assimilation capabilities of the Yin Kingdom. Although the importance of the festival had changed, the relevant customs had been unified. Firecrackers and couplets appeared, and various legends spread from the Yin Palace to the entire Central Plains, including the Divine Qi Kingdom region. The influence of these customs was brought about by economic strength and the era of Duanquan. Finally, on this beautiful winter night, the city of Yuqing is decorated with lights and decorations. In the square of the central temple, Duanquan is lighting a fire. The people of Yin country have crowded around the square, eagerly watching the torch in Duanquan's hand. Zhao Yuqing has completed the descent of the gods and is sitting on the altar of the temple, silently watching Duanquan. 3, 2, 1. Ignite! Duanquan shouts, lighting the fuse in front of him. The fuse burns down gradually, and fireworks burst into bloom. This is the first firework on the entire abandoned continent of the gods, illuminating the entire city of Yuqing as bright as day. The surrounding people cheer, spreading happiness throughout the expanded square, filling everyone's hearts. As the fireworks explode, a somewhat blurry character appears in the sky, illuminating the long-abandoned continent of the gods, perhaps heralding a rising new star. Grandpa, I know, that's... A child holds the hand of an old man, pointing to the sky as if showing off that he can read too. Yes, that is, the name of our Yin country. The old man wipes away his tears, a scene he has never seen before, a feeling of hope. Back in Jin country, we could only hear scholars talk about how good Yin country was. Now, seeing it for myself, it's true. Yes, since I moved to Yuqing City, I have never gone hungry, and my grandson can go to school. The old man pats his grandson's head, a happy smile on his face. This is the smile Duanquan wants to see, and Zhao Yuqing as well. Aren't you going back to take a look? Duanquan asks with some confusion, sitting on the altar next to Zhao Yuqing. It's the new year, and she's still lingering in Yin country. I've already seen it. They are conducting a ceremony to worship the gods. Zhao Yuqing says somewhat bored, propping up her head. The ceremony seems to have nothing to do with her. Those are your true believers. Duanquan sighs, realizing he hasn't worshipped the gods in over a year. Indeed, but the nobles and the people are somewhat different. Zhao Yuqing looks at the Yin people around her watching the fireworks display, lost in thought. Yes, the nobles are nobles, and the people are people. Perhaps the two can be combined. Duanquan sighs. He doesn't know what else to say. The Yin army has begun training, focusing on the training of artillery units. The soldiers who were training with the 5K pine cannons have completed their training, but the pine cannons have just found the relevant wood and only developed prototypes. It will take some time to achieve mass production. However, compared to the pine cannons with some spiritual color, the Yin cannons have been successfully researched. With the help of the current artillery technology of the Great Ming Divine Country and the research of the technical personnel, the current artillery technology is quite distinctive. Although the recoil is strong and not suitable for mountain warfare, there are many problems compared to the pine cannons. Fortunately, they can be mass-produced, equipping the newly trained artillerymen with weapons. Of course, to fully equip the soldiers with the 5K pine cannons, it will take some time. Currently, the expanding iron production capacity needs to be partially shifted to gradually increase the production of cannons and cannonballs. The advantage of being backed by mountains is reflected in industrial development. The relatively abundant mineral resources temporarily meet the current needs of iron smelting and saltpeter mining in Yin country. The manpower and animal power invested in mining are gradually increasing, expanding the scale of mineral extraction to a certain extent. However, traditional mining methods cannot last forever, and the development and application of steam engines in mining are imperative. Apart from the army of the firearms era, the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, representing the peak cavalry of the feudal era, also underwent training. The 8,000-strong army mainly consisted of the most outstanding soldiers who came to participate in the training. This army, with the help of snowfield horses and the effect of the card type, is likely to be the main force of the Yin kingdom for a long time. The duration of this main force may continue into the deep period of the industrial era, until the mass production of tanks, which may change this outcome. The number of the Divine Machine Camp is relatively large, the training content is relatively simple, and the physical requirements are not high. The main weapon of this army is still crossbows, but there are also a considerable number of people using firearms. Therefore, this army is fully capable of helping the Yin kingdom to further transition from the cold weapon era to the firearms era, and is a very promising and large force. Of course, the premise is that the firearms of the Yin Kingdom have already been developed. This is mainly due to the technology of the Great Ming Divine Kingdom and its own exploration. Duan Chen does not know much about this, so the specific work still needs to be done by the research personnel of the firearms development team. This research team, as well as the steam engine research team, has basically gathered the main scientific research talents of the Yin Kingdom, and has also introduced a group of trained researchers from the Great Ming Divine Kingdom. For this purpose, 2 research institutes were established in Yuqing City, encompassing thousands of people. Duan Chen has also considered establishing a university, but the current population is relatively small, and there are already a large number of people engaged in scientific research exploration, so it may not be able to accommodate more. Although the Yin Kingdom is eager to make technological breakthroughs, stabilizing the basic production is the premise of everything. For years have passed in the divine realm, and Zhao Yuqing's productivity has also been accounted for. This time, compared to the same level of gods, there is a huge gap again, mainly reflected in the breakthroughs of the Yin Kingdom. Although the Divine Awakening Kingdom has increased its influence in the north and has also received some assistance from the Yin Kingdom, there has been no qualitative change. In contrast, the Yin Kingdom has directly condensed the essence of the Central Plains into a country, naturally having more productivity in the system. In the current surrounding tribes and even tribal stages, before the formation of the country, the Yin Kingdom, which actually controls tens of thousands and influences millions, is somewhat intimidating. Zhao Yuqing, take a look at the productivity. Duan Chen began urging activities in the temple. After a few years of getting along, their relationship has improved to the point of being considered friends, so it's okay to address each other by name now. I'm being urged again, I haven't even woken up yet, and the urging started in the early morning. Zhao Yuqing was a bit distressed, still lingering in her big bed at this time. Although the lifespan of the gods has been extended and the sleep time has been infinitely shortened, necessary sleep is still required, which is more about enjoyment. You've been sleeping for several days, from 1 day to 10 days, it's been a day and a night. Duan Chen complained. It's nothing, my little brother sleeps for several days at a time, can't get up at all, just like a dead pig. Zhao Yuqing opened the interface of the divine realm in a daze, still looking forward to the annual settlement of productivity, although it's only a little over a month for her. Name, Zhao Yuqing, Level 1 God, Divine Seat, Non-Divine Realm, Divine Abandoned Continent Divine Kingdom, 1. Divine Awakening Kingdom Population, 32,901 plus, 348,901, Faith, True Believers 210,010 plus Devout Believers 12,083 plus Fanatical Believers 30,182, Productivity, 313,000 Faith Points, 38,992. Flame Country Population, 502342 plus, 166,3899, Faith, True Believers 23489 plus Devout Believers 3777 plus Fanatical Believers 340, Productivity, 103,4567 Faith Value, 9001 over a million, not bad. Over a million. Zhao Yuqing was shocked, suddenly crawled out of bed, sat in front of her own bed, staring blankly at the panel in front of her. Oh, a million, this is almost a second-tier god, right? Although this result surprised Duan Chen a bit, it was still within expectations. Let's buy a peace card first. Is there a one-year one with a longer duration? Duan Chen continued to ask. Aren't you shocked at all? What's the big deal? Last year with just over 20,000 population we had over 200,000 productivity, now with tens of thousands of population, reaching over a million isn't that easy? Alright. Although the calculation of productivity is not based on population in a material society, in traditional agricultural-based countries, the population size does have a strong impact on productivity. For now, let's just consume the productivity first. Peace and various materials can make this snowball grow bigger and bigger. Alright, let's use 200,000 productivity to buy a one-year peace card. Zhao Yuqing opened the store interface. The longest peace card available now is for 1 year, which is considered quite expensive. Although expensive, now that they have money, peaceful development is also necessary. Currently in the development stage, offensive battles are fine, can advance or retreat, but once the next defensive battle is drawn, it will delay the development of Flame Country. Although Flame Country has done very well in absorbing population, there is still a need for a certain amount of time to lay the foundation. Wanting to solve everything at a fast pace is still a bit unrealistic in this era. From the 3rd year of the Divine Realm to the middle of the 5th year of the Divine Realm, 2 years have already passed. The last time, the productivity was mainly used to purchase various grains and crops. Investment in agriculture is still very necessary. This investment is very effective for the basic development of agriculture, the significant improvement in productivity in the agricultural sector of Flame Country has not only benefited Flame Country, but also the development of agriculture in the entire Central Plains region. Adequate food supply has led to a population explosion. The current Flame Country and the Central Plains have the ability to support this batch of children, and the subsequent industrialization will be led by them. After the investment in food, the investment in spiritual power gradually began. Under Duan Shen's instructions, a batch of spiritual race cards were purchased from the auction. These spiritual races are mainly used by Flame Country, responsible for diversifying a part of the troops and supplementing personnel for relatively dangerous positions. The population in this area has reached tens of thousands, consuming a large amount of productivity, and has also improved the overall racial lineage of the Central Plains. The purpose of absorbing people from various races is for the development of productivity and the strength of the country, using the unique advantages of these races to replace the lag in defense functions brought about by the original single technological development of Flame Country. Mainly absorbed the dwarves responsible for forging, goblins responsible for a certain degree of technological exchange, skeletons and insects responsible for mining, as well as basic labor, and some warrior races responsible for offsetting the influence of local noble forces, reducing the reverence of the Central Plains people towards warrior races. These foreign populations in the core area of Flame Country enjoy the treatment of second-class citizens, while the non-sentient skeletons and insects are classified as third-class citizens. Although they still enjoy the rights of humans, they are basically no different from machines. The majority of the population of over 100,000 consists of the boneless skeleton tribe and the insect tribe, with a total of over 100,000 individuals. The remaining population of over 50,000 consists of people from various other tribes. The main purpose of gathering so many skeleton and insect tribes is to replace the cumbersome physical labor of the human tribe, freeing up more people to participate in further scientific research and more intricate technological breakthroughs. The introduction of dwarves, goblins, and the warrior tribe is mainly for the further development of the technology tree that harnesses spiritual power, complementing the development of basic material technology. Of course, military matters will not be neglected, as the devaluation of productivity in the early stages of the critical time by the first batch of deities in the divine realm over the past 4 years has led to a significant increase in the prices of military units and various supplies. As a result, the productivity exceeding 2 million in the 5th divine realm year has seen a substantial decrease compared to the earnings of the 4th divine realm year, even barely keeping up with the amount of resources in the 3rd divine realm year. The explosive development in the early stages has gradually stagnated, which is not good news, but Duan Shen remains confident because, by taking advantage of the 5 years ahead, the Flame Country and the Divine Awakening Country have fully utilized the early productivity for initial accumulation. After completing the training of the main army, Duan Shen purchased a musketeer unit card in the Divine Realm 4 years and deployed a group of musketeer researchers. After a year of development, the first batch of 10,000 silver-level Divine Machine Camp troops in the Flame Country has completed training. Weapons like crossbows have not been phased out but instead have seen a gradual increase in recruitment numbers. More importantly, a group of warrior tribe soldiers, the Silver-Level Warrior Regiment with 3,000 members, has been trained to supplement the current spiritual combat power. As for dwarves and goblins, their main research focus is on technology and forging, serving as technical and production personnel. The Elven Army has also undergone training by the Divine Machine Camp and has been integrated into the training queue. The original Tiger Leopard Cavalry, Vanguard Camp, and Danyang Army, among other common human tribal armies, remain the main force of the Flame Country. The current military strength of the Flame Country hovers at the peak of the firearm and cold weapon era, with a somewhat peculiar equipment distribution posing a challenge to productivity. Over 2 years, the Flame Country's productivity has seen a significant increase, reaching around 1 million in the 4th Divine Realm year and nearly 1.5 million in the 5th Divine Realm year. This geometric increase in productivity will continue to advance in the upcoming Industrial Revolution. The steam engine has finally been developed after 3 years of national effort and the hard work of numerous researchers, leading to its development and some improvements. In the 5th Divine Realm year, this epoch-making mechanical device can finally begin mass production, marking a groundbreaking achievement that requires many elements to be effectively utilized. Population, market, research, funding, raw materials. The realization of industrialization is far from a simple matter of mechanical production. The people of the Flame Country have been preparing for this moment for a long time, with various plans for future needs already discussed in numerous meetings. In March of the 5th Divine Realm year, the Flame Country's first 3-year plan was finally announced, serving as a guiding plan for this great era. This plan encompasses various aspects related to the use of this mechanical device, which requires the cooperation of the people. This is also the reason why foreign labor was recruited in the first place. Workers, the Flame Empire needs workers, and the Flame Empire's agriculture has absorbed too many people. The new batch of babies has not yet grown up. In order to achieve industrialization in a region now, it is necessary to attract external labor. This kind of attraction is like exploitation of colonies, but it is completely different from the relationship between the Flame Empire and the so-called colonies. The Central Plains region has become a natural farm, and this influence even extends to the Divine Awakening Kingdom. This is a high-level win-win cooperation established on an economic basis. The federal system allows Duanshan to concentrate all resources without hesitation to promote industrialization in the core area of the Flame Empire. The demarcation of early industrial cities brings not only a line, but more importantly, the differences between two civilizations. One is industrial civilization, the other is agricultural civilization. Duanshan wants to create a new world with his own ideas or the ideas of the entire Flame Empire people, and this creation is carried out under a national system. Of course, the Flame Empire is ultimately not the so-called suzerain state, and the factories in the Flame Empire are all state-owned, without any legacy of exploitation. The people of the surrounding Central Plains Federation member states do not feel a decrease in their standard of living. On the contrary, due to the overflow of resources from the Flame Empire, their lives will be more convenient. Internally, the main source of workers is still the ordinary people of the Flame Empire. This is the true lineage of Duanshan after long internalization, and these hundreds of thousands of Flame Empire lineages will gradually transform into the first group of people to enjoy the benefits of the era. The original heavy physical labor has begun to shift, and laborers from the Central Plains region are pouring in, including the Skeleton Clan, Insect Clan, and even the Martial Clan. They are gradually shifting towards agriculture, mining, and other relatively primitive and simple industries. This may be a cruel plan, but the dominant position of the ordinary people must be established. Duanshan understands better than anyone else who is ruling bases, and it is necessary to ensure that these people receive the best benefits in order for him to control the country more smoothly. Of course, this is based on the long-term maintenance of the dominant position in terms of numbers of ordinary people, and the broadest base must also be ensured. The Flame Empire has begun to stratify. This stratification may be class-based, or maybe not, but on that meticulously planned paper, this flow has already begun. The benefits of the national system, the benefits of Duanshan's lofty prestige, and the benefits of centralized power are gradually being demonstrated at this crucial period. The control of the Flame Empire over the Flame Empire and even the entire Central Plains is profoundly terrifying. In this era, people's experiences seem too fantastical, almost like time travel, such as the Lai family. In the Divine Realm for 3 years, they were serfs of a certain immortal clan, living in a slave society. In the Divine Realm for 4 years, they were farmers in a collective farm under the jurisdiction of the Flame Empire, and under a certain subtle system, they may resemble a new feudal system of self-sufficient farmers. After March of the 5th year in the Divine Realm, new factories and mines gradually opened in various places, and they became workers under the Flame Empire system. The Flame Empire is about to enter the third era, corresponding to a 3-tier basic technological system that has never appeared in the Great Ming Divine Kingdom. This is a great secret, but there is no systematic judgment. This is something that has never appeared in the entire world system, and the current Divine Realm and Divine Domain do not yet know the role of this thing. Of course, most people are only concerned with how many levels their family has broken through, and they may need these more. Zhao Yuqing has not observed this subtle change in the early stages of industrialization. In her eyes, there are just more factories making iron and clothes. She is not very interested in these basic production tasks for now. In her eyes, time changes tenfold, everything is accelerating, and this acceleration will bring about a delay in receiving certain news. This is a secret shared by Duanshan and the Yen Kingdom, a secret that Duanshan brought to truly change the era, a secret that will catch this era off guard. Of course, if everything is measured from the perspective of grand historical narrative, history will become very uninteresting, but if we do not look at the grand historical narrative, history will become confusing. The Yen Kingdom has begun to explore history, and this exploration of history is not only for the new era, as the history of the Yen people or ordinary people is not that long. The emperor has not been in contact with Duanshan for 2 years, and Duanshan is starting to panic. When the stone tablet in front of him first caught Duanshan's eye, he knew that the emperor's disappearance might be related to this stone tablet. It was a stone tablet covered with Chinese characters, discovered under the walls of the Yen Kingdom, buried deep underground for who knows how many years. Wang, the ancient text has been deciphered, and it can be basically confirmed that it is the history of the Zhou dynasty. Good, bring out the translated text. Duanshan received a document, which contained the basic information from the stone tablet. Respectful notice to our generation, Zhou City, built at the foot of Hanglong Mountain, by the side of the Luo River, originally a wilderness in the west, built by the immortal clan, named Xianran City. Now our human clan, a branch of the Zhou clan, migrated here, rebuilt this city, after more than 10 years, finally obtained this new city, feeling the rise and fall of our human clan fighting for the gods, awakening future generations to enlightenment, just by the side of the Luo River, hence called Luo, once desolate, now prosperous. Since the blessings of the gods, after reclamation, after countless hardships, we have the prosperity of today, the 100-year royal capital of the Zhou kingdom, converging here, the glorious years of the Zhou clan for 100 years, all seen in this city. Hanglong bestowed the ridge, Luo Xian bestowed the spirit, the gods bestowed the fortune, our Zhou clan rebuilt for 100 years, fully restoring the prosperity of the Shan clan, the magnificence of Luo city far surpassing the morning song. Alas! The remnants of the Shan clan do not respect the divine power of our gods, invading our borders, our clan busy with divine warfare, not paying attention to the east, the frontline warfare is unfavorable, chaos directly points to Luo city. 10 years of siege, 100 years of grievances, the enmity is hard to dispel, fortunately, with the grace of the gods, the support of all tribes, besieging the remnants, although the city is broken, but reclaiming the eastern land, completely wiping out the remnants of the Shan clan. The mercy of the gods, considering this divine domain ominous, then the whole clan moved back, leaving this divine domain, moving to a new land. Considering the achievements of this city, this stele is specially erected, Zhou Kingdom Divine Envoy Ji. After reading the entire inscription, Duanshan did not react for a long time. The inscription should mainly be about the rise and fall of the ancient Zhou clan's capital city, Luo City. Are there any other related discoveries? Duanshan asked one of the few historians in the Yin Kingdom. We found residual spiritual power on the stone tablet. After the elders of the Goblin tribe studied the history of spiritual power, we can confirm that it was spiritual power from 2000 years ago, indicating that this history occurred 2000 years ago. And according to relevant historical records, and referring to some of the local scriptures left by the immortal and martial clans, this war should be the ancient divine war between the Shang kingdom and the Zhou kingdom. According to historical records, the Shang kingdom lost, and the people of the Zhou kingdom migrated away. Analyzed the researchers. What about the historical inheritance of the immortal and martial clans? Duanshan was clearly very curious about this matter. He had just contacted the emperor countless times, but still had no relevant information. The emperor has not responded to him for 2 years. There are not many remaining scriptures from the two clans, mostly various legends passed down. According to what they say, these two clans should be the indigenous races abandoned by the gods on the mainland, who joined the camp of the Zhou kingdom during the Divine War and did not remain after the Zhou kingdom withdrew. So, is there any information about the retreat of these people? Duanshan continued to ask. He didn't believe that the deity would simply give up this gigantic divine realm just because of ominous signs. According to Duanshan's exploration, the total area of the entire continent is estimated to be around 20 million square kilometers, without even including the calculation of the oceans. It took the surveyors more than 2 years to circle the area, and they were all high-end warriors of the Wu clan. They only had a rough idea of the area, and the specific terrain was still unclear. In the divine realm, this area could be considered a gigantic continent. A typical small divine realm is only around 200,000 square kilometers, which is smaller than the current Central Plains area. A medium divine realm is about 1 million square kilometers, and a large divine realm is around 5 million. Just the area of this divine realm is equivalent to 4 times the size of a large divine realm and twice the size of a typical gigantic divine realm. For deities at the level of boundary gods who can control an area of no more than 200,000 square kilometers, casually giving up this gigantic divine realm would be like abandoning their foundation and starting over. This kind of restart not only significantly reduces the area of the divine realm but also renders all the previous infrastructure work useless. This is a huge cost, and even with Zhao Yuqing's divine realm cognition, it would be impossible to consider giving up such a divine realm directly. Let's put that aside for now. You guys continue your research, and I'll arrange some manpower later. It's time to prioritize history studies. Yes, history should also progress. Now is a good time to start early anti-deity education for the races. Where did the human emperor go? Duanshan thought about this and couldn't help but feel a bit sad. The human emperor was one of the few people in this era with whom he could have spiritual conversations, despite being somewhat stubborn. Chaogu City is located in the eastern part of the entire abandoned divine continent, offering a completely different landscape from the west. Unlike the western mountains and valleys, the eastern region is flatter, with vast plains covering millions of square kilometers, giving the land a vibrant feel. However, there was no vitality here. It was a place of desolation, like a huge tomb. And at the center of this tomb was the abandoned Chaogus city. Chaogus City, the capital of the Shang clan, the first city of the abandoned Divine Continent, situated in the center of the Eastern Plains, once accommodated tens of millions of people at its peak, gathering the essence of the Shang clan. The current Chaogus City had been abandoned for over 2,000 years. The sunlight did not reach this place, adding to its eerie atmosphere. However, the absence of sunlight also had its benefits. It prevented vegetation from burying this giant city, preserving its original essence. Destruction, the scent of destruction. This deserted giant city did not evoke the shame of the old summer palace or the desolation of the Qin dynasty's palace. Despite the changes over a millennium, this once great city had not turned into ruins. The buildings were still intact, the roads still wide. It was too clean, unnaturally clean. If the sunlight were to shine on this place again, how many would believe that this city had long been deserted? It was a massive tomb, burying the dreams of the Shang clan. The human emperor walked quietly along the streets, already having a physical form at some point. He touched the weathered walls of each building, feeling them. Perhaps 1,000 years ago, this city was bustling with life, with children playing and vendors selling their goods. He continued down the main road, the most glorious street of Chaogus City. During every divine battle, the warriors of the Shang clan set out from this road, achieving glory for the deities time and time again. But this is not the most glorious place on this road. The glory of this road is not in how many events it is hosted, but in the traces of repair after being shattered by spiritual power on the adjacent buildings, and in the enemy's bones buried beneath the road. The victorious people tread upon the enemy's bones and begin a new life. The emperor squatted down, caressing the road that represented the glory of the merchant clan, pieced together with hundreds of huge spiritual stone slabs. The icy sensation permeated his body through his palm. He stood up and took slow steps forward. The sound of his footsteps echoed throughout the city, every step sounding very distinct in this quiet world. The 3-year plan of the Flame Country has begun. More people in the Flame Country are transitioning towards industrialization. Universities have emerged, basic talent education has appeared, mechanical factories have been established, and steel refining technology is advancing. With the help of explosives, the Flame Country's mineral exploration teams are no longer limited to the Luolong Mountains. Combined with the stationed troops of various countries and some of the Flame Country's main forces, the takeover and defense of border cities have long been underway. This glorious era requires stability at the borders. And stability at the borders is not a difficult task in this more advanced era of the Central Plains region. Yuking, are you there? A message from Xia Lioli appeared on the divine interface. Yes, Zhao Yuking replied briefly, having learned some of his style over the years with Duanshen. I drew a copy card of a common human race in the treasure chest, limited to 2 participants, which happens to be the same as your race. I think we can give it a try. Xia Lioli went straight to the point. She drew this copy card during the Divine Battle Settlement, and it seems to be a second-order copy that has just been opened recently. Send me the relevant information, I'll take a look. Zhao Yuking was somewhat excited. For Zhao Yuking, a copy card of the common human race represents a huge opportunity. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. The specific time is probably a month from now, we can do it together then. After sending the file, Xia Lioli and Zhao Yuking chatted for a few more moments before ending the call. It's now the final sprint stage for the college entrance examination, and everyone is quite busy. It is said that Xia Lioli just passed the critical moment last year and is now in a rapid expansion phase, so she is undoubtedly very busy. After opening the relevant file, Zhao Yuking saw a record of a copy in front of her. Most of the copies in the Divine Realm are summarized after exploration, and truly gamified copies are not that common. Of course, in the copies that low-level deities can access, most of them are forcibly gamified after being cleared. Copies like the one in front of her, which is only for the common human race and has not been cleared, are very rare. This rarity also means that it is a coveted item in the entire Divine Realm. No one does not want millions of livestock, even for common human races. They are very good livestock for deities. Second order 3-star copy, common human race, record kingdom, exploration rate, 38%, introduction, a country with a population reaching tens of millions. After several rounds of exploration by predecessors, the population has been reduced to around 6 million. Centered around the central royal city of Chunshao, there are several giant cities in the surrounding areas, and in recent years, a great wall may have been built around the country. The Divine Realm is a small divine realm, with an area of approximately 150,000 square kilometers. When necessary, all citizens are soldiers, with a strong will to resist. Recommendation: take city by city, gather the common human race, do not rush for quick results. Zhao Yuqing and Duan Chen carefully examined the so-called copy introduction. This was Duan Chen's first time getting involved with a copy. What do you think? Zhao Yuqing suddenly asked, feeling a bit worried about Duan Chen's opinion at this moment. I'll stand and watch, Duan Chen replied, not in the mood to talk. This book made his mood quite complicated. P.S. The map of the kingdom of Luji is also in the works. It was that young man who gave him hope for the resurgence of the human race, and the vision of the human race's future against the gods. So our ancestors must strive, we must pave the way for the future generations, break the shackles on the future generations, provide shelter for their development, help them grow rapidly, and truly stand on their own. We old bones. This is all we can do. The emperor caressed the 9 tripods, and a group of figures appeared around him, the leaders of the entire Shine Kingdom, including the great generals, strategists, talented administrators, and everyone fighting for the Shang Kingdom. The city of Yuqing in the Yin Kingdom had already become a metropolis with over 100,000 people, mostly consisting of the military, with its political function as the capital being very apparent. Duan Chen looked at the soldiers in front of him, the elite of the entire Yin Kingdom, who could even compete at a top level in the divine realm. Although the Yin Kingdom was basically lacking in spiritual power, it had already advanced several eras ahead in material technology. At least at the current stage, the military power of the Yin Kingdom was gradually catching up. However, at this moment, this so-called elite soldier force seemed gloomy. They were too eager for a war to prove themselves, but it seemed like the war authority of the Yin Kingdom had been deprived. They feared that their efforts would have no platform to display, they feared they had no future. Kid. Duan Chen, inspecting the soldiers, had a gloomy expression, a kind of frustration, but the voice made him feel a hint of excitement. It had been too long since he heard the emperor's voice. Emperor! He walked to an open space, wanting to see the emperor's figure. Don't bother looking, I am currently in Chaoga City doing something, because I sensed that our human race's Luji lineage might be in danger, so I came to find you. Do you have a solution? Duan Chen was somewhat excited, feeling a sense of hope. Sort of, our human race still stored some trump cards back then, and now I can give them to you. This Emperor's Seal is the core equipment of our human race, a kind of national reserve device. Don't ask too much about it, just know that this thing can help you open the divine realm of the human branch we previously moved out and bring them back to this divine realm. In addition, considering the issue of your current military strength, the cloud formation under the inheritance of the Emperor's Seal can come in handy. It's just that, based on the current situation, it consumes too much cloud energy and cannot be used frequently. I will transmit the specifics to you through this Emperor's Seal in the future. With those words, the Emperor's Seal soared into the sky and flew towards Duan Chen. In just a few seconds, this national fortune was in Duan Chen's hands. By the way, I am very busy now. This seal can help you establish contact with the Kingdom of Luji. Their request for help has been sent. As long as the national fortunes can communicate, establishing trust should not be a problem. Explore the rest of the functions yourself, I have to go. After saying that, the emperor continued to sit on the steps in front of the grand hall, closing his eyes again. Aging continued, and from a long-term perspective, the emperor was actually aging continuously, which was ordinary for everyone, but when it happened to the emperor, it was terrifying. All right. Duan Chen picked up the emperor's seal. As soon as he grasped it tightly, the seal emitted light, gradually merging into his body. Countless Chinese characters rushed towards his body. Countless black dirt was expelled. This was a thorough cleansing. The national fortune acknowledged him, nurtured him. This was a gift from his ancestors. The process lasted for an hour. After this wonderful cleansing, Duan Chen washed away all the stains, put on his clothes, and felt a sense of relief, a feeling of not feeling the passage of life. As long as the national fortune was there, he was there. From then on, Duan Chen truly rested with the nation, but this nation was not his Yin nation, but the Shang nation. The Yin nation could only rely on the national fortune of the Shang nation. The Yin nation was like a child. He looked at his smooth and fair skin, his more handsome appearance. A sense of gratitude from life appeared. A sigh emerged. Duan Chen was excited, but this excitement did not last long. When will the Yin nation have its own national fortune, or rather, has the Yin nation lost its national fortune already? He felt a bit sad. He was only relying on the nourishment of the national fortune. His lifespan and strength increased, but this energy was only temporary. The source of the national fortune had been cut off. The human race was just living off its past glory. After this nourishment to his body, he sensed that the national fortune had decreased a bit. This was probably the doing of the human emperor, maybe to extend his life. The human emperor understood that he wouldn't use important national fortune on himself, so he let him take this step voluntarily. What's the point of this? He touched his smooth skin, felt the powerful strength of his body. Now solely relying on physical strength, he could contend with spiritual units of level 4 and above. if he added the use of the national fortune, he would have the power to confront spiritual units of level 6 or even higher. But what did that matter? His foundation was the Yin nation. He couldn't carry the Yin nation on his back. He needed the Yin nation to be able to act independently. Only when he sensed the infinite destiny of life would he feel lonely. For whatever reason, the arrival of the human emperor's seal gave him confidence again. After understanding the rules of this so-called copy and the transmission rules of the human emperor's seal for the closed domain of the human race with Zhao Yuqing, Duanshen could finally prepare for this rescue mission with confidence. At this moment, in the meeting room of the Yin nation, there was no longer the gloomy atmosphere of the last time, but instead, lively discussions, including the old ministers who had rebelled last time, were now enthusiastically discussing with General Wanhu and others. The people of the Yin nation were not afraid to fight, they just cared more about stability. If they could go for the rescue this time, it was a good choice both morally and in terms of benefits. But this also meant that the Yin nation seemed to have started on a path of independent development away from the gods, but this path would take time, and it was not short. From a time perspective, after the arrival of March this time, if we want to open the portal through the human emperor's seal, it will take 6 months, which requires us to quickly establish contact with the Luji kingdom and then engage in joint defense. If necessary, we can use some special means. Luo Wu analyzed. Yes, our assistance this time will ideally become a defensive war. In less ideal situations, we also need to consider our own safety. First and foremost, bringing enough supplies is essential. If we cannot quickly establish contact with the Luji kingdom after entering, this war will be like escaping on the edge, trying to avoid being discovered by those main forces of the gods, and then waiting for the transmission through the human emperor's seal. If possible, we will follow our original plan. But we also need to consider the population issue. We need population now, this is unavoidable. If we cannot help the kingdom of Luji this time, we should try to rescue more people, at least not let them become food for other gods. Intense discussions took place at the meeting. The core of the Flame Kingdom had a unified goal and belief, which could unite them. It could also make the entire Flame Kingdom people agree. The rescue of the kingdom of Luji this time is in line with the beliefs of these people, which is the basis of collective wisdom. On Zhao Yuqing's side, she could only feel lonely and strange. It was expected that Duanshen would not support her, but she still found it difficult to adapt without his help. All the soldiers of the Divine Awakening Kingdom were ready. They were going to fight for their faith through this teleportation gate. The feeling of teleportation was wonderful, a gate connecting two completely different worlds. Zhao Yuqing had entered this divine realm, with the Divine Awakening Kingdom army that had come behind her. These troops were all elite fighters of the Divine Awakening Kingdom. The entire elite fighting force of the Divine Awakening Kingdom had arrived. Welcome to the Luji Kingdom instance, gods. Your mission is 1. Plunder more ordinary human tribes and make them your slaves. 2. Annihilate the entire Luji Kingdom. Rewards will be settled based on contributions. 3. Before October, a teleportation gate will be opened in the city you occupy in the Luji Kingdom. Gods who occupy the city can teleport the people they have plundered to their divine realm. If the entire Luji Kingdom is captured before October, rewards will be doubled. Work hard. For the glory of the gods, for more people. The alert sounded, and Zhao Yuqing understood the rules of this mission. However, including her own clan, the enthusiasm of everyone was not high. Zhao Yuqing was thinking, her clan was also thinking, whether this was right or not. When the target was another race, this feeling might not be so strong, but when the target became one's own kin, the feeling was different, truly strange. Although the faith of the people of the Divine Awakening Kingdom required them to fight for the gods, and in this war, they would lean more towards the gods they worshipped, that sense of shame could not be dispelled. Zhao Yuqing perceptibly sensed this atmosphere, but she could not express it. She could only give herself psychological comfort and then convey this comfort to everyone. We are a nation of ordinary human tribes. We fight for the rise of ordinary human tribes, this is beyond doubt. But facing the Luji Kingdom in front of us, facing the joint invasion of multiple divine kingdoms, we can only try to follow our hearts in this tide. Our goal is not to plunder the population, we just want to unite more compatriots. We will not treat human tribes as slaves, we will only treat them as one of us. This is the fundamental difference between us and those gods. They come to capture slaves, but we do not. We just want to save more people in this tide. It's just that we cannot resist them, we can only adapt. Zhao Yuqing's explanation seemed like self-comfort, but this reason was enough to unite her clan who believed in her. The morale of the clan rose again, perhaps they had figured it out. Smiles returned to the faces of the people, they called this act redemption. Only by believing in my God can the Divine Awakening Kingdom be redeemed. This was their slogan this time. However, this slogan could deceive all the clans, but it could not deceive Zhao Yuqing at all. She felt nervous. When she led the army, she did not think so much, but when her footsteps touched this land, she felt lonely. Will we become like this? Zhao Yuqing felt fear. She didn't want to see this situation, in public or in private. This was the choice of fate, and this so-called copy would completely differentiate two people, or rather two countries in two classes. It was truly wonderful. However, the Flame Country and the Divine Awakening Country were absolutely different. The Flame Country represented the true divine people, while the Divine Awakening Country represented the harmony between gods and humans. The commonality between the two was the rise of the human race, but this rise was different. One was led by the human race as the main body, leading the entire divine people independently, while the other was brought about by the gods leading the rise of the human race. There were not many like Zhao Yuqing who combined the interests of the gods and the clan into a belief in the gods. She also represented a trend of cooperation between gods and clans with the gods as the main body. Some people believed in this trend, and this belief could also unite their clans. However, when real differences arose, they had to consider where they stood. In this deserted city, the army had stationed here. They lived in the rooms of their compatriots, feeling the similar bloodline and race, bringing similar customs, a sense of familiarity flooding their hearts. People moved into this city, while Xia Liuli's camp was stationed by the lake next to the city. This time, the two of them chose a location in the eastern part of the entire Luji kingdom. Ding! Star God country enters, Fungi God country enters, Half-Dragon God country enters, Centaur God country enters, Flame country enters. The prompt sounded continuously, with a total of 13 routes of divine power from the Flame country all stationed, ready to start dividing up this feast. Instance chat room opened. Please enter. A chat room opened, a standard feature of collective instances, mainly for the convenience of divine communication. Star, hello everyone. I am the god of the Star God country, mainly in the northern route this time. Lin, hello everyone. Yuqing, hello everyone. Liuli, Wangdao, my Centaur God country is mainly responsible for the western route attack. The atmosphere in the chat room was quite lively. Overall, those who could grab a spot in this instance were basically a group of elites, with no reason to offend each other. Sunny, let's all report our races, so we can have some coordination in this joint operation. Zhang Kai, no need, it feels like just a group of ordinary human races. What strength do they have? Let's assign ourselves the cities to attack and go take them directly. Star, indeed, let's stick to our original plan. There's no need for much else. Xia Liuli, agreed. King, we found a huge shield about dozens of kilometers ahead. The scout brought the news. What does this mean? Duan Chan looked surprised at the personnel reporting ahead. This shield leads straight to the sky, and there are many other races expelled from the surrounding areas. After communication, it was learned that this shield is used by the Luji kingdom to protect its own citizens. Only ordinary human races can enter. The reporter detailed the information about this protective shield. And this shield was also a good thing for the Flame Country. Call Luo Wu and the others over. Yes. After arranging this, Duan Chen pondered in his heart how to use this shield. If ordinary human races could enter, then they could form a buffer time with other races, and they could also use this shield to harass the surrounding forces, creating a very large secure base. King, several generals who participated in the war came. Since they were back in the military tent, most of these generals were originally from the bottom, but some were selected from various countries. The most obvious ones were Li Shang, the main general of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, and Zhang Shi, the commander of the Divine Machine Camp's firearm unit. Both of them are a new batch of generals selected from immigrants from surrounding countries. The circle in the Flame Country is relatively small, although there are some so-called circles, but it does not affect the overall situation. Well, you should all know the news. The protective shield is definitely advantageous for us, but we still need to consider how to convert it specifically, Duan Chen summarized. He did not consider himself a military genius and often needed to gather ideas. Wang Wu believes that our main focus now should be on establishing contact and trust with the kingdom of Luji. These divine beings are indeed powerful, but they are all long-distance fighters, lacking sufficient logistics. Even if they are stationed in cities, most of them are deserted cities. According to Wu's understanding of spiritual races, these people definitely have a small population, and their food supply may not be abundant. As long as we defend the city with firearms and the resources of the kingdom of Luji, delay for a period of time, the enemy will surely retreat, Luo Wu analyzed. His analysis was considered the most objective evaluation of the current situation in the Flame Country. The pressure of this war is not small, and defending the city is a relatively good strategy. Wang, I believe that we still need to pay attention to the logistics of the army with firearms. If we defend the city, there will be a high demand for firearms. Although we have considered this situation and brought a batch of gunpowder production machinery and personnel, due to transportation constraints, it is still difficult to meet the needs of defending the city for an unknown period of time without sufficient raw materials. Therefore, when necessary, we should rely on the harassment and attacks of the tiger and leopard cavalry to target the enemy's supplies, Li Shang spoke. This is also considered the first actual combat for the tiger and leopard cavalry after training. As a cavalry, they are not very suitable for city defense warfare, and using their flexibility for harassment is also a good method. Well said, Duan Chen nodded. The reliability of this group of generals is increasing, and he couldn't help but think back to the days when he led the Yujing tribe to swallow the surrounding tribes. That period was the most difficult time of his life. The primitive society's living conditions made him want to commit suicide at one point, but he persevered. Now, the Flame Country has a group of generals with certain military literacy. Alright, let's establish contact with the kingdom of Luji first. Li Shang, I order you to lead a few hundred tiger and leopard cavalry to inform the surrounding cities of the kingdom of Luji of our intentions. This shield has bought us some time. Yes. Luowu, I command you to lead the current Flame Country army in defensive reconnaissance tasks, conduct ideological education for the soldiers, minimize interactions with various forces in the surrounding areas, and quickly enter the kingdom of Luji. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. Luo Qi, you are still responsible for the logistics of this mission. Protect our stockpile of bullets and shells. Yes. The task arrangements in the Flame Country are clear, and the news of this protective shield has also affected the entire Divine Realm. In the northern city of Hanshang, Xingqian listened to the report of the beautiful star elf in front of him, pondering. It seems that this Divine Realm war is quite interesting. This so-called ordinary human race actually has so many peculiarities. He was somewhat shocked by the kingdom of Luji's bold move. My god, the kingdom of Luji is just an ordinary human race. Even if they have some extraordinary powers, how much energy do they really have? Since my starry elf clan cannot enter, other divine beings naturally cannot enter either. It's just a matter of balance and waiting, nothing too serious, the nearby divine messenger said. It makes sense, but our time is tight this time. Several major tribes in the starry sky forest of the God Realm are becoming restless. Although I have left the main force in the God Realm, there may still be trouble. It's best to end this instance as soon as possible. Star looked solemnly at the form of his God Realm. At this moment, in the vast starry sky forest, countless beautiful elven tribes were performing rituals around a divine tree. This tree's size surpassed the average level of the entire forest by a large margin, and various productions around the tree continued. This is the starry sky divine tree, the divine image of the gods, and the most important racial heritage of the starry sky elves. With this divine tree, the starry sky elves can have an absolute advantage in defensive battles, providing a sense of security. If the people in the divine realm saw this tree in the hands of the starry sky elves at this moment, they would surely be shocked. This kind of divine tree, mostly found only in third-level divine realms, has unexpectedly been unlocked at a level below second level. In the chat channel, a heated discussion unfolded around this barrier. These young talents were unaware that they were about to face a huge disaster. Sunny, we have tried using the strongest attack of our giant shark sea clan's most powerful 5th level spiritual power unit, but it still couldn't shake this barrier at all. Star, well, there's no need to waste time on this barrier anymore. We can only wait now. This barrier will definitely disappear. With the ordinary human race's weak spiritual constitution, it's difficult to maintain such strength. Wang Dao, I agree. Let's prepare for an attack in the city for now. It was not easy to seize this instance, and tens of thousands of people will be enough for our centaur clan. Meng Xian, indeed, it's just that ordinary humans can enter. We can only wait for now. Report, after investigation, there are no ordinary humans left on the outer front lines. In the Great Hall, Duan Chen's mood was quite complex. They have really left. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of ease as the Flame Country and the Divine Initiation Country did not end up in conflict. Throughout the month of June, including soldiers, everyone participated in a massive grain harvesting and transportation operation, an absolutely urgent harvest. This grain harvest would cover the entire Luji kingdom. During this crisis, everyone showed great enthusiasm. The focus was on quickly seizing all the grain in the west, facing the greatest military pressure, to prevent the enemy from having reserves to continue the war. In the east, where the gods had mostly withdrawn, they could gradually shift to the second line. The need for rapid grain collection at the borders and a slower pace internally meant that the basic requirements of scorched earth tactics were met. With proper planning, the basic operations were finally completed in about a dozen days. This month, compared to the Luji kingdom, the struggling gods were clearly not faring well. The pressure of grain consumption, along with the pressure of similar withdrawals, began to take its toll. In the northern city of Hanshang, Star frowned. It wasn't because time was dragging on, but mainly because there was a fire in the backyard. According to his exploration of the starry sky forest, several large tribes were becoming restless, starting to probe the outskirts. Currently, a large amount of Star's energy was being drawn to this area. Although the main force still existed in the divine realm, the pressure was significant. Wait a little longer, give him another half a month. If it really doesn't work out, then we'll just leave directly. He clenched his fists, feeling a bit short of breath due to the tension of the situation. He was about to make a major decision. This would come at a cost. Lord Spirit, after investigation, the outer shield has been weakened. The divine messenger quickly ran in and knelt down, saying, "This is definitely good news. Great, the kingdom of record will not last much longer, we are ready to attack." Star rushed down and looked at the army in the city. Their morale had been weakened during this period of conquest. "Soldiers, prepare yourselves, we will attack according to our plan." "Yes, yes." The soldiers packed up and started walking towards the southeast, their spirits gradually lifting as they felt the sense of going home. At the end of June, the light shield completely disappeared, and the Five Nations Alliance launched the war. In the west and north, Duan Shen deployed his main artillery forces. In the west, the western city advanced westward, and in order to cross the river, they had to attack the mountain city. By fortifying this city, they could basically defend the eastern passage. In the north, below Jin City, a small portion of the musket forces were deployed in the upper city, which was basically the main artillery force of the Flame Kingdom. In the middle of the river and mountainous areas, the Pine Cannon forces were also being deployed, with a large number of reinforcements from the Kingdom of Record behind these main army units. However, the main forces of the Flame Kingdom were mainly deployed in the western half of the battlefield, while the main forces of the Kingdom of Record were deployed along the Great Wall in the east. This deployment was considered the most suitable for the current situation on the battlefield. Faced with multi-line attacks, the army of the spirit race needed various conditions. In the north, as soon as they arrived at the upper city, Kael'mu couldn't help but laugh when he looked at the shaky city walls, feeling a sense of contempt. Flame Mage Corps directly condensed the army's soul to attack the city. With his command, a mage tower in the rear condensed, and huge fireballs poured crazily towards the upper city, causing significant damage. "Hold on, we need to wait for the right time. For the Kingdom of Record, we need to." The bombardment continued. Fortunately, it was fireball bombardment, and the upper city had been specially reinforced for defense. After a round of bombing, the entire city fell silent. This city has been completely destroyed. Ordinary humans are just ordinary humans. What real power could they have? The spirits of the East are too timid, Kael'mu thought to himself. Nevertheless, he sent a team of magic knights into the city for reconnaissance. By this time, the entire upper city was deserted, with some bloody and blurry bodies on the ground, clearly not a deception. "Captain, after exploring the houses, the entire city has been basically destroyed. Captain, after investigation, there are no issues." Soldiers came forward one by one to report, bringing precise information. "Good, inform the others outside." Soon, the entire Magic Mage and Magic Knight Corps entered the city to rest, while the supply troops began transporting supplies inside. "Let's rest for now, we will launch the attack inward tomorrow." Seeing the empty city, Kael'mu felt somewhat disappointed, having conquered a city without any gains. Boom! After the entire army entered the city, the 3,000 Pine Cannon troops, led by Manhwa, surrounded the entire city. Ah, the Kingdom of Record is truly a great nation. Thinking of the soldiers who had sacrificed, Manhwa couldn't help but sigh. Do not let any foreign race escape, do not waste the sacrifices of our compatriots. Yes, yes. The army suddenly became spirited, and the vanguard troops moved forward, responsible for charging at the Magic Knights within a certain distance. The vanguard troops were originally the epitome of infantry against cavalry, and in a situation where the cavalry in the city was surrounded and had no impact, the vanguard troops were clearly in a position to be fully utilized. Damn it! Kael'mu looked at the embarrassing scene in front of him, feeling fear in his heart as he recognized the dark barrel. Retreat! Ding! During wartime, retreat is not an option. The system's comrades were ruthless, and the current situation could only be a stalemate. In reality, they were already surrounded by artillery units within the city walls. Brothers, while the earth mages are exhausted, quickly fire the cannons. Manhwa's inner flame ignited, and he quickly commanded the artillery to fire. Boom! Boom! One after another, the shells blasted towards the already destroyed city walls, directly targeting the magic users inside through the gaps. Knights on the outskirts, mages forming a circle inside, preparing for defense. Kael'muk unleashed his magic, surrounding them with huge walls of earth, a necessary means of consumption. The mages began their aerial assault, this time only bringing their own legion of flames, thinking it would be enough, but now trapped here, they realized the embarrassment. The continuous bombardment from outside artillery was depleting his divine power at every moment. Without a strong counterattack, this passive situation could not last much longer. Truly cunning.